I'm uploading copyrighted content on Patreon at Cultivation Audiobooks*. You can follow and request any novel you'd like. Please like, follow, and comment on the videos of this YouTube channel. It's free for you and a great motivation for me. Chapter 1. What's the use of looking good? Prologue. Would you like to be a dimensional traveler? I have finally gotten the nickname of the ultimate African chieftain. The only SSR card that I got was a two-faced Buddha that accumulated from card pieces. I have never once gotten a bird sister or a goldfinger before. I don't want to play this game anymore. Lin Huang was expressionless. He had been playing Master XX for half a year. After obtaining tens of thousands of amulets, he had never gotten an SSR card, not even an SR card bird sister or a goldfinger. He only managed to get those by accumulating card pieces, so he did not have any hope for the 10-card draw. He had completely given up on the game since he got the nickname and began losing in battles. He placed his finger on the game, took a deep breath and deleted the game. Just when he was about to keep his phone in his pocket, he felt a vibration. He then looked at the screen. It was completely black with a gold-colored sentence in the middle. Would you like to travel through dimensions? There was only one option at the bottom. Yes. It seemed like an online game commercial. Yes, my A*S. Since he had just deleted the Master XX game, Lin Huang did not have the mood to download any new games. He tapped on the home button on his phone. Just as he attempted to keep his phone in his pocket, his phone vibrated again. He took a look at his phone. It was the same page. Stop it. This mobile game is like some online game with endless pop-up commercials. Who would want to play such game? He frowned and closed the page. Just as he wanted to keep his phone, the same page popped up again. Could this be a virus? Lin Huang frowned. He was in love with his iFruit 7 smartphone that he just bought. He spent one entire month's salary to get it after all. He restarted his phone and looked at the screen for a while. The page did not pop up again. He was relieved. When he picked up his phone vibrated and the page popped up again. Would you like to travel through dimensions? There was only one option at the bottom. Yes. FCK, this is not going away. Lin Huang was furious. Since I'm getting it fixed later, I shall see this what kind of stupid game this is and I will report you. After some hesitation, Lin Huang pressed yes on the screen. As he tapped yes, the screen began changing. Dear respectable dimensional travel candidate, thank you for accepting our request. Please read the terms and conditions carefully. If you agree, please click accept, and you will officially be a dimensional traveler. After obtaining your travel code, we'll send you a goldfinger and transfer you to another world. Enjoy. The words appeared for about 20 seconds before the terms and conditions appeared. 1. The current death rate of travelers are as high as 73%. Please prepare yourself before your travel. Causes of deaths are as below. Suicide, death rate, 48%. Death through battle, death rate, 33%. Natural death, death rate, 10%. Assassinated, death rate, 6%. Failed to activate goldfinger, death rate, 2%. Bad luck, death rate, 1%. Lin Huang only glanced at the first few pages as there were 118 pages to the terms and conditions. He was too lazy to read the entire thing, so he scrolled to the bottom and clicked on the accept button. Respectable candidate, you are now officially a dimensional traveler. Your traveler code would be 142,857. Entering goldfinger page, the screen changed again. There was a spinner of 36 columns on the screen. Each column was the same size and there was a golden question mark on each of them with a pointer pointing in the 12 o'clock direction. There were two buttons at the bottom of the spinner. One was start, while the other was stop. There was also a description of the rules beneath the buttons. Press start, and the pointer will start to spin. Press stop to stop the pointer. The item that the pointer stops at will be your goldfinger. If you did not press the stop button, the pointer will stop automatically 1 minute after the spin had begun. Until now, they have yet to show me the name of the game. Let me know what game is this. Lin Huang pressed start, and the spinner started spinning fast. A few moments, he pressed the stop button. After gliding for a while, the pointer stopped at one of the question marks. It then became a black card and the spinner disappeared. The card was enlarged and occupied the entire screen. Lin Huang raised his eyebrow. The card was nicely designed with metallic black and gold patterns on the edges. Not a bad card design. Lin Huang complimented. However, as he thought of the Master XX game that he spent half a year playing, he became upset again as it was also a card game. While he was immersed in his thoughts, a black glow shot out of his phone into his forehead. Lin Huang did not notice it at all as he looked at the screen of his phone that began changing. Goldfinger has been sent, now randomly picking an initial world for this travel. Am I finally getting into the game? Lin Huang smirked. As soon as I see the name of the game, I'll take a screenshot and report this stupid game. Soon, the screen on his phone changed again. The initial world that was randomly picked is Monster Paradise. Traveler 142,857, enjoy your trip. Pop. His Gold Eye Fruit 7 phone dropped on the floor. The screen was destroyed. Lin Huang disappeared from where he was. Traveler's serial number 142,857 inches. Name Lin Huang. Gender male. Age before traveling 25 years old. Age after traveling 15 years old. Initial world Monster Paradise. Traveling identity setting Lin Huang, male, 15. His 13-year-old sister is the only family member he has left in the world. Born with a broken life wheel, his lifespan is 10 times shorter than ordinary people. Remaining lifespan 91 days. Memory integration 98%. Number of travels 1 inch. Goldfinger status deactivated. Looking at the semi-transparent page, Lin Huang was slightly startled. He could not recall how many times he had looked at that very page this week. It had been a week since Lin Huang traveled to this world and became a 15-year-old juvenile. He was outstanding, bagging first place among the fresh graduates at the Hunter Reserve College where he obtained a full score for almost all his papers. However, he had one fatal setback, his broken life wheel. There was a crack in the life wheel which looked like a gray stone in his body. It was almost broken in half. Among the 360 life light columns, only 3 were lit and the third one was quite dim. To ordinary people, these columns would represent 3 years of life, but as his lifespan loss was 10 times faster, Lin Huang was left with only 3 months to live. I look better now, perhaps the only thing I can be happy about. Lin Huang threw his head back as he laughed at himself in front of the mirror. He had black, puffy short hair with eyes that were dark and intense. Lin Huang had nice features. Despite that, within a split second, he tightened his fists and frowned. What's the use of looking good? Although the Goldfinger that you promised to give me before I began to travel is with me, at least send me a manual on how to use it. It has already been a week and I still have absolutely no idea on how I can activate Xiaohe. Xiaohe was the Goldfinger that Lin Huang randomly selected before he time traveled. It was a black card and he had tried every possible way he could to activate it but failed. He had no idea what the function of that card was. I'm back, brother. Just as Lin Huang pointed the mirror, playing the blame game, he heard the voice of a girl from behind the door. The door closed shortly after and he figured that the girl must have entered the password and entered the house. He then shut the semi-transparent page before him and took stock of his emotions before walking down the stairs. He lived in a small double-story penthouse where both bedrooms were on the second floor. He arrived at the ground floor and smiled at the girl who was changing her shoes. The girl seemed like a 13-year-old with short, black hair with a length slightly below her earlobes. Her bangs covered her eyebrows entirely and her eyes were bright and naive. She wore a printed white t-shirt, a pair of faded blue jeans and white sneakers. In all honesty, her clothing made her resemble a boy. Xin, you're back. Wash your hands, we're having dinner soon. They sat across each other at the table. While they were eating, Lin Huang's left pinky started to tingle. Soon, a semi-transparent video was projected in front of him. The same thing happened to Lin Xin. Her eyes popped when she saw her ring projecting a video. The ring was given to everyone after they received their birth certificate. It contained information that included a personal identity account, and a small space for storage. It was also the only tool connected to the heart network. Projections like these were rare and if something like this ever happened, it usually meant something big had happened. Lin Huang stopped eating and stared at the projection. Lin Xin found it strange as well. There was a middle-aged man with a serious expression in the video. Lin Huang recognized him. He was the news reporter from number 7 Safety Zone, quite the popular dude. Breaking news. Somebody found a new virtual eye 310 kilometers southeast from No 7D101. There's a high possibility of a monster invasion. Those who reside in that area, please be aware. Do not leave the foothold, stay indoors tonight. After watching the video, Lin Huang frowned as the area number 7D101 was the official code of Wulin Town, his home. Based on the area size, Wulin Town was categorized into 4 grades A, B, C and D, which respectively represented an area size that was large, medium, small and a core size, which was the smallest. The number 7 before the letter D was the safety code, while number 101 at the back was the foothold's code. The virtual eye mentioned in the video was the portal that the monsters opened to invade the human world. It was named the virtual eye because it looked like a semi-transparent giant pupil that protruded towards the sky. Brother, the virtual eye is so near to our home, would monsters come to the foothold? Lin Xin asked worriedly. Don't worry about it, now that the news is out, the monster hunters would have received the news as well. In fact, they'd get the news earlier than when we did. There's also a defensive shield at the foothold which cannot be broken so easily. Lin Huang assured both him and Lin Xin and then exclaimed joyously, let's eat. After dinner, Lin Xin went back to her room to get started on her homework while Lin Huang washed the dishes. The sky was getting darker. Lin Huang returned to his room and looked at the Heart Network's page to check for updates regarding the virtual eye. On the Heart Network, ongoing news about the virtual eye was being broadcasted continuously after they received the alarming notification during their meals. The hunters have arrived at Foothold No 7D101, close to the virtual eye to hunt down the monsters. Silver Hunter Li Lang appeared near Foothold No 7D101. Silver Hunter Li Lang led 18 hunters to hunt down the monsters. After more than an hour of hunting and killing, all monsters iron level and above within 100 kilometers of No 7D101 were destroyed. More hunters joined the hunter troop to continue with the mission within that area. Lin Huang was relieved when he read the news. He sounded so sure when he was comforting Lin Xin, but in reality, he was not sure at all. After all, he had just arrived into this world for a month and it was his very first time encountering a virtual eye. But from what he read on the Heart Network, there were no threatening monsters from that virtual eye. The time and location a virtual eye would open were completely random. The number and level of monsters cannot be predetermined. If the number or the level of monsters were too high, they would definitely be able to kill more than 10 hunters, including the gold hunters. The defensive shield in a small foothold like Wulin Town would be insignificant, like paper glue when faced with a massive crowd of monsters. It would be hopeless and useless to try stopping those monsters then. During Lin Huang's first week since his arrival in this world, although he did not figure out how to activate his Goldfinger, he somehow figured out what kind of world he was in. There were many history channels that spoke of monster attacks on the Heart Network. Lin Huang was taken aback the first time he saw it. What he thought was unforgettable was the ruins of a huge foothold. He remembered each and every detail of the video recording. A giant bloody pupil was opened in the void and countless monsters charged out of it. Within seconds, they broke through the defensive shield of the big foothold. That day, almost 1 billion people were killed by millions of monsters within a few hours. The foothold was covered in blood with dead bodies floating on the sea of blood while monsters feasted on their remains. The foothold that Lin Huang was located in was just a D-grade foothold. This small town had a small population of fewer than 100,000 people. Such a foothold was the least secured within the safety zone. If this foothold was attacked by a strong monster, everyone would perish even before any hunter could even arrive to rescue them. Fortunately, the opening of this virtual eye only released small monsters and hunters were able to kill them. Lin Huang fell into deep thought after closing the Heart Network. From the speed of lifespan lost earlier, I'm only left with 91 days to live. The most important question right now was, how do I get the life crystals to replenish my life light? I have no idea how to activate Goldfinger, so I best leave it aside. Life crystals are up for purchase on the Heart Network, but it's too expensive. The minimum purchase, a year's worth of life crystals, costs 100,000 credit points. I don't even have 30,000 in savings. Life crystals were a unique item that barely dropped from hunting monsters. There is a massive amount of life light in each crystal. It must be chewed in the mouths and the life light in the crystals will then enter the life wheel. The fastest way to get life crystals is by hunting monsters and selling the materials on the monsters' bodies. It's certainty that there would be life crystals achievable from the hunt. However, with my ability now, which isn't even at iron level, the kind of monsters I'm able to fight are worthless. Worry not, for I shall try my luck outside the foothold. Perhaps there would be at least one life crystal. I shall get ready tomorrow and head out the day after. It was late at night. Lin Huang stared at the dark sky from his window. After a short while, he emptied his mind and went to bed. In the middle of the night, a noise that sounded like glass breaking woke him up. Just as Lin Huang woke up, he heard a girl scream in his blurred state. The scream came from close by and he could tell it was his sister, Lin Xin's voice. He jumped down of his bed and dashed to Lin Xin's room. He did not even have the time to change, he was still in his pajamas. He flung the door open. Chapter 2. Vampire Lin Huang felt his heart beat faster and faster as he entered Lin Xin's room. The light in her room was switched on and he saw a young, muscular man halfway into her room. He must have crept in from the broken window. He held Lin Xin's foot and a blurred sound echoed from his mouth. Lin Xin quickly hid behind the head of her bed, her feet was just a few centimeters from that scary being. She was horrified, she cried and her body was shivering. She was too frightened to even think of running away. Lin Huang then looked up to the man. He had red hair, his chin and clothes were covered in blood. What caught Lin Huang's attention was his eyes, it was bloody red. Lin Huang was numb. For a second, he thought that the man could just be a vampire. He looked around Lin Xin's room and noticed her school bag at the left side of the door. Fearful, he flung the school bag at the man's direction. The vampire's senses were quick to act, he immediately grabbed it, tore it apart. In that short distraction, Lin Huang ran to the bed, carried Lin Xin and sprinted out of the room. Just when they thought they were safe, Lin Xin screamed to the top of her lungs. Lin Huang turned around to see the vampire's vein-bulging arm on Lin Xin's left foot. "Close your eyes," Lin Huang instructed. Lin Xin immediately did as she was told. Lin Huang saw a lamp near the bed, picked it up and smashed the vampire's arm with full force. The light bulb of the lamp was made of white light stone which will release high-temperature light if broken. It was a cheap but extremely dangerous. The rich would never trust such a lamp, but now, it was indeed a lifesaver. The light bulb of the lamp broke once it hit the vampire's arm and a strong white light filled the room. The broken white light stone released an unbearable heat that caused the vampire to groan and let go of Lin Xin's foot. Lin Huang closed his eyes as he took his last few steps, and when he opened his eyes, he was already at the door. He did not waste any time. Worried that the vampire's vision would recover, Lin Huang ran down the stairs, panting. As he ran, he remembered reading from a fairy tale book that vampires hated lights because it burned their eyes. Vampires are nocturnal creatures, born to hunt in the dark and avoided places with lights, and this was precisely why the vampire refrained from entering Lin Xin's room earlier. From the ground floor, sounds of glass breaking came from upstairs. It was almost as if the hanging lights in Lin Xin's room fell. "Hide in the bathroom and lock the door," Lin Huang ordered Lin Xin at once. What, how about you?" Lin Xin asked her brother, her tone shaky. "I can handle him. Have you forgotten that I graduated on top of my class from Hunter Reserve College? It would be a distraction if you stayed here with me," Lin Huang explained lovingly to his sister. Lin Xin nodded and did as she was told. She had faith in her brother. Lin Huang had an action plan. He first sent out a distress signal to the hard network and then he ran to the kitchen to grab a knife. The lowest level of a vampire was at least an iron level. Besides possessing 10 times the strength of an adult, with their blood power, they were much stronger than an iron-level monster. Anyone who encountered iron-level monsters may not walk away alive, hunters from Hunter Reserve College included. Therefore, what Lin Huang had told his sister was merely to comfort her, as he knew that there was a probability he could lose to this vampire. He thought, however, that it was strange that his head was clear when he was faced with the monster earlier, although he was in so much fear and anxiety. In that moment, whatever he had read about vampires flashed in his mind. Vampires were human-like monsters. They blend in with the human lifestyles during the day, but their desire for blood arose at nights. Their food, human blood and the blood of young girls' blood, were especially delicious, their favorite. They smell blood up to a few hundred kilometers away. Even for an iron-level vampire, as soon their blood power is activated, their strength, speed, and defense would amplify themselves. Their bodies would be covered with an energy layer that formed from the gathered blood power. The energy layer could even turn into wings, tails, claws and other weapons which multiplied their effectiveness. Vampires may hate the exposure of bright lights, but it does not weaken them. Their one weakness was a substance called septic divisor that could only be extracted from a rare plant. In reality, the septic divisor was poisonous to most organisms with flesh, included as humans. As soon as it contaminated a wound, it would penetrate into the organism's blood circulatory system and kill red blood cells. It was sold at pharmacies and some hunters used them to soak their weapons. The septic divisor had the perfect repression effect on vampires as it would cut open the blood layer on their body if they touched a weapon soaked in septic divisor. The would cause the vampire's body to rot, and without an antidote, it would melt to the ground within 3 hours. However, the septic divisor was not cheap. Even a licensed hunter would think twice before using it generously, only in times of emergency. Lin Huang's savings was not enough for him to buy one. While he was struggling with his thoughts, his ring began vibrating again. "I am Hunter Li Lang, I assume you asked for help to be sent." "What happened?" A matured but young voice sounded from the rescue line across him. "My home is being attacked by a vampire." Just as Lin Huang finished his sentence, he heard a loud thud. Then, a shadow leapt from the second floor and appeared not far away from him. "I've set the location on my ring, please hurry." With that, he hung up the phone. He needed to focus on defeating a 10 times stronger enemy standing in front of his face. Bang, 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 heavy footsteps walked towards him and he could barely make out the being in front of him due to the dust in the air. When it disappeared, he stared right into the vampire's red eyes, which was also targeting him. Lin Huang felt a rush of goosebumps. In a split second, the vampire's focus shifted to the direction of the bathroom. He could smell the odor of the prey that he was hunting. The prey was just behind the door. It was a delicious and irresistible fragrance to him. He was drooling, all the way from his chin to the floor. The vampire immediately ran in the direction of the bathroom, ignoring Lin Huang. Lin Huang mustered his courage and yelled, "Hey, did you forget something?" at the vampire while he tossed the knife onto the vampire's body. Chapter 3. Goldfinger has been activated. This vampire's senses were amazing. He could sense the knife flying in his direction and so dodged it in time. Almost instantaneously, the knife pierced into the wall, its blade still vibrating. The vampire stopped walking and stared at Lin Huang. While Lin Huang was relieved that the vampire did not charge at him, he gulped while mumbling to himself, "Let's get this over and done with." He tossed out the second knife he had with him at the vampire because he was worried that the vampire would ignore him but attack Lin Xin. Therefore, he chose the classic tactic to infuriate and distract the enemy. As expected, it worked. The vampire was furious. He smacked the knife away again. Blood was dripping from the crown of his head to his feet and soon completely covered his body. Lin Huang was breathing heavily. It was his first time encountering a vampire that used blood power and he was under intense stress. A vampire that used blood power was completely beyond human. It was considered a real monster. What Lin Huang saw later made his heart skip a beat. There was a pair of blood-colored energy supply that looked like wings growing out of his back. They were around 2 meters long each. Oh no, this monster is not iron-leveled, but bronze-leveled. Lin Huang remembered clearly that an iron-level vampire could only have 1 energy supply while those on bronze level could grow 2 energy supplies. Lin Huang's face turned pale. He did not know that it was a bronze-level vampire that invaded his home. As compared to a bronze level, he was more than 100 times weaker than the vampire. That's not right. If this vampire is bronze level, he wouldn't be harmed by the broken white light stone to the extent he would let his prey go. Lin Huang recalled when he hit the vampire with the lamp earlier. The vampire lets go of Lin Xin due to the burning heat. He took a closer look at the vampire, and soon he noticed there were 2 obvious wounds on him. One was on his right shoulder where it was so deep that his bone was exposed, while another one was on his left chest where the knife pierced through, almost 2 centimeters away from his heart. The wounds started to rot. It seemed that the cut happened earlier than an hour ago. The wounds were not initially noticeable because the vampire's body was out of the window and he was filled with blood. Now that he saw them clearly, he understood why this bronze-level vampire had the strength that was weaker than an iron level. He looks extremely weak now and it looks like even his heart was contaminated with septic divisor and he might not live for more than 3 hours. No wonder his strength regressed. As long as I stay a distance away from him and try my best to avoid the attack from his blood power, I should be safe. Now that he was clear about how severely hurt the vampire was, Lin Huang's fear was gone. He had one thought on his mind: to drag the vampire to his death. The vampire gave Lin Huang a deadly stare. The wings on his back got longer and turned into 2 sharp cones charging his way. Lin Huang had expected that to happen. He took a few steps to his right and dived onto the dining table, few meters away. The first hit was a miss. His wings became long canes and he turned towards Lin Huang. The cupboard and chairs in the way were crushed. If the hit were to fall on Lin Huang, even if he did not die, his bone would have been crushed too. Lin Huang jumped and with one hand supported on the second floor, he managed to cross the railings and onto the second floor. The vampire's second hit smashed the dining table and the pieces were spread onto the ground. Lin Huang stood, frozen on the second floor as he was worried that the vampire would go for Lin Xin instead. He picked up a porcelain vase and threw at the vampire. He heard a bang. The vase crushed the vampire's wings and the vampire roared in pain in Lin Huang's direction. There was a limit to the strength and extension of his wings. The vampire noticed that he could not reach Lin Huang anymore, so he jumped to the second floor where Lin Huang was standing. Lin Huang immediately fled and hid under his bed. There, he found a wooden box that was 1 foot long. He opened the box and took out a silver pistol. It was a Grey Eagle 17, the latest pistol from the Eagle Company. Its power was impeccable, it was nothing less than an iron-level firearm. With Lin Huang's financial situation, it was impossible that he could afford such weapon. It was a reward for getting number 1 in his college education. Lin Huang took out the pistol and put the 2 remaining cartridges into his left pocket. He then opened the safety catch. Just when he aimed his pistol at the door, the vampire barged in. Bang! A fire was shot from under the bed and the vampire groaned with anger. The shot may not have hurt him but as he was caught off guard, but that gunshot did dim the blood power layer on the vampire. Bang! Bang! Another 2 shots were fired. The vampire's blood power layer dimmed even more. He flipped his giant wings in anger and plunged towards the bed. Lin Huang was prepared for that. He kicked the wall hard and got out under the bed. He then ran to the balcony and jumped over the railing. The vampire was furious. He chased after Lin Huang. Street 101 was under his balcony, one of the main streets at the foothold. There were street lights with moonlight stones shining on the ground. The vampire could not find Lin Huang as the streetlights were not that bright. Lin Huang outsmarted the vampire. He had only pretended to jump but did not do so. He used his fingers to hang himself on the balcony floor, and when the vampire had jumped off the balcony, he climbed back up. Lin Huang stared at the vampire and aimed his pistol at the vampire's head. Bang! 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 In the midst of the shots and the roars of the vampire, the lights in the houses on the streets went off. There was pin-drop silence. Only the noise from the gunshots and the vampire's roars echoed on the streets. He could see the vampire with the street lights, and he could also see the blood power layer thinning and the vampire's wings contracted back in. The vampire finally stumbled away in excruciating pain. Lin Huang did not bother running after the vampire but instead opened fire and shot 20 times. Seeing as the vampire was not far off, about approximately 200 meters away, and so he reloaded a new cartridge, jumped to the ground floor and ran after the vampire. It started off as a quiet night, but sounds of gunshots and vampire groans soon filled that silence. The vampire's blood power layer got thinner when the bullets penetrated through his outer defense layer and straight to his inner body. Lin Huang was cautious to keep his distance from the vampire. With every trigger pulled, Lin Huang felt like a trained hunter. Bullets were hitting on the vampire's blood power layer and soon, it became semi-transparent. At the 18th bullet fired, the vampire's blood power layer disappeared entirely. Lin Huang grinned. He fired his last 2 bullets at the vampire's wound, targeting at its left chest. He then reloaded the last cartridge, and when he was ready to shoot, the vampire fell to the ground. The vampire attempted to get up but he seemed out of breath and badly injured. He crawled forward. Lin Huang did not open fire but he sprinted to the vampire and stopped 15 meters away as he had calculated before. The vampire could only stretch his wings for less than 10 meters and therefore, 15 meters would be a safe distance. Lin Huang carefully pointed his pistol at the back of the vampire's head and fired 2 shots. He was relieved when the vampire's head cracked and brain juice oozed onto the road. Ding! A notification came into Lin Huang's ears. Soon, a semi-transparent page appeared before him with messages. Goldfinger has been activated. Host completed his first kill. 1 monster card is rewarded. Host completed. Rank crossing kill. 1 advance card is rewarded. Host completed double rank crossing kill. 1 random card draw is rewarded. Setting of host's exclusive card. Host, Lin Huang. Gender, male. Age, 15. Combat strength, none. Exceeded assessment limit. Skill, None. Mastered basic skills, beyond range of assessment. Summon authority, activated, available number of summons, 1. Remark: you're so weak. Lin Huang had a strange expression on his face. The Goldfinger has been activated, but what do these remarks mean? Chapter 4. It all depends on the look. Lin Huang took a closer look at his body. He could see 3 additional crystal cards besides his default black card in his life wheel. His new exclusive card was beside the black card. The card was the white crystal color with his photo on the front. It looked exactly like him, even the attire was the same. On the back of the card were the messages. Host: Lin Huang, gender, male, age, 15. Combat strength: none. Exceeded assessment limit. Skill: none. Mastered basic skills, beyond range of assessment. Summon authority, activated, available number of summons, 1. Remark: you're so weak. The second card was also a white crystal color. There were 3 metal stars at the right bottom of the card. The image on the card was a vampire with red eyes. It looked like it was the same age as Lin Huang. After that, he turned the card over and read what was written behind the card. Monster card. Rarity: normal, type of monster, vampire, combat level, iron 3-star, bronze 3-star, skill 1, blood power level 2, skill 2, regeneration basic, status, available to be summoned. Card remarks: this is useless. Xianxia, based on this rarity, how many levels are there? Lin Huang figured out that the rankings should be similar with the game, Master XX, people played on Earth, which were categorized into an R, SR, and SSR. The rarities of monsters cards are categorized from low to high: normal white crystal card, rare green crystal card, epic blue crystal card, legendary purple crystal card, and mythical orange crystal card. Lin Huang was speechless. In the Master XX, the game gave out an SR card in the beginning. It was worse in this world because I was given the lowest ranking N card to start with. Since their rarity differed, is there a big difference between their power? For monster cards of the same combat level, the rare ones would be 3 to 5 times stronger than the normal ones. How about the epic and legendary ones? The host has limited access. Unable to retrieve. If I were to draw a monster card from you, what percentage would I have to get something that is above rare? From what Xianxia described, and because he had one chance to draw a card, Lin Huang was excited. It's based on one's look. What? Based on my look? There's no estimated percentage. Lin Huang thought that was ridiculous. As a person who was always gloomy, he was not a single bit pleased with the answer. No, it all depends on your look. That's it. Lin Huang placed his palm on his forehead. I finished first place in the card game that I used to play. But in this world, the percentage of drawing a rare card was based on my look. Lin Huang calmed down and looked further into the page. Soon he found something he was doubtful of. Why is there a bracket behind the monster card's combat level? When the host's ability is not sufficient, the card's ranking will drop automatically. The level in the bracket was the original ranking. The status of the card says, available for summoning. So, does that mean I could summon the vampire to the real world? Lin Huang was excited and wanted to give it a try. Suddenly, he saw there was a monitor bird that was filled with white feathers, and it sat on the roof of a house not far away. He could not tell when the bird appeared, so he put his thought to summon the vampire on hold. The monitor bird was initially called a 3-eyed bird as it was a bird monster with 3 eyes. They had 360-degree vision without blind spots. They could look for as far as 30 kilometers away. The third eye on their foreheads functions as a projector and projected the things it saw with precision and clarity. With those characteristics, many capable humans would capture them, tame them, and place them in the safety zone for monitoring. Lin Huang did not want anyone to know about his Goldfinger. He squatted down and checked if there was anything valuable on the vampire. While he was at it, he asked softly, Xianxia, who was the one who gave the remark on the card. It was me. All right then. Lin Huang was speechless for a moment after hearing that response. He was already gloomy enough. Things could be worse if he were to offend Goldfinger. It was a gold crystal card. There was a golden staircase on the front while the description on the back was simple. Advanced card. Function. 1 upgrade for monster cards, tool cards, and skill cards respectively. Remarks. Can be used as an overlay. If the card has reached its highest level, the upgrade will be redundant. Xianxia, am I able to use this advanced card to upgrade the vampire monster card that I have from normal to mythical? Lin Huang asked after reading the description. That's right, Lin Huang thought for a while, glancing over at the vampire monster card. However, he decided to put his idea of using the advance card on hold. Lin Huang did not find anything from the vampire even after searching for quite some time. He stood up and was ready to leave when a white shadow appeared before him. It was a young, good-looking man who looked like he was in his early 20s. He was wearing a full white suit, his hair nicely combed. What a narcissist, Lin Huang labeled that person in his heart. Usually, most people would not groom themselves in an informal setting. People usually opted for anything comfortable, and he thought that those who dressed up were usually narcissists. Soon, Lin Huang gave the person another label, pretentious. The man was wearing an attractive red tie. The tie was so detailed that there was a gold ring pattern on it. The rings looked like they were made of small, golden bits. While Lin Huang was checking the man out, the man was returning the judgment. Nice to meet you, I am Li Lang. Did you kill this vampire? He said while his eyes glancing back and forth at the pistol in Lin Huang's hand and the wound on the vampire's head. I guess so. He was already contaminated with the septic divisor earlier. My luck was good. What Lin Huang said was the truth. He did not dare to lie, as he did not know how much the monitor bird had recorded. It was you who sent out the distress signal. Li Lang could recognize his voice. Yes, Mr. Li Lang. Lin Huang smiled awkwardly and nodded. He did not expect Li Lang to recognize him. Since you're not a practicing hunter, I will get rid of this dead body for you. You killed this vampire, so I'll report this accordingly to the Hunter Association. You'll receive your reward. Li Huang was not afraid that Li Lang would steal his reward, as the monitor bird was there and it did not seem like Li Lang wanted the monetary reward. After getting Lin Huang's approval, Li Lang took out a leather bag, 2 meters long, made of a shiny monster's skin. Li Lang put gloves on and positioned the dead body into the bag. He then zipped the bag and kept it in the designated equipment space. So, since you're done, I'm going to find my sister so she won't be worried about my safety. Let me go with you. I could look at the damage and prepare a damage report. Did the monster make a huge mess? A damage report was a small matter which was not within the job scope of a professional hunter. Li Lang just wanted to know how Lin Huang managed to kill the vampire, and scrutinizing the battleground was the best way to figure that out. I don't want to bother you. Tomorrow I'll spend some time recording a video and send it to the division of the Zone 7 Union government, and they'll send their people to inspect our home. Lin Huang knew the procedure for damage reports. It was odd for a silver hunter to volunteer his home for the damage report. With that, he knew Li Lang was up to something. I prefer to get things done once and for all. Since I'm already here, I'd feel uncomfortable if I didn't help with the damage report. You don't have to do an application for the damage report. I will record the inspection and send it to the Union government. Did you forget that the Hunter Association is part of the Human Union government? We should not waste time by sending somebody here. This way you can also get your insurance claims earlier. Li Lang said in a serious tone. Lin Huang hesitated for a while, but since Li Lang did not seem that he would compromise, he agreed. Let's go, Li Lang said when he saw Lin Huang nodded. He then brought him to the house not far away where the lights were on. It's not that way, it's this direction. Lin Huang helplessly pointed to the other direction. Chapter 5. Gold rank equipment. Lin Huang brought Li Lang to his home, and Lin Huang ran straight into the bathroom on ground floor. He knocked on the bathroom door. Shin, it's safe now, you can come out. Li Lang was observing the traces of damage. The more he looked, the more surprised he was. From the traces, he could tell the ways that the vampire attacked, but he could not imagine how Lin Huang avoided such deadly attacks. A while later, the bathroom door opened and Lin Xin ran into Lin Huang's embrace. Seeing her teary eyes, Lin Huang did not say much. He ran his fingers through her hair and said, There, everything's okay now. Lin Xin then quietly wiped her tears off Lin Huang's chest and let go. She looked at him and asked, Brother, where is the monster? It's settled. Lin Huang smiled. Li Lang walked towards them and said, Your brother killed a bronze level, rank 3 vampire on his own. Lin Xin looked at Lin Huang in admiration. Although she knew that there were rankings of monsters, but she did not have the exact idea of the different abilities each ranking had. All she knew was that a bronze level rank 3 vampire was powerful, but that her brother was even more powerful. Brother, who is this uncle? Lin Xin just noticed that there was someone else with Lin Huang. Uncle, Li Lang was stunned by how Lin Xin addressed him. I'm only 18. Lin Huang was surprised that Li Lang was as young as he looked mature for his age. He looked at least 25. What surprised him, even more, was that Li Lang was already a silver hunter at the age of 18. He was the genius of the number 7 safety zone. Lin Xin had a doubtful expression. He could be telling the truth. You should call him brother. Lin Huang nodded to Lin Xin. Oh. Lin Xin then turned around and said loudly, nice to meet you, brother. All right. It was awkward for Li Lang. After some hesitation, he took out a life crystal from his storage space and passed it to Lin Xin. Since you're calling me brother, here's a gift for you. Brother. Lin Xin looked at Lin Huang helplessly. She knew very well about life crystals. It was 1 year's worth of life crystals. If they were to redeem the credit points from the Emperor's heart, they would need 100,000 points. It was too expensive for her to take it. This is too much. We can't take it. Although Lin Huang was eyeing on it, he thought Li Lang was up to something for his absurd kindness. These life crystals are the most invaluable things that I have. Take it. Nobody ever gives me back the things that I give away. Li Lang insisted. This guy seems like a tycoon. 99 points for putting up a good show. Lin Huang secretly gave Li Lang another label and nodded to Lin Xin. Take it then. He was getting more and more suspicious of Li Lang's intention. There was no way that he could be this kind to them without any ulterior motive. After seeing Lin Huang's approval, Lin Xin took the life crystals and passed it to Lin Huang. Brother, you keep it. Lin Huang then kept the life crystals in his storage space. He turned around and saw Li Lang was checking Lin Xin out. He then pulled Li Lang away from his sister. Don't even think about dating my sister. All you gave were just life crystals, even if, before he could even finish talking, Li Lang interrupted him. Don't think too much, I'm not interested in the little girl. It's just that she's quite pretty, that's why I looked at her. Li Huang got scared and took a few steps back after he realized he was being scrutinized and exclaimed, Hey, I'm not interested in men. I'm telling you, not only in this life, I'd only be interested in women even in my next life. Seeing that Lin Huang got his guard up, Li Lang decided to tell him the truth. Actually, I'm here to understand how you managed to kill that vampire. No matter how weak the vampire was, it was still a bronze-level monster while you're not even an iron level. So I guess if you have any special skills or equipment, if you're willing to, I would love to purchase them for a high price. I'm just a poor kid, how would I have any skills or equipment? Let me show you the attack trails of the vampire and tell you the complete battle story. Lin Huang realized that he misunderstood Li Lang. He then brought Li Lang to Lin Xin's bedroom on the second floor. In the chaotic bedroom, Lin Huang explained. While listening, Li Lang was observing the damages in the room. The more he looked, the more he was amused. Li Lang started to admire Lin Huang. He knew that if such were to have happened to him, his survival would be uncertain as killing the vampire was almost impossible for him. I didn't expect you to kill the vampire all by yourself. I have underestimated you. Li Lang patted Lin Huang's shoulder in admiration. He proceeded to say, there's no way to fix your broken life wheel. If you could find a way to make it up to your life wheel, I believe you would be a fearless hunter. Unfortunately, I don't have much time left. Lin Huang shook his head and smiled. He did not want to talk about his personal life with Li Lang. Are you done with the damage report? Yes, I'm done. Let me just take a photo of the house. Li Lang then took out a gold coin with complicated patterns from his storage space. He tossed the gold coin into the air. The coin started to spin and soon, it became a thumb-sized ball floating in the air. Lin Huang stared at the golden ball. Suddenly, the gold ball cracked open in the center into 2 hemispheres of the same size while there was a white crystal appeared in the middle. The white crystal was glowing, the white light spread across the house. Soon, the golden ball returned to its gold coin form and fell from the air. Li Lang grabbed it and kept it in his storage space. It's that a gold rank equipment? Lin Huang could not help but ask. Yes, that's a toy that I got by accident at a medium-sized foothold. Li Lang was proud of himself that Lin Huang was curious. As they were talking, they got closer to each other. His true self of loving to flaunt was showing. This should belong to some investigative equipment, am I right? It was the first time for Lin Huang to see an equipment of the gold rank. Yes, in the non-combat equipment, this is considered a valuable. But all I needed was to trade with 1 year worth of life crystals. The guy at the market thought it was just an ordinary antique gold coin. He was afraid that I might come back for him, so he left right after we traded. Li Lang laughed. That's such a steal. Although he was not sure how much was a gold rank equipment, he knew a few pieces of life crystals could only get him an ordinary iron rank equipment. As they were chatting, Lin Huang saw Lin Xin yawning. She seemed sleepy, so he decided to send Li Lang away. Mr. Li Lang, since the damage report is done, I'll have to send you off. You have already seen it for yourself. We don't even have a need right now. I and my sister would have to sleep on the floor tonight. All right then, I won't bother you. I will submit the damage control report. You should receive a reply within 24 hours. If it's approved by the government, there will be people coming to repair within 3 days. You will have a temporary home while they do the repairing work. You will have to bite the bullet for a few days now. Li Lang explained the process to Lin Huang. After Li Lang left, Lin Huang stared blankly at the house. His sisters and his bedrooms were destroyed. Their beds were left with broken pieces. On the ground floor, there was a big pothole in the living room. They could not even sleep in there. In the kitchen, the cupboards occupied most of the space where only one person could sleep in there. Brother, where will we sleep tonight? Lin Xin looked helplessly at Lin Huang. Let me clear my room. My room is less damaged than yours. After an hour, they had finally made their temporary beds. Lin Xin was exhausted. She fell asleep immediately while Lin Huang continued looking at the damaged room. Lin Xin was in a deep sleep. Lin Huang smiled at the sight of her drooling and thought, this carefree girl. He then thought about his uncertain future that could affect this cute little girl. Lin Huang sighed, it seems like it's not an easy task to be a responsible brother. Chapter 6. New card. It was a sunny morning the next day. Lin Xin woke up bright and early, a renewed excitement to her behavior. She seemed exuberant and unfazed by the incident with the vampire. However, Lin Huang did not sleep a wink. His mind was preoccupied with the card he had yet to draw. After all that happened, their dining table and most of the furniture was destroyed by the vampire. They did not put much effort into preparing breakfast with the ruckus all around. While they ate, Lin Huang watched the news he projected from his ring. The news reporter was the same middle-aged man he saw on the news the day before. Yesterday afternoon, the virtual eye that was opened near foothold No 7D101 closed automatically, 1 hour after the incident. Currently, more than 30 monster hunters are hunting down the monsters within a 300-kilometer radius around the virtual eye. More than 3,000 monsters, bronze leveled and above, were killed as of late. Based on reports, monsters that are iron leveled in the area will be killed soon enough. It is safe for residents who stay near the foothold to head out now. The Hunter Association were at the top of their game that day. They had managed to kill all the monsters that came out of the virtual eye in less than 24 hours. Although they had yet to kill the iron-level monsters in the area, they were not worried. They were confident that such creatures were not a hazard to such a small foothold. Many residents too had taken the matter of killing the monsters into their own hands. They formed teams of 6 armed adults so that killing an iron-level monster would be a breeze. Brother, I'm going to school. Lin Xin shouted. All right, be careful when you're on the road, Xin he replied. Lin Xin headed off to school right after breakfast. After following her to the door, Lin Huang finished his breakfast and got ready for the day ahead. Xiao He, since I still have a chance to draw a card, let me do it now. Lin Huang said to the black card within his body. He could not wait to draw the card. Are you sure you would like you to draw your card now? Goldfinger inquired. I'm sure. Lin Huang confirmed the request and nodded hard. He was excited to see what kind of card he would get. 12 cards have been randomly chosen. Please draw one from the 12 cards as your reward card for being the host. Warning. You only have one chance. Once chosen, no changes are allowed. After the sentences were explained to Lin Huang, 12 black cards appeared floating in front of him. They were arranged in a circle, like the numbers on the face of a clock. Lin Huang scanned through the cards carefully. They all looked exactly the same to him. Each card was black with a single gold question mark in the middle which looked like a golden flame in contrast to the dark background. Xiao He did not rush him. Not getting any hints, Lin Huang shook his head and mumbled, it seems like I will have to randomly choose one then. He raised his hand and pointed at the card that sat at the 12 o'clock mark on the circle. I want that one, he said confidently. Just as he finished his sentence, the card he chose burst into flames and a new card rose from the ashes. Congratulations, you got a mission card, Xiao He announced. He ignored Xiao Hei's notification and looked closer at the card. It was a golden card with a blonde lady in a black, maid's costume illustration. She had a voluptuous figure and the costume looked incredibly seductive on her body, especially her cleavage. Although the dress was not revealing, a third of her fair breasts were showing. It was hard to not look at. Congratulations, you've gotten yourself a mission card. The lady in the card started talking and winked at him. Lin Huang was shocked, but soon he was again distracted by her bouncing boobs. Now, let me read you your mission. The mission: become a reserve hunter in a month's time. Mission reward: flawless card by 1 inch. If the mission is not completed within the time limit, you will be punished. You will lose Goldfinger. The mission announcement is conveyed. Please read the back of the card for more information. The lady then returned to her original form, motionless on the card. Lin Huang did not even bother as to what a flawless card was. To him, he had to complete the mission or else he would lose Goldfinger. If that happened, there was no hope for him to survive the world alone. He then turned to the back of the card. The description was exactly the same as what the blonde lady had said to him. He then tapped on the card and it became golden dust that was absorbed into his body. To become a reserve hunter, I must be at least iron level to be eligible for the application. Although I'm not capable yet, I will apply as an imperial censor for now and see what happens, Lin Huang thought. He had surveyed into the eligibility of becoming a reserve hunter before. He knew there were several occupations that offered exceptions and being an imperial censor was one of them. An imperial censor could influence monsters to obey him. Not many people had the talent, therefore, an imperial censor was a niche and respectable occupation. Lin Huang had a monster card that he could summon to disguise himself as an imperial censor. The iron level rank 3 vampire was considered the strongest one among all those who applied for the reserve hunter position, but its weakness was too obvious. If someone was to use weapons that were contaminated with a septic divisor, the vampire would be at great risk in a battle. After some analysis, Lin Huang looked at his second card, the cross-ranking card. This cross-ranking card would be wasted if I was to use it on an ordinary card. But there's no other way. I have limited time to collect all the materials to maximize my chances to be a reserve hunter. After the rarity of the vampire was upgraded, its ability should be on par with a bronze-level entity. It would definitely strengthen my chances of passing. With a cross-ranking card, the higher the rarity of the card, the higher the value. A normal card can be upgraded to a rare card with the use of a cross-ranking card. Likewise, if it was used on a rare card, that same card would be upgraded to an epic card. If it was used on an epic card, it would be upgraded to a legendary card of an extraordinarily high value. Initially, Lin Huang planned to use it when he achieved a better card, but it seemed like he had to utilize it now. Xiao Hei, how do I summon the monster out of the monster card? Lin Huang asked. Focus your attention and the card you want would appear on your hand. Smash the card and the summoning would be complete. The instructions appeared slowly on the black card just as he inquired. Would people see if I summon the card? Lin Huang questioned Xiao Hei. Only the host can see the cards, nobody else would be able to see or sense the existence of your cards. That's great. Lin Huang was relieved. He was worried that Goldfinger would be seen by someone with bad intentions if they could see his cards. After clearing his doubts, Lin Huang focused his attention on the task at hand. He imagined the monster card he wanted from his life wheel and willed it to appear on his outstretched hand. Soon, a white crystal card that was the size of half of his palm appeared on his right hand. The card was exactly the same as the one he pictured on his life wheel. Now that it became physically present on his palm, he could feel the cooling sensation that was flowing from the card. If Xiao Hei did not assure him that nobody else could sense his cards, he would have asked anyone else around him to confirm this, if they could see what happened. However, he knew what Xiao Hei had said was true. Following Xiao Hei's instructions, Lin Huang crushed the card as hard as he could. He was worried that he did not squeeze hard enough, but with just a slight amount of effort, the card shattered into 1,000 pieces and soon, it started to put itself back together again. In less than a second, a young man, about his age, appeared before him. Lin Huang was skeptical at first. It seemed like he had summoned another human being instead of the monster he imagined. Your monster card has been activated. Do you want to randomly extract the monster's skills? Chapter 7. You are still so weak, I can extract a skill. Lin Huang asked, surprised when he looked at the box in front of him. He then continued, saying, can I extract the skill after he has been upgraded? Would you like to extract a skill next time? The box replied, let's do it next time then. Lin Huang nodded. He started to examine the vampire that he had summoned. The vampire seemed to be the same age as Lin Huang. He looked like he was about 15 years old. His features were sharp and neat. If he was in a crowd of people, nobody would be able to tell that he was a vampire. That was the scariest part of a vampire. The humans in the tiny footholds had been a growing population for more than 800 years, but with the vampires disguised as human beings, it was impossible to kill all the vampires that were hidden amongst them, like wolves in sheep's clothing. As long as they did not reveal themselves, nobody could tell the difference. Show me your complete form, Lin Huang instructed the vampire. Hearing the order, the vampire's eyes turned blood red and veins bulged around his eye sockets. His muscles flexed and he grew a few centimeters taller. Sensing the terrifying vibe, Lin Huang finally knew how lucky he was the night before. This iron level rank 3 vampire is so powerful. Although the vampire last night was a bronze level rank 3, its vibe was much weaker than this one. Maybe it had been weakened by the injuries it suffered earlier. If it was at full strength, killing me would be as easy as squashing an ant, he thought, as a chill ran down his spine. Activate blood power, Lin Huang ordered, his second instruction to the beast before him. He wanted to see the vampire's true form. Following a deep groan, a crimson layer and a strong stench of blood spread all over the vampire's body. Soon his body was covered with blood power, which made him grow a few times bigger than he was. Lin Huang had forgotten that activating the blood power would trigger the vampire, and hence, the groans. He was worried that it might wake the neighbors and they would surely notify the monster hunters. However, what he worried about slipped clear from his mind. There were two bloody wings forming at the vampire's back, like a flower blossoming large, dripping red petals. He stared at them for a long time. They were so stunning that he was awestruck, rooted to the floor, motionless. The vampire stood quietly while it waited for Lin Huang to give him his next instruction. A while later, Lin Huang snapped out of his trance and said, "All right, go back to your disguised form." As soon as the vampire heard his instruction, the blood power faded and his eyes returned to normal. He looked like a human again. If Lin Huang did not see the transformation himself, he would not have figured that the guy standing before him was a vampire. "I'm using the cross-ranking card on you. Hopefully, you won't disappoint me in the coming reserve hunter assessment." The vampire remained expressionless. Lin Huang was not sure if he understood what he had just said. "Xiao, I'm using the cross-ranking card. The cross-ranking card is a consumable. You can only use it once. Are you sure you want to use it?" The black card read the warning. "Yes. Follow the instructions to select your target. Your target is the vampire monster card." "Agree for confirmation," Xiao continued. "Confirmed." Just when Lin Huang said the word, a bright golden light covered the vampire. The vampire then became a giant golden sphere as rays of gold shot everywhere. Lin Huang closed his eyes against the glare. 3 minutes later, he sensed the light was not as piercing anymore. He opened his eyes. The golden sphere that covered the vampire had faded away. The evolved vampire slowly appeared to him. The vampire's appearance did not portray much of a difference. His hair was black before, but now, it was silver. His hairstyle remained the same, slicked back and neat, maintaining the boyish look he had before. However, his student attire was now a black cape which covered his entire body. "Your silver hair makes you look like a character from an anime. If I call you Kaneki, that would be copyright infringement. I shall call you Bai." Lin Huang decided swiftly. He then walked to Bai and tapped a finger in between its eyebrows. The vampire's body then broke into pieces and formed a crystal card on his palm. Lin Huang was excited to see that the color of the card had changed from white to green with Bai's latest look. He turned the card around and noticed that there were changes to the card's information too. Monster card, rarity, rare, type of monster, vampire, combat level, iron 3-star, bronze 3-star, skill 1, blood power level 2, skill 2, regeneration basic, skill 3, new addition, boiling blood basic, status, available to be summoned, card remarks, this is still useless. As expected, the normal card was upgraded to a rare card. There was a new skill added in the description. Just when Lin Huang was getting excited, he saw the remark at the bottom and asked, "Xiao, can you give it some better remarks?" He asked, annoyed at what he saw. No, there was a giant exclamation mark next to the No, on the black card. Goldfinger was serious. Xiao He, your attitude will not get you any friends. I don't need friends. Fine. Lin Huang gave up. Let's see what this boiling blood does. Boiling blood basic, the vampire's strength would be multiplied for 10 minutes. After boiling blood runs out, the vampire will become weak and will be unable to battle for an hour. The skill is great but the after effect is troublesome, Lin Huang thought. He scratched his head with worry and said, I'll try not to use it then, or else I'd only have myself in jeopardy for the following hour. Oh right, I still have one skill to be extracted. Lin Huang suddenly recalled. Xiao He, if I extract the skill now, would it disappear from the monster card? Skill extraction is just a way to gain skill from the monster card. It does not affect any attributes of the monster card itself. That's great, Lin Huang said, renewed hope in his voice. Lin Huang studied the 3 skills carefully. The blood power is good, but with my short lifespan, it's not encouraged. The function of regeneration isn't too great but it's better than nothing while boiling blood would just be a temporary help. Now that my basic combat strength is low, even if my strength is multiplied, it wouldn't help that much. Moreover, I would be exhausted for an hour, and that way I would die even faster, he said as analyzed his options thoroughly. Xiao He, I would like to extract a skill. After some consideration, Lin Huang did not want to hesitate any further. Skill extraction activated. Randomly select a skill. Random selection is done. Congratulations, you received blood power level 2, Xiao He announced. As he read the note, Lin Huang could sense something had been added to his body. He launched his exclusive card immediately. Host, Lin Huang, gender, male, age, 15 inches, combat strength, none exceeded assessment limit skill, blood power level 2, summon authority, activated, available number of summons, 1 inch, remark, you are still weak. Lin Huang ignored the last remark and focused on the blood power level 2 on his skill. He was stunned to find out that he had achieved the vampire's skill. Now that the vampire is ready, it's time to equip myself. Chapter 8. Stable Residence, Good Morning. Delivery. Please sign for the parcels. Somebody shouted at the door early in the morning. Lin Huang opened the door to a yellow bird that was about the size of his palm, standing at his feet. The yellow bird was called the silver-tongued bird as they could learn up to 1,000 languages. Although, their understanding of the languages were similar to the thought capacity of a 6-year-old. After they learned a language, they could carry out logical conversation with humans for simple purposes. People trained the birds not only for deliveries but for their memory abilities too. In each of their feathers was a hidden storage space where it could contain an item that was as big as an ice cube. The bird saw the house door swing open and turned to face its tenant. It looked up at Lin Huang and said, Good morning, Mr. Lin Huang. Your parcels are here, please sign your name here. The bird then flapped its wings, and a few parcels fell from its body. A few of them were a few times bigger than the bird itself. It then shook its head, and a receipt popped out of its mouth. It flew to Lin Huang's shoulder and passed the receipt to him. The receipt listed all the details of the items in the parcel. After a quick glance, Lin Huang signed his name and passed the receipt back to the bird. As he returned the receipt, he grabbed a few candies from a bowl inside the house, next to the door. For you, he said as he passed it to the bird. In the world he lived in, desserts were loved by many monsters and candy was the silver-tongued bird's favorite. Many families would prepare a few types of candy for them to thank them for safely delivering their parcels. Since he knew that he would have deliveries within the next few days, Lin Huang had prepared the candies much earlier. Thank you. The bird swept its wing over Lin Huang's palm, and the receipt and candies disappeared. It nodded to him and left. Lin Huang then moved the items into the house, closed the door and started examining them. Iron level sword by 1 inch, basic military survival sword by 1 inch, basic military water bottle by 1 inch, armored bullet for Grey Eagle 17 by 10 inches, 500 bullets in 10 boxes, waterproof rain gear by 1 inch, night vision glasses by 1 inch, binoculars by 1 inch, hemostatic agent by 2 inches, bandage X1. He spent 80% of his savings to purchase all the items. The sword alone cost him 10,000 credit points. The water bottle was made from a monster called a space gerbil. To be exact, it was made from its stomach as it had a space compression feature like no other. It could contain up to 1 ton of liquid and cost 8,000 credit points. The armor-piercing bullets cost 1,000 credit points every 2 bullets, a box of them cost him 5,000 credit points. The rest was a total of 2,000 credit points. It was the first time Lin Huang had ever spent so many credit points in one go. He thought they were worth it as the items might prove useful during the reserve hunter assessment. The syllabus of the assessment varied each time, but the last one would always be a survival test in the wilderness. The items were meant for that task. I'm impressed. The service was so quick. I just ordered them yesterday and they've arrived today. I was just thinking if I should change the delivery address as we might be staying somewhere else during the renovations to repair the damage, but that's not necessary anymore, he said. After that, Lin Huang kept everything in his space storage unit. The application for the assessment could be done on the Hunter Association website via the Hard Network. While preparing for the assessment, he would have to participate at a medium foothold. There would be one assessment at each medium foothold every month. The nearest medium foothold would be foothold number 7C87, where the actual assessment would take place a week later. It would only take him 2 hours to arrive at the foothold if he flew with an eagle. That way, he would have ample time to prepare himself for the challenges ahead. Just when Lin Huang was thinking about what else he should prepare, someone knocked at the door. He was surprised. Who could it be this early, he thought. He opened the door and there stood a middle-aged man in a suit, and a troop of men in their uniforms were in formation behind him. The man in the suit shook Lin Huang's hand with a smile, and said, "Mr. Lin Huang, we have received a renovation notice from the Union government yesterday, so we're here to renovate your house. Let me know if there are any comments you would like to add to the renovation order, and we'll start immediately." "I have no comments to add to the order. Just as long as the cracks and marks on the floor and walls are all sealed and covered properly, I'll be content," Lin Huang replied, still a little taken back at the events that were transpiring. He did not expect them to operate at such a high rate of efficiency. He had just received a notification from the union that the review was passed that morning, and the very same day, their people were here. "If that's the case, we'll do our best." The man smiled and nodded while he gave Lin Huang a card. It was a hotel room keycard. He then continued, "The renovations will take around 5 days. It would not be more than 5 days, I assure you, so we have booked you into a hotel for the next 5 nights. "Thank you." Lin Huang took the keycard and was stunned when he saw the name of the hotel. The word, "stable," was written on the keycard. It was a keycard to the Stable Residence, the most prestigious hotel in the foothold. A standard room cost more than 1,000 credit points per night, which was almost the price of a room at bigger hotels in the larger footholds. He thought it was an unusual arrangement by the Union government, but he did not think too much about it. "We will be operating out of your house for the next few days. If there are deliveries, we will forward them to the hotel. If there's anything valuable, you can take your time and bring them with you now. Let me know when you are ready," the man in suit informed him. "Valuable? There's nothing really," Lin Huang said and shook his head. "I'll just grab some toiletries for myself and my sister, and you can come in," he continued, as he stepped aside to allow the men in. "No, it's all right, we will come in when you're done," the man in the suit insisted and stood by the door. Since the man insisted, Lin Huang shrugged and went upstairs to get their toiletries. After making sure there was nothing left behind, he went down to the ground floor and proceeded to the door. "All right, it's all yours now, I'll be leaving to the hotel then," Lin Huang said. He then passed a note to the man in the suit, and whispered, "This is the password for the main door. The room doors are all opened. The room keys are in the medicine box in the second floor's bathroom, help yourself if you need them." He trusted the man in the suit but did not want his troop going about the place unattended. The man in the suit took the note, nodded, and assured him, "Don't worry, we will get things done to the best of our abilities." Wulin Town was a small town, with only 4 main streets. Lin Huang and his sister lived on Street 101. When the foothold was first built, people were hoping that the foothold would be expanded to more than 100 streets and became a B-grade large foothold, hence the reason they optimistically started their numbering at 101. After walking for 10 minutes, Lin Huang arrived at the Stable Residence. He was glad to see the open yard at the entrance that was embellished with oriental charm. He stood at the entrance and took a picture of the hotel. He then sent it to Lin Xin with a text, "The renovations on our house has started. We will be staying here for the next 5 days. I'm in room 302. Come here after school." "Brother, is this a prank?" Lin Xin replied immediately. Lin Xin was familiar with the hotel's location as her route to school was not far away from the hotel. Sometimes she even came to the hotel gardens just to take photos of the flowers. She had always wanted to see how the rooms in the stable residence looked like, so she thought it was a prank by Lin Huang when he texted her. Lin Huang did not explain anything. Instead, he sent her an image of the keycard's front and back to prove his statement. What Lin Huang did not notice was, as he was stepped into the hotel, there was someone watching him with a twinkle in his eye. Hee, here comes an interesting fella. Chapter 9. Luxurious life. Looking at the open yard at the stable residence, Lin Huang knew that the owner of the hotel was a man of style, just like Li Lang. When he met the owner, he then realized that the owner was far from what he imagined. The owner was an ordinary middle-aged man, who was short and plump. He was bald and looked like a simpleton. It was hard to guess his age as he looked like he could have been in his 40s or even his 60s. He had fair skin that was marked with very few wrinkles from stress and age. He dressed very casually, with a bright, yellow short-sleeved shirt that was one size too big for his body. He looked like he was wearing a short gown and beneath it was a large pair of blue pants that dangled a little below his knees. It looked like it too was one size too big. Hello there, are you the guest who is checking into room 302 today? The bald man who stood behind the counter said with a pleasant smile. His teeth were slightly showing, and they were clean and neat. Yes, you must be the owner of this hotel, are you? Lin Huang took out the keycard for his registration and complimented, your yard is magnificent. Thanks, it's just a hobby of mine. I just fool around with the designs, the owner humbly said. Lin Huang was surprised to hear that. He thought they hired a designer to decorate the yard, but instead, it was done by this man who looked messy, at best. Dear sir, your room is on the right-hand side, on the 3rd floor. Walk all the way straight and you would arrive at your room. The man returned the keycard to Lin Huang and pointed to the stairs on the right side of the lobby. Oh yeah, the guest in room 301, across your room has a bad habit. He trains with his sword in the yard at dawn. I would like to apologize if he makes too much noise. Alright, noted. Lin Huang did not think about it any further and walked upstairs. The stairs were made of mahogany. It was a spiral staircase where the right handle and railings were carved with very detailed patterns. The patterns were mainly rattan with leaves and flowers of a variety of sizes. They seemed very real from afar. There were slight creaks when Lin Huang stepped onto the stairs. He went all the way up to the 3rd floor, following the directions the owner had given him. He turned right and walked all the way straight to his room. Shortly after, he arrived outside room 302. He could not help but look at room 301 as he was curious as to what kind of person stayed in there. A while later, he smiled to himself and shook his head, why would I care what others are doing? My priority should be preparing for the reserve hunter assessment. He then slotted the keycard into the door of room 302 and opened the door. He was stunned when he saw his room. The Union government surely provides great welfare, he thought. It was a luxurious suite. The living room alone was about 100 square meters large. There was a chandelier in the middle of the living room. Apart from the light bulbs, the rest of the feature was made of pure gold. It was gorgeous, and it looked really expensive. The style of the room was luxurious but low-key. Apart from the chandelier, the rest of the decorations were not flamboyantly constructed. Even the carpet was sewn with gold thread at the edges. If one did not look closely, they might think it was just a pattern made of solid golden strings. This owner is so rich, even the carpet has gold edges, Lin Huang exclaimed as he squatted down to take a closer look. Damn, that's real gold, he said upon closer examination. In the world today, gold was also a rare metal mainly used for luxury decorations. It was expensive and cost 300 credit points per gram. The carpet was made of some unknown monster's skin and the gold edges of the carpet alone might have cost 100,000 credit points. Lin Huang then looked at the chandelier above him, is this lamp made of genuine gold too? If it is, it might cost more than 10 million credit points, he concluded. He took a good look at the entire room and sighed in awe. He could now indulge in this luxury hotel. No wonder it cost more than 1,000 credit points to stay a night in the cheapest room in this hotel, he thought. The suite consisted of 2 rooms and 1 living room. Not only was the living room spacious, the size of the other rooms were not small either. There were 2 bathrooms in each room. Lin Huang chose to sleep in the bigger room on the left which had the amazing view of the yard right under the balcony outside. He pulled the curtain aside and pushed open the windows. There was a set of tables and chairs made of rattan with a hanging rattan bed on the side. Lin Huang walked to the corner of the balcony and looked beyond the railing. He could see the entire yard. From this angle, the garden was even more stunning. When I'm rich, I'm getting a house with a yard and I'm surely going to get the owner to design it for me, Lin Huang smiled and thought to himself. While Lin Huang rested on the hanging bed in the afternoon, Lin Xin, who had just finished school, ran straight to the stable residence. She could not wait to see how the hotel room looked like. But, when she reached, she did not dare step into the hotel when she arrived at the entrance. She then used her Emperor's heart ring to call Lin Huang. He picked up immediately and said, "Are you done with school?" "Yes, I'm at the hotel's entrance," Lin Xin said softly. "Come in, room 302. Lin Huang got off the hanging bed, stood on the balcony and waved to Lin Xin. Seeing Lin Huang wave at her, Lin Xin finally believed that it was not a prank that Lin Huang was trying to pull on her. She waved at him and stepped in through the hotel gates. Passing through the yard, she arrived at the hotel's reception. Seeing the owner looking at her, she explained immediately, "I'm here with my brother. His name is Lin Huang. Oh, the boy that I met just now. He's in room 302, it's on the right-hand side of the third floor," the hotel owner nodded to her. "Thank you," Lin Xin said, stuck out her tongue and went up the stairs. When she arrived at the room, and the door was opened, Lin Xin looked at the room number so that she did not mistake it for another room. 302, this should be it. After confirming it, she walked into the room. Wow, she was impressed by the room's decoration. "Isn't it beautiful?" Lin Huang walked to her with a glass of juice. "Yes." Lin Xin nodded her head hard and looked at the juice in doubt. "Do we have to pay for the juice?" she questioned. "No, everything is included. Even the food and drinks in the room are free. I've confirmed the fact with the hotel owner just now," Lin Huang smiled while he explained. Lin Xin then took the juice in relief. Her eyes brightened up after she took a sip. She then finished the juice in a few gulps and said, "It's delicious, brother, what is this?" "I don't know, the hotel owner said he made these drinks on his own. It's called calming tea. The main ingredient was from the juice of a monster plant's root. I think it's really nice too." Lin Huang had had a couple of glasses just that day. He was never a fan of sweet stuff, but that drink was irresistible. "The food here is delicious too. Are you hungry? If you are, let's go for dinner now." Lin Huang had his lunch at the hotel earlier, that was how he knew that their food was so delicious. Lin Xin was not hungry before Lin Huang asked, but now, she was so excited when she heard Lin Huang describe the scrumptious meals they served. They then went to the restaurant on the second floor. There were already a couple of guests at the restaurant when they arrived. Most of them seemed like hunters. They must have been part of the team that joined the hunt for the monsters the day before. It was a buffet dinner. All the dishes were served on small plates. The both of them were not really sure what most of the utensils and dishes were, but they were delighted as the dishes were warm like they had just come out of the oven. The both of them got themselves a small table and took plates of dishes to the table. Then they started to dig in. There were not many people in the restaurant. Most of them were chatting among themselves, while Lin Xin and Lin Huang were engrossed in the food. Suddenly, all the chatter stopped and the restaurant went completely quiet. Seeing everybody looking at the door, Lin Huang and Lin Shang looked towards the same direction too. Chapter 10. Skill card pieces. There was a tall man in black armor, standing in the doorway. He looked like he was about 2 meters tall. He was also bald like the owner of the hotel. His face was littered with stubble, and there was a long scar that stretched from the left side of his forehead all the way across the middle of his left eye to his chin. There was no white in his left eye too. It was a scar from a cut and his left eye was blinded. The scar and eye added ferocity to his face. With his height and his face, he gave the people around him a chill down their spines. When the tall man entered the restaurant, he stared at everyone. The people put their heads down immediately to avoid his gaze. Even Lin Huang avoided making eye contact with him. Lin Huang then patted Lin Xin's back to get her to finish her food a little faster. Surprisingly, after getting himself a meal from the buffet, the man walked towards Lin Huang and Lin Xin. He then sat down alone at the table behind them. The seat that he sat on was directly across from Lin Huang. Lin Huang looked up and they accidentally locked eyes. But neither of them looked away. Instead, they were checking each other out. Lin Huang then thought the man was very strange to have chosen him. Among the 10 people in the restaurant, Lin Xin excluded, he was sure that he was the weakest and the poorest one. There was no reason for the man to even notice him. Perhaps I'm the new face here that he has never seen before, Lin Huang concluded. Just when they both stood up after they finished their dinner, the man behind Lin Xin put down his cutlery and walked towards them. Lin Huang pretended he did not see him and pulled Lin Xin along while they quickly walked out of the restaurant. When they arrived on the 3rd floor, the man was there too. When they turned right, the man followed. "Why are you following us?" Lin Huang frowned and turned around to question the man while Lin Xin was at his back. "It's the way to my room," the man said and glared at Lin Huang. He then walked past them and continued on to the end of the corridor. He then stopped in front of room 301 and went in. Lin Huang was embarrassed. He went back to their room together with Lin Xin. "Brother, that uncle looked so scary," Lin Xin said after the door was closed. "When I saw him running towards us just now, I thought he was a bad guy." "Don't worry, in broad daylight, even if he was a bad guy, we don't have to be scared. Besides, there are so many hunters in this hotel, what is there to be afraid of?" he said, hoping to calm her down. Lin Huang recalled the owner had told him that the guest in room 301 was a strange man who did sword training in the garden in the middle of the night. "He's really strange," Lin Huang thought to himself. After dinner, Lin Huang stayed up watching old clips of the previous reserve hunter assessments. The Hunter Association would never release any complete assessment videos, only some outstanding takes. It was meant to be an advertisement to attract more people to apply for the assessment. Of course, Lin Huang was not there to look at the action. All he wanted was the related content linked to the assessment or the head examiner's way of thinking which might be helpful for the assessment. He watched more than 20 videos and read some documents. Soon, it was midnight. Lin Xin went to bed after brushing her teeth. Lin Huang stood up and stretched his body, shut down the heart network and went to shower before bed. Minutes after he went to bed, Lin Huang heard someone closing a door in the corridor. He looked at the clock projected from his ring. It was 12 a.m. Lin Huang hesitated. He then sat up and pushed open the door to the balcony. He went to the balcony with his pajamas and looked to the garden beneath him. There were 2 lamps near the entrance of the garden which lit up the entire garden. Noises of bugs chirping came out of the bushes all around. Soon, the scar-faced man walked out of the hotel door. He walked to the grassy area on the left side of the garden with a black sword in his hand. Lin Huang had no idea of the price range of a sword like that. Oddly enough, his concern was for the grass that the man stepped on. Does the fella destroy the grass every day, leaving the owner to fix it? The man closed his eyes and stood where he was. Suddenly, he raised the sword in his right hand and swung it in a slanted way. Lin Huang was stunned. What he lacked right now was a powerful attack skill. He then kept his eyes locked on every move the man made. There were 18 styles to his technique. From what he performed, the technique seemed incredibly vicious. He did not notice that Lin Huang was watching in secret. He practiced 3 sets of the same technique, sheathed his sword, and then returned to the hotel. After memorizing the technique, Lin Huang practiced it with his bare hand. It was very unsatisfying. He then brought up his sword from the storage space and practiced for real. He had a really good memory and managed to repeat the 18 styles that were practiced by the man earlier perfectly. As he focused all his attention on practicing, he did not notice that the grass the man stepped on did not leave any trails at all. When Lin Huang was on the 5th set of training, he heard a notification jingle and a semi-transparent box appeared in front of him. "Congratulations, you have gained a skill card, the Great Sword Scripture, Piece X1, Lin Huang was excited when he saw the notification. It motivated him to practice even more. "I'm not sure how many pieces I have to collect to combine them into a skill card. But, I don't care, I will practice a few hundred times tonight. I'm sure by then I will have a complete skill card." However, nothing was rewarded after he practiced 3 more times. "Maybe I'll be rewarded once every 5 practice sets." He then practiced another 2 times, but still, there was nothing. What's happening? Lin Huang thought it was strange. Could this have nothing to do with the amount of practice? Then what could it be? He wondered. With the doubt in mind, Lin Huang proceeded to practice until it was his 8th time. Suddenly, the notification box popped up again. "Congratulations, you have gained a skill card, the Great Sword Scripture, Pieces by 1 inch, I got another one." Could this be random? Lin Huang could not help but ask Xiao He, "Xiao He, do the skill pieces come randomly?" No, only when the effect of the skill exceeds 80% of the skill itself, that would be considered an effective practice set. For effective practice sets, you would be awarded skill pieces each time. Repetition would not get you more skill pieces unless the effect is 100%. Then you would get the skill pieces with proper repetition. The reply given by Xiao He was a great help to Lin Huang. That's it. That means the times when I did not get the skill pieces were due to my performance being less than the basic standard of 80% and I achieved the standard on the 5th practice. However, I did not get anything later on as I repeated the same standard for the next 5 times, he concluded. Now that he understood, Lin Huang became serious about his practices. He practiced all he could while recalling what he saw the man do in the garden. He wanted to get as many skill pieces as he could until he achieved the 100% skill effectiveness. He practiced over and over again. When dawn broke the next morning, Lin Huang had practiced for more than 100 times. He then went back to his room, exhausted. However, his chances of achieving the pieces were only at 20% and he only managed to get 21 pieces by the end of the day. Chapter 11. The Great Sword Scripture Part 1. The next morning, Lin Huang slept off most of the day in his room. He did not even notice Lin Xin leaving in the morning. He only woke up when Lin Xin came back from school. He then went for lunch with her on the 2nd floor. At the restaurant, they bumped into the scar-faced man who stayed in room 301. Lin Huang gave him a big smile while the scar-faced man nodded at him, expressionless. At night, Lin Xin went to bed and Lin Huang started to practice his sword skills on the balcony without waiting for the scar-faced man to appear. Just when he was on his 3rd set, he saw the man practicing in the garden on ground floor. This time, Lin Huang did not blink his eyes while he watched the man practice his 3 sets. He got a clearer look at each of the steps to perfect his technique. After the man went back to the hotel, Lin Huang started to practice according to what he just saw. That night, he practiced for more than 100 times and obtained 36 skill card pieces. Added to the skill card pieces he had gotten from the night before, he had a total of 57 of them. Unfortunately, that was still insufficient to form one skill card. On the 3rd day, Lin Huang slept until the time Lin Xin came back from school in the afternoon. "Brother, are you suffering from insomnia these past few nights?" Lin Xin asked in concern. "Yay, a little bit." Lin Huang agreed to what Lin Xin said so that he did not have to explain the real reason to her. "Then you should sleep more during the day, I will bring dinner to you later." Lin Xin seemed happy she could do something for her brother. "It's all right, I've had enough sleep, let's go eat together," he said. It was heartwarming to hear Lin Xin's offer, but he did not want to trouble her. "Oh yay, brother, the hotel owner told me that there was a delivery from our house. I have brought it here," Lin Xin said while taking out the delivered box from her space storage. "Delivery? I didn't buy anything recently," Lin Huang said while he looked at the box. It was a package from Division 7 of the Hunter Association. He suddenly recalled that it might be the reward for killing the vampire the other day. I wonder what reward the Hunter Association gives to people for killing a bronze-level vampire. Lin Huang thought as he opened the box in anticipation. It was a black suitcase with an envelope attached to it. A 4-digit code was required to open the suitcase. He tore open the envelope and took out the letter inside it. As he suspected, it was a thank you note from the Hunter Association for killing the vampire. At the end of the note, it listed down the reward as well as the code to open the suitcase. Lin Huang exclaimed, "The Hunter Association is so generous." The code was 7101, and Lin Huang inserted the code immediately. An identity verification page popped up. Lin Huang scanned his Emperor's heart ring to verify access. The suitcase then clicked open, and the items in it were overwhelming to him. "Is that a gun?" Lin Xin asked. "Yes, it's a Black Eagle 33, the latest iron-level gun from the Eagle Company. It can be converted into a pistol or sniper. It's the best iron-level gun on the market. The price is even higher than some of the bronze-level firearms," Lin Huang said as he took a good look at the black gun. The rugged look of this gun was nothing less of a marvel, and it was much better than the Grey Eagle 17 that he owned. The entire gun was made of black metal with silver stripes. It looked really cool. After a good look at it, Lin Huang put it back into the suitcase. A firearm needed life power to be effective, especially guns. Sufficient life power had to be inserted into the bore of the gun to create energy bullets. He had to put the Black Eagle 33 aside as he did not have enough life power until he was a bronze level. When I'm a bronze level, with this Black Eagle 33 for long-distance attacks and blood power for close-ranged attacks, my power would be increased, Lin Huang said. He was imagining the thought in his head. Although he was not ambitious, he knew his tactics very well. But now, my priority would be combining the skill card pieces into a Great Sword Scripture skill card before the Reserve Hunter assessment. At least I can fight for myself instead of completely relying on the vampire. After dinner with Lin Xin, Lin Huang had a cup of calming tea in his room. He then moved the carpet, table, and chairs aside and started to practice with his sword barefooted. Although the balcony where he used to practice was more than 2 meters wide, it was still too small for him. Thus, he chose to practice in the living room instead. He moved the furniture aside so that he would not damage any of them, as he knew he could not afford to replace them. Lin Xin was curious as to what he was doing, but seeing him in the zone like that, she did not bother him and went back to her room to do her homework. Perhaps the living room was more spacious, as Lin Huang felt the practice was smoother than before and the chances of him obtaining the skill card pieces were rising. He practiced until dawn for more than 100 times. His performance had greatly improved, and each practice was 60% better, and he obtained 68 pieces in one night. He thought it was strange, as the increased probability was unusual. On the first day, he did not even hit 20%. What was even stranger was he was not tired at all from practicing all night. At the condition his body was in for the past 2 days, he should be sleepy and exhausted after practice. He would fall right into a deep sleep on his bed. Yet, not only was he not tired, he did not feel like sleeping at all. "It feels like I took ecstasy pills," he mumbled to himself. He then thought about his diet as compared to the first day he arrived. He found the difference almost instantly. Can it be the calming tea? But I had it a few days ago. There was no effect of excitement and I slept very well that night, he wondered. Just then, he poured himself another cup of calming tea. While the sweet tea was flowing down his throat, he felt energized again. "I think it's really the effect of this tea," he concluded. Suddenly, he heard the door across his hotel room close. He then went to the balcony immediately to peek at the scar-faced man's practice. This time, he memorized everything the old man did. After the man was done with his 3 sets of practice, Lin Huang practiced again in the living room by reenacting what he saw. Until 7 a.m., Lin Huang had again practiced for more than 100 times. There was an increase in his probability of more than 80%. He had obtained 88 pieces that night. Lin Xin woke up and saw him practicing in the living room. She thought he had just woke up, so without thinking much, she headed out to school. After breakfast, Lin Huang was still not sleepy. He felt refreshed and his body was not tired at all. He had another calming tea and continued practicing again. He wanted to know if he could increase his probability even more. From 8 a.m. until 5 p.m., Lin Huang had practiced for more than 100 times. When he obtained his 87th piece, he heard a notification. "You have accumulated a total of 300 feet Great Sword Scripture pieces. You can integrate them into a rare skill, Great Sword Scripture Part 1 Foot. Do you want to carry out the integration?" Chapter 12. Boss Yu and Ji Yu Yi, it's a rare skill. Integrate it now. Lin Huang agreed immediately after he received the notification. Soon, a green crystal card appeared on his life wheel. He retrieved the card just by visualizing it. The card was completely green. There was a strong man, standing against a harsh barren land, with a sword in his hand on the top of the card. It gave off the image that he was fighting to overcome a horrible beast in the desert on his own. Lin Huang stared at the image for a while before flipping it over to look at the description. Skill card, name of skill, Great Sword Scripture Broken Rarity, Rare, Type of Skill, Sword, Skill Level, Gold Rank, Status, Available, Remarks, this skill belongs to special skill without a rank limit, the power changes according to its host. Card Remarks, Passable, Xiaohei, it says here that the Great Sword Scripture is rare. Does it mean that this is the complete Great Sword Scripture, or do I have an incomplete one now? Lin Huang could not help but ask. There are 2 parts to the Great Sword Scripture. The complete skill card is an epic ranked card. Now that you only have part 1 of the card, the skill card remains broken, that's why it is rare. Lin Huang was stunned at Xiaohei's explanation. He did not expect the Great Sword Scripture that he had secretly learned to be an epic skill. He then crushed the card in his hand and it turned into a green energy that flowed into his body. There were changes to his exclusive card. Host: Lin Huang. Gender: male. Age: 15 inches. Combat strength: none. Exceeded assessment limit. Skill: blood power level 2. Skill 2. Great sword scripture. Sword skill: summon authority. Activated. Available number of summons: 1 inch. Remark: you are still so weak. Although this great sword scripture skill is so precious, the scar-faced man did not stop me from learning it. With his abilities, it is impossible he did not notice that I was learning it in my room, Lin Huang thought. There were two possibilities. Maybe he did not think the boy was able to grasp the skill, or he did it on purpose so that he could teach the skill to more people and share the knowledge with an interested spy. No matter what, I have to thank him in person. Maybe I can even ask him politely if he could teach me the second part. Hee. While Lin Huang was dreaming about how impressive he would be at the reserve hunter assessment when he got the complete great sword scripture, Lin Xin came back from school. Brother, are you thinking about food? You're drooling, Lin Xin said as soon as she saw his daydreaming face when she entered the room. Yes, when we're rich, I will hire a cook from the stable residence to make good food for us every day. Lin Huang said. Please do. Lin Xin was excited to hear Lin Huang's nonsense as she had really grown to love the food at the hotel. Lin Huang was relieved that Lin Xin believed his nonsense. After dinner, Lin Huang asked Lin Xin to go back to the room without him while he rang room 301's doorbell. The scar-faced man had a regular schedule for his meals and he was always at the restaurant at 6 p.m., finishing around 6:15 p.m. While for Lin Huang and Lin Xin, their timing was not fixed, so sometimes they ate earlier and sometimes later. When they just arrived at the restaurant, the scar-faced man had finished eating, so he should be back in his room right now. Soon, the door swung open. The scar-faced man looked at Lin Huang without expression, and said, "Can I help you?" "Thank you so much for teaching me the sword skill," Lin Huang said sincerely while looking into his eyes. He then bowed low with respect to him. The scar-faced man remained expressionless. "I knew you were secretly learning. I did not teach you anything. Whatever you have mastered, that's your own effort." "It's none of my business," the scar-faced man answered, with what seemed like a chuckle. "No matter what, I want to thank you," Lin Huang insisted and stood in the doorway with a sincere smile on his face. To him, it did not matter if the man accepted his gratitude as long as he said what he had to say. However, looking at the man's cold reaction, Lin Huang gave up his thought of asking him about part 2 of the Great Sword Scripture, and went back to his room. I should ask him about part 2 after I have completed the reserve hunter assessment. Not long after he got back to his room, Lin Huang's ring vibrated. A stranger was asking to talk to him. In doubt, Lin Huang picked up the call. It was someone familiar. "Mr. Lin Huang, we have finished the renovations on your house. You can come back anytime you want to take a look. If there's anything you're not satisfied with, please contact me, and we will sort it out for you," the voice on the phone said. Lin Huang recognized the voice to be the leader in the suit that he met a few days back. "Sure, I will be back tomorrow at noon. I will return the room keycard to the hotel owner," Lin Huang agreed and nodded. After he hung up, Lin Xin walked out of her room. "Brother, do we have to leave tomorrow?" she asked with a look of disappointment on her face. "Yes, our home is done, so there's no need to stay at the hotel anymore," Lin Huang answered. "Okay." Lin Xin sounded reluctant. She loved the food and drinks at the stable residence. Lin Huang noticed her reaction and said, "If you don't want to, then we shall stay for another day since we do have 5 days here. We can still stay here tomorrow and go back home the day after tomorrow." "I'm not reluctant," but Lin Xin did not want to admit her reluctance. "It's me who is reluctant then." Lin Huang shook his head and smiled. "It's set, we shall leave at noon the day after tomorrow." The days passed so quickly. Lin Huang continued to watch the scar-faced man when he practiced, but no matter how much he practiced, he did not get any more skill card pieces. Therefore, he did not spend too much time practicing. Instead, he decided to get more rest before the assessment. On the morning of the 6th day, after breakfast, Lin Huang and Lin Xin returned to their hotel room and rearranged the carpet and furniture to where they had been before. They then bid farewell to the hotel owner. Boss Yu smiled while watching them leave. Suddenly, the scar-faced man appeared behind him. "Sir, I still don't understand what you see in that kid. He was just lucky that he killed the vampire. Moreover, looking at his broken life wheel, he looks like he only has 2 months left," he grumbled. Ji Yi, you have known me for so long. Since when did I, Yu Qin, misjudge a result? Never, he admitted. The scar-faced man was stunned and shook his head. He seemed unsettled, but sir, you are a unique person. You'd never bother about anything that's from this world. Why would you want me to teach him the sword skill? Don't worry, I have my plans. You have spoken to him, what do you think? Boss Yu asked. His attitude isn't bad, but he's not a genius. He's far from the Li Lang we met a few days back, Ji Yi said and shook his head while giving his comment. Really, let me ask you, how long did you take to learn part 1 of the Great Sword Scripture? Great Sword Scripture seems easy, but in reality, it contains a massive amount of meaning to a swordsman. I practice more than 18 hours every day and I took 103 days to learn part 1, Ji Yi answered, a serious look on his face when he thought of the topic. As talented as you are, it took you 103 days to learn part 1. How long do you think he would need to learn that? Boss Yu looked at Ji Yi with raised eyebrows. I think he would need at least 2 to 3 years, he mumbled. It was obvious that Ji Yi did not have faith in Lin Huang. I've told you that you're underestimating him. He only took 3 days to learn part 1 of the Great Sword Scripture, Boss Yu said and pointed 3 fingers in the air as Ji Yi's mouth fell open in disbelief. A video of Lin Huang practicing in his room for the past few days appeared in front of them. Ji Yi was shocked when he saw the footage, and said, how is that possible? Nothing is impossible, Yu Qin answered and waved his hand to dismiss the video. Take 2 days, and clean up. We should leave soon. Ji Yi nodded without asking any further questions. He just sighed and said, all right, Chapter 13. I have not registered yet. Lin Huang did not know what happened at the stable residence after they left. With the luxury hotel experience behind them, the two of them did not know what to expect when they got home. However, as soon as they walked up to the entrance of their house, they were stunned speechless at the sight they saw. Brother, is this our house? Lin Xin said as she pulled Lin Huang's sleeve, unsure of the reality that stood before them. Lin Huang, too, was dumbfounded by the house that greeted them, as it was completely different compared to their original home. From it being a small, double-story bungalow, it was now a 3-story luxury villa. There was even a half-covered, open-air garden on the top floor now, with a variety of flowers that cascaded over the balcony. Looking at the house number, which was still the number 23, Lin Huang confirmed that the new house was in fact their home. They could not recognize their own house after the major renovations. They keyed in their password at the door and entered the house. Most of the original structure in the house remained the same, but the rest of the place was completely different. The original terrazzo floor now had a wooden finish which seemed very expensive. The hanging lamp on the ceiling was now a luxurious chandelier. The cabinets in the kitchen were brand new, with new sets of matching utensils already arranged systematically in each drawer. There was a carpet that seemed to be made of monster leather that they had never seen before. Even the couch, chairs and dining table were new. The toilet bowls in the bathrooms had been changed too. Furthermore, the surprises continued as they ascended to the second floor. Their room, which was meant for 2 people, was now a single room. It was more than twice the original size and the balcony was 3 times bigger. The third floor that was added had been designed as a bedroom, with a huge bed and a bathroom. Above the third floor was the half-covered open-air garden they had seen from the entrance. Not only were there flowers, there was also a complete set of outdoor furniture which consisted of a patio umbrella, a rattan table, and chairs, as well as a hammock. Lin Huang knew very well that such renovations would have cost more than the price of 2 or even 3 houses combined. Now that he thought about it, it was really strange. He then called the middle-aged man on the phone to get to the bottom of this. Soon the man picked up his call and laughed, Mr. Lin, are you happy with the renovations? In this foothold, we were not the only ones that had a monster invade and destroy our property and possessions. I've seen the renovations on the other houses and none of them were as privileged as our house. Not only were we given new sets of furniture, we even have an extra floor. This is ridiculous. Who are you really? What is your intention? Lin Huang asked, his mind buzzing with the thought that this case was not that simple. Of course, you are Sir Li's friend, we would have to do our best for you, the middle-aged man answered, not at all minding in revealing the fact that he knew about Li Lang. Sir Li, Lin Huang was stunned. By that, do you mean Li Lang? He continued, yes, that's Sir Li. He was the one who submitted your damage report. It was important to our superior, which is why when we were told to complete this task properly, we spared no effort and expense, the man explained. What kind of status does Li Lang hold exactly? You didn't know. His father is one of the vice presidents of Division 7 of the Hunter Association, while his mother is the councilwoman of the Union Government of Division 7, the man said, another shocking revelation to Lin Huang that day. The man's superior thought that Lin Huang was Li Lang's friend, and through this act of kindness, they wanted to bridge the gap between them for the benefit of their relationship. What they did not know was, Lin Huang and Li Lang had just met once before, and there was no friendship between the two of them. Of course, Lin Huang did not tell him that, or else he might have to pay for the renovations which he most definitely could not afford. He hung up the phone and cleared his mind of all thoughts about the renovations. After settling into their new house, he started to prepare for the reserve hunter assessment. That day was a school holiday for Lin Xin. After having lunch together, Lin Huang dropped by the credit bureau and traded the life crystals given to him by Li Lang earlier for 100,000 credit points. He then credited 20,000 credit points to Lin Xin and said, the reserve hunter assessment will take about 10 to 15 days. Please take good care of yourself and spend the money if you need to. When I become a hunter, there will be more opportunities for me to make more than enough money for the both of us. Yes, brother, you will surely pass the assessment. Lin Xin cheered. She had a lot of faith in Lin Huang. Next, they arrived at the Eagle station. Lin Huang patted Lin Xin's head as they said their goodbyes. He then paid for and rode off on an eagle that he picked from the station stables. Lin Xin watched Lin Huang take off and stayed until he was high up in the clouds. She then turned around and left the station. On the eagle, Lin Huang was amazed at the variety of monsters in the world he lived in. This eagle had 4 limbs from the feline family, where its claws could extend as it wished. Its ability to jump and run was stunning too. Apart from its limbs, the rest of its body was the same as a raptor. It had the face of an eagle and a pair of wings that were 8 meters wide. Such a creature did not only have the advantages of a superior body structure, it also had full control of the wind, which made it one of the fastest moving monsters among the rest. A few centuries ago, they were major headaches to humans in the lower monster class. Whenever they headed out, they traveled in large packs. With their agility and powerful attacks, they easily destroyed some of the footholds. Fortunately, humans adapted to the eagle's combat style and the tables were turned on the monsters. Once that happened, ever since a few hundred years back, the eagles were captured and tamed by humans and had become one of the most common forms of transportation in the world these days. The eagle that Lin Huang rode on was not the largest one, but it had the best feathers. The feathers on its abdomen were of a slight golden-colored tone. In comparison to the other birds, it was unusually good-looking and also seemed like it was well-fed. The normal flying speed of an eagle was 700 kilometers per hour. At full speed, its agility would multiply. However, it would only fly at full speed when it was running for its life. Under such flying speeds and conditions, it would have been torture for the eagle to withstand that speed along with a human on its back. Therefore, there was special defense equipment installed on the saddle pad which would become a transparent defense shield which protected the rider in case of an emergency. The eagle took less than 2 hours to fly from number 7D101 to number 7C87. Lin Huang got out of the Eagle station, opened the map in his ring and walked towards the Hunter Association division. Not long after, he arrived at the division. There were already so many people waiting around, it looked a massive crowd waiting for a rock concert to start at the entrance of the building. C-grade footholds belong to the medium foothold category where the population was a few million people. Perhaps there were tens of thousands of hunters around. Placing the hunters from the smaller footholds nearby, who were there to submit their missions, along with the ordinary people hustling about their day, the traffic in the area would have naturally been hectic. After quite a struggle, Lin Huang walked into the entrance of the division. Just when he entered, a young lady approached him. The lady looked like she was in her 20s. She was dressed in the Hunter Association uniform. She greeted him with a wide smile, and said, "Hi sir, how may I help you today?" "I'm here for the reserve hunter assessment," Lin Huang answered. "All right, please follow me." The lady smiled at Lin Huang again, and brought him to a meeting room. She then gestured, "You may go in." "Thank you." Lin Huang nodded and pushed open the door. He was stunned as there were more than 100 people in the meeting room. So many people have registered today. Looking at the amount of people in attendance, it looks like there might be more than 1,000 people by tomorrow, Lin Huang wondered while he found himself a seat at the back. Soon there were more people coming into the room. A fatty sat on his left with a vacant seat between them. The fatty was very friendly. He then whispered to Lin Huang with a smile, "It's awesome that you could pass the preliminary round when you're not even iron level, bro. Did you take a shortcut somewhere to get here? Past the preliminary round? Do you mean all of you have already registered?" Lin Huang looked at the fatty in disbelief. "Of course, or else how would we know that we have to be here today at 4 p.m. for the assessment content and rules from the examiner?" The fatty thought the question Lin Huang asked was strange. He then looked at him with suspicion in his eyes. "Don't tell me you're here without a registration?" he asked. Before Lin Huang could even answer him, a lady in her heels walked up to the podium. The noisy meeting room suddenly fell silent as everyone's attention was stolen by the woman on the stage. It was a lady with a strong aura about her. She had a ponytail, with a short skirt that showed her long legs beautifully. She wore a pair of black stilettos that was nearly 20 centimeters high. She was tall herself, at least 1.7 meters, and with that pair of heels, she was almost 2 meters tall, and everyone in the meeting room was beneath her in comparison. Although, what was most attractive about her was not her height, but her breasts that were hidden in her buttoned-up white shirt. Her breasts were not showing at all, but the jiggling they had when she walked was sufficient to seduce all the men in the meeting room. This lady could have been described as a bombshell. "Which Yi Yayu lives up to her reputation," the fatty said, slurping up drool as he spoke. Looking at his behavior, Lin Huang sat quietly, inching more to his right to avoid any spitfire from the fatty. The lady looked over the crowd and stopped when her eyes landed on Lin Huang, as he was the only one in the room who was not even an iron-level applicant. She did not say anything, but instead, went on to introduce herself. "Hi, I am Yi Yayu, the main examiner of your assessment. In this assessment, there are 133 people who have passed the preliminary rounds. Now, the time that I had set, which was 4 p.m. in the afternoon, has arrived. There are now 127 people here. The 6 people who are not here have been eliminated from the assessment," she said in a loud, stern voice. "I will be telling you the rules of the assessment tomorrow. I will only say it once, so please pay attention. Also, when I'm speaking, please keep quiet. If you have any questions, you can ask after I have finished speaking," she said. "Tomorrow at 8 a.m., all of you will gather here in this meeting room. Those who are late will be eliminated. You are not allowed to bring any equipment that is more than iron level, no drugs and no other prohibited items in your storage space. Before the assessment starts, all the prohibited items will be temporarily confiscated by my authorities. If there's anything valuable which you do not trust us to keep an eye on, please keep them with someone else until you leave later on," she continued. "The concrete content of the assessment won't be revealed at this moment. After everyone is gathered tomorrow, I will reveal that," she said to the anxious hall of eyes that stared at her. The messages from Yi Yayu was short and sweet. After she was done, she looked at the crowd again and asked, "If you have any doubts, you can ask now." Everyone in the room looked around at each other. None of them dared to say anything. At the back of the meeting room, a hand rose up slowly and, it was Lin Huang. "What questions do you have? Do tell me," Yi Yayu asked Lin Huang with her chin up ready for his question. I haven't registered myself yet. Is it too late to register now?" Lin Huang asked from the back of the room. Over 100 people who were present in the room frowned when they heard what Lin Huang said. Chapter 14. The beginning of the assessment. As it happened, the registration for the assessment was not an obstacle to Lin Huang at all. It was just a preliminary screening of sorts to avoid too many participants in the assessment stage. Since Lin Huang was already in the meeting room, to Yi Yayu, his presence did not make a difference to the assessment. From the way he looked, she thought he would definitely be eliminated during the assessment anyway, for his abilities were not going to save him. So, to avoid embarrassing him, she let his registration mess up slide. Lin Huang did not even have the opportunity to show Yi Yayu that he was an imperial censor, and before he knew it, the registration was completed. "Bro, you're so lucky. When you raised up your hand and said you haven't registered, I thought the FC King Witch would throw you out." The fatty laughed and got even friendlier than before as he shook Lin Huang's hand. He then said, "Let's get to know each other. I'm Yin Hangyi, what about you?" "Lin Huang, pleased to meet you," Lin Huang replied, as he could not avoid the guy's friendliness and he did not seem skeptical to it anyhow, so he shook his hand. "You're not even iron level and you're here for the assessment. Such audacity. Yin Hangyi patted Lin Huang's shoulder. Just trying my luck. Maybe I'll pass, you never know, Lin Huang answered with a smile. He had no plans of revealing his identity as an imperial censor to the guy, of all people, so he kept quiet about it. After chatting for a while, Lin Huang said goodbye to Yin Hangyi. If he did not leave, he might have had to talk to the fatty forever. After dinner, Lin Huang took a stroll at the night market to calm his thoughts. Then he went back to the hotel and slept early in preparation for the day to come. The next morning, he went to the meeting room right after breakfast. The head examiner Yi Yeyu seemed to despise people who were late, so he did not want to lose his eligibility to the assessment because of tardiness. As it turned out, the strict warning had everyone else on edge too. Nobody was late on the second day. The 127 people who joined the meeting on the first day were all there before 7:50 a.m. At exactly 8 a.m., the head examiner Yi Yeyu arrived. This time, she wore a pair of long, black pants and a short-sleeved white shirt. Her style was a little different from the first day, but no matter how hard she tried to cover up her voluptuous body, her curves could still be seen. All the male members present were young and horny at the sight of her. Most of their eyes followed her movements, but they did not focus on her face. Instead, their stares were centered on her breasts. Yi Yeyu walked to the podium, looked at the crowd and started to speak. Everybody is here. That's great. Now I will talk about the syllabus of the assessment today, she started. The theme of the assessment is survival. As a professional hunter, we will always encounter horrible environments and powerful monsters. Thus, survival is a topic that all professional hunters should master. One who does not master this will surely die tragically in the end, she warned. The location of assessment is a wilderness 330 kilometers away from the foothold number 7C87 Pure Gold Desert. The objective of the assessment is simple. All you guys have to do is enter door A to the Pure Gold Desert, walk across the desert that is 1,500 kilometers long, and within 15 days, you must arrive at foothold No 7D121 or be eliminated, she said. As Yi Yeyu spoke, she projected a 3D map showing the location of the starting and ending points. You are not allowed to bring food and water during this assessment. You would have to obtain them in the desert, she continued. Everyone was stunned at what she said at the end. Even Lin Huang was upset. He had prepared a ton of water and snacks yesterday for the assessment. Later, each and every one of you will be given an emergency communication device once we have inspected your storage spaces. If any of you cannot handle the challenge, press the rescue button to give up the assessment and you will be saved, and subsequently eliminated. Of course, if you're not able to arrive at your destination foothold No 7D121 within 15 days, that will be considered as failing the assessment, she explained. That's all for the assessment briefing. If you have any questions, please ask now. Yi Yeyu asked with a sinister grin on her lips. Miss Examiner, looking at the terrain of the 3D map that you showed us, our destination No 7D121 isn't connected directly to the Pure Gold Desert. Instead, it's blocked. That means, the area of the assessment isn't only a desert, but it will also include climbing the mountain. Am I right? A man in glasses asked. You're very observant. Yes, climbing the mountain is part of the challenge and you have to do it with your bare hands. The equipment for climbing in your storage space will be confiscated later, Yi Yeyu said, as her smile widened at the thought. The crowd groaned again. Yin Hangyi, who sat next to Lin Huang, was getting more and more upset. Do they plan to fail each and every one of us? The fatty mumbled. Are there any more questions? Yi Yeyu asked. She seemed to be satisfied with the briefing of the assessment that she had presented. Miss Examiner, I've done some research on the mountains. It's called the Snowy Goddess Mountain, located right behind foothold No 7D121. It's a level 2 wild zone. Based on records of the area, bronze-level monsters have been sighted there. In such a wild zone, isn't it unsafe to carry out the assessment there? A voice at the back of the room asked. As it turned out, it was Lin Huang who asked the question. Everyone was shocked when they heard the fact. Yi Yeyu was stunned. She frowned and said, the entire zone of the mountain is in fact, a level 2 wild zone. However, there's one mountain around there that's without bronze-level monsters. So that place is considered a level -1 wild zone. All of you should climb that mountain instead. I'll get someone to mark it down on the trail, she answered. As it seemed, she had intentionally left out the information to increase the difficulty of the assessment and decrease the passing rate. She did not expect Lin Huang to point it out, but now she had to mark the safer trail for everyone to use. If she did not do that and insisted everyone to take the assessment as it was, the results of the assessment would be invalid if an incident was brought up to the management of the Hunter Association. A Level 2 wild zone was prohibited as an assessment field. Are there any more questions? Please do not hesitate to ask. If not, we're ready to go. Just when Yi Yeyu was done speaking, a few of them raised their hands, but their questions were irrelevant. Meanwhile, Lin Huang was scratching his head thinking about the difficult situations within the assessment. The lack of food and water would be the biggest issue. As we go, we still have to look for a source of water. Moreover, in the desert, there are many deadly monsters that we should be aware of. Above all, people are the most dangerous beings that we should watch out for. There will be many of them who will try to steal our food and water. By my calculations, the 1,500-kilometer desert trail can be completed in 13 days. Climbing with your bare hands would take more than a day. I might need to reserve 2 days for that, Lin Huang said, in discussion with xianxia. It's now 8:20 a.m. Let me bring you to the assessment point, Yi Yeyu said and waved into the air. Suddenly, a green wooden door appeared. She then pushed open the door. Please queue up. After you pass through the door, please wait and don't move around the place, she warned. Ooh, a dimensional relic. The fatty xianxia exclaimed when he saw the door. What's a relic? You're so ignorant. A relic is an extremely rare treasure that surpasses gold-ranked equipment. If one has killed a transcendent monster, there's a possibility that they would get it. A dimensional relic's rarity is even more valuable than some weapon relics. It seems like this witch isn't just a hot simpleton after all, xianxia explained in all seriousness. Lin Huang became even more curious about the world he knew. The rank after gold-ranked equipment is transcendent. He was impressed at the thought of it. How powerful can the strongest combat rank be? More and more people passed through the door. Soon the queue got shorter and it was finally Lin Huang and the fatty's turn to enter. As he stepped into the door, he felt a slight dizziness and in the blink of an eye, he was in a desert. That's amazing, Lin Huang exclaimed. Chapter 15. Sand Monster. There were staff members from the Hunter Association already waiting at the entrance to the desert. When all the members who joined the assessment arrived, the head examiner, Yi Yeyu, followed through behind them all. Now please conform to the checking of your space storage facilities with our staff, Yi Yeyu said and then nodded to the 12 staff who were there waiting for her instructions. The 12 staff started to check each and every storage compartments. All weapons, combat, defense and other assistance equipment that are above iron level are prohibited. Aside from healing-related medication, all medicines including septic divisor that have poisonous effects on the human body are prohibited as well. Equipment that has been poisoned must be cleaned. Those who refuse to clean them will have your equipment confiscated, she continued. Also, all food and water are prohibited. Climbing equipment is prohibited too, Yi Yeku announced loudly while walking back and forth in front of everyone. Soon, the 12 staff members had done their job. Most of the things that were confiscated were food and water. Some of them brought bronze-level equipment and some of the weapons were soaked in septic divisor. They were asked to clean their weapons on the spot. The same happened to Lin Huang when they checked his storage space. His food and water were confiscated. The military water bottle that he bought was almost taken away too, but he poured out all the water in front of the staff before they did. They found Lin Huang's armored bullets too. The staff confirmed the item with Yi Yeyu before returning the bullets to him. Yi Yeyu thought it would not make a difference if he had them or not since the bullets were meant for normal guns. Even at a short distance, the impact would hardly be of any significance against bronze-level weapons. Moreover, there were only 10 bullets, so the bullets were returned to him. When the staff returned the bullets, Lin Huang was relieved as it was one of the few ways he had to protect himself. When the inspection was completed, it was already past 9 a.m. After all the staff had confirmed that nothing had been missed out, a communication device was given to every one of them. Yi Yeyu then spoke again. The stuff that was confiscated will be kept safely with our authorities. When the assessment is over, we will return them to you. The time is now 9:23 a.m., I'm giving you guys an extra 7 minutes. Those of you who arrive at the destination within 15 days before 9:30 a.m. will pass the assessment. Before the assessment officially begins, I have some bad news for the lot of you. During the assessment, the internet connection, communication and map positioning guidance functions on your Emperor's Heart Ring will not be available. The only thing that you can use will be the storage system, Yi Yeyu said, with a hearty laugh once she finished. Her breasts jiggled vigorously, distracting the participants for a few moments, before drawing them back to the harsh truth she had revealed. What Yi Yeyu said caused the crowd to groan again. Even Lin Huang did not expect her to be that sneaky. On the other hand, Yi Yeyu as the head examiner seemed to enjoy the torture she inflicted. With a grin, she said, "Now, let the assessment begin," she shouted. Just when she was finished speaking, some of them ran well ahead of the rest. Those who were groaning followed too. Lin Huang, who was the weakest among them, all was the slowest. Instead of running like everybody else, he walked at his normal pace. The fatty greeted him and sprinted away following the people ahead. Soon, Lin Huang was left behind. However, he did not accelerate. He continued walking at his own pace, studying his surroundings as he went. Watching Lin Huang getting further and further away, the head examiner Yi Yeyu shook her head and said, "I thought there was something special about that kid. It seems like he's just an ordinary person. At this speed, it would be amazing if he could walk 40 kilometers in a day. I don't think he can even finish half of the journey within the given 15 days." In truth, it was not that he did not want to follow the others' pace as they ran off in the wilderness. The fact was that he was not able to keep up anyway. He was just an ordinary person. His physique and body structure were completely different from those who were at an iron level. If he was to run like those fellas who were iron level, he would collapse within half a day. The environment in the desert was so harsh, that if he pushed himself too hard, he would have to give up the assessment if he even planned on surviving it. Lin Huang had been researching the pure gold desert on his heart network since the head examiner Yi Yeyu gave out the assessment area and content that morning. He had a plan in mind to survive the desert. Within the 15 days, he needed at least 2 days to climb the Alps, so he had 13 days to cross the 1,500 kilometers desert. That said, he needed to walk more than 115 kilometers per day. That did not include the time he spent searching for food and a source of water. Lin Huang knew very well that the desert was not a simple flatland. When he was on Earth, he had traveled to a desert before. The fastest an ordinary person could walk in the desert would be 4 kilometers per hour. A few well-trained others could walk 5 kilometers per hour. Moreover, he would need to rest at night. He would be pushing his limits if he was to walk 50 kilometers per day. Within 15 days, no matter how he pushed himself, he could only finish half the journey. An iron-level person had a body that was a few times stronger than ordinary people. Their strength and tolerance were better than ordinary people, and they could even run up to 100 kilometers per day. That would be impossible for Lin Huang. Therefore, he had a plan that involved monsters in the desert. Especially those that moved fast, which he could use as a vehicle. With his ability to obtain skill card pieces and his skill of summoning monsters, he had memorized the locations of the footholds where the monsters he needed would reside. Although the accumulation of skill card pieces would take time, the native creatures that resided in the desert could move much faster than humans. The time that he spent on accumulating skill card pieces would be made up by the monsters' high-speed movements through the desert. Lin Huang's headed in a very different direction from those who were ahead of him. His goal was not the destination, but the foothold with a sand monster that he had seen on the map. The sand monster belonged to a branch of human giants. They were huge, very fat, and they consumed a diet consisting of a variety of flesh and meat very regularly. They looked similar to humans as they walked with 2 legs. They were more like a deformed human, with some of them having 2 or 3 heads and some with only 1 head with additional mouths or eyes. Iron-level sand monsters were at least 5 meters tall, and the tallest one could be up to 10 meters. They were easily a few times stronger than iron-level humans. Lin Huang had his eye on an iron-level sand monster, and as they lived in groups, the monstrosity of that sort would not be hard to find. What he needed to do at the moment was accumulate a complete monster card from killing many monsters at once. Another reason that aided his plan was that the sand monster's foothold was very near the entrance of the pure gold desert. Lin Huang followed the planned route for half a day without water. Finally, when the sky was dark, he arrived at the foothold where the sand monsters lurked. Lin Huang knew earlier that there was a source of water at the location, but didn't see it upon his arrival. Soon after, he thanked his lucky star when he saw a freshwater lake not far from the foothold. Chapter 16. Changes in the Life Wheel. Lin Huang secretly got a bottle of water from the lake. He took a few sips and closed the bottle, feeling energized while waiting for the night to come. The sand monsters had terrible vision. Their body structure allowed them to resist heat and cold, so they were not afraid of the sun as well as sandstorms. Because of this, they usually hunt during the day. However, the range of their vision dropped to the extent that they could not see past 100 meters at night. Unless they were hungry, they would prefer not to hunt during the night. The sky was dark not long after Lin Huang went into hiding. It was an eerie night and there were barely any stars in the sky. It was perfect for hunting. Lin Huang ran towards the foothold where the sand monsters were moving at full speed. He had observed the foothold for a while, noticing more than 30 sand monsters here. None of them were taller than 10 meters and they were all iron level. The sand monsters' intelligence was not high, but perhaps they had seen the humans' foothold. There were fences that surrounded it. Mimicking it, they built simple shacks for the place where they slept. With more than 30 shacks put together, the area looked like a miniature human village. Lin Huang walked around the fence. Some of the sand monsters were sleeping and loud snores could be heard. He locked his target on one sand monster that was 5 meters tall. From the size of the sand monster, it seemed to be iron level. It was playing with its toes in its own shed. It then licked its fingers after playing with its toes. Lin Huang was disgusted. He started to think that it might be a mistake to summon such an idiotic monster with his monster card. Time was running out. Soon he forgot about what he was thinking. He picked up a stone from the ground and tossed it towards the disgusting monster through the fence. The sand monster was hit by the stone. It then picked up the stone in confusion and looked at the direction where the stone was tossed. He saw there was something behind the fence. Although the distance was not far, it could not see clearly through the fence. It then stood up with his 3 meters long bat and walked towards the fence. The sand monster's appetite was huge. They could usually eat a lot, so they would never let go of food that was sent their way. Looking at the sand monster approaching him, Lin Huang let out a grin behind the fence. Soon the sand monster arrived at the fence. It looked down and locked eyes with Lin Huang. It was shocked and immediately, it swung its bat at Lin Huang. Lin Huang instantly ran towards the dune that was not far away. The sand monster destroyed the fence with its bat and chased after Lin Huang. To the sand monsters, human flesh was tender and delicious. It almost drooled the moment it saw Lin Huang. Seeing its food run away, it did not want to let go. Just when Lin Huang passed through the dune, the sand monster approached and it swung its bat towards Lin Huang. Suddenly, blood was spilled. The monster stopped moving. Its head fell from its neck. Blood gushed out all over the place. The headless body fell straight behind the dune. A shadow appeared next to the sand monster's dead body. It was a young man with white hair. His eyes, which turned red, were now black. "That's amazing, Bai." Lin Huang gave the young man a thumbs up. Bai, who was on iron level rank 3, was near to bronze level since his evolution the last time. Under the blood power boost, chopping off the monster's head was a piece of cake. Ding! A notification came from Xiao He. A semi-transparent notification box popped out upon Lin Huang. "Congratulations, you obtained a monster card, Sand Monster Piece X1. At the same time, a huge amount of white life light spread out from the sand monster's dead body into Bai. I almost forgot, life light would be given when monsters kill each other. Although Lin Huang knew about this earlier, it was his first time witnessing it. In this world, the life light among monsters could be seized mutually, where the remained life light of the dead monster would be transferred automatically into the monster that killed it. As the human body was unique, it would only absorb a part of life light from monsters automatically during the upgrade of ability. Such process was called a life light baptism. Under other circumstances, unless one possessed some technique to absorb life light, the life light would fade away while nobody could obtain it. As Bai absorbed the life light from the dead sand monster, there were changes inside Lin Huang's body. The third column on the life wheel in his body that was dim started to shine. Soon the third column was fully lit up and the fourth one started to light up as well. The fifth one followed, and then the sixth, until the 26th column was lightened up. The life light that was spreading out of the dead sand monster stopped. The life light on Bai's body faded as well, and the changes in Lin Huang's body stopped soon after. What just happened? Lin Huang was shocked. He did not expect the life light in his body to increase out of nowhere. Within seconds, his life wheel increased from 3 columns to 28 columns. One column in life wheel usually represented 1 year of life. Since Lin Huang was born with a broken life wheel, the rate at which his life decays was 10 times faster than ordinary people. He was only left with 3 columns on his life wheel and the third column was already dim. He only had slightly more than 2 months more to live. But now, he suddenly had 28 columns on his life wheel. He was relieved from the fear of death. However, the good news was strange to him. Xiao He, does the addition of my life light had anything to do with by killing the sand monster? Lin Huang took his guess. When you summon a monster from your monster card, your life wheel is synchronized with your monster. 50% of the life light would be absorbed into your life wheel when the monster is killed. If the life wheel of the monster you summoned is full, 100% of the life light would be given to you. Lin Huang was relieved after he heard Xiao Hei's explanation, as now he knew that there was no problem with his body. I could get more than 20 columns of life light from killing one sand monster. So if I were to kill a few more, my life wheel would overflow. Lin Huang was excited as he thought to himself. He then went to the back of the dune and walked towards the foothold where the sand monsters were. Chapter 17. Multiple kills. After passing through the dune, Lin Huang saw 2 of the sand monsters standing at the destroyed fence from afar. One of them was 7 meters tall while the other was 8. The shorter one seemed to be an iron level rank 2 while the taller one was most probably an iron level rank -3. Lin Huang hesitated for a moment, but he sprinted towards the direction of the 2 sand monsters. The duo who was about to fix the fence under the night sky could not see Lin Huang clearly. All they could see was that something was approaching them from afar. They opened their eyes in an attempt to try to get a better look at what was coming for them. When Lin Huang was in between the dune and the foothold, the duo could finally see him. Seeing that it was a human, they imagined how delicious he would be and they ran through the fence to chase after Lin Huang. Lin Huang turned around and ran immediately. Just when he ran through the dune, the duo was near him. They did not bring any weapons and they were trying to grab Lin Huang with their bare hands. Lin Huang got down and rolled down the dune. Blood splashed through the air. The head of the shorter sand monster was chopped off, its body fell straight to the ground. Bai attacked the second monster without missing. His height was the same as the sand monster. His blood power wings were his weapon, which he swung towards the taller sand monster. The death of the shorter monster served as a warning for the taller monster. It saw a red stroke flashing in the air, so it used its hand to block the attack, although he could not see what was attacking it. Usually, such a block would work, seeing how tough and thick with high defense the sand monster's skin was, but now that Bai's power was similar to a bronze level, with the help of his blood power wings that were comparable to a bronze level weapon, the sand monster's hands were chopped off. The attack was not as effective as Bai wanted it to be, as the monster's head was still there. In immense pain, the sand monster let out a loud groan. Lin Huang attempted to stop Bai, but it was too late. The distance between the dune and the foothold where the sand monsters resided was less than 10 meters. If the monster were to scream, it would definitely attract the rest of the sand monsters. By then, not only would the hunt fail, he might even lose his life. Suddenly, another slash flashed through the air, slicing through the sand monster's mouth directly to the back of its head. The pupils of the giant sand monsters dilated as the blood power saber was removed from its mouth. Without any support, its body fell onto the floor. Bai kept his blood power saber, the redness in his eyes faded and he returned to his innocent young look. Lin Huang was relieved, it was so close. If Bai had been a second slower, they might be dead by now. If they were to be surrounded by more than 10 iron-level sand monsters in such an environment, a bronze-level hunter might not be able to make it. Xiao Hei's notification popped up. Congratulations, you have obtained monster cards, sand monster pieces by 2 inches. As the notification popped up, white life light spread out from the 2 dead bodies of the sand monsters into Bai's body. Lin Huang looked at the life wheel in his body. The columns started to light up again. This time, it increased from 28 to 85 columns straight away. Even with his accelerated decay in his lifespan, which was 10 times faster than ordinary people, Lin Huang could now live for more than 8 years. He calmed himself down and started to plan things out. From his experience earlier, he did not want to risk his life any further. Bai performance was beyond Lin Huang's wildest expectations. In every fight, he managed to kill every sand monster in a single shot before they could even make a single noise. Just like this, with Bai's help, Lin Huang killed 3 sand monsters. All the 137 white columns on his life wheel were now filled up, the only remaining columns being the gray ones. In this world, everyone had a life wheel within their bodies that had 360 light columns. However, there were 2 categories to the columns. The white ones were refillable with life light while the gray columns could not be filled with life light. Most people have 100 to 150 white columns which were full of life light when they were born. The white columns decided how long one would live. As time passed, the life light in the life wheel would disappear, and every year, one column of life light would be taken away. The columns of life light that were taken away would turn into gray columns which were not refillable. That was how human lifespan decreased every year. If one was ill or born with issues in their life wheel, the loss of life light would accelerate. However, the speed of change of the column would forever be constant at one column per year. Lin Huang was one of the unlucky ones. He was born with only 152 white columns on his life wheel. Now that 15 years had passed, his life wheel should have only had 137 white columns remaining. However, since his lifespan decay was 10 times faster than ordinary people, within the 15 years, 150 columns were gone, leaving him with only 2 columns. It was also not feasible to convert the gray columns into white columns as the price to pay was too high. Each gray column would need 10 years of life light to be activated, turning them into white columns. To top it off, each gray column could only be activated once. To be able to reach iron level, it required all the gray columns to be activated, filling up the entire life wheel with 360 white columns. The rich would need to pay an astronomical amount of money, making it impossible for the poor. 1 year worth of life crystals required 100,000 credit points, and 10 years worth of life crystals would require 1 million credit points to activate a single gray column. For most people, they were born with more than 200 gray columns, and the activation of those columns would require more than 200 million credit points, an astronomical amount. That was the reason why anyone who held the title of a hunter in this world was respected. Even an iron level reserve hunter would be held in high respect by everyone. With all his white columns lit up, Lin Huang saw hope to achieve iron level, as he had the advantage that most people did not have, absorbing life light through by. Witnessing the shortcut to iron level, Lin Huang's hunger to kill grew more intense. Chapter 18. Kill them all. Using the method he used earlier, Lin Huang lured more sand monsters out of their shacks and got by to kill them. Over an hour later, aside from the leader, the rest of the sand monsters were all killed. The back of the dune that was less than 100 meters from the foothold was filled with dead bodies, most of them with their heads separated from their bodies. On Lin Huang's life wheel, 52 gray columns had been turned into white columns, and they were all lit up. He had also obtained 33 sand monster card pieces. He could actually integrate 30 card pieces into one iron level rank -1 sand monster, but he chose to put it aside. Standing outside of the foothold, Lin Huang looked at the last sand monster from afar. It was the biggest one in the entire foothold, and it was almost 10 meters tall. From its size, Lin Huang guessed that it was near the bronze level. It should be the leader of the foothold. It was in a deep sleep and was snoring loudly. It had no idea that the rest of its mates had all been killed. Lin Huang took out the Grey Eagle 17 in his space storage and put the 10 armored bullets into the bore of the gun and approached the last sand monster quietly. In the low growl of the wind in the desert, a stench emanated of the shacks. It was disgusting. The sand monsters seemed to be quite unhygienic. Lin Huang bent over and walked in small steps so he would not make any noises as he approached the leader of the sand monsters slowly. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. Suddenly, the sand monster's nose twitched. It seemed to have picked up the scent of something and opened its eyes. Lin Huang did not have the time to run away. He was seen by the leader of the sand monster's leader. The sand monster was stunned. It thought it was dreaming. Lin Huang was shocked as well, but he pointed his gun at the monster as it tried to grab his gun. Suddenly, 2 slashes flashed through in a split second. They were like ribbons tying the sand monster's arms. Lin Huang saw the flashes and did not run away. Instead, he took a step towards the sand monster and pulled the trigger at the monster's eyes. In the dark, flares were seen as 2 bullets were shot into the monster's eyes. The sand monster let out a loud roar from the pain. When Lin Huang attacked, it managed to close its eyes, but the impact of the armored bullets was too powerful at point blank. Although it did not make the sand monster's head explode, both its eyes were completely destroyed. The sand monster was badly injured from the hit. It became furious and somehow managed to break away from by within seconds. Lin Huang then rolled towards the left and hid in the side. The sand monster stood up, starting to smash everything around it as it roared. Its roar could be heard more than 10 kilometers away. The members who joined the assessment ahead of Lin Huang were just settling down, getting ready for dinner. They were terrified by the sand monster's roar. It's the sand monster's roar. It sounded angry. In the desert, the only creature that dared to invade into the sand monster's foothold was the megalodon wolf pack, which also belonged to the giant family. If the megalodon wolf was not famished, they would not attack the sand monsters on a whim. There must be some unusual fight happening in the foothold tonight. A man in glasses who also joined the assessment explained. He seemed to know the monsters in the desert better. However, he misjudged the situation as the sound of gun faded too fast and he could not hear that as he was too far away. Within the 10-kilometer radius of the foothold, the sand monster seemed to be in complete madness. It swung its hands everywhere, destroying the surroundings. Meanwhile, Bai was in combat mode as his eyes turned completely red and the blood power on his back turned into 2 bloody sabers. As he avoided from being hit by the sand monster, he was slashing the monster with his sabers at the same time. The number of wounds on the sand monster increased and Bai did not even suffer a single hit. Lin Huang hid in the opposite direction, somewhere not far from them. He removed the armored bullets and reloaded his gun with regular bullets. He then went into shooting mode and he shot the sand monster every time he had a chance. He focused on the sand monster's face, including its destroyed eyes, nose, mouth, and even its ears. Although he missed most of the time, it managed to make the monster even more furious. Lin Huang did not shoot from the same direction. Every time he took a shot, he would change his position. This 10-meter-tall sand monster had superior abilities if it was compared to the rest. Bai managed to chop off the arms of the other monsters, easily, but he failed to cut through this monster's body as its bones prevented him from doing so. Time passed by. Lin Huang and Bai were getting tired as the sand monster got weaker, losing blood as the fight continued. Lin Huang was amazed at how terrifying the monsters in this world were. He had fired more than 100 bullets from his Grey Eagle 17 at the monster's face, and though he only missed a few shots, the monster was still alive. It was shocking as the Grey Eagle 17 was comparable to an iron-level gun. It was even more powerful than an AK-47 on Earth. After losing so much blood, the sand monster became slow. Though Bai was tired, he did not slow down, but instead, he got more aggressive. However, the monster still managed to defend itself. Lin Huang was exhausted. His actions became slower, but he was still opening fire at the monster's face. Under continuous attack, the monster finally fell to its injuries, and though it was still alive, Lin Huang and Bai both knew that it could not last much longer. Lin Huang became more courageous and he stood in front of the sand monster to open fire because he could aim better at such an angle. However, just as he positioned himself and fired a few shots, the sand monster who was on the ground stood up and let out a roar as it ran towards Lin Huang's direction. Lin Huang did not move at all. Instead, he grinned. He took out the regular bullets and reloaded his gun with armored bullets. He then aimed at the monster's wide-open mouth and shot. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots were fired and 3 armored bullets exploded in the sand monster's mouth. Blood started to flow out of the monster, and the monster who was initially running towards Lin Huang fell hard onto the ground. Congratulations, you obtained a complete sand monster card X1. Host completed cross-ranking kill. An advanced card is rewarded. I have been waiting for this for way too long. Lin Huang blew at the muzzle in satisfaction before he put the Grey Eagle 17 into storage. Chapter 19. Repeat important matters 3 times. Lin Huang had expected the sudden outburst of the sand monster. The 30 sand monsters who were killed did not always die in one hit from Bai's attack, and they had a similar reaction. The last sand monster remaining, who happened to be their leader, was killed the way Lin Huang had wanted it to happen. After the sand monster's leader was dead, a notification was sent by Xiao He. As the last monster was killed by Lin Huang himself, he was rewarded with an advanced card for the cross-ranking kill. Besides, he also obtained a complete monster card. The probability of obtaining a monster card right away for killing a monster was not high. Lin Huang had done his survey earlier, so he was only aiming to collect all of the card pieces. He did not expect to get this lucky. However, there was a downside as well. Since the sand monster was killed by Lin Huang, its life light could not be absorbed by Bai, so Lin Huang's life wheel did not manage to get any additional life light. Lin Huang then called out the monster card onto his hand. He was stunned. It was a green card. He looked at it closely. There was a giant sand monster on the front of the card. Its look was considered normal. The only thing was that it had an extra head. It did not have extra eyes and it had 4 limbs just like ordinary people did. It looked like an enlarged human with more fats and hair. It looked ferocious and did not have reproductive organs. He turned the card around to look at the detailed description. Monster card. Rarity. Rare, type of monster. Giant branch combat level. Iron level 3 star. Skill 1. Immense strength beginner, skill 2. Robust beginner, skill 3. Iron bones beginner, summoning limit. Activated. Card remarks, this is useless too. Lin Huang then looked at the detailed description. Immense strength beginner, passive skill, strength would gain 3 times more. Robust beginner, passive skill, body physique improved 2-fold. Body physique includes tolerance to poison, strength, tolerance, and adaptation. Iron bones beginner, passive skill, defense is improved 3-fold. After reading the detailed description, Lin Huang finally understood why it was so hard to kill the last sand monster. No wonder Bai's attack could not hurt it, this fella is a rare species like Bai. Although it did not have any active skills, its passive skills are stunning enough. Lin Huang was familiar with the advanced card. Now that he had 2 rare monster cards, he was not sure if he should use the advanced card on Bai or the sand monster. Since he was undecided, he put the card aside for the future when it was needed. Xiao Hei, please extract the skill. The 3 passive skills were all great. No matter which one he got, it would be helpful for Lin Huang, so he did not have any preference. Skill extraction has been activated. Choosing a skill for the host, random selection is done. Congratulations, you have obtained Robust Beginner. When the skill extraction was done, Lin Huang opened up his exclusive card. Host. Lin Huang, gender, male, age, 15 inches, combat strength, none exceeded assessment limit, skill 1. Blood power level 2, skill 2. Great sword scriptures, sword skill, skill 3. Robust beginner, summon authority, activated, available number of summons, 1 inch, remark, so weak. So weak, so weak. He was initially happy but he got slightly pissed at the last remark. Was it really necessary to repeat yourself 3 times? Xiao Hei, I feel that you're becoming meaner now. It's necessary to repeat important stuff 3 times, isn't that a rule on Earth? Lin Huang did not know what to respond. The available number of summons is still 1, does that mean I can't summon both my monster cards at the same time? Lin Huang questioned as he noticed that the quantity of summons remained unchanged. Yes, no matter how many monster cards you have, you can only summon 1 at a time. Lin Huang wanted to try anyway. Without recalling Bai, he squeezed the sand monster card on his hand. The card broke into pieces and was transferred into his body. Immediately, a semi-transparent box appeared. You have reached the summoning limit, the action is denied. He then recalled Bai and summoned the sand monster card. He squeezed the card again and a gigantic sand monster appeared in front of him. He took a good look at the 10-meter tall sand monster. He thought to himself for a while and said, I'm going to call you tyrant. Hearing what Lin Huang said, the sand monster raised its hands up high and let out a loud roar. It seemed to like the name given by Lin Huang very much. Alright, tyrant, let's hunt for a mini monster nearby. Lin had had breakfast before coming to the assessment. Now that it was late, after an entire day of walking and fighting, he was hungry and tired. Tyrant who got the instruction turned around and left immediately. Soon, it came back with a monster that looked like a wild boar. Lin Huang recognized it. It was an armored pig. It was double the size of a wild boar on Earth. It had black, metal scales on its back. Although it was quite large in size, it did not belong to the giants. It was a mutated beast. The difference was one could tell what it was by looking at its size. No matter which rank the armored pig had evolved into, its size did not seem to change even when it became an adult. Lin Huang's eyes lit up when he saw the armored pig. He tried that when he stayed at the stable residence. It was delicious. Lin Huang's cooking skill was nothing fantastic. He started a fire, sliced a few pieces of meat and started to cook it. He had thought of this before coming here, so he had brought condiments for barbecue along with him. Although he did not handle the fire well, which caused the meat to be slightly burnt, the taste was not bad at all. He saw Tyrant who was drooling as it sat aside. Lin Huang got a few slices for it. After it was done eating, it wanted more. It looked at Lin Huang in anticipation. Lin Huang shook his head and smiled at him. It's for you to taste. If I were to feed you until you were full, I think I might have to stay up all night to cook for you. The smell of barbecue would attract other monsters nearby. They might come soon, we need to leave now. Lin Huang then stood up. Tyrant seemed to understand what he said, it stood up as well. Bring me to the east. At the speed you can move at, we should be able to cover quite a distance within 2 hours. With your speed, we should be able to leave this area far away in 2 hours. We will rest later, Lin Huang said to Tyrant. Tyrant extended its hand, Lin Huang hopped onto its palm and he was placed on its shoulder. Just as he sat down, he had a strange expression. Tyrant's shoulders were filled with long, coarse hair that felt like wild boar fur. Damn it, its hair is so hard, it's poking my butt. Chapter 20. Encountering obstructions. After sitting on Tyrant for 2 hours, Lin Huang finally understood what it meant to have to ride the mount through to the end, even if it brought him to tears because it was his. After running for 2 hours, Tyrant stopped after they ran more than 100 kilometers away. Lin Huang found a nearby dune and pitched a tent. Tyrant sat not too far away from the entrance of the to-be tent, watching Lin Huang with a curious eye as he built the tent. 20 minutes later, Lin Huang sat inside the tent he had just put up as he planned out how they would keep watch at night. The pure gold desert was so much worse than any desert on Earth. There might be an invasion anytime, so someone who kept an eye on the tent during the night was necessary. Lin Huang needed Tyrant as his mode of transport so it could not watch over the tent. Bai would be suitable, but with the strength he had, Lin Huang did not want him to waste his strength on something like this. He soon recalled that he still had card pieces he could integrate into a single monster card. Getting out of the tent, he recalled Tyrant and called out to Xiao He, I'd like to integrate these pieces into a monster card. You have 33 pieces of sand monster cards, integrating an iron level sand monster card would require 30 pieces. Confirm integration, integrate. 30 sand monster card pieces have been integrated into one monster card. Lin Huang summoned the new card to his hand. It was a pure white card and the sand monster on the front of the card was 80% similar to Tyrant. It looked like a smaller version of Tyrant and the description of the card on the back was different. Monster card, rarity, normal, type of monster, giant branch combat level, iron 1 star, skill 1, immense strength beginner, skill 2, robust beginner, summoning limit, activated, card remarks, useless. Another notification was sent by Xiao He. Just as Lin Huang wondered what it was about, a box popped up upon him. There are 2 monster cards of the same type, would you like to carry out card engulf? Xiao He, what is card engulf? If there are 2 monster cards of the same kind, the one with the rarer card can engulf the one that is a lower rarity and you'll get a random skill upgrade. Does that mean I can use Tyrant's card to engulf this monster card and get a skill upgrade? Lin Huang finally understood the reason why the notification came up. Yes, this is the first time you obtained a monster card of the same kind, so a reminder popped up. Would you like to continue with card engulf? Not at the moment, I would need him to keep watch over the tent at night for a few days. Lin Huang decided not to go ahead with the card engulf. Lin Huang did not even bother to give this new sand monster a new name as he would use it for the card engulf a few days later. A name seemed unnecessary. The new sand monster was much smaller than Tyrant as it was just 5 meters tall. You will be keeping watch outside the tent tonight. If you notice any monsters or humans, scream as loud as you can and wake me up. Lin Huang instructed. The sand monster nodded and sat outside the tent while Lin Huang went into the tent. He was exhausted and fell asleep straight away. The next day, he woke up from sleep and realized that it was morning. It was a peaceful night. He stood up and kept the tent. After washing up, he recalled the sand monster that was watching over the tent all night and summoned Tyrant. He sat on Tyrant's shoulder and frowned. He recalled the 2-hour-long torture that he had yesterday and the fact that his poor butt he would have to suffer another 10 hours today. He got down from Tyrant's shoulder and got it to lie on the ground before the sand got too hot from the scorching sun. He took his sword and began shaving the hair on Tyrant's shoulders. At first, it lied down quietly as it did not know what Lin Huang was up to. Once Lin Huang began shaving it, its expression changed. Lin Huang thought its expression was dumb, but it seemed really adorable. The hair on its body was a sign of masculinity for Tyrant, so naturally, it was quite unwilling when Lin Huang wanted to shave it all of. However, he could not disobey Lin Huang, so all it could do was to show a sad face. After the left side of its shoulder was shaved, Lin Huang, who was ready to sit on it, looked at the right side of Tyrant's shoulder. It would look better if they're symmetrical. He then shaved the right side. After half an hour, he finally took a seat on Tyrant's shoulder to start their journey. This is much better. Without the hair poking on his butt, Lin Huang felt infinitely more comfortable. Not long after they began their journey, Lin Huang saw traces of people who passed by the place. Just when he was about to get Tyrant to avoid the area to prevent conflicts, Tyrant's gigantic body attracted 5 people who promptly surrounded it. Seeing others approaching it, Tyrant was enraged at the people. "Tyrant, let me down." After Lin Huang's instructed it, Tyrant put him down on the ground in front of it. The 5 people who approached them realized that Lin Huang was sitting on Tyrant's shoulder. "How can I help you?" Lin Huang looked at the 5 of them with his guard up. "So, you're an Imperial censor. It's no wonder you even dared to join this assessment even though you're not at iron level." A tall, skinny guy who looked like he was 20 said with a cunning smile. "Just say what you want. If you've nothing to say, get out of my way." Lin Huang did not bother talking to him any further. "I seem to recall your name being Lin Huang, right?" A young man who looked like he was Lin Huang's age said with a smile. He dressed well, and when he talked, the rest held their tongue. Although he was young, he seemed like the leader of the group. "My name is George Kong. Don't be afraid, I'm harmless. The difficulty of this assessment is high. It'll be quite hard for you pass the assessment if you're alone, so we've teamed up. You are an Imperial censor, and although you're not bad at summoning monsters, you're quite lacking in the strength department. Especially the last part of the assessment where we're required to climb the Alps. With your strength, it would be quite impossible that you could make it. Although this sand monster is strong, it isn't that good at climbing. If you're willing to join us, we can help you to climb the Alps." George Kong smiled as he suggested to Lin Huang. "Thanks for the offer, but I'm a lone wolf. Now, will you step aside?" Lin Huang could see that this seemingly kind George Kong was actually very sly. None of them had any good intentions. "Bro, you should think about it," George Kong said with a smile. He did not plan to step aside at all. "No, now please, step aside," Lin Huang insisted. "Hey, how dare you? Do you really think that we care about you? All we really wanted is to use this sand monster to help us get to the Alps. If you get what I'm talking about, do as we say and just maybe, you'll reach the Alps alive with us. It's either that or we'll make you do what we say." The tall, skinny guy revealed their real intentions. "So, you're sure that you're not stepping aside?" Lin Huang did not even look at the tall, skinny guy. Instead, he shot a deadly glare at George Kong. Chapter 21. Lin Huang flipping out. George Kong saw the way Lin Huang was staring at him and felt a chill going down his spine, immediately planning his retreat. "What are you staring at? You think you're better than us just because you're an Imperial censor? George's family is royalty, you can't afford to offend him." The tall, skinny guy raised his voice at Lin Huang as he was ignored by him. Lin Huang frowned when he heard the guy mentioned royalty. In this world, only families that were higher than the gold rank could be approved as royalty by the Union government. Now he understood why this guy spoke for George Kong willingly. Meanwhile, George Kong, who thought Lin Huang was strange, began getting jealous of Lin Huang. What did he do to deserve to be an Imperial censor? He's 15 and he isn't even iron level. It's obvious that he's a poor kid without good background. What's so great about being an Imperial censor? I'm going to show you what I've got today. George Kong thought to himself. "Bro, we would not force you to do something that you don't want to do, but your attitude is humiliating. Since my bros don't like you, there's nothing that I can do." George Kong was smart as he sensed Lin Huang was not the person that he should mess with, so he tried to get away from him. Although the reason that he argued was irrelevant, at least it was not awkward. That was one of the things that he learned from his family. A normal 15-year-old would really reflect on what he just said, but Lin Huang was not a kid. He knew what this guy was up to, where he attempted to avoid conflicts. If a fight was to happen, no matter which side won, it would be none of his business. However, it was not a good news to Lin Huang as they were a gang. Although he was fearless, he did not want to offend the royalty for no reason. The tall and skilled guy did not understand what George Kong really meant. He thought he did not want to fight Lin Huang himself, and he wanted the rest of them to do it instead. He was willing to do anything for the young master of royalty. Regardless of how the results of the assessment turned out, as long as he managed to build a good relationship with royalty, he could always ask for job opportunities and work on their properties. The 4 of them were thinking about the same thing. George Kong took a few steps back while the 4 of them looked at each other. The three of them plunged towards the sand monster while the tall and skinny guy attacked Lin Huang. The easiest way to kill an Imperial censor was to kill him before he summoned his monsters. Now that Lin Huang had already summoned his monster, they thought of holding down the monster and killing Lin Huang as soon as they could. Lin Huang was not iron level, so he could not see their abilities. However, seeing the tall and skinny guy leading the charge, that meant his ability should be the most powerful, possible in iron level rank -3. Lin Huang did not hesitate. As he was stepping away fast, he held the Grey Eagle 17 on his hand and reloaded his remaining 5 armored bullets. Looking at the Grey Eagle 17 on Lin Huang's hand, the tall and skilled guy grinned. A Grey Eagle 17, this weapon that isn't even considered to be an iron level weapon could probably be a threat to people on iron level rank -1 or 2, but I, xianxia, am at iron level rank 3, such a garbage of a gun can do nothing to me. Seeing xianxia approaching him without fear, Lin Huang aimed at his chest and pulled the trigger. Bang! The explosive bang scared everyone. Xianxia attempted to avoid the shot, but it was too late. The bullet hit his right shoulder. A hole that was the size of a fist was blown into his right shoulder, so deep that his bone could be seen. Xianxia pressed his palm against the wound. Blood was flowing out. He glared at Lin Huang and poured medication on the wound. Lin Huang looked at him from far away. He did not continue to attack. Without Tyrant or Bai's help, it was difficult for him to kill xianxia. Xianxia's ability was much more powerful than the weakened vampire he killed earlier. His mind was not controlled by hunger. Moreover, Lin Huang was only left with 4 armored bullets. They were for emergency use only, and he did not want to waste the bullets. It was just a minor fight between them. They had not reached the point where they had to kill each other. Seeing Lin Huang's attack, George Kang's expression changed. He thought his hunch was right. This guy is dangerous. He could also see that Lin Huang showed mercy. If he was to aim his gun at xianxia's head instead of chest, he would have been dead by now. Just when George Kang gave all his attention on Lin Huang, he heard a devastating groan not far away. The 3 guys who attempted to attack Tyrant were punched by it. Nobody knew if they were still alive. After settling the 3 of them, Tyrant ran towards Lin Huang and attempted to grab xianxia. Xianxia saw what was happening and was terrified as he attempted to escape with his injured shoulder. As he ran, he screamed for help. "George, help me." George Kang was in a pickle. Although he did not want to be involved in this, he could not let xianxia die here. If xianxia was dead, he would be alone, and who knew if Lin Huang would kill him as well. He used his right hand and waved in the air. The black ring on his middle finger became a giant shield in front of xianxia. Bang! Tyrant's giant claw landed on the giant shield and a spiderweb crack appeared on the shield. George Kang was shocked. He did not expect the sand monster's hit to create such cracks on his iron level equipment. He did not know that this sand monster's strength was near a bronze level monster. George Kang then called out to Lin Huang, "Lin Huang bro, please stop the violence, we can talk this out." Tyrant. Lin Huang then stopped Tyrant from attacking xianxia. Tyrant was getting in the zone. It then stopped and looked at Lin Huang in confusion. "Stop for now." After Lin Huang gave out his instruction, he looked at George Kang and xianxia. "I need a proper explanation." The duo was relieved when they saw Lin Huang asking Tyrant to stop. George Kang said loudly to Lin Huang from far away, "Lin Huang bro, it's our fault. We should not put you in trouble, we would like to apologize." "George, this kid would not dare to kill us. Killing is prohibited in the assessment. If we were to die in the assessment, not only he would lose his eligibility, he would also be blacklisted by the Hunter Association and prohibited from all forms of Hunter assessment. You are a member of royalty. If you die in the assessment, the Hunter Association would definitely investigate the matter. Killing a member of royalty is considered a very serious matter to the Union government." "Shut up." George Kang stopped xianxia from talking. He could not believe that xianxia was still picking a fight with Lin Huang. "Lin Huang bro, all my weapons that were over iron level were taken away. The most valuable thing I have with me is this black armor." George Kang then took off the black ring on his left ring finger and tossed on the ground in front of Tyrant. "Please take this as our apology. I hope we can forget about what happened today and be friends." Lin Huang kept quiet for a moment and said, "I accept your apology. You can take the 3 guys who are lying there, but he's not allowed to leave." Lin Huang pointed at xianxia who was behind George Kang. Chapter 22. a kill to warn. Seeing Lin Huang pointing his finger at him, Xianxia turned pale. He thought that would be the end of the incident since George Kong had apologized and gave Lin Huang a gift. He did not expect Lin Huang to come after him. Lin Huang, what do you want from me? Xianxia did not think that he could defeat Tyrant. Moreover, Lin Huang was good in attacking from a distance. If they were to fight, he would definitely lose. What do I want? Lin Huang squinted while he looked at Xianxia. It was you who picked a fight with me and it was you who attacked me. Do you really think that I'd let you go just like? Xianxia, it was our fault. You should apologize. Lin Huang bro, please let us know how we could remedy you, let's not fight. George Kong did not leave without Xianxia. Instead, he turned around and looked at Lin Huang. Lin Huang bro, I know you're mad. It makes sense that you are angry as Xianxia is a loudmouth. Let us know what kind of compensation we can give. Lin Huang was amazed at how smart this George Kong is. He seemed like a prudent person. He would become someone remarkable in the future. Since you have offered, I shall not embarrass you. I only have 2 requests. Firstly, I want a sincere apology from Xianxia. Secondly, I want every equipment that he has on him as well as all the things that's in his storage. Lin Huang, don't you dare push it. Xianxia was furious. Shut up, Xianxia. George Kong yelled at Xianxia. George Kong, now I finally understand why your family isn't fond of you, you're a bastard. Not only did you not help me but you're helping an outsider. I wouldn't want to have a cousin like you. What Xianxia said upset George Kong. Lin Huang finally understood why George Kong did not choose to leave earlier and helped Xianxia instead. You're such an idiot, I'm helping you to get out of the situation. George Kong yelled back at Xianxia. I don't need you, go away. Xianxia spat on the ground. Lin Huang bro, I could give you all the iron level equipment that I have with me, as well as the things that I have in my storage. I will bring him away and guarantee that we will not give you trouble anymore. George Kong suggested. George, this has nothing to do with you. This is my business with him, I'll settle with him. If you can't stand to watch, please leave. Lin Huang rejected George Kang's offer. Tyrant, attack. Hearing Lin Huang's instruction, Tyrant who was giddy stood up and ran towards Xianxia. George Kong did not leave but he took a few steps back away from Tyrant and Xianxia while he watched quietly. The Grey Eagle 17 remained on Lin Huang's hand, it was pointing at George Kong. Meanwhile, although Xianxia's ability was not that weak, his right shoulder was injured, leaving him with only his left arm. His speed seemed to be affected by the pain. With his fear of Tyrant after he saw his attack earlier, he was not even able to use 70% of his strength. Soon, Tyrant was near him. It then punched the iron-level long knife that Xianxia had on his arm and a crack was heard. There was blood on Tyrant's fist but a strong impact was felt on Xianxia's left hand. He was pushed back from the bunch and the long knife fell from his grip. That hit fractured Xianxia's left hand. George Kong, who was watching from afar, was terrified. He did not have any hope left in Xianxia in this battle. Xianxia was an expert in using knives and now that both his hands were useless, he did not have any moves anymore. Standing before a sand monster who was near a bronze level, he was like a helpless toy to it. Seeing that he had lost his power, Tyrant got even more excited, it then humiliated him like a cat toying with a mouse. After clumsy attempts of trying to dodge Tyrant's attacks, Xianxia was tired. Noticing that its prey was exhausted, Tyrant grinned and grabbed his arm. Xianxia struggled hard, but it was useless. He felt like his body was going to be crushed. Watching that, George Kong hesitated and said, Lin Huang bro, please spare his life for me. Take this instead, you can ask for 3 favors from our family in the future. George Kong then took out a token from his space storage. Lin Huang looked at him, although he did not know what the token was about, he got Tyrant to stop. Tyrant, put him down. Xianxia was on the brink of death as he lay on the ground motionless. In Tyrant's arm, all the bones in his body were destroyed. Lin Huang walked towards him, apologize or die. Lin Huang, I know that you don't have the guts to kill me. Xianxia smiled. I don't know where you get that confidence. Lin Huang bent down and shook his head with a smile. To the Hunter Association, you're just an ordinary person who is not even a reserve hunter while I'm an imperial censor. Do you think the Hunter Association would disqualify me just because I killed you? Even if I did kill you and I'm disqualified, with my status of being an imperial censor, it's not difficult to join other organizations. Regarding your relationship with royalty, you're not even an important family member. If you're dead, do you really think George's family would avenge you? An imperial censor is protected by many. Do you really think George's family would offend the Hunter Association for your sake? Let me tell you a secret. Lin Huang leaned in close to Shui Jia's ear. Although I'm not even an iron level, I'm able to summon not one monster, but 3. There'll be more in the future. Shui Jia's pupils shrunk. Although he did not know much about an imperial censor, he knew that most of them would only blossom after they became an iron level. Those who could summon monsters before reaching iron level were considered to be geniuses. Those who could summon 3 monsters before reaching iron level, on the other hand, would be considered godlike. Even without the assessment, this fellow would be a catch for all. If he and George Kong were to be killed, the Hunter Association might have buried the incident. Alright, now that you know my secret, bring it along when you leave this world. After whispering into Shui Jia's ear, Lin Huang stood up and pointed his Grey Eagle 17 at Shui Jia's forehead and slid it toward his left eye. The bullet would pass from your eyeball to your brain and explode. It won't be painful. Wait, please don't kill me. I'm begging you. Shui Jia felt the threat of death, something he had never felt before, and begged for mercy. George Kong was amazed. He did not know what Lin Huang said to Shui Jia to terrify him like that. Now that you know my secret, I can't let you live. Lin Huang grinned while he placed his finger on the trigger. I swear I will not reveal your secret to anyone. If I do, I curse that I will be stuck on iron level forever. Shui Jia said immediately, and I'm sorry for what happened earlier. It was my fault. I will give you anything. Lin Huang seemed like he was hesitating, but he was enjoying it. Although Shui Jia had a bad mouth, Lin Huang never planned to kill him. He just wanted to show this to George Kong as a warning, since the rich were scared of those who do not care to lose their lives. Lin Huang intentionally showed him his crazy side so George Kong would give up trying to take revenge on him. He knew very well that people from royalty would definitely seek revenge. I have 4 iron level equipment that I can give to you. As for the stuff in my storage, please help yourself. Shui Jia gave up. Lin Huang could finally end his drama. Lin Huang bro, if you think that the stuff that my cousin offered is insufficient, please take mine as well. George Kong walked towards him and said. He was terrified by Lin Huang's actions and was afraid that he might really kill his cousin. Alright, George, since he had already apologized, I shall not embarrass you. Lin Huang then took his gun away from Shui Jia's head and stood up. After taking a few of his iron level equipment, Lin Huang searched through his storage. Apart from the iron level armor that was given by George Kong, he did not take any of his stuff. He even rejected the token that he offered. George Kong pressed the emergency button for Shui Jia and the rest of his team. He then left, alone. Lin Huang grinned while he watched him leave. I didn't expect Shui Jia to conform to me. This kill to warn technique was a success. Looking at George Kong, who couldn't wait to leave me alone, I don't think he'd ever look for trouble with me ever again. It seems that I've avoided the aftermath. Chapter 23. Meeting Fatty again. 5 iron level equipment, 2 pieces of armor and a battle sword. The remaining 2 were diving and investigation equipment. Lin Huang did not exactly know what they were. The 5 equipment were deactivated and he could not activate them at the current level of his abilities. Apart from the equipment, Lin Huang took all the life crystals in Shui Jia's storage. There was a total of 30 years worth of life crystals which could be traded for more than 3 million credit points. It was a fortune for Lin Huang. The rest of Shui Jia's properties seemed useless, so Lin Huang did not bother to take them with him. His storage was not that big anyway, it was only the size of 1 square. He planned to spend some of his credit points to expand the storage in his Emperor's Heart Ring after the assessment ended. He then sat on Tyrant's shoulder and instructed it to go on a route that was slightly different from George Kong. They both headed to the east. Though he was not afraid to fight someone, it would be quite troublesome for him. The incident with George Kong took more than half an hour. If he was to encounter a few similar incidents in a day, he would be spending most of his time on battles instead of proceeding with his journey. Less than 20 minutes after they ran towards the east, there was a sandstorm in the desert. Although it was not intense, Lin Huang had to get Tyrant to go at a slower pace while he used his shirt to cover his mouth and nose. Within a few minutes, Lin Huang saw someone in the sandstorm not far away. The person seemed plump. He was having difficulty walking with his short legs. Why does this person look so familiar? Lin Huang felt he had seen this person before. Tyrant ran towards the person in excitement. It was its instinct to go after a prey which could be its food. Tyrant, don't bother him. Let's just pass him by. Lin Huang instructed. Tyrant, who was excited, was calm again and gave up on running after the person. Xianxia, who was struggling in the desert, heard something coming up behind him. He turned around and saw a sand monster coming for him. He also saw a person sitting on top of the sand monster's left shoulder. Just when he was wondering what he was seeing, the sand monster walked past him and proceeded to run ahead. Xianxia was not shocked. Instead, he thought the guy who sat on the sand monster's shoulder looked familiar. The guy covered his mouth and nose. The only thing he could see on his face was his eyes. He tried to recall where he had seen the person before. A while later, he mumbled to himself, that pair of eyes looked like Lin Huang's. Could it really be Lin Huang? He then waved to the sand monster that had yet to run too far away and yelled, Lin Huang, wait for me. Lin Huang, I am Xianxia. Hearing someone calling his name behind him, Lin Huang turned around to look. He could tell indistinctly who the person was. Lin Huang frowned as the fatty was over-friendly and talkative. If he was to walk with him, he would have to listen to him talking all day. But the fatty was deviating from the correct route. If the sandstorm did not stop, his direction would deviate even more and cause him to fail. He shook his head and smiled. Lin Huang decided to get the sand monster to stop. Xianxia saw that the sand monster stopped. He ran fast to it. Lin Huang slid down from the sand monster's arm and Xianxia let out an awkward smile as he said in relief, "Ah, bro, finally I bump into my family. I thought I'd really die in this desert if I didn't bump into you. Didn't you follow the rest? How did you deviate from the route?" Lin Huang ignored his friendliness and asked in curiosity. "Let's not talk about it. There was a sandstorm not long after we fell asleep in our tents. All of them ran away. I was lucky to find somewhere to hide for the night. I couldn't tell which direction I was at when I woke up in the morning." Looking at the fatty's face, Lin Huang felt he was telling the truth. "Bro, I didn't know you're an imperial censor. It's so cool that you have this sand monster as your vehicle." The fatty gave a pitiful look. "Could you bring me along? You wouldn't want your bro to die in this shitty place, right?" "You won't die, you can always press the emergency button." Lin Huang responded seriously. "I can't do that. If I did, doesn't that mean I gave up on the assessment? Is the assessment more important than your life?" Lin Huang raised his eyebrow. "Of course the assessment is more important," the fatty said confidently. Seeing that the fatty insisted, there was nothing that Lin Huang could do. "I can bring you, but I have a request." Lin Huang raised his finger in all seriousness. "Sure, I will do anything, as long as it isn't having sex with you. I'm still a virgin, I must save my virginity for my future wife." The fatty said seriously. "Damn you, look at the fats on you, it's disgusting." Lin Huang gave him a kick. "What do you know? I'm voluptuous, girls love me, I'm very huggable." The fatty avoided Lin Huang's kick while explaining. "Alright, I won't be messing with you anymore. I'm short of time. My condition is simple. When I ask you to shut up, shut up." Lin Huang could not stand the fatty's exuberance. If he did not set this condition as a ground rule, he might be annoyed to death. "What's wrong with you? What gives you the right not to let me talk?" The fatty was annoyed. Even with the sand monster, the journey would take at least 3 days. He would die if he was not allowed to talk. Never mind then. Lin Huang turned around and left, but the fatty grabbed his arm. "Alright, I give up. I'll promise you that, okay?" So, from now onwards, Lin Huang turned around and gestured to zip his mouth. The fatty was confused. "What does that mean?" "That means shut up." Lin Huang forgot that this was not Earth. It was normal for the fatty not to know what the gesture meant. The fatty covered his mouth and waved at Lin Huang. "Okay Tyrant, put him on your right shoulder." Tyrant was not as gentle as it was with Lin Huang when it comes to the fatty. It picked the fatty up by holding the fatty's belt from the back. Meanwhile, it was much gentle to Lin Huang where it placed its palm on the ground, allowing him to step on its palm and placed him on its shoulder. Looking at the different treatment, the fatty yelled at Lin Huang, "I would like to protest the difference in treatment. I deserve equality." Lin Huang gestured to get him to shut up again. The fatty realized that he asked for a favor. He then covered his mouth and sat down quietly. After Lin Huang sat down, he patted the sand monster. "Let's go." The sand monster stood up and walked toward the east in big steps. Chapter 24. I want to be a food hunter. Sand monsters lived in the desert since young. They could survive even longer than camels could on Earth in the desert. When there was a lot of food, they would eat everything they could to store a massive amount of fat in their bodies. Without food and water, they could break down their bodily fats for energy and water. Sand monsters that had sufficient fats could live at least half a year without water. Without food, they could live at least 3 years. Their skin was thick and tough enough to defend themselves from sandstorms. Even their eyes and faces had a unique structure of 3 layers so that they would not be affected by a sandstorm. Due to their unique body structure, they became the top predators in the desert. The sand monsters had big feet that were more than 2 times the size of human feet. That made them move faster and have more agility than the rest of the giants. Tyrant's body size was more than 5 times bigger than a human, but his speed was not 5 times the speed of a human. Instead, it was 20 times faster than a human. For a human that was an iron level rank 3, the most one could travel in the desert was 20 kilometers per hour on average. While for Tyrant, at its normal running speed, it could travel more than 80 kilometers per hour, and at full speed, it could travel more than 100 kilometers per hour. As Lin Huang was sitting on Tyrant's shoulder, he controlled its speed to the normal 80 kilometers to avoid himself from falling down. On the first night, they managed to use only 2 hours to travel a distance that usually took a full day for ordinary people. With the sand monster's strength, the additional burden, who was the fatty sitting on its shoulder, made no difference. Its speed was not slowed down at all. Looking at the fatty feeling nauseous from the ride, Lin Huang was laughing inside. He was no different from the fatty yesterday aside from adapting himself to the feeling of riding on Tyrant. Recalling himself getting poked on his butt by Tyrant's rough hair, Lin Huang mumbled to himself, shouldn't have shaved the other side of its hair. The sand monster ran for more than 4 hours before the fatty started to complain. Can we rest for a while? Oh my god, I feel like my butt cheeks are cracking. Lin Huang's butt was numb too. Seeing the fatty no longer able to take it anymore, he got Tyrant to stop. Tyrant then placed the both of them on the ground. The fatty walked towards Lin Huang while rubbing his butt. Let's get some rest, eat something and drink some water before we go again. Lin Huang nodded. Let's rest, I'll get Tyrant to hunt for food. There's no need for that, I have food with me. Fatty took a few big sips of water from his bottle and said. After keeping his bottle back to his storage, the fatty took a set of tableware out and a slice of square meat that was the size of a basketball. Where did you get the food? Didn't they confiscate your food yesterday? Lin Huang asked curiously. What are you thinking about? I didn't smuggle them in, I cut this from the armored pig that the team killed yesterday. It's the back of its leg, good stuff. I plan to keep this for myself, but I treat you as my own brother, else I wouldn't share this with you. The fatty then started to slice the meat. A while later, the slab of meat was sliced. So you're a chef. Seeing the fatty's good knife skills, Lin Huang figured out his occupation. What, a chef? I want to be a food hunter. The fatty looked up and refuted. There were many categories in the Hunter Association. Besides many monster hunters who mainly hunted monsters, there were food hunters who cooked, treasure hunters who looked for treasures, and guardian hunters that protected rare species. The Hunter Association was an organization that offered freedom. They did not only cultivate talents but provide talents of all kinds to other organizations too. The Reserve Hunter assessment was not restricted to any category. To be a food hunter that was recognized by the Hunter Association, Fatty first had to be a reserve hunter. And he would be required to choose a category when he was going for the Bronze Hunter assessment. Through the Food Hunter assessment, he would become a real hunter which recognized by the Hunter Association. In less than 20 minutes, Fatty had roasted all the meat. Lin Huang tasted a piece and his eyes lit up as he said, Fatty, you don't look like you could cook. Fatty was a good cook. The roast meat was much better than the one Lin Huang cooked on the first day. Although it was not comparable to the one he tasted at the stable residence, it was the second best roast meat he had ever had. Suddenly, they heard a rumbling sound around them. They then noticed that Tyrant was drooling while staring at the roast meat. Fatty, cook a big slab for it later. Lin Huang suggested after seeing Tyrant looking pitiful. If we were to feed it, we would be hungry at night. Fatty was unwilling to cook the meat for Tyrant. Just give him a slice for him to taste some. Of course, Lin Huang knew that it was impossible to satisfy Tyrant's appetite. With its size, it would need a ton of meat for it to turn them into fats. Although the fatty was unwilling, thinking that he would need to ride it later, he took out a big slab and started roasting it while he ate his food. Just as they were done eating, the meat was roasted. The fatty used a tong to pass Tyrant the roast meat and said, "Big guy, this is for you." Tyrant looked at Lin Huang while it drooled. "Go ahead." After Lin Huang nodded, it took the roast meat and tossed it into its mouth. It swallowed the meat together with the bones. Damn, why didn't it spit out the bones? It was the first time that Fatty saw a sand monster eat and he was shocked. The giant's stomach acid corrosion is more than 100 times more powerful than that of a human. They can digest bones completely. Whoever told you that giants spit out the bones when they eat? Lin Huang educated Fatty on some scientific facts. Right, the giants that I saw in videos also swallowed the bones. Fatty recalled the time when he watched some educational videos. Alright, since we've eaten, let's clean up and go on the road. If we are fast enough we can reach the Alps tomorrow night. Then, we'll rest for a night and we can start climbing the day after tomorrow in the morning. Lin Huang had done his planning earlier. It would take them 2 days to reach the Alps if Tyrant was to travel for 10 hours per day. Yay! Fatty was excited when he heard that they could finish the journey in 2 days while ordinary people would take more than 10 days. The assessment could not get any easier than this. After cleaning up, they rode on Tyrant's shoulders and begun their journey. Chapter 25. Danger was close. After traveling for more than 6 hours on Tyrant, it was getting dark as stars lit up in the sky. The journey was smooth sailing. Lin Huang and Fatty were not attacked by any people. Perhaps Tyrant was the reason why. Pure Gold Desert was a grade -1 wild zone and there would not be any monsters that were over iron level. Tyrant was an iron level rank 3, it was a creature on top of the food chain and other predators would try their best to avoid it. It was hot during the day and most of the predators would choose to hibernate or rest. When the sun sets, the temperature would drop and they would go out to hunt. It would be a dumb move if Lin Huang was to travel at night. With Tyrant, they had ample time to get to their destination so there was no need for them to travel at night. After he recalled Tyrant, Lin Huang summoned his second sand monster. Fatty saw that Lin Huang summoned another monster, he was stunned. "Bro, how many monsters do you really have? That's a secret." Lin Huang did not even turn around when he answered Fatty while he built the tent. "Why did you not buy a portable tent? It's so troublesome to build it from scratch." Fatty sat on a rock while watching Lin Huang build the tent. "I'm poor, I can't afford that." What Lin Huang said was the truth. The portable tent that Fatty mentioned was inspired by an armored piece of equipment. Its price was nothing less than an iron level equipment. A few days ago, Lin Huang could not afford that at all. But it sounded ridiculous to Fatty. "I would believe you if you can't afford to trade your life crystals to get to iron level. But if you tell me you can't even afford a portable tent, that's nonsense. I must visit your house one day to see how poor you are. If you really can't afford a portable tent, I would spend all I have to help you to get to iron level." Fatty thought Lin Huang was exaggerating, so he promised him that, for a normal person to get to iron level, it would require more than 200 million credit points to activate all the gray columns in Life Wheel. 200 million credit points were a lot. That was the reason why most of the people in this world could not get to iron level. Lin Huang laughed when he heard what Fatty said, "You don't need to look at my house. When we're done with the assessment, I'll bring you to the credit bureau to show you my bank book. You'd definitely believe me by then." "What? You must be kidding. Are you really that poor?" Fatty panicked when he heard what Lin Huang said. Lin Huang smiled without saying anything. Fatty got even more panicked when he saw Lin Huang smiling. "I was just messing with you just now, please don't take it seriously." Lin Huang ignored him while he put all his attention on building the tent. When he was done, it was dark. Lin Huang turned around and saw the Fatty sat on the rock without bringing out his tent. "Where is your portable tent?" "About that, it was blown away by the wind last night." Fatty scratched his head and avoided eye contact with Lin Huang. "Oh, then let's prepare dinner." Lin Huang seemed to ignore Fatty, who did not have a tent. He stretched his body and mumbled, "I'll sleep after dinner, it had been a long day, I'm exhausted." "That wouldn't be a problem for you, but what about me?" Fatty looked at Lin Huang, who just built the tent. He seemed troubled. "How about we share a tent tonight?" "That's not happening. Settle your problem yourself." Lin Huang responded without even thinking. "It's usually cold at night. Look at my delicate body, if I was to sleep outside tonight, I would be frozen to death. Do you really want that to happen to me?" Fatty gave him puppy dog eyes. "It wouldn't be a problem. If you're cold, you can cuddle with the sand monster. Lin Huang gave him a creative suggestion. He has more fats than you do, that's even sexier, just your cup of tea. Then I'd rather die. Fatty looked at Sand Monster while it gave him a smile. Fatty shook his head and rejected the suggestion. Don't goof around, make dinner now. Lin Huang changed the topic. I've lost my appetite, I can't eat anymore. I'm not cooking. Fatty turned his head around, he seemed to be throwing a tantrum. Cook first, I'll think of something for you after dinner. No, you give me the solution now or I'll not cook tonight. Fatty sat on the rock crossing his arms while waiting for Lin Huang to give him a solution. The solution is, I have a backup tent. Lin Huang laughed. Are you messing with me? Fatty was afraid that Lin Huang was not being serious. Lin Huang did not say anything as he took out a tent pole from his storage. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Fatty yelled at him while laughing. Unlike some people, I did my planning properly and brought a backup tent. Lin Huang said while he placed all the parts of the backup tent on the ground. You fix it yourself after dinner, I'm going to sleep now. Fatty then quietly took out his tableware and started to prepare dinner. After dinner, the sky was completely dark with stars. It looked like the ocean, sparkling above him. The heat on the sand faded and the wind was chillier. Lin Huang got the sand monster to watch over the night while he went into his tent. Fatty was fixing the tent clumsily. Half an hour later, Fatty built a distorted tent and there were still parts on the floor. He lost his tolerance and went into the incomplete tent anyway while he tried really hard to close the tent. Due to the sandstorm the night before, he did not get a good rest. Soon he fell asleep. Hearing Fatty's snore from not far away, Lin Huang smiled as he shook his head. This Fatty was such a naive guy, letting his guard down when he was with Lin Huang. He fell asleep immediately. This fella must be exhausted, as Lin Huang had a good rest last night. He was not sleepy even though he was tired. Sleepiness only kicked in the middle of the night. As the night went on, the desert became colder. Before dawn, there was a layer of frost on the ground. Under 2 full purple moons, the desert was calm. Suddenly, the sand monster who was sitting in front of the tent seemed to smell something. It started to sniff its surrounding and look to the direction where it identified the source of the smell. Although it could not see clearly what it was because it was far away, it could see that something was approaching them at an alarming pace. It stood up immediately and screamed into the tent. Ah woo, ah woo, ah woo. Lin Huang managed to fall asleep for only 2 hours before hearing the sand monsters scream outside. He sat up immediately. He did not even remove his clothes and shoes as he was worried that there would be such incidents. He opened the tent and looked, shocked when he looked at the direction the sand monster was pointing at. He then walked to the Fatty's tent. After several failed attempts to open his tent, he took out his sword from storage and cut the tent open. He slapped the Fatty on his face. Wake up, Fatty, we'll be dead if you continue sleeping. Chapter 26. The terrifying crow's Fatty woke up after he was slapped. He abruptly sat up in bed and subconsciously covered his body with a quilt as he saw his fat upper body. He was alert and asked Lin Huang, "What are you doing?" "Just follow me, I don't have time to explain to you now." Lin Huang tossed off his quilt, and Fatty was seen to be wearing red boxers only. "I need to put my clothes on. Please leave my room now." Fatty immediately covered his chest. "We're dying, and you still care about putting on your clothes." Lin Huang grabbed his arm and dragged him out of the tent. Although Fatty was reluctant to leave, still, he followed Lin Huang and walked out of the tent since Lin Huang did not sound like he was joking. He was startled as soon as he got out of the tent. The sky far away from him was completely dark. Half of the blue sky had turned black, and it was expanding quickly as if it was stained with black ink. The entire sky was now separated into 2 distinct colors, which was dark blue and black. "It's the crows. We're doomed." Fatty's face turned pale. "Keep your big mouth shut and get up." Lin Huang re-summoned his tyrant and sat above him. Tyrant pulled Fatty over and placed him on his shoulder. He glanced at the crows behind him and ran very quickly. This time, he was running at full speed, and his speed had exceeded 120 kilometers per hour. Lin Huang was still fine as he sat stably, holding Tyrant's beard tightly to prevent falls. On the other hand, Fatty did not sit properly from the beginning. In addition to he was holding his clothes. He fell after Tyrant began running. Lin Huang was taken aback as he saw him fall. Fortunately, Tyrant was able to hold him before he fell. However, Tyrant did not place him back to his shoulder but held Fatty in his arms instead and continued running. His arms would swing way more than his shoulder when he started running madly. Fatty felt like he was on a roller coaster that was at least 10 times faster. After a short while, he started to feel dizzy and eventually fainted. Lin Huang, who was initially laughing at Fatty, did not feel well then. Tyrant ran madly at full speed, and he swung at least 1 time faster. He felt like something moving across his stomach. Consequently, he vomited as he could not bear the feeling of uneasiness any longer. Tyrant's speed had exceeded 120 kilometers per hour. However, the distance between Lin Huang and the crows did grow further. Instead, they were getting closer to each other. These monsters were the undead. They were spirits without solid bodies and usually hunt spirits of the creatures. They flew in the sky, floated like clouds, but their speed was not slow at all. The crows were small and weak. Their abilities were merely at the iron level. Since they were souls without bodies, they could easily be destroyed. Therefore, through prolonged evolution, they had found a way around this, which was to hunt for prey in groups. When a large group of crows appeared, even the gold-rank hunters had to avoid them. They resembled ants that were weak alone, but thousands of them could even threaten an elephant. This explained why the crows were so strong and powerful. There was a course called the Fundamental of Monster Guide offered by the Hunter Reserve College. A detailed explanation of the crows was provided. Lin Huang remembered there was a paragraph stated this: one must avoid any location where corpses without injuries can be found. It can either be in the desert or forests and is a remote and inaccessible place. This was usually a sign where flocks of crows would appear. They would only hunt for souls and would not harm their bodies. Lin Huang was sitting on Tyrant's shoulder, but he looked back at the crows from time to time, estimating the distance between them. As time passed, they grew closer to each other, and Lin Huang's face turned pale. He quickly pondered on these thoughts. These crows were creatures with no physical form. There's nowhere we could hide, as they could directly pass through any objects including ground and mountains. Therefore, finding a place to hide would not work. The life power was capable of threatening the crows. However, even the gold-rank hunters would not trigger them, as their efforts to kill would be in vain. I had not mastered the life power yet, and Fatty's ability was merely iron level. Despite having specific skills to stop spirits or supernatural powers, it would be rendered useless as he was too weak. Based on the distance between us, it was estimated that within half an hour they would be ahead of us. The only choice we had now was to ask for help from the examiner. If we had the examiner's dimensional relic, we definitely could survive. Lin Huang thought of it repeatedly, and this was the only way he could figure out. However, he hesitated, pressing on the help button, and they would be disqualified from the assessment. This was the rule mentioned by the main examiner in the first place. Even if they had reasonable reasons to request for help, but rules were rules. Lin Huang would usually not struggle like this, and he would give up the assessment without hesitation, since if he were disqualified as a candidate, there would be a second chance for the assessment. However, the reason he applied to become a reserve hunter was to fulfill the requirement of the mission related to the Goldfinger. Punishment for failing this mission was quite harsh. It stated that if Lin Huang could not complete the mission within a month, he would lose his Goldfinger and the items rewarded during the activation of Goldfinger. This indicated that he would not only lose his Goldfinger, Xiaohei, but also the monster cards, skill cards, as well as the life light gained from the kills. He would return to the condition he was in before his travels, or probably even worse. Lin Huang was upset. He was not sure if he could still look for another foothold to apply for the assessment and complete the assessment within the limited time if he were disqualified this round. He was so confident that he could pass the assessment, so he did not survey about the information of the assessment at another foothold. He had no access to the internet now to check these details. This gave Lin Huang a headache as he looked at Tyrant's right hand, which held the fainted Fat. If Fatty did not faint, he would convince him to give up the assessment and in turn, compensate him with a few types of equipment. Unfortunately, Fatty had fainted, and his emergency communicator was at the locker, irretrievable at the moment. After struggling for a long time, he looked at the crows behind him and realized they were getting nearer and nearer. Lin Huang finally decided and thought, it was of the utmost importance to survive under such circumstances. I will think about the mission later. He had finally made up his mind and took out his emergency communicator. He then pressed the help button. Chapter 27. Escape from danger. The destination of the assessment was Foothold No 7D121. It was around 800 kilometers away from Lin Huang. In the imperial suite of a grand hotel, a woman was sound asleep in the spacious master bedroom. She was wearing a loose, white silk pajamas that covered her body only until her hip and exposed her long, slender legs. When the moonlight shone on it, ravishing colors were seen reflected, shimmering on the surface. All of a sudden, the woman's emperor's heart ring on her left index finger vibrated and a sound akin to a siren filled the atmosphere. She groaned modestly as she woke up to sit on the edge of her bed. She fluffed her hair and in an annoying tone said, "It's so late now and my sleep is disturbed." Yi Yeyu was one of those who got irritated easily if they were sleep deprived. She pressed the connect button on the communicator. She looked ferocious even with a straight face. She said, "Let's see who dares disturb me at this hour while I'm sleeping." A three-dimensional map was suddenly projected from the ring. It was a complete map that showed the regions of assessment. A red, bright dot on the map constantly blinked while sounds of siren continued to echo her bedroom. This red dot was obviously the cry for help sent by Lin Huang. What the hell is this person doing? He did not stay there to be rescued after sending out a signal for help but ran so quickly. Yi Yeyu was angry as her eyes tried to catch the flickering red dot that was constantly moving and changing its position on the map. After a while, her facial expression slightly changed. She noticed that it was strange and thought, "There's something wrong with the speed." Even those on bronze level could not travel at such speeds in the desert. Yi Yeyu spent some time and changed her clothes into a black suit. She was pissed and calculated the speed of motion of the red dot. She relocated the coordinates for delivering and summoned the relic. A green wooden door with the height of about 2 meters appeared abruptly in the hotel room. Yi Yeyu pushed the door and strode out of the room. Yi Yeyu then appeared in the assessment area through the green wooden door. She then crossed her hands in front of her chest. She looked toward the direction where the red dot appeared, unhappy. As the red dot got closer to her, she smiled coldly as she wanted to teach him a lesson. However, her face suddenly changed. She looked at the sky, it was covered by a dark shadow. The huge shadow was moving rapidly towards her. Her vision was clear, she was able to see a huge flock of crows. She recalled the terrifying speed of the red dot that appeared on the map and suddenly understood what was happening. She could not help but laugh and thought, who was the unfortunate, poor soul who got chased by the crows? It was not easy to survive this mishap. After a short while, she saw something was running madly, stirring up the sandy dust. She identified a gigantic sand monster running insanely. A sand monster. The crows would probably be ahead of it very soon. Where's the fellow who requested for help? Could it be that he's just behind the sand monster? Yi Yeyu then looked behind the sand monster but saw nothing because the skies were dusty. At this moment, she heard a sound coming from far away. "Dear examiner, please help us to get out of this place." It was then that Yi Yeyu realized a young man sitting on the shoulder of the sand monster, waving at her. Lin Huang did not notice Yi Yeyu at the first instance. It was only when he saw the green wooden door that he noticed her standing beside it. How could this fellow be the imperial censor? Yi Yeyu was surprised. She could remember this young man who almost missed the deadline for his application as he was the only candidate that was not an iron level. The crows were now so close to Lin Huang, they were not even a kilometer apart. It was visible to the naked eye that the distance between them reduced as time passed. He kept looking back and asked Tyrant to run faster. Tyrant ran recklessly toward Yi Yeyu. He knew how scary the crows were. Yi Yeyu felt a sense of urgency. She then quickly wove arcane symbols with both of her hands. The gold life power formed a strange insignia in the space in front of her. The insignia formed a shape after it was complete and was automatically imprinted on the green wooden door. The green wooden door, which was initially around 2 meters tall, expanded rapidly to about 10 meters within about 2 seconds. Escape through the door, Lin Huang commanded once the expansion was done. The distance between him and the crows was less than 300 meters now. Everyone including the examiner would die if Tyrant stopped for a second or two. This was an urgent matter and Yi Yeyu knew it. Otherwise, she would not have expended her life power to trigger the change in form of the door. Tyrant did not stop at all. The moment right before he reached the door, he took a big leap and jumped over the door. The crows were surrounding them but Yi Yeyu did not bother to look back at the crows. She followed after Tyrant and leapt through the door. Just when the crows were about to catch up to them, the green wooden door closed abruptly. They disappeared from the desert as if they had never appeared before. At the same time, a black torrent swept through the region, filling every nook and cranny with gloom as countless crows began to converge. Yi Yeyu's bedroom was a mess. There was a big hole which penetrated through a few rooms on the ceiling of her room when Tyrant advanced to the hotel through the green wooden door. It was already too late when Lin Huang reacted to recall Tyrant. Yi Yeyu was upset. She took a seat on her bed while Fatty was lying on the ground, in a state of unconsciousness. Your name is Lin Huang. Yi Yeyu could remember his name as she was the one who did the registration for him when he applied for the assessment. Tell me the whole course of this incident. Lin Huang was slightly relieved to hear that she was at least interested to hear his side of the story. He was worried about having to compensate for the damages and loss of the hotel. He then calmed himself down and said, yesterday when Fatty and I were sleeping at around 2 o'clock in the morning, the night watcher woke me up. After I got out of the tent, I discovered the crows. I woke Fatty up at once. We sat on the sand monster's shoulder and fled. After running for some time, we then realized that we could not get rid of them. I had no choice but to request for help. In turn, Yi Yeyu frowned and said, it was approximately half an hour ago when you sent out the distress signal. Weren't the crows already chasing you at the time? Yes, otherwise, I would not have pressed the help button. Lin Huang looked puzzled. Tyrant was capable of escaping for half an hour, yet the crows did not overtake him. This speed could not be easily achieved by iron-level sand monsters. Was it a mutated sand monster? Earlier in the desert, Yi Yeyu could vaguely sense that Tyrant exuded a strange aura. After listening to Lin Huang, she was sure about it. Mutated monsters were rare. Once they became mutants, their attributes would be significantly altered. They could produce new skills, and their skills could be further enhanced. Indeed, Tyrant did not use any advance cards to become a mutant. He was born like that. He had a green crystal card when Lin Huang found him. Lin Huang had no intention to hide it from Yi Yeyu so that he might be allowed for the assessment once he reveals its strength. Yes, it's a mutated monster. Lin Huang said underneath his breath. All right, I know now. There was no expression on Yi Yeyu's face. Regarding the crow incident, I'll report to the person in charge. This issue will probably be settled before daybreak. I'll then send both of you back to continue with your assessment. You're saying that I'm not disqualified from the assessment? Lin Huang's tone lightened. Do you prefer to be disqualified from the exam? Yi Yeyu said over her shoulder as she walked away from Lin Huang. No, I never wanted to press the help button. Something was wrong with the emergency communicator, and it had nothing to do with me. Lin Huang said shamelessly, waving his hand. We only have a few Imperial sensors. An Imperial sensor is always welcome to join the Hunter Association. An Imperial sensor like you who possess the exceptional ability to summon mutants would be qualified to be recruited. However, I've used up 3 of my quota for special recruitments this month. The only thing you can do now is to pass the assessment and become a reserve hunter yourself. Yi Yeyu explained in detail. If you fail the assessment, you'll have to wait until next month to be recruited through the special recruitment. By the end of the month, you can register yourself at Foothold 7C87. Lin Huang never thought for a second that he could get valuable benefits from the identity of an Imperial censor. Overall, he was happy to not be disqualified after all. The good news only lasted 3 seconds before he was bombarded with the inevitable bad news. I'll pay the damages and loss of the hotel for you. Repay the money back to me when you have it. Yi Yeyu added. The hotel damage costs, all right. You can now leave my room along with Fatty. We'll meet in the hotel's lobby at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. The crows incident should be settled by then, and I'll send both of you back to continue your assessment. Lin Huang carried Fatty on his back as he struggled to walk out of her room. As soon as the door closed, Yi Yeyu thought with a grin, I guess I'm too lucky. I've recruited an Imperial censor with the ability to summon mutated monsters. Let's see who dares say that the newbie I've recruited is weak. However, she did not know that the comments they always had about Lin Huang were that he was extremely weak. Chapter 28, Chemistry. It was 8 o'clock in the morning. Lin Huang was awake from his sleep. He was escaping from danger throughout the night and he was very exhausted. However, he did not sleep well in the hotel. He felt insecure as he had nightmares about crows in the sky. Fatty never woke up but was still snoring loudly. Lin Huang originally requested a room with twin beds, but because he could not stand the snoring, he requested to be switched to another room of his own. He woke Fatty up and roughly told him what happened last night when they were having their breakfast. At 9 o'clock sharp, Yi Yeyu came dressed in a purple lady's suit, wearing a pair of black stilettos that were 20 centimeters high. Her appearance caught many people's attention. To the men, she was attractive. Have you settled the crows? Lin Huang could not help but ask as he saw Yi Yeyu walking towards him. Yes, I have. I informed the association last night after you left. According to the association, they sent a transcendent hunter to kill the crows in less than 1 minute. Yi Yeyu said proudly. That person killed such a huge group of crows within a minute. Lin Huang could not believe it. Until now, he had no idea what the strongest man in the could do. From what he heard, the Transcendents had abilities beyond the existing humans' abilities. You can hardly imagine how powerful a Transcendent hunter is. Don't aim too high. What you should do now is to think of how you can pass the assessment and upgrade to iron level. She then added, you should also think of how you can return me my money. As he heard the last sentence, Lin Huang kept quiet so that she would not be reminded about this too often. The crows have been killed, and the area where the exam takes place should be safe now. Follow me, and I'll send you back to where you were yesterday to proceed with the assessment. Yi Yeyu said and pointed both of them to her room. When they were in front of the door, Lin Huang took a glance at the room's number. He had a strange expression and asked, didn't you change your room? The boss of the hotel did not allow me to change. He was afraid that I might cause more damage to his room, Yi Yeyu answered. 3 of them entered the room. Fatty looked at the large hole in the ceiling and said, damn. Sister, what have you done here and why did you blow up the ceiling? You have to ask him about this. Yi Yeyu pointed at Lin Huang. Lin Huang looked uncomfortable yet apologetic. How could it be? Last night both of you were together in the room. Fatty immediately grasped the meaning of their conversation and smiled wryly. Is there chemistry between the both of you? This is bullshit. You were here last night. Lin Huang knew that Fatty was trying to insinuate something dirty. I was here too. Did you do something to me that I was not aware of? I'm still a virgin. Shut up. Lin Huang and Yi Yeyu shouted unanimously. Both of you may leave now if you don't have anything else to ask. Yi Yeyu asked, looking at both of them, and they shook their heads. Yi Yeyu summoned the big wooden door and pushed against it. Lin Huang and Fatty strode out the door. The other side of the big wooden door was the location Tyrant entered the door to escape at midnight. Where is this place? Fatty looked lost because when they were escaping from the crows at midnight, he fainted. He was clueless as to what had taken place. Lin Huang looked around him. However, nothing was familiar to him. Tyrant carried both of them and ran very quickly at midnight. Lin Huang was not aware of the surrounding at all as he was busy estimating the distance between them and the crows. He somehow made a quick guess and said, the crows were coming from the south region yesterday, and we escaped for half an hour towards the north. We should be now around 60 kilometers away from our tent. Then where should we go now? Should we proceed towards the north? Asked Fatty. Let's get back our tent first. Otherwise, we won't have a place to sleep tonight. Lin Huang wisely remarked. All right. Thanks to Tyrant's speed, we would only need to spend half an hour to go back. If we had to walk, it would take at least half a day to reach. Fatty reasoned. They summoned Tyrant, and both of them sat on his shoulder once again. They then departed. After half an hour, Tyrant brought them back to the station where they set up camp yesterday. Fatty's tent was more eye-catching. It was not because of its color, but because of its funky shape. Thank God the tent was still in good shape. The crows only hunt for souls and were not interested in inanimate objects. You made such a long cut on my tent, can I still use it? Fatty asked, visibly displeased. Where else will you sleep tonight? Lin Huang did not want to share a tent with Fatty and began folding his tent. Fatty knew that Lin Huang did not want to stay in the same tent with him. He was forced to take down his tent, and he mumbled, I should have woken up earlier just now to buy a new tent before meeting the lady. What have you done with her? Why can't you tell me? Why did the room become like that? Also, why did she say you owed her money? Fatty asked in one breath. Lin Huang did not bother to answer him and continued folding his tent. He was not in a good mood because he was in debt for no reason. He thought in his heart that he would never summon Tyrant in the hotel ever again. Say something. Fatty threw a screw at him to break the silence. Don't you have anything better to do? Lin Huang asked impatiently. After a while, Fatty threw another screw at him. You look upset. Did you lose your virginity to her? Don't bother me. Do your own thing. Lin Huang was beginning to get annoyed. After a moment of silence, he started talking again. I somehow feel that Yi Yeyu's attitude toward you was sort of weird. You're thinking too much. Still, Lin Huang's back faced Fatty. Fatty found Lin Huang's reaction uninteresting. He then focused on taking down his tent. Lin Huang felt a wave of peace and he was thankful for that. Chapter 29. Monster from the sandy bottom. After folding their tents, both of them sat on Tyrant's shoulder and headed toward the east. They were attacked by several monsters while on their journey to the east. Thankfully, Tyrant's powerful abilities killed those monsters in an instant, so there was no delay in their journey. Monsters would usually avoid Tyrant by hiding. This time around, in only a matter of few hours, they were attacked by 4 monsters. These monsters were much weaker than Tyrant, and because of that, all the monsters perished. Logically, the monsters would never place themselves in danger because monsters are equipped with instinctive responses to avoid danger. It was indeed unusual to see them charging at the face of death, Tyrant. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the desert temperature peaked. Lin Huang and Fatty found an abandoned house where they stopped so that Tyrant could rest. This house was used as a supply depot and utilized by the Hunter Association. Tyrant moved towards the supply depot. By the looks of the house's structure, it must have existed for a long time. The supply depot was not specifically built for the assessment. The Hunter Association would always build all types of supply depots for passerbys' convenience. Looking at the weathered house, this supply depot must have been around for at least 30 years. It doesn't look abandoned, said Fatty. Even if it was an abandoned supply depot, there's a high probability of being utilized as a part of the assessment since it's on the way to our final destination. The strategic location of the supply depot caused the weak to be eliminated, and those who managed to reach the supply depot would have already passed the assessment by completing the first half of the journey. Lin Huang was 80% sure that there would be supplies in it. Let's go in and have a look. Indeed, it was a storehouse with barrels of water and some high-energy snacks. Fatty was happy and quickly walked towards the food. He took a packet of food and began to eat. Lin Huang took a barrel of water from the storage space and walked toward Fatty, asking, "Are you hungry?" "Yes, and this brand of the potato chips are my favorite." Fatty sucked his thumb in a gesture to disgust Lin Huang. "If you're hungry, you can cook up a meal, but you can only eat 1 packet. You know the rules, right?" Lin Huang referred to the unwritten rule which every hunter should know: items from the supply depot should be taken in moderation. The items provided by supply depot were actually for the needy. Sometimes, a glass of water or even leftover food could be a lifesaver. Therefore, those who could do without the water and food should not be greedy. Fatty was nonetheless shameless. He couldn't care less about these unspoken rules. After finishing that initial pack of chips, he took another packet and kept it in his storage space. He then took another barrel of water and walked out of the house. Lin Huang was drinking some water as he sat in the shaded corridor. He reminded Fatty, "Before you cook, make sure your hands are clean." In all honesty, Fatty cooked very well. The only complaint Lin Huang had was that he had poor personal hygiene. Fatty grilled some meat, and after he was done, both of them sat at the shaded corridor, eating. "I brought some Pilsner over. I thought I could enjoy some drinks during the journey. Unfortunately, it was confiscated before the assessment even started." Fatty grumbled. "It's an assessment. Did you think that you were here for a holiday?" Lin Huang was sarcastic. "It's a must to have some alcohol at a barbecue. Plain water at a barbecue is just not right," Fatty responded, so sure of himself. Lin Huang agreed that it was indeed weird to drink plain water at a barbecue. "All right, stop grumbling. We have to continue with our journey after having our meals. We must try our best to reach the foot of the snowy mountains before dark," Lin Huang said as he thought about the schedule he planned for the journey. Based on the speed of Tyrant, he estimated the remaining journey to be 7 hours. Fatty cleaned the cooking utensils and both of them resumed their journey. Tyrant ran under the scorching sun. However, the sand reflected a golden gleam. Lin Huang and Fatty wore sunglasses and they looked like they were on vacation. After a short while, Lin Huang felt something stirring up from beneath the sand. He took off his sunglasses for a better view and stared at the sand, but there was nothing there. Lin Huang seemed confused. He then pointed at the direction of the sand and shouted, "Hey, did you see something move underneath the sand just now?" "No, I didn't. It is not windy now and so it will be easy to notice if anything moved either on or under the desert sand," Fatty replied while waving his hand. The sand began to roll again, and this time, in the direction of the sand monster. "There's something there," Lin Huang yelled. The sand monster smelled something strange and started to be uncomfortable. Lin Huang was more sensitive to Tyrant and he noticed its unusual reaction. This indicated that something frightening was about to happen. Lin Huang prepared for the worst as he held Tyrant's beard tightly with one hand, and in his other hand, he took out his Grey Eagle 17. "Tyrant, stop," Lin Huang commanded because he noticed that the unknown object was moving way faster than Tyrant. They would not escape in time. They waited instead for the unknown creature to charge at them. "Fatty, get ready. It may not be an easy feat this time," Lin Huang shouted. Tyrant stopped. Lin Huang could feel his heart pounding. He aimed at the sand with his Grey Eagle 17 and in a split second, pulled the trigger. They did not have with them many explosive shells, so Lin Huang used bullets specially made for Grey Eagle 17. However, the bullets had no impact. It did nothing to the creature because the unknown object kept moving forward, and when the shot was fired, a sharp metal plate sound rang instead of a painful groan. The Grey Eagle 17 was not unfamiliar to Fatty. His face turned pale as he witnessed the bullets deflecting into various directions. Tyrant roared profusely. Chapter 30. The Undead Worm. After Tyrant stopped running, the sands rolled to him in just a few breaths. A strong sandstorm stirred up the sand and dust, and the monster from beneath attempted to kill Tyrant. Tyrant bounced on the ground and retreated about 10 meters away, dodging the attack. Lin Huang and the rest of them could see the unknown object now. It was a gigantic creature that looked like a python. It had blood-red scales and scales on its body that was around 20 meters long. It was a lot taller than Tyrant when it erected its body upright. There was merely a mouth on its head. It did not even have eyes. Looking at Tyrant, it opened its mouth slightly. It was visible to Lin Huang and the rest of them that there were many sharp teeth that resembled barbs wriggling in its mouth. Both of their facial expression changed when they saw the monster's features. "What should we do? This is an undead worm," Fatty cried. The undead worm was identified as a type of demon. They were the scariest predators on the desert. They were rare, and the worst part is that they do not have natural enemies here. They preyed on all the creatures in the desert. All demons are vicious when they hunt for food. An undead worm was no different. Once the prey was in its mouth, the barbs inside its mouth would wriggle, crushing and slicing the victim. It resembled a meat grinder. It was a known myth that they had a smaller mouth inside their big mouth. It would pierce the ground to the creature's skull and absorb its brain. The undead worm in front of them was around 20 meters long. Similar to Tyrant, they were on iron level. However, these monsters were the sand monster's enemy. It would have a much higher probability of defeating Tyrant. This was also the monster that Lin Huang wished not to encounter the most. However, he was forced to conquer his fears now. "We can't escape this anymore, just FCK it." Lin Huang knew exactly what the situation was now. He shouted back at Fatty, but his gaze never left the undead worm. The undead worm erected upright, but it had not launched an attack. It kept its huge mouth open, looking like a freak that was sizing up Lin Huang and the rest of them. It was how predators look down on their prey. The sand monster obeyed Lin Huang's command to not be reckless. Lin Huang and Fatty did not react, they were stunned. Looking at the undead worm that had yet to trigger an attack, Lin Huang made a guess and asked, "Could it be that this monster only attacks moving objects?" "You asked the wrong person. I have not mastered the monster guide. I was able to recognize this monster because I've seen it before on the news." Fatty swallowed a mouthful of saliva and continued. The news was about a reserve hunter team that encountered the undead worm in the desert. A team of 5 were killed by this monster in less than 10 minutes. When the rescue team for the monster hunters arrived, the undead worm had bitten off the top half of the last reserve hunter. "You don't need to tell me the content of the news." Their conversation lasted for a while and the undead worm was still ignorant to their existence. "Why is it still moving now? Did we encounter a fake undead worm instead?" Fatty asked, hoping that the answer to that was positive. "Is there anything in your storage that you're not going to use?" "Let me see." Fatty knew what Lin Huang was thinking. At that moment, the undead worm moved and pounced on Fatty. "Damn, it's coming at me," Fatty shouted, his voice shaky. Tyrant's body was short and he used that advantage to roll away, avoiding the kill. Fatty was not aware of his surroundings and was caught in between the heated battle. He was flung across the air and fell beside the undead worm, about 2 meters from each other. It seemed like he felt a stir around. The undead worm's mouth immediately turned to Fatty's position and slowly walked towards him. Its mouth was getting closer to him, his heart felt like protruding out of his body. His mind repeatedly told him to run, but his conscience warned him to stand his ground because if he ran, he would most certainly die. "Fatty, don't move, I'll distract the undead worm." Lin Huang said, looking at the undead worm's mouth gradually moving toward Fatty. They were less than 3 meters apart. Lin Huang knew that Fatty would be killed if he did not move to distract it. Tyrant, run, Lin Huang ordered. As Tyrant heard this, he made off and ran away from the undead worm like an arrow leaving the bow. The undead worm immediately turned his head back as it noticed Tyrant was trying to escape from it. It seemed like it was targeting Tyrant's direction. He then chased after him at a faster speed. Fatty was relieved when he saw the undead worm changing its target. There was a moment where he actually thought that he would die. His legs trembled as he sat on the surface of the sand. Fatty then realized that he was sweating and his body was all wet. It was not because of the hot weather, but it was due to anxiety and fear. He rested for a while but hesitated. He then stood up and ran in the direction of Tyrant and the undead worm. He mumbled as he ran, "Lin Huang, please don't die. If you sacrifice your life to save me, there's no way for me to return the favor to you in my entire life." On the golden sand, the giant sand monster did not stop running, and a trail of sand could be seen behind him as they got closer to each other. Just when the undead worm wriggled through the sand and was about to pounce on the sand monster, it disappeared from the ground. At the dunes far away from them, Lin Huang smiled. He had another green monster card with him right now. A few minutes ago, before the undead worm was able to catch up with Tyrant, he left Lin Huang at the dunes nearby. He then left Tyrant to distract the undead worm while he observed the distance between them at the dunes. When the undead worm tried catching up to Tyrant, Lin Huang turned Tyrant back into a monster card which ruined the undead worm's plan. It stood still and kept looking around for Tyrant. Lin Huang crashed the green monster card and re-summoned Tyrant. He then said, "Let's go. We've to go back and look for Fatty." Chapter 31. White little monster. He sat back on Tyrant's shoulder and they retreated. Lin Huang noticed that Fatty was missing. "What the hell is Fatty doing? Please don't tell me that he was looking for me." The footprints on the ground were covered by sand. It was almost impossible to trace where Fatty had disappeared to. Lin Huang turned his head toward the direction of the undead worm. Lin Huang recalled the sand monster when they reached the sand dunes. He then climbed to the dune's crest with his head jutting outward, looking in the direction of the undead worm, but it was no longer there and Fatty was nowhere in sight too. The undead worm disappeared. Lin Huang frowned. He did not know what happened. It would be impossible for Fatty to reach here in 10 minutes. Perhaps he escaped somewhere else. Lin Huang summoned Tyrant again and they looked around. However, he still could not find Fatty and eventually, he gave up. Tyrant and Lin Huang ran towards the north. Lin Huang was heavy-hearted, worried that Fatty might have died and his body may never be found. In the following hours, they encountered a few monsters during their journey to the north. However, Tyrant was able to defeat all of them and they finally arrived at the foot of the snowy mountains before sunset. Lin Huang set his tent up and proceeded to sit quietly on the sandy ground. He leaned against a large rock and took out some dried meat to eat from his storage space. Fatty cooked the smoked meat during the barbecue they had a couple of nights before and insisted that Lin Huang took some with him for the journey since it would be inconvenient to cook near the iceberg once they began their climb. Lin Huang then ate the dried meat and drank plain water for dinner. At night, the sky turned dark. The sky was full of stars. Suddenly, Lin Huang saw meteors shooting across the sky. He thought of a common saying, "Everyone has a star that represents their life. When it falls, they die. They'll become a meteor and shine one last time. Fatty, if you're no longer with us, when I'm stronger, I'll take my revenge on all the monsters in this desert for killing you." As soon as Lin Huang finished his sentence, he poured libations of plain water from the jug on the ground in front of him. "Let's drink plain water first. I'll buy you some liquor after the assessment ends." Lin Huang then took a look at the sky and saw another meteor passing through the sky. As the meteor faded into the clouds, Lin Huang summoned Tyrant to keep watch beside his tent. Finally, he entered the tent to go to bed. "I need a good rest tonight to energize myself. I'll start my climb tomorrow morning." Lin Huang slept without taking off his clothes and shoes. It was a peaceful night. When Lin Huang woke up, it was only 7 o'clock in the morning. He washed up and prepared himself for the journey ahead of him. At the foot of the snowy mountains, the slopes were gentle. It was not covered in a thick layer of snow. Tyrant carried Lin Huang and this allowed him to conserve his physical strength. "Don't worry, take your time." Tyrant's body size was not suitable for climbing mountains. Lin Huang could only take a ride on flat terrains. When the hill got steeper with regions that were covered by snow, Tyrant's weight caused the mountain to crack. Tyrant carried Lin Huang and walked for less than an hour before reaching a height of 3,000 meters above sea level. If they climbed any further upwards, they would reach the regions covered in snow. Lin Huang then summoned Bai and Tyrant was recalled. Bai had silver hair. It had been waiting patiently for instructions. Let's climb together. When I get stuck, help me a little through the hard parts. Lin Huang knew that climbing the snowy mountains was the toughest task in this assessment. The snowy mountains were elevated 6,000 meters above sea level at its lowest point. At the mountain peak, it was 12,000 meters above sea level. The route set by the Hunter Association was one that led to one of the main peaks of the snowy mountain. It was around 8,000 meters above sea level. Lin Huang had never climbed the snowy mountains before. This was a huge challenge for him, and to make it worse, he was the only candidate that had not achieved iron level. Whichever it was, either physical capabilities or stamina, he was definitely weaker than the rest of the candidates. If he had not acquired the robust passive skill that allowed a 2-time increment in his physique, Lin Huang would absolutely have no confidence to pass this stage. Lin Huang was considering transforming by wrapping its blood power around him so it could pull him up. In the end, he reasoned with himself that perhaps the challenge might be good for him. Upon receiving Lin Huang's instruction, Bai nodded its head. Bai turned its body and headed toward the rock wall that was covered by snow and used its bare hands to climb it. At the start of the journey, it seemed doable as it was only a height of just 2 meters. Lin Huang put on his gloves and followed behind Bai. Bai was a quick climber, but Lin Huang was not, and so, Bai had to constantly wait for Lin Huang every 2 meters. Lin Huang thought that it was easier to climb behind Bai as he would leave movement trails on its pathway for Lin Huang to follow. Both of them were almost similar body size, so anywhere Bai could climb to, Lin Huang could do so as well. In the afternoon, Lin Huang and Bai only managed to climb around 600 meters before stopping. If it were a distance on flat land, they would have reached their location in less than 10 minutes with a consistent walking speed, but unfortunately, both of them spent more than 5 hours to reach this height. Lin Huang was exhausted and suggested, "Let's find a resting place to energize ourselves." Bai nodded its head and quickly transformed. Its blood-powered wings were transformed into blades, cutting through the rock walls as it grazed the surface. It cut out rocks that were 2 meters long and 2 meters wide. The blood-powered blades continued to pierce through, and in the process, it dug out a rock wall with a layer of ice on it before both of them slid into the hole. The hole was deep, its depth around 10 meters. The wind outside the hole howled and grew louder. Fortunately, it was still warm inside the hole. Lin Huang leaned against the wall and sat down. He then ate the dried meat for lunch once again. He was about to share with Bai, but then remembered that it only drank blood. He ate another fist-sized piece of dried meat and drank some water. After getting enough rest, he gave Bai a signal, waving to it that it was time for the both of them to set off again. Bai led the way, and together, they climbed 700 meters within 5 hours. This time, they had arrived at a safer place compared to the first phase of their climbing journey. He looked at the sky. Even though the sun had not set yet, Lin Huang refused to continue the journey. They set up camp on the mountain, preparing for a good rest so they were able to continue their journey early the next morning. He was now at around 4,800 meters above sea level. After the tents were set up, he started a fire to cook dinner. The sky got darker and the flames were burning bright. Lin Huang could not help but miss Fatty's cooking skills as he smelled the smell of raw meat. There was soup boiling in the pot. After a few hours, a meaty fragrance filled their surroundings, and that was the signal for Lin Huang to have dinner. He used a ladle to scoop the meat from the pot and onto his plate. After a few bites of the juicy meat, Bai moved abruptly and returned with a furry, little white monster in its palm. Chapter 32, Snow Giant. The little white monster was as small as a basketball and its body looked like a fuzzy ball. It had a pair of bright, black eyes and a huge mouth that took up almost half of its face. That was all there was to its body. Lin Huang could recognize that it was a snowball monster. The snowball monster was a mutated species. To most humans, it was harmless. Though they had sharp teeth, they were cowards. They would prefer to flee when faced with creatures bigger than they were. They hated fights. They looked cute and many girls loved them. People then took advantage of its adorable traits and turned it into a business opportunity. The price of a snowball monster was even higher than bronze-level firearms. They were kept as ornamental pets or sold to rich ladies as companions wherever they traveled. Slowly, This became a trend. They were omnivores but were not choosy with their meals. Therefore, it was rather easy to keep a snowball monster fed. They were a rare species that oftentimes hid in cold places. Lin Huang took a thorough look at it. It must have been attracted by the fragrance of the meat. Even as Bai held onto the snow monster, it did not seem to move or struggle to escape. It was staring at the pot of soup for a long time and eventually, its tongue began to show. It was such a glutton. Lin Huang tempted it by waving a piece of meat in front of it. Its eyes immediately lit up and its gaze was locked onto that slab of meat in front of him, following the movement of Lin Huang's arm that was swinging the meat. After a short while, it noticed that Lin Huang did not put the meat into its mouth. It attempted to snatch the food but Bai was quick to hold on to it tighter. Knowing that its efforts to break free were in vain, it raised its head and looked at Lin Huang with pain in its eyes as Lin Huang chewed on the meat. No wonder the girls would like them, they give pitiful looks to seek for attention and sympathy. Lin Huang was taken aback at the snowball monster's sad expression. He then fed the snowball monster some meat. It gobbled up the meat within seconds. It then went back to showing him a sad look. This time, Lin Huang did not entertain it and continued eating his dinner. After a long time of staring at him, the snowball monster began to cry when it realized it was being ignored. "You're a good actor," Lin Huang chuckled, continued ignoring the monster. The snowball monster started its acting with only a few tears, but the moment it realized that Lin Huang could not care less, it began sobbing to catch Lin Huang's attention. "This fellow is so dramatic," Lin Huang said, not turning to even look at the monster. Lin Huang ladled out the leftovers into a bowl and placed it on the floor. He then grabbed the monster from Bai and sat it down beside that bowl. Without wasting time, the snowball monster tilted the bowl upwards and swallowed the leftovers. It then licked its lips and raised its head at Lin Huang. "You won't get anything by staring at me. There's no more food left," Lin Huang said, shaking his palm. The snowball monster knew that the food had finished. It then hugged Lin Huang's leg and rubbed its head against his pants. It looked like an expression of gratitude. Lin Huang lifted it up and reciprocated. "It feels like a stuffed plush toy. It feels even better to touch because of its warmth." The snowball monster seemed to enjoy it as Lin Huang saw it smiling with its eyes shut. "You're enjoying the good life," Lin Huang said as he shook his head and laughed. As the skies became darker, Lin Huang signaled that he wanted to sleep by pulling his leg from its hug. He needed sufficient rest as their journey to climb the snowy mountains would continue tomorrow morning. When he was about to call for Bai and summon the sand monster to keep watch outside his tent, he saw the snowball monster rushing to the edge of his pants and began nibbling at it, pulling him toward a specific direction. "You small little thing, where are you taking me?" Lin Huang gasped. The snowball monster nodded its head and hopped a few steps in the opposite direction. When it turned back, Lin Huang waved his hand and began following it. The snowball monster hopped along a gentle slope with Lin Huang and Bai following closely after it. It stood still when it reached an ice wall and waited for the both of them to arrive. It then leapt over the ice wall. It was peculiar that the snowball monster disappeared once they reached the ice wall. "Could this be a cover-up?" Lin Huang said while taking a look at the ice wall. Unfortunately, there was nothing there, it was a completely empty space. He went deeper and as he moved a step forward, it was a huge snow valley. It was like a hidden world within the snowy mountains. He was so stunned to the extent that he lost support and lost his balance. As soon as he regained his senses, he realized that Bai did not follow after him. "You don't have to wait anymore. Only humans that I approve of can enter. Any other monsters are not allowed to enter." A deep, thick voice echoed. "Who are you?" Lin Huang looked around but he did not see the snowball monster. "It's me." He heard the voice once again, but it really was coming from the snowball monster. "You can speak." Lin Huang was shocked as he could not believe that a snowball monster could speak, and better yet, it could speak in a human language. The voice was obviously the voice of a man. "Yes, you're right." As soon as the snowball monster finished its sentence, it expanded like a balloon with hands and legs. In just a few seconds, the once cute monster that was only the size of a basketball now was a giant. That was a yeti, with a height close to 100 meters. It was covered in a thick white fur. He had a face structure that resembled humans. The only difference was that he grew a beard as white as snow. A yeti was a type of snow monster. They were naturally born to be extremely strong and were extraordinary. The abilities of an adult yeti far exceeded normal monsters that were of the same rank. Lin Huang could imagine exactly how strong the yeti really was. Young boy, I have no bad intention in bringing you here. I need your help. Chapter 33. Protoss, what do you want me to do? Lin Huang asked after seeing the desperation in the Yeti's eyes. It would not be an exaggeration to think that a Yeti with that body size could kill him with just the touch of a finger. Follow me. The Yeti extended his arm. A gush of wind pushed Lin Huang forward and he fell into the Yeti's palm. After Lin Huang was able to find his balance, the Yeti led Lin Huang to the inner part of the valley. There seemed to be an invisible protective layer surrounding the Yetis, as any snow that touched its skin would automatically disappear. Lin Huang realized that this world was indeed mysterious. The snow valley had a windy path. The Yeti spoke stories about his past while they walked. I could still clearly remember 700 years ago, I met a beautiful lady on a snowy day. I became her favorite monster. I was a snowball monster that knew nothing and had a muddled memory. I could only remember that she was a very gentle lady and she treated me well. Since I've become a mutated snowball monster, I slowly regained my memory. At that moment, I knew that she was not human but a monster like me. She was powerful to the point where she could not be identified by human knowledge and experience. She yearned to live as a human. Therefore, she tried to live amongst the humans in their world for a long time. One day, she told me that she fell in love with a man. I could still remember how happy she was, and from that day onwards, she barely visited me. However, one day when she returned, she was covered with blood stains all over her body. She confided in me. She told me that the human, her lover, had discovered her identity. They fell out of love and he betrayed her. He led a group of hunters to kill her, but because she was powerful, she killed them all in anger except for that man. Ever since then, she stayed in the valley and never left. Sometimes, she would carve the man's face on the ice. There were big and small ice sculptures with different facial expressions. She oftentimes stared blankly at them the whole day, reminiscing everything. She had also carved sculptures that gave her happy thoughts and had placed her favorite ice sculptures beside the lakes while she danced by the lake. It made her happy as she recalled that the man loved to see her dance. Soon after, the man arrived at the valley, alone. She thought that the man had returned to look for her. As the man entered, he told her, "I know who you are. You're the most precious Protoss in the monster world. That was why you had a perfect human figure. Each Protoss has a divine fire in their body. Now, if you truly love me, give it to me." And do you know what her response was? The Yeti asked. Lin Huang shook his head. It was either a love story with either a happy or tragic ending. She said, "I will give it to you, for I am not trying to prove anything." She tore her body apart and crumbled her own heart. She took the ice blue ember out from within and threw it to the ground in front of the man's feet. He did not even bother to look at her or thank her. He instantly picked it up and left. He knew that without the ember of divinity, she was bound to die soon. Her body got weaker by each passing day. In less than a month, she could not get out of bed. After she died, she was buried in front of a small house by the lake. Her death caused the entire valley to turn into frozen, snow-covered land. If the love of her life dripped his or her blood onto the lake, the ice and snow covering the valley would melt and she would come back to life. She sank to the bottom of the lake. Her blood spread throughout the lake and entered my body. I mutated for the second time and I became a Yeti ever since. After the mutation was complete, I regained my consciousness and saw that the whole valley had turned into this. Lin Huang saw a small house covered in snow at the end of the valley. "So you wanted to use my blood to see if I could bring her back to life?" Lin Huang finally guessed the reason he was brought there. "Yes, you're right. Why did you choose me?" Lin Huang hesitated. "It's because you have a good character. Not many people make it past the ice walls. You are the third person in 700 years. The Yeti answered. "How much of my blood do you need?" "1 drop would suffice," the Yeti said before adding, "Once the process is complete, I will let you go, and if your blood is able to break the curse, I'll erase your memories of ever meeting me. Let's begin." Lin Huang was certain that probability of success was almost zero. "Thank you." The Yeti thanked him and led him toward the direction of the ice lake. Once at the lake, the Yeti stretched out his hand and Lin Huang stood onto it. The Yeti then placed him in the middle of the lake. Lin Huang took out a pocket knife and made a slight cut on his left index finger and a drop of blood oozed out. Nothing happened after the drop of blood fell into the lake. He then looked up at the Yeti and gave an apologetic head shake. "I'm sorry, I'm not the man of destiny that you're looking for." Soon, the Yeti looked worried. There was a cracking sound beneath his feet and within a split second, the ice layer began to crack. It immediately took Lin Huang into its palm and retreated a few steps backward. The speed at which the ice cracked became faster. The ice began to melt, and within a minute or so, the lake returned to its initial state with blue water from left to right. Soon, the snow covering the whole valley subsided and the thick clouds dispersed themselves, revealing the crescent moons that had not appeared for a long time. There were plants and flowers that began to grow. The snowy white world now turned into the rich greenery. Was my blood so nutritious? Lin Huang sucked his wounded finger. In less than 10 minutes, the glacier valley regained its liveliness. The plants were flourishing and the scent of flowers was breathtaking. After observing the valley, Lin Huang noticed a crystal-clear coffin floating to the surface of the lake from the bottom. Once it was at the surface, the coffin began to melt and a beautiful lady in a white dress emerged. Her face was still as if she was sleeping on the surface of the water. Slowly, her eyes opened and she slowly stood up on the lake. From afar, she saw Lin Huang and the Yeti. She smiled and walked towards them, her eyes assuring and her lips smiling. Chapter 34. Shui Luo. As she walked over to them, she nodded at the Yeti and said, "Xiao Bing, thank you. Madam, protecting you is my responsibility." The Yeti said excitedly, "Let us first take care of the guest we have." She then shifted her gaze to Lin Huang. "Hi, my man of destiny." "Hi," Lin Huang said awkwardly. She was beautiful, like a fairy from a painting, demure and pure looking. Lin Huang was obviously nervous, fidgeting with his fingers and shirt. "My birth name is Shui Ling, but now, she is dead and as the man of destiny, you may call me Shui Luo. I forgot to introduce myself, my name is Bing Wang." The Yeti quickly interrupted. "I'm Lin Huang," Lin Huang said for formality's sake. "Mr. Lin Huang, thank you for resurrecting me and transforming the valley to its beautiful, original state." She was frowning though. She lowered her eyes to Lin Huang's lower abdomen and asked, "Is there something wrong with your life wheel?" "Yes, I was born with a broken life wheel. The speed of lifespan I lose is 10 times faster than most people," Lin Huang admitted. "Show me," Shui Ling demanded. Lin Huang stepped forward and Shui Luo pressed against his lower abdomen with her smooth, soft hands. Lin Huang felt hot inside. Shui Luo was healing his broken life wheel. In a matter of minutes, when he looked again, there were no wounds to be seen and the speed of his lifespan loss returned to normal. Shui Luo then withdrew her hand. This, Lin Huang was in disbelief. His life struggle was now solved. It was a miracle. "Thank you, Ms. Shui Luo. It's just a small matter. I should be the one thanking you." Shui Luo smiled. "Xiao Bing, please go ahead and prepare some drinks. I'll chat with Lin Huang for a while," Shui Luo told Bing Wang. As soon as Bing Wang left, Shui Luo said to Lin Huang, "Let's go to the snow house." Both of them headed towards the small bamboo hut where the snow house was situated in. Both of them sat in the hall, facing each other, separated by a tea table made of bamboo. Lin Huang could smell an exquisite floral scent coming from somewhere near the door. "This is my house. I designed it and Xiao Bing built it accordingly. What do you think?" Shui Luo asked since she noticed Lin Huang looking at every corner of the house. "It's lovely. I am actually even more envious by the fact that your garden is the entire valley," Lin Huang admitted finally while giggling. Shui Luo covered her mouth as she laughed. "I wasn't told that you were a humorous man." It was the first time Lin Huang received such a compliment. He was shy. Bing Wang then appeared with some boiling water and a tea set, but he was not holding them. There seemed to be an invisible force that lifted the items and they were placed gently in the middle of the tea table. Shui Luo began to brew tea. He had seen tea art before on Earth, but this was different. There was something about her poise and elegance. She was very meticulous with each and every step of the brewing process. He could not shift his gaze elsewhere. Lin Huang was so attracted by Shui Luo that he ignored Xiao Hei's messages. Host watched Virtual God Tales, entering the state of being in epiphany. You have gained a skill card, the Great Sword Scripture, Pieces X1. Once Shui Luo served Lin Huang with some tea, he finally escaped from his fantasy and realized the numerous notifications from Xiao Hei. You have gained an epic skill card, the Great Sword Scripture, Pieces X700. It can be integrated into the rare monster card of the Great Sword Scripture Part 1. You have gained the complete set of the Great Sword Scripture. Are you sure you would like to integrate the cards? Lin Huang never knew that he could gain so many, the Great Sword Scripture, pieces by just watching Shui Luo brew tea. It was enough for him to have a complete set of the Great Sword Scripture. Lin Huang chose to integrate them at once. After a short while, the same notifications from Xiaohe sounded once again. Congratulations, integration of cards is now complete. You have gained an epic skill card, the Great Sword Scripture. Lin Huang looked closely at the life wheel in his body and checked the skill card. The skill card of the Great Sword Scripture had become blue. The picture at the front remained the same, but the message behind the card changed. Skill card, name of skill, Great Sword Scripture, rarity, epic, type of skill, sword, skill level, unavailable, status, available, remarks, this skill is a special skill and there is no rank limit. The power changes according to the user. Card remarks. Passable, I've not brewed tea for many years. I'm unfamiliar with it now. Luo Shui said sheepishly. Ms. Shui Luo, your brewing tea skills are excellent. I have learned a lot from you. Lin Huang was able to gain skill card pieces by simply watching her make tea. This woman was amazing. Shui Luo instinctively poured Lin Huang another cup once he was done with the first. The Glacier Valley must have been formed used spatial manipulation. Lin Huang asked. Yes, it's nothing. Shui Luo nodded. Lin Huang was actually quite curious about the Protoss, but he felt that it would be too soon to ask and decided to keep it for another time. Shui Luo sensed that Lin Huang was doubtful. She then said, Mister, if there's anything you would like to ask, you can. I'll try my best to answer. I heard that you're the Protoss. According to historical records, there was a monster that opened 3,000 virtual eyes 800 years ago and everyone called him a Protoss too. Can you tell me more about this? Lin Huang referred to an incident that happened 800 years ago. Oh him, he was strong but was not considered a Protoss. At most, he was a servant of God bestowed with the blood of the Protoss. Shui Luo snorted. We Protoss were the true future generation of gods. The Protoss were born with perfect human figures and had the blood of God flowing in their veins. The fellow claimed himself to be the Protoss, but he did not have a perfect human figure. I can't reveal much about the Protoss though. Do you have any other questions besides this? Lin Huang then began asking random questions about the past and Shui Luo did her best to assist with every one of his questions. Soon, Lin Huang had nothing more to ask. The living room became quiet. Shui Luo then took the initiative to start a new conversation. Mister, please don't stay in the mountains for too long because I fear monsters may attack you. I do realize that monsters here are quite furious. Is there a specific reason for this? Lin Huang asked. I just discovered that there was a transcendent monster in the underground desert. It seemed to be able to possess the mind of other monsters to hunt food for itself. Shui Luo explained. Oh, I see, it's okay. I'll reach my destination after passing through the mountain. Lin Huang said with relief. After you leave, we'll also be returning back to our world. Shui Luo sighed, her eyes seemed sad. Bing Wang added, yes, there's no need to stay in the human world anymore. Lin Huang was disappointed as they might never see each other again. I'll dance for you as a gift before you leave. Shui Luo suggested. Mister, please follow me. She led Lin Huang and Bing Wang, levitating them in the sky. She slowly landed them beside the lake while she went to stand alone in the middle of the lake. Under the moonlight, her white dress was impossibly clean and pure. She looked like a fairy descended from heaven. It began to snow, ripples began forming on the lake. A thin layer of ice condensed beneath her feet and it looked like she stood on a white ring. It was indeed a breathtaking scene as she began moving her body in perfect harmony to the sounds of the wind howling. Perhaps this was true, she was the goddess of the Alps, Lin Huang thought. It was no secret that he had a deep affection for her. Lin Huang had learned a lot from the dance. Her love, hatred, and all sorts of emotions she felt, the coldness and cruelty of death, as well as the hidden feeling of loneliness. Shui Luo took slow steps towards Lin Huang when she finished her final scene. She looked pitiful. He did not see her as a Protoss but instead, as an ordinary woman with a burst of emotions. He could not stop himself from saying, I believe that one day, you'll find your own happiness. Thank you. Shui Luo's eyes brightened. After saying goodbye to Shui Luo, Bing Wang sent Lin Huang out of the valley. It was now late at night. Lin Huang recalled by and summoned the sand monster. He then went back to his tent to rest. Chapter 35. Blocked by a flock of geese. Lin Huang was tossing and turning the night before. Perhaps it was the tea that kept him awake. The next day, it was 9 o'clock in the morning when he woke up. Lin Huang tidied up his things and ate breakfast. He then summoned Bai and continued with their journey. Shui Luo healed the broken life wheel. Lin Huang could feel the speed of lifespan loss significantly reduced, and there was also a certain degree of improvement in his physique as well. Taking into account the improvement from his robust skill, Lin Huang felt that his physique was no longer weaker than other reserve hunters on iron level. He was able to move a much faster speed than before. Within 4 hours, he had reached the height of 700 meters, which was 5,500 meters above sea level. Just before Lin Huang was able to take a rest, a flock of white big birds flew in their direction. Lin Huang could recognize them from far away. They were the white-feathered goose. They were also a type of mutant. They would hunt for fishes as their main sources of food and would never provoke creatures bigger in size. However, they were not afraid of humans. Under normal circumstances, Lin Huang would have brushed their presence aside, but because Shui Luo had told them to be careful, his guard was up. The white-feathered goose was huge. It was around 5 meters wide when they expanded their wings. They were strong enough to snatch humans with their claws. They were probably controlled by the transcendent monster Shui Luo talked about, the monster that manipulated their minds to hunt for food. Bai, quickly, dig a hole. Lin Huang shouted. The flock of geese approaching them looked furious. He had to get himself a safe shelter. They were at a height around 5,000 meters above sea level, but Lin Huang did not have wings to jump anywhere, and if he lost balance and fell, he would most certainly die. As soon as Bai dug out a cave, Lin Huang stretched out his left hand to hang over the cliff while he held his Grey Eagle 17 in his right hand. He turned his body to attack the geese when they came close to him. Most of the white-feathered goose were iron-level monsters. The specially made bullets for the Grey Eagle 17 only had an impact on their feathers. It failed to penetrate through to their bodies. After several shots, some of the white-feathered goose groaned in pain but realized that the bullets could not injure them, and so, they pounced on Lin Huang again. Bai already went into the hole, but it was still a few meters away from Lin Huang. The hole was not deep and Bai could not dig any further. A few from the flock of white-feathered goose fluttered their wings, getting into a position to catch Lin Huang. Lin Huang had nowhere to dodge, and he watched helplessly as the claws emerged from their feet as they grabbed him. At that moment, blood splashed in the air. The white-feathered goose that grabbed him had its head chopped in half, rolling over the cliff. Lin Huang felt something grabbing onto his waist tightly. As he looked down, he saw Bai's blood power layer pulling him toward the hole. Lin Huang tried to free himself but chose to trust Bai instead. He released his left hand, which he used to hang from the cliff when he shot at the geese. As soon as he released his hand, he felt a strong force dragging him back into the cave. Lin Huang felt safe as soon as his body touched the ground of the cave. "Thanks," he said while he stood up in the cave and thanked Bai, nodding his head. He then walked out of the cave. The flock of white-feathered goose had not left yet. They were all trying to squeeze into the cave as they saw Lin Huang. When they saw Lin Huang's head pop out into the entrance of the cave, Lin Huang retreated a few steps back as it was not safe. Bai dug 2 meters wide and 2 meters long in the cave. It would be impossible for them to enter in with their huge body. However, the white-feathered goose seemed to enjoy the torture because the more they pushed themselves in, the more they were injured by the sharp cave edges. The geese were persistent. Even after 2 to 3 hours, they remained outside the cave, and as time passed by, the number of geese increased. "Damn, are they blocking my way out?" Lin Huang was suddenly struck by the thought. There were incidents about humans being bullied by geese. There were many videos uploaded online, and though they were funny at the time, he had never expected this to happen to him on a cliff in a dire situation, instead of a funny one. Lin Huang had a slight headache. The Grey Eagle 17 was ineffective against the flock of white-feathered goose, and to make matters worse, he was down to his last 4 bullets. It was not enough to kill the geese. Though Bai was capable of upgrading itself to use its blood power to kill them, its blood power could only reach a distance of fewer than 20 meters, which was not far enough to reach the outside of the cave. They waited for another 3 hours, and as the skies outside became darker, Lin Huang took a glance outside the cave to check on the flock of white-feathered goose. Unfortunately, his initial predictions were right. They were still there. It seemed like they were not going anywhere. If they are blocking my way, how am I going to complete my assessment? Lin Huang pondered. All of a sudden, he shifted his gaze to the inner parts of the cave. Foothold number 7D121 is located at the other side at the foot of the Alps. Does this mean that if we dig deeper to the other side of the Alps, we could eventually reach the foothold using the pathway through this cave? A growling sound came from the direction of the flock of white-feathered goose, interrupting Lin Huang's thoughts. Lin Huang popped his head silently out of the cave to catch a glimpse of what was happening. Over hundreds of geese escaped once a black giant bird flying began approaching them. Lin Huang recognized it. It was a giant known as the black cliff sparrow. Its body was around 30 meters long and its wings were 50 meters wide, fully open. It was a gigantic monster that was much bigger than Tyrant. Based on its size alone, it almost reached bronze level. The flock of white-feathered goose was no longer in sight. The black cliff sparrow did not attack but instead used its sharp claws to hold onto the upper part of the cave entrance before taking a peek into the cave. Lin Huang and the black cliff sparrow came face to face. Chapter 36. Atop the snowy mountains, a screeching bird cry scared many birds in the snowy mountains region and they began to fly away. This black cliff sparrow was considered the top predator in this grade -1 wild zone. It opened its mouth and attempted to peck at Lin Huang's eyes as they locked eyes earlier. Lin Huang retreated immediately to the center of the cave and immediately reloaded armored bullets into his Gray Eagle 17. He pointed the gun at the cave entrance, waiting to open fire. The black cliff sparrow's tough beak hit hard on top of the cliff and a small part of the cliff collapsed, causing the top of the cave entrance to be exposed. Lin Huang could feel the entire cave shaking. When the sparrow approaches, lock onto its head and aim at its eyes. Lin Huang had a plan. Its eyes were the weakest part of its body, but it was covered in feathers and so, it was difficult to hit its eyes accurately. The possibility of killing it with only one armored bullet was slim, but Lin Huang wanted to shoot at its eyes with his remaining 4 bullets at one go for maximum impact. The black cliff sparrow realized that the cave was not so tough as it managed to crack a hole with one hit, and so it started to peck at it continuously. After several pecks at the top of the cave, almost half of the wall collapsed. Although Lin Huang and Bai had retreated into the cave, the black cliff sparrow could see them from where it stood and began to peck even faster. Suddenly, just when it got a chance to move closer, 2 strings blood power shot out from the cave. They resembled 2 ropes strangling the sparrow's neck while bashing its head into the wall. The black cliff sparrow struggled and Lin Huang took that opportunity to quickly step forward before it could run away. Lin Huang aimed his gun at its left eye and fired 4 shots continuously. Bang, 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 bang. The black cliff sparrow's left eye exploded, it stopped fighting back and collapsed. The strings of blood power were then released from its neck and the black cliff sparrow slowly fell from the cliff. Xiao Hei's notification popped up in front of Lin Huang. Congratulations, you have received black cliff sparrow monster card pieces by 1 inch. You have completed a cross-ranking kill. You are rewarded with a double card. There's no advance card for the cross-ranking kill this time. Lin Huang recalled that he was rewarded advance card for the previous 2 cross-ranking kills. Reward cards are usually randomly given. It was rather peculiar that you received advance cards twice in a row. It would be great if I could get a few more advance cards to upgrade both Bai and Tyrant into mythical brings. Bing Wang only mutated twice and he was so powerful. Bai and Tyrant would be invincible if they were to be upgraded 4 times. The ability of summon cards are limited by the host. If the host's ability remained the same, no matter how rare the card is, the upgraded monster's ability would be limited as well. What Xiao Hei indirectly meant was the weakness of Lin Huang's monsters were actually caused by him. Lin Huang ignored Xiao Hei and looked at the double card that he just received. Images of 2 piles of gold coins were at the top of the card. Lin Huang frowned and flipped the card over. Double card. Within an hour this card's activation, the reward for killing monsters will double. Nothing great about this card, but perhaps I could use this card to collect more card pieces when I meet some monster that I like. Lin Huang mumbled to himself. He then took out the clip from his Gray Eagle 17, it was empty. I should have bought more bullets. After he reloaded the gun with regular bullets, he then kept the gun in his space storage. The sky was getting dark. Bai began to dig deeper into the cave so that they could stay the night. As the cave was too small, Lin Huang could not summon the sand monster, and Bai would have to watch the night. Lin Huang had a good night's sleep and woke up around 7 o'clock in the morning. Their journey was delayed due to their encounter with the flock of white-feathered goose yesterday afternoon. He had dried meat and some water in the morning before starting the journey with Bai. Lin Huang had good stamina this morning and managed to climb 800 meters within 5 hours. After a short rest, he continued his journey before noon. 6 hours later, he managed to climb more than 900 meters. He had already traveled 7,200 meters, and now, he was only 1,000 meters away from the top. Lin Huang rested for a night before his last push. Finally, after 8 hours, he arrived at the top, which was 8,800 meters above sea level. "Ah, I'm finally here on top," Lin Huang shouted on top of the snowy mountains. Just when he was at the peak of his excitement, he was greeted by a voice that came from behind him. "It's just the snowy mountains, do you need to shout?" Lin Huang turned around and saw a young man with short hair in trench coat stood behind him. He looked the same age as Lin Huang, but taller. "Who are you?" Lin Huang wondered before he asked, "Are you from the Hunter Association?" "I joined the assessment just like you." The short-haired man answered, expressionless. "Were you the one who opened fire down there 2 days ago?" "Yes, it's me," Lin Huang admitted and curiously asked, "How is it possible that you're faster than me? How did you get here?" "I arrived here on the first day by riding the Black Cliff Sparrow. It only took 2 hours." The short-hair man looked at Lin Huang and said, "If I'm not mistaken, you killed the Black Cliff Sparrow. Is that true? You're an Imperial censor as well. Why do you want to attack me?" Lin Huang grew anxious. "It's simple. I don't want anyone else to pass this assessment apart from myself. That's why I have been waiting here to get the Black Cliff Sparrow to attack everyone who attempted to climb the snowy mountains so that you guys would give up, but since you're already up here, it doesn't make sense for me to wait here anymore." The man then turned around and walked to a tent that was not too far away. He proceeded to say solemnly, "I will take revenge for the Black Cliff Sparrow, but now is not the time. You have cultivated a great vampire, but you're too weak, you don't deserve to be attacked by me yet." The man then kept his tent, waved his hand, and a blood-colored giant bird appeared out of thin air. Lin Huang was envious. It was a crimson eagle, a bronze-level mutated monster. The short-haired man leapt onto the back of the crimson eagle. It flapped its wings and dove towards the bottom of the cliff. Chapter 37. First to complete the assessment. Seeing the short-haired man leave, Lin Huang did not stay too long on top of the snowy mountains. Climbing to the top may have been difficult, but going down was much easier. Although Bai's blood power wings could not fly, he most certainly could glide. Now that his blood power was at level 2, his wings were 5 meters long on each side and they would expand to a maximum of 20 meters in combat mode. They were not heavy, both of them were slightly over 100 kilograms put together. Lin Huang spent some time to fold his tent into a strip of cloth and strapped himself in front of Bai. He then activated Bai's combat mode, walked towards the cliff and leaned forward, falling off the cliff. The blood power wings on Bai spread open. Lin Huang felt the pull of gravity, but within a few moments, they began to glide. As he looked down, all he saw were layers of clouds. Soon they passed through the clouds and Lin Huang could see the snowy mountains from beyond the horizon. The mountains and rivers beneath him seemed so much smaller from the top. Even the foothold was the size of his palm. "This is what I'm talking about. Woohoo." Although he looked ridiculous as a passenger strapped onto Bai, Lin Huang screamed at the top of his lungs because he was extremely excited. He had always wanted to try extreme sports like parachuting when he was on Earth, but he never got the opportunity to do so. He finally got the chance to experience it in this world instead. As they got closer to the ground, he could feel his adrenaline skyrocket. "Now, I finally understand why people love flying in the air. This feels amazing." They did not glide for too long. Within 10 minutes, both of them arrived in the vicinity of foothold No. 7D121. Bai wrapped his wings above them to form an umbrella and they slowed down as they gently landed. Pedestrians were frightened by the blood power wings on Bai's back because they could recognize he was a vampire. "You can leave now, I'll report to the Hunter Association." Lin Huang did not want to upset people, so he recalled Bai. The cloth that strapped him to Bai was automatically removed. He then picked the piece of cloth up and threw it into the dustbin beside him. He then activated his Emperor's Heart Ring. The ring's function was restored as promised. Lin Huang opened the map and found the hotel where Yi Yeyu was at and proceeded to walk in the direction of the hotel. 10 minutes later, Lin Huang arrived at the entrance of the hotel and walked to the reception. The receptionist was a tall and beautiful lady. Seeing Lin Huang walk in, she professionally asked, "Hi sir, how may I help you?" "I'm looking for Miss Yi Yeyu, could you get her for me?" "Please." "Sure, please give me a minute." The lady receptionist tried to reach Yi Yeyu's Emperor's Heart Ring at once. She then informed Lin Huang, "You can look for her in room 308. "Alright, thank you." Lin Huang thought it was strange that she was in room 308, it was the same room Tyrant destroyed. He went directly to room 308 and saw that the door was already opened. Lin Huang closed the door after himself and noticed the same big hole in the room ceiling. He asked, "Why didn't you change to another room? That's too much trouble, I'm leaving in a few days anyway." The hole in the ceiling did not bother Yi Yeyu at all. Instead, she was looking at Lin Huang. "I didn't expect you to be the first one to complete the assessment. Although it took you a good 7 days with your physique, I'm impressed. I thought you'd take more than a week to climb the snowy mountains." "I'm the first one who completed the assessment," Lin Huang asked in confusion. "Wasn't there another guy who passed the assessment before I did?" "He hasn't reported to you." "No, you're the first one." Yi Yeyu shook her head. "That can't be, that guy got down from the snowy mountains before I did." The guy wore a red trench coat, had short hair and was very arrogant. "Oh, he's also an imperial censor just like me." The monster he summoned was a bronze-level crimson eagle. Lin Huang described the guy for Yeyu. "Oh, I know who you are talking about." Yi Yeyu nodded and explained, "The guy you're talking about is Bai Yan. He's special, he does not have to participate in the assessment but instead, he chose to. He would be a copper hunter after he registers with Hunter Association." "Has Bai Yan arrived at this foothold? Did you see him just now?" Yi Yeyu asked Lin Huang. "I met him on top of the snowy mountains, he rode on the monster he summoned down the snowy mountains. Then I have no idea where he is, he didn't report to me." "You're the first one." Yi Yeyu shook her head. "Oh yay, Miss Head Examiner, do you know what happened to Fatty, the other guy who was with me the other day?" Lin Huang was worried when he asked the question. He was worried that the answer was not what he wanted to hear. "Oh, Fatty quit." Yi Yeyu rolled her eyes and told Lin Huang what happened. "I received a rescue alert on that day and saw him crying on the ground when I followed the signal to his location. I asked him what happened. He said you were eaten by an undead worm for saving his life and he begged me to kill the undead worm to avenge you. After I brought him back to the foothold, he rode an eagle and left on that day itself." Lin Huang was relieved after hearing that Fatty was still alive. "That's great, I thought he was dead. We have his contact information, if you'd like to contact him, you can have his contact details." Yi Yeyu was searching for Fatty's contact details as she spoke. "Oh, his name is Yin Hangyi, I kept calling him Fatty and forgot his real name." Lin Huang tapped open his detailed information and added his contact number to his Emperor's heart ring. "There's still one more week until the assessment ends. You can leave if you're occupied, just remember to register yourself at the Hunter Association at foothold number 7C87. You'll have to register by this year or else you'll have to get reassessed next year. If you don't have urgent matters to attend to, you can stay in this foothold temporarily. When the assessment ends, I'll bring you to foothold number 7C87 to register. Your stay and food will be covered by the Hunter Association." "I'll stay." He decided to stay because he had told Lin Xin that the assessment would take half a month and everything at home had been arranged. He also wanted to kill more monsters in the wild zone to accumulate more monster card pieces. And Life Light, Chapter 38. Weird Old Zhang. Lin Huang went back to his hotel room after dinner as the sky was getting dark. He spent some time listing down the items he wanted to purchase the next day. He then started to read about the grade -1 wild zone that was near foothold No 7D121 on the Heart Network. Foothold number 7D121 was known as the Snowy Mountain Town by locals. The entire foothold was located in the west with a gigantic pathway to the snowy mountain at the back that looked like a bowl broken in half which surrounded the bottom of the foothold. The east side was filled with huge canyons and they were semicircular. The widest one faced the north-south and was a few hundred kilometers long. East of these canyons were vast grasslands surrounded by mountains and 3,000 meters below sea level was a grade -1 wild zone. This was a people-prone area and therefore there were very few monsters for fear that they will be killed by humans. Lin Huang looked at the categories of monsters in each area one by one. The wild zone further away from the snowy mountain housed bird monsters. There were fewer flatlands there though which were not suitable for me to train to prepare for real battles. Meanwhile, the monsters in the canyons came from the grassland and snowy mountains but were killed by people passing by and because of that, I can't collect more monster card pieces. It seems like the grassland on the east side is most suitable for me. Warrior Wolf would be a great prey, I could obtain monster card pieces faster from monsters that live in a pack. It would look so much cooler and comfortable if I rode on it instead of the sand monster. The lion-headed troll too. It was such a majestic monster. The ox devil isn't too bad. It's muscular and huge enough that its appearance alone was sufficient to scare people away. Skill-wise, the warrior wolf's blood battle, the lion-headed troll's magic eye deterrence and ox devil's champion strength are all good. After some analysis, Lin Huang had decided which area was most suitable for him. The next morning, Lin Huang went to the credit bureau. It belonged to the government. It only opened at 9 o'clock in the morning, so there was no need for him to rush. He took a stroll in the garden at the bureau's entrance since it was not time yet. When it did open, Lin Huang walked right in and traded all his life crystals into credit points. Now he had more than 3.5 million credit points. The life crystals were taken from Shuijia earlier. After that, Lin Huang headed to the flea market. The flea market in the snowy mountain town was located at the center of the foothold. It was not big, but there were many shops, up to 1,000 of them. They had almost everything there, including food ingredients, daily necessities, guns and ammunition and swords. Perhaps the area was surrounded by a wild zone. There were more than 30 shops here that were selling battle equipment, while the foothold that Lin Huang stayed only had 3 of them. Lin Huang's purpose here was mainly to look for the exclusive bullets for his Grey Eagle 17, armored bullets, and equipment to survive the wilderness, since he planned to stay in the wild zone for a week. After asking around, he was told that none of the 7 to 8 shops were selling exclusive bullets and armored bullets for his Grey Eagle 17. This new, royalty, gun was not used by many ordinary people, so this small foothold would not have the right stock of bullets for such a gun. Especially the armored bullets, they were expensive, and so it did not make sense for the shops to keep stocks. We don't have the bullets that you're looking for. In a small area like this, we don't see anyone who carries Grey Eagle 17 in a year. You can try old Zhang's grocery store at the west side of the city. That fella collects strange things. If there's none at his store, then you won't be able to find it anywhere else. But be careful, that fella is sly and he would double or triple the original price. A shop owner reminded Lin Huang. He gave Lin Huang valuable advice because he thought Lin Huang was rich, as he could afford a Grey Eagle 17. After purchasing everything he needed at the flea market, Lin Huang asked around a few more times for the bullets, and finally, he gave up. He hesitated for a while and headed to the west of the city. Old Zhang's store was located in an alley where nobody visited. Theoretically, even a shop in the flea market could not make much money in this small foothold, and yet, old Zhang opened his shop in such a secluded area. He must be weird. After asking a couple of people, Lin Huang finally found the exact location of the store. The plaque with a bright neon light on the outside of the door had the words, "Cloud's End," written on it. Lin Huang laughed. This weird old man must be full of himself. He stepped into the shop. It was not as messy as he imagined. On the contrary, it was very organized. All the items were placed accordingly on the shelves, even the decorations were tasteful. Lin Huang was stunned. As the owner in, Lin Huang did not call the owner's name, as that seen as rude. He considered himself a good, respectful kid to never call an elder by their first name. If you need anything, look on the shelves yourselves. When you are done, bring it over here and call me. Lin Huang heard someone talking, but he did not see anyone. The voice sounded more like a middle-aged man than an old man's voice. This feels like markets on Earth, Lin Huang mumbled. Sensing that old Zhang did not want to be bothered, Lin Huang did not ask further and walked to the shelf where the firearms were placed. He frowned while he glanced through the guns on the shelf. There was equipment from iron level to gold level, and all of them were pricey and limited edition stuff. It seems to me that this old Zhang is rich. After glancing through, Lin Huang did not waste any more time. He looked towards the bullets placed under the guns and found the exclusive bullets and armored bullets for his Grey Eagle 17. There was only a sample box. Lin Huang took one box each for both bullets and went to the counter at the entrance. "Boss, I've taken what I wanted, but it's not enough. Let's me take a look." A middle-aged bald man with a beard walked in. He was tan, and he looked like he was in his 40s, but he may look much younger if he shaved his beard. Lin Huang did not doubt that he was the shop owner. Although he looked ordinary, his vibe matched the shop very well. What Lin Huang did not understand was why people would call him old when he was not old. Old Zhang glanced at Lin Huang and looked at the bullets that he selected. His eyes lightened up. "Oh, you're from a rich family. How much do you want?" "I'm not rich. This gun is a gift." Lin Huang did not wish to be ripped off by him, so he explained, "How much are these bullets?" "The same prices as you see on the Heart Network." Old Zhang smiled. Lin Huang was confused. He heard that Old Zhang was a rip-off because he doubled or even tripled the original price. Now that he offered the original price, he started to think that the bullets might be pirated. "These bullets are original, right? Why, did you hear somebody saying that I am a rip-off where I double or triple the original price?" Old Zhang smiled and looked at Lin Huang. Lin Huang was stunned, but he did not want to hide. "Someone did say that. No matter who told you that, it's true. I love doing that, but it depends on my mood. I like you, so I'm selling them to you at the original price, it's that simple." After that, Old Zhang added, "The bullets are original. It's up to you if you want to buy them." Lin Huang looked into Old Zhang's eyes. They locked eyes for a moment. He could sense that the old man was not lying, so he nodded and said, "Okay, I trust you. I want 3,000 exclusive bullets for my Grey Eagle 17 and 300 armored bullets. Are you planning a massacre?" Old Zhang was shocked and he gave him a price. "That'll be a total of 650,000 credit points. Do you have enough stock here?" Lin Huang could not help but ask. "Don't worry, I have plenty. No matter what you want and how much you want, I have them. As long as you have the money, I can get you whatever relics you want." Old Zhang grinned. If that came from someone else, Lin Huang would not believe. But after browsing through Old Zhang's collection, he believed that Old Zhang could get whatever he wanted, although he sounded boastful. "Sure, if I need any relics in the future, I'll look for you." Lin Huang returned the grin. Chapter 39. What's being kind to women? Lin Huang walked out of Old Zhang's shop. He had everything he needed on the list. It was nearing noon, so he had a bowl of ramen at a noodle store nearby and headed to the wild zone. Just when he was near the exit of the foothold, his emperor's heart ring vibrated. Someone was calling him. It was a number that he did not recognize. He hesitated before picking up. "Is this Lin Huang? I am Yi Yeyu. Where are you now?" Yi Yeyu's voice came from the communication page. "I'm still in the foothold and ready to head off to the grassland for some battle training." Lin Huang was in doubt. Why would Yi Yeyu call him? "Is there anything that I could help you? Please stay in the foothold for these few days." According to some hunters who just came back to the foothold, the monsters outside of the foothold were oddly furious. The same thing happened to the monsters in the desert. Many people who participated in the assessment were attacked by the monsters. I have been receiving more and more rescue alerts. If the situation gets worse, we might need to end the assessment early. Hearing what Yi Yeyu said, Lin Huang recalled what Shui Luo said earlier. There was a new transcendent monster that was an expert in the wilderness. He could not tell Yi Yeyu that, as he could not reveal the source. After some thought, he said, "Actually, I encountered similar attacks before I climbed the snowy mountains a few days back. You know that my monster is an iron level rank 3 and a sand monster that's at the edge of a breakthrough. Most of the monsters in the desert would stay far away from us. However, the day before I climbed the snowy mountains, there were monsters that plunged towards me and my sand monster along the journey. They were angry and restless. We encountered the situation a couple of times. I think the monsters were either hypnotized or bewildered." Although he could not tell the truth directly, Lin Huang attempted to guide Yi Yeyu to get the gist of it. "You're saying that there's a high-level monster which is the mastermind behind all this?" Yi Yeyu thought what Lin Huang said made sense, but she was puzzled. It's possible if one area of the wild zone is affected, but the desert the assessment was conducted in was more than 1,000 kilometers away from the grassland on the east side. Even if it was a gold-rank charm class monster, it's impossible that it could be able to cover such distance. What if it was a charm class monster that's more than gold rank? Lin Huang told the truth. Yi Yeyu was stunned when she heard what Lin Huang. She took a while and said, "Do you mean transcendent?" "That could be possible," Lin Huang said. Yi Yeyu kept quiet for some time and said, "All right, I believe you this time. I will report to the management and see what they say." After Lin Huang hung up the phone, he decided to go back to the hotel to wait for a response. If the management of Hunter Association did not take this seriously, the transcendent monster would do whatever it wanted to and there would be more and more prey falling into its trap. By then, there would be unimaginable damage to the footholds nearby. He then headed back to the hotel. Just when he was at the hotel's entrance, Yi Yeyu called again. "I'm at the hotel's entrance, we'll talk soon." Lin Huang hung up the phone and went straight to Yi Yeyu's room. Yi Yeyu stood at the living room. She looked upset. She was slightly relieved when she saw Lin Huang. I have reported the situation to the management. They said there is a high possibility that it was done by a transcendent charm class monster. However, the transcendent who was guarding foothold number 7C87 was not there at the moment. The association would need at least 3 days to transfer another transcendent here. I have informed all the members that the assessment is temporarily suspended and got all of them to activate their location while waiting for support whenever they are. The problem is that we are lacking assistance now. What do you need me to do? Lin Huang asked instantly. I will need you to stay in the hotel lobby. When we bring people over, I'll need your help to arrange for their accommodation and make sure things are okay. Don't let them leave the foothold. Even riding the eagle might not be safe right now. If they have any questions, don't tell them the truth as we want to avoid an uproar. I'll talk to them when I'm back. Yi Yeyu could not find anyone else to help, so she asked Lin Huang. Sure, I will make sure everything is well. Lin Huang answered straight away. Is there anything else? Not at the moment. I'll look for you again if I need further assistance. Yi Yeyu said and summoned the green wooden door. I'm going to bring the people back, please go to the lobby. Looking at Yi Yeyu entering the green wooden door, Lin Huang turned around and left. Not long later, Yi Yeyu was already with a tall lady at the lobby. She entered the green wooden door and disappeared without saying anything. The lady was slightly taller than Lin Huang. She looked to be 16 or 17 and was quite matured. She dressed like a hippie, wearing a white t-shirt with a short denim skirt and a pair of white sneakers. Hi, my name is Lin Huang. I'm the temporary receptionist, Lin Huang said to the lady. I recognize you, you're the fella who joined the assessment, and you're not even an iron level. The tall lady could recognize Lin Huang. I'll bring you to register your room. Lin Huang changed the topic. He did not expect her to recognize him. I'm not staying. Since the assessment has been suspended, I should not waste my time here. I'm going to foothold number 7C65 to join the next assessment. The lady was on her way to the hotel exit. Lin Huang blocked her way using his hand. You cannot leave. What's wrong with you? I'm leaving. What can you do about it? The lady placed her hands on her hips and stared at Lin Huang. No, you can't. Lin Huang stood where he was. What's wrong with you? Who do you think you are? The lady raised her voice. Many people in the lobby looked at the both of them. Say whatever you want to say, you're not allowed to leave. Lin Huang did not move at all. Wow, you're saying like you can stop me from leaving. The lady was mad. Scoot. If you don't blame me for being rude. You can try. Lin Huang had Grey Eagle 17 on his hand. Do you think having a gun is everything? The lady scoffed and attempted to grab his gun. Lin Huang was faster than her, so he pointed the muzzle at her head. You dare shoot me? The human body was incomparable with the monster. The lady was only an iron level rank 2. If she were to be shot by his Grey Eagle 17 at such a short distance, her head would explode. However, she remained stubborn. Lin Huang shifted his target slightly to the right and pulled the trigger. The bullet flew by her ear and hit the vase in the hotel lobby. The case exploded. Before the lady could respond, he shifted aim back at the lady's head. The lady turned pale and dared not say a word. Chapter 40. Meeting Bai Yan again in the hotel lobby. Many were shocked to see what happened. A young man pointing his gun at a young lady's head. People started to talk about what they were seeing, but none of them dared to step up. It was awkward. Soon a young man walked out of the crowd. Hey man, it's rude to treat a girl like that. Lin Huang did not look at him. Hey, I'm talking to you. The man saw that Lin Huang ignored him and started to get mad. This is none of your business. Lin Huang stared at the young man. He looked irritated. He then realized that the man was not a real hero, but he wanted to impress the pretty lady that Lin Huang had his gun pointed at. If it were an ugly lady, he would not pretend to be a hero. You're committing a crime in public, that's my business. The young man said as he meant it. The crowd that was watching nodded and agreed with what the young man said. Look at you sugar-coating your act just because she's pretty. If she was ugly, I bet you wouldn't step up to me. Lin Huang revealed what the man was really up to. Busted. The man's cheeks were flushing. He denied, I'm doing this for justice. I would step up no matter who it is. You can stand whenever you want to stand, as long as you're not bothering me. Lin Huang ignored him. Wow, you sure are arrogant. Suddenly, a person walked out of the crowd. He was handsome with distinct features. He wore a red trench coat. Hearing that voice, Lin Huang turned around and looked at the person. He was the guy, Bai Yan that he met on top of the snowy mountains. Lin Huang did not have a good impression of him. They locked eyes. He did not want to give up. What, do you have something to say? You don't deserve a fight from me. Bai Yan grinned. He waved his hand. 5 meters tall lion-headed troll was summoned. It looked majestic where the male lion's head almost touched the hotel hall ceiling. The golden mane on its neck was shining in the yellow light. It was extraordinary. It held a giant blade in its right hand. Its body was releasing a bloody smell. Lion head, toss him out. Bai Yan instructed while pointing at Lin Huang. Lin Huang was admiring the troll but he responded immediately. He summoned Bai and commanded, Bai, chop off his hands. Bai activated his combat mode and the blood power wings grew from his back. That moment, people realized that the silver-haired man that appeared was a monster. They were impressed as it was not easy to see an imperial censor on regular days. Now that there were 2 of them and they were fighting, it was a rare situation. Some of them even launched a video recording function on their Emperor's Heart ring to record the battle and upload to the Heart network. Before Bai moved, a female voice was heard coming from the crowd. What are you guys doing? Yi Yeyu came out of the crowd to the center of the battlefield and pushed the lion-headed troll and Bai apart. What's happening here? Yi Yeyu looked at Lin Huang. He kept the gray eagle 17 that he was holding. Just when he wanted to speak, the lady accused him, Miss Head Examiner, he bullied me when you were not around. Fortunately, this imperial censor came to my aid. The lady only brought up Bai Yan. She did not even look at the man that attempted to help her earlier. Talk to me, Lin Huang. Yi Yeyu was doubtful, but she did not believe what the lady said. She insisted that she wanted to leave but she didn't want to listen to me so I had to use my weapon to keep her here. Bai Yan arrived later and wanted to attack me out of nowhere so I'm just defending myself. Lin Huang explained the situation simply. Is that so? Yi Yeyu looked at the lady in all seriousness. Compared to her, she believed what Lin Huang said more. The lady saw Yi Yeyu's expression and she dared not lie anymore. There should be a surveillance camera in the hotel. If you don't believe what I've said, you can take a look at the camera. Lin Huang added. The lady turned pale. It's my fault, I should have waited patiently. Bai Yan, you attacked before you figured out what was happening. You are at fault too, apologize. Yi Yeyu looked at Bai Yan. I refuse to. The weak don't deserve to be respected. I'll wait until the day he's stronger than me. Bai Yan said and glared at Lin Huang. He turned around and left. Yi Yeyu was unhappy, but she did not flip. She then turned around and said to the lady and a young man that she just brought back, it's dangerous outside of this foothold within these few days. Both of you listen to Lin Huang, assist him in managing the rest, don't let anyone leave this foothold. I will explain the details of the situation when everyone is here. The both of them nodded immediately. You did great. If you encounter any obstacles again, you have my authorization to use violence. You can beat them up, as long as you don't kill them. Yi Yeyu said to Lin Huang and stared at the duo before she left via the green wooden door. After Yi Yeyu left, the duo remained quiet. Lin Huang waved to recall Bai and said to the duo, I'll bring the both of you to register your rooms. Then you'll both go to your rooms on your own, I have to stay here to wait for the rest. After the 3 of them completed registration, the lady went to her room while the young man stayed. You are Lin Huang, am I right? I didn't know that you're an imperial censor. The young man introduced himself. My name is Xianxia, I'm also one of the members who joined the reserve hunter assessment. Hi, Lin Huang nodded. From what I know, it's rare that the assessment would be suspended. Since you came back earlier, you should know something. Why was the assessment suspended out of nowhere? Shen Chang asked curiously. I don't know, all I heard was there was something strange happening to the monsters near the foothold. We would have to wait for the head examiner to explain the details to us. Lin Huang did not tell the truth. Oh, is that so? I see that the head examiner got you to help her. I thought you would have some insider news. No, they're lacking helpers so since I got back early, here I am. Lin Huang explained. Can I help? Shen Qian's offer was not genuine. Instead, he thought the head examiner would give him extra marks for the assessment if she saw him helping. Not at the moment, as long as you don't leave this foothold, that would be a great help. Lin Huang felt helpless. He knew that there would be more people who would act like that lady earlier. We can't even go to the grade -1 wild zone at the border. You can't. Lin Huang shook his head. If you have too much time during these next 2 days, you can shop at the flea market or have fun activities in the foothold. Nothing is restricted as long as I stay in this foothold. Shen Chang tried his luck. As long as you don't leave the foothold, no matter what you do, I won't stop you. Lin Huang said with absolute confidence. Chapter 41. You did such a great job. Lin Huang was swamped with work for the next 2 days. All the people that were sent to him by Yi Yeyu had not been disqualified. They were at least iron level rank 2, some of them were even iron level rank -3. To make matters worse, they were unhappy when they found out that they had to listen to Lin Huang's orders for the next 2 days. It seemed ridiculous to them because Lin Huang was not even iron level. Not knowing what else to do, Lin Huang summoned Tyrant to beat some of them up when they disobeyed him. Only then would they listen to him. Although Lin Huang did not have powerful abilities, his identity as an imperial censor was a rare enough occupation for others to fear him as soon as they found out. When some of them heard that he had 2 monsters and he was a genius by imperial censor standards, they had to bite the bullet and listen to him regardless of what they thought. Meanwhile, Yi Yeyu was even busier. There was a limit to the summoning of her green wooden door, and she could only use it 10 times per day. There were 70 to 80 people who were not disqualified since the assessment started, and they were scattered in different locations on the map. She had to get the staff to gather the members who were close to each other and bring them all back within 3 days. Yi Yeyu rented the meeting room on the hotel's first floor and gathered all the participants there. Seeing that some of them were badly beaten, she knew it was Lin Huang's doing to get them to listen to him. As everyone showed up, Yi Yeyu now had a better impression of Lin Huang and his methods. After quick glances to ensure everyone in the room was in fact not hurt too severely, she started to speak. I bet you all have many questions with regards to what has happened the past few days, about why I have gathered all of you here and why you are not allowed you to leave. Let me explain the reason now. Please do not be worried. This is what happened. We noticed that the monsters from the desert area to the grassland on the east of Snowy Mountains town, which covers a few thousand kilometers, have been acting strangely for the past few days. They have been savagely attacking humans, and are unafraid to fight to the death. After some investigation, we think there is a possibility that a transcendent monster with abilities to charm other monsters has appeared nearby, she said calmly. Everyone was shocked when they heard what Yi Yeyu said. A transcendent monster was no joke. The reason why AC grade medium foothold needed a transcendent to guard the foothold was the existence of other transcendent monsters. A transcendent monster could lead an army monsters and destroy a medium foothold with a population of millions of people, within a night. However, don't worry. The association has sent us a transcendent human. He should be here sometime today. He will investigate the situation in the areas nearby and look for the cause of this unusual occurrence. When the problem is solved, I will talk to the management authorities to get the assessment going, or perhaps pass everyone who was halfway through the assessment. That said, please be patient and wait inside the foothold, she said. By the instant ease of tension in the room, Yi Yeyu's words had comforted the people. Everyone was here with the goal of becoming a reserve hunter. It would be like striking a jackpot win for them if the management was to pass all of them straight away. In reality, the Hunter Association was not very strict with the reserve hunters' assessment. It was the head examiner who set the assessment content and standard. The passing rate made no difference to the association, but with the situation very different to the way protocol dictated, Yi Yeyu filed a report with the management. Everyone calmed down after what Yi Yeyu had said. However, there were a few people who raised their hands with questions. If this foothold is not safe, can't we just ride eagles and get to other footholds? It might not be safe to ride on the eagles now, Yi Yeyu explained. I was attacked by a flock of white-feathered goose when I was climbing the mountains. Although an eagle is most definitely faster than the geese, if it was surrounded by a flock of those geese, the possibility of escape would be nearly impossible, Lin Huang said, on behalf of Yi Yeyu. Hearing what Lin Huang said, everyone gave up on their plan to escape on eagles. After the meeting was adjourned, everyone left with an explanation that they were satisfied with and stayed in the foothold as they were told. As Yi Yeyu and the rest of her staff were back, Lin Huang was finally freed of his duties. It was pretty late at night when he left the hotel. While Lin Huang was practicing with his sword in his room, Yi Yeyu called him and asked him to meet her in her room. Lin Huang was skeptical at first, but he went anyway. When he entered her room, there was another man in Yi Yeyu's room. The man looked very ordinary and may have been in his 30s. He was slightly tan, slender, and stood at about 180 centimeters tall. Yi Yeyu introduced the man to Lin Huang immediately. This is Master Zhang Bo. He was sent by the association to look into the situation, she explained. Nice to meet you, Master Zhang. Lin Huang could not tell that this man who looked ordinary was in fact a transcendent, partly because of the fact that he was the first transcendent that he had ever seen. He could not help but stare at him. However, he looked like he was no different from any normal person, and Lin Huang could not sense any extraordinary abilities from him. Master Zhang, this young man is Lin Huang, the one I mentioned to you earlier, Yi Yeyu continued as she introduced Lin Huang to Zhang Bo. Zhang Bo patted Lin Huang's shoulder with a warm smile. He seemed friendly. Young man, please tell me about the monster attack you encountered during your assessment. Recount the incident as carefully as you can, do not spare a single detail, he asked. Lin Huang nodded and told him everything. As Yi Yeyu did not know all the details of the encounter, listening to Lin Huang talking about the dangers that he had gone through, she was even more impressed by this young man's abilities. Lin Huang took 20 minutes to tell his story. Once he finished, Zhang Bo again patted him on his shoulder, much harder this time. You did great, young man. I believe you will be an extraordinary hunter in the future, he said. Lin Huang was shy to hear the compliment. He just blushed and scratched his head in response. From what you said, there's a high possibility that there is, in fact, a charm-class transcendent monster, Zhang Bo said casually with a smile. Let me hunt it down. I will try my best to find it and kill it before daybreak, he continued. Isn't it better to do it in the morning? Yi Yeyu asked. Yi Yeyu asked out of concern, as monsters were known to be more energized at night, so they would be more powerful. Of course, Zhang Bo knew that, but he did not care. There's no need to wait. The earlier we solve this, the earlier we will be relieved of the threat, he replied. Apparently, Zhang Bo was a resolute person. He then opened the window in Yi Yeyu's room and leapt forward. He flew out of the window and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Looking at Zhang Bo's ability to fly, Lin Huang became envious of him. Yi Yeyu seemed to see through what Lin Huang was thinking and laughed. Keep training, young man. You'll be able to fly too when you became a transcendent. Lin Huang was embarrassed, so he changed the subject. Who is this Master Zhang? He asked Yi Yeyu. Zhang Bo, the air gun, is a powerful gunman. He was upgraded to a transcendent 2 years ago. Before he became a transcendent, he was on the Gold Hunter leaderboard and he was the 33rd best in Division 7. Yi Yeyu explained. Is being the 33rd best considered an achievement? Lin Huang asked, as he did not find that impressive. You know nothing. Do you know how many hunters there are in Division 7? There are more than 100,000 gold hunters alone. Those who are in the top 1,000th are the best in the entire industry. Yi Yeyu rolled her eyes at Lin Huang and gave him a lesson on the leaderboard. So what is your rank? I'm number 998, Yi Yeyu said proudly. Okay, it's great that you are among the top 1,000 people then, Lin Huang said and gave her a perfunctory compliment. Why does it sound like you think I suck for being number 998? Yi Yeyu glared at Lin Huang. That's not what I meant. Let me tell you again, he said. Lin Huang then used a sarcastic voice and shouted, wow, it's so amazing that you're among the top 1,000 people. You did such a great job. Go back to your room now, Yi Yeyu growled, extremely irritated. Chapter 42, The Transcendent is Dead. It was 5 o'clock in the morning, and the sky was still dark. Lin Huang woke up with a start from his slumber. He heard a rumbling noise from far away. It sounded like thunder or continuous bombing. Even the hotel's glass windows were vibrating. Is that thunder? Lin Huang thought. It seemed really strange, as the noise sounded more like it came from some heavy artillery fire. Putting his doubts aside, Lin Huang walked to the window and looked at the sky. It was darkened with a few stars in the distance. It did not look like it was going to rain at all. Could it be the two transcendents fighting? He thought. Just as Lin Huang imagined the idea in his mind, the noise suddenly got far away and within minutes, it disappeared. Lin Huang then emptied his mind. Since it was still dark outside, he went back to sleep. Before 7 o'clock in the morning, the Emperor's heart ring on Lin Huang's finger vibrated and woke him up a second time that morning. It was Yi Yeyu who called. What's wrong with her, calling me so early? He looked at the time. It was only 6:40. Lin Huang mumbled to himself and picked up the call. Lin Huang, come to my room. I have something important to tell you. Yi Yeyu shouted over the phone, sounding deadly serious. So early, Lin Huang said, still annoyed. Stop dawdling. Come now. Yi Yeyu hung up the phone. Lin Huang washed his face. He did not even brush his teeth, he just gargled water and left. When he arrived at Yi Yeyu's room, she was pacing up and down in her room, an intensely concerned look on her face. She did not even notice that Lin Huang was already in her room. What happened? Lin Huang said as he closed the door. It was unusual to see Yi Yeyu like that. Zhang Bo is dead, Yi Yeyu said as she turned around to face Lin Huang. Fa. Ttt. Lin Huang stuttered. He was in shock. You mean the transcendent that we met last night? I was woken up by a rumbling noise at 4 in the morning, so I guess they were fighting. I used a scouting relic to look in at their battle. At first, they were fighting not far from the mountains. Then, they got further away and more than 2 hours later, he was killed by the monster, and his dead body was eaten. The monster was badly injured and escaped underground, Yi Yeyu said. Did you inform the Hunter Association yet? Lin Huang asked, surprisingly calm. I informed them at around 6 in the morning. It was the first thing I did when I knew he was killed. I have also sent the recording of their battle from my relic, Yi Yeyu replied with a nod. What did the Hunter Association say? Lin Huang asked. They said the next transcendent will take at least 2 days to arrive, Yi Yeyu responded, a helpless look on her face. However, now that the transcendent monster is badly injured, it will lead the other monsters to kill humans around the footholds to engulf their life light to heal itself before the next transcendent comes. Why can't you bring the transcendent here with your green wooden door? Wouldn't that be much faster? Lin Huang said, as the thought suddenly crossed her mind. The green wooden door is just a regular dimensional relic. It's not as magical as you think it is. There are many limitations to it. It can only go to places that I have been, as well as locations of which I have the coordinates for. There are limitations to the distance too, where it can only transport people that are within a 3,000-kilometer radius. It will not just send you wherever you want to go, Yi Yeyu shook her head. Then how about the quantity? Is there a limitation to that as well? How many people can you send through in a day? Lin Huang asked. The maximum capacity would be 300 people at once and 5 trips back and forth per day. Which means I could send and bring 1,500 people in a day. But there are more than 200,000 people in this foothold. Yi Yeyu shook her head as she had thought of the plan before, but it would not work. There are too few eagles here as well, less than 50 of them, Lin Huang said. He thought they could use the eagles and leave the foothold, but soon he figured that plan would not work. Forget about it, let's not think of it anymore. I will gather everyone here at 8 o'clock. I will send all of you away, Yi Yeyu said. Knowing that she could send all of the residents, Yi Yeyu hesitated no more and decided the best course of action herself. But if we leave, 200,000 people will be killed by the monsters, Lin Huang stared intensely at Yi Yeyu. He did not agree with her plan to leave all the residents to certain doom. They were talking about human lives after all. I will stay, Yi Yeyu said calmly. Lin Huang was quiet after what Yi Yeyu said. He was thinking if he should get Shui Luo and Bing Wang to help, but after some thought, he decided not to. Although he had saved Shui Luo's life, Shui Luo had restored his life wheel and even gave him an epiphany. That said, they did not owe each other anything. Moreover, Shui Luo was one of the monsters. It would be too much to ask if Lin Huang was to get her to kill a transcendent monster that had done nothing to her. After much thought, Lin Huang asked, you said the transcendent monster was badly injured, which would mean that the possibility of it fighting would hardly be a worry, but it can still lead all the monsters here. There are level -1 and level 2 wild zones nearby where the strongest monsters are not more than bronze level monsters. If we stay to fight them, we might win. Although the monsters' levels aren't high, there will be so many of them. Even a gold level hunter like me would die from exhaustion if the monster crowd was to attack. I'm one of the members of the Hunter Association. I have to stay to protect the residents. You guys have yet to register yourself with the association, so you guys are not hunters yet, so there's no need for all of you to stay. I know you're young and full of justice, but this is not the time to be heroic. Stay alive now so that you can avenge those who died when you're stronger in the future, Yi Yeyu said and shook her head as she disagreed with Lin Huang's plan. It seemed like she was already prepared to die. Looking at her, Lin Huang did not say a word. It was 8 o'clock in the morning 2 hours later. Everyone gathered in the meeting room on the hotel's first floor after receiving Yi Yeyu's emergency alert. Lin Huang sat quietly in the last row of the meeting room. Everyone included Bai Yan were there. After a moment of silence, Yi Yeyu started to speak. The reason why I called all of you here is because I have bad news, Yi Yeyu said. She then took a deep breath and told them the truth. The transcendent that was sent by the association found the transcendent monster which caused the uproar last night. However, at 6 in the morning earlier today, he was killed by the monster, she said. The crowd went completely silent after hearing what Yi Yeyu said, but soon, an uproar erupted among them. If a human transcendent can be killed by the monster, this foothold isn't safe at all, someone said. We should have left yesterday. Now, this foothold has been marked by the transcendent monster, another person shouted. Miss Head Examiner, you should be able to send us away, right? Miss Head Examiner, it was you who made us stay, you should be responsible for our safety, more people said, yelling over each other. Overwhelmed by the accusations, Yi Yeyu was upset but she did not say a word. Everyone please be quiet. Let the head examiner finish what she was saying. Lin Huang, who sat at the last row, stood up and said, Lin Huang, you're responsible for this too. If you didn't stop us, many of us would have left a few days ago, another crowd member cried. As it turned out, Lin Huang's heroic act too attracted some accusation. Do you have a death wish? Lin Huang roared and summoned Bai. The vampire appeared and stood quietly by Lin Huang's side, staring at everyone in the room. Looking at Lin Huang's expression, some of them were silenced immediately. They recalled getting beaten up by Lin Huang's monster for disobeying him and shuddered in silence. Lin Huang, don't exploit your power, Bai Yan said as he stood up across Lin Huang and summoned his lion-headed troll, ready to fight him. Both of you, this stop right now. Yi Yeyu shouted. She could not take it anymore. Seeing Yi Yeyu so mad, the whole crowd was on edge as to what would happen. I'm not done yet, Yi Yeyu continued. She suppressed her anger and said, I have already informed the management of the association. They are going to send other transcendents here. The thing is, they will need 2 days to arrive, so I'm thinking of sending all of you away from here before that. Hearing what Yi Yeyu said, the crowd calmed slightly. Nobody had any objections. After a moment of silence, a young voice spoke up from the last row, Miss Head Examiner, you can send everybody away. I will not leave. Chapter 43. A reason to stay. It was Lin Huang who said the words from his seat in the last row and everyone turned around to look at him. Lin Huang, don't mess around. You would die if you stayed. It'll be no help at all. Yi Yeyu scolded. She had always thought that he was a good person. The more they connected, the more good sides to him she found. She did not want him to stay with the risk that it might destroy his future. Miss Head Examiner, please listen to what I have to say, Lin Huang insisted and looked Yi Yeyu in the eyes. However, Yi Yeyu was stubborn. The situation was really awkward. Suddenly, the meeting room's door swung open. A young man in a white robe, with his hands in his pockets, walked slowly into the meeting room. Yeyu, why don't you listen to what this kid has to say? The man said loudly to Yi Yeyu from the back of the room. From his tone of voice, Yi Yeyu and this man seemed to be close. Yi Yeyu was stunned at the man's appearance. Brother, why are you here? She asked. I was running errands nearby, and I heard that you were working as an examiner here. So, I thought I would drop by after I was done with my task. Before I got here, I noticed that the official website of Division 7 has gone viral with a video of a transcendent's death, he said. To the surprise of all in their state of mourning, the man in white robe laughed. You shouldn't be here, Yi Yeyu said, a solemn tone to her reply. If I didn't come, knowing the way you'd react, you'd be dead in 2 days, he said with a stern look in his eyes. The man knew his sister very well. Yi Yeyu did not say a word. The man in white robe then turned around and looked at Lin Huang, who sat at the last row of the meeting room. Young man, my name is Yi Zheng. I am Yeyu's brother. I heard from outside that you have a plan. Let's hear it then. Hearing the name, many people in the crowd gasped, especially Bai Yan. With his mouth wide open, he looked like he really admired Yi Zheng. He knew very well that this man was number 11 on the Gold Hunter leaderboard in Division 7. He was terrifyingly powerful. Lin Huang did not know anything about him. He nodded and said what he had in mind. This is my plan. There are more than 200,000 people in this foothold. It's impossible to escape with every single person. To survive, the only way is to fight. Although the human transcendent would take 2 days to be here, we should act now as the transcendent monster is badly injured. In such a short period of time, it would unlikely be able to fight again. So what we should be watchful for, there's a horde of monsters out there. To tackle the monster horde with the current number of hunters we have in this foothold would be a bad idea. We have insufficient manpower, but we can ask for help. We can get the Hunter Association to announce an emergency mission and increase the mission reward. People would be lining up to help. Till then, Miss Yi Yayu would have to use her relic to get to foothold No 7C87 and bring over a few thousand professional hunters. Of course, this is only one of the viable options, for now. The areas around the snowy mountain town are basically level -1 and level 2 wild zones with very few wild-3 wild zones we need to be worried about. If we have sufficient hunters, we can start the fight before the monster horde makes their move. One silver hunter could easily conquer a level 2 wild zone within minutes. Moreover, we have the geological advantage on our side as the foothold backs up to the mountains. As soon as we kill all the monsters on the mountains, we can hold back the monsters that are in the desert across the mountains for at least 2 days. I've climbed the mountains before. Although we are human, without any tools, even an iron level rank 3 reserve hunter would need 2 days to climb those mountains. All we need is to do is guard the foothold for 2 days until the human transcendent arrives to kill the transcendent monster. About the canyons on the east of Snowy Mountain Town, there are not many monsters there. We can get the staff to clean up the place, block the mouth of the canyon with a giant rock and leave a small path for us to walk through. Then we guard the entrance and kill all the monsters that come in. By my calculations, that will severely thin out the monster horde. The only thing that we cannot defend ourselves from are the birds in the sky. So, we will need a team to specifically tackle the birds. Everyone was stunned when they heard what Lin Huang said. Yi Yayu was stunned too. She did not know that Lin Huang would have so many ideas. Even Yi Zheng was surprised. He clapped his hands immediately after Lin Huang finished and said, "That's amazing. Your mind is clear and your proposal is very feasible. I will inform the management now and get them to spread the mission word around while Yayu will bring the hunters over. We will discuss the details when everyone is gathered," Yi Zheng said and looked at all the people in the meeting room. "All of you don't have to be a part of this. You guys can follow Yayu when she's going back to the medium foothold. I'll get her to talk to the management to give all of you a pass in your assessment," he continued. After he gave his instructions, Yi Zheng then contacted the Hunter Association. Soon, the proposal was approved. "It's been arranged. They will announce the mission now. Please bring these kids with you and go," Yi Zheng said and nodded towards Yi Yayu. "All right, please come here. I will send you all to the medium foothold," Yi Yayu said. She then summoned her green wooden door while waving to the people to join her. Lin Huang remained seated. "Lin Huang, come here now." Yi Yayu shouted at him. "I've told you that I will not leave," Lin Huang insisted. "Young man, you will be of no help even if you stayed. It was your idea. If we manage to win the battle, you will have half the reward to yourself," Yi Zheng explained as he worried that Lin Huang thought they wanted to take all the glory. "I would stay even without any rewards," Lin Huang continually insisted. "What do you want, Lin Huang?" Yi Yayu was mad and shouted at Lin Huang. "I will only leave when I see all 200,000 people survive." Lin Huang replied, looking straight into Yi Yayu's eyes. Yi Yayu, who was staring at him, looked away. She was quiet. It was awkward for Yi Zheng as he thought Lin Huang wanted to stay for benefits. The rest were quiet too. Some of them were embarrassed. "I'm staying too." Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "Me too. I'm staying to kill those monsters." They volunteered one by one since one of them had taken the lead. However, Bai Yan was the coward in the crowd. He mumbled to himself, "All these idiots giving their lives away. All right, stop acting like a hero. You guys are not children playing house." Yi Yayu had tears in her eyes when she yelled at them. "Lin Huang will stay. Those who are iron level rank 3 can stay too. The rest who can't even fight an iron level monster, why would you want to stay? Go back to medium foothold and train," she shouted. Chapter 44. Cleaning up. Yi Yayu brought more than 50 people, Bai Yan included, when she left the place. Including Lin Huang, there were 12 of them that stayed. Apart from Lin Huang, everyone was iron level rank -3. "Since you guys have decided to stay, you have to listen to us," Yi Zheng said to them. "This is now a battlefield. Your personal safety is secondary to the priority today. Today isn't all about you. The lives of your comrades matter too. Therefore, you will have to follow my instructions and move as a unit." "Understood." "Yes, sir." The squad of young men stood at attention and shouted, "What's your name?" Yi Zheng turned around and looked at Lin Huang. Lin Huang, good, you said you want to see 200,000 people survive. Now I'm going to pass these 10 fellas to you. Your mission is simple, keep them alive. Do you accept this mission? Yi Zheng asked and smiled at Lin Huang. The reason why he gave him this mission was to prevent him from going to battle. He knew Lin Huang was smart, and with these 10 men, he will not do anything that would put them in harm's way. Mission accepted, sir, Lin Huang replied. Lin Huang nodded and agreed. He knew what Yi Zheng was up to, but he had a plan of his own. If these young men were to be with the other hunters, they might have weighed them down too. Professional hunters would never rely on a bunch of young men who were not even registered as reserve hunters. Meanwhile, leading 10 iron level rank 3 men to clear a level -1 foothold would not be a problem for Lin Huang. The young men had witnessed what Lin Huang was capable of, as 2 of them had suffered severe beatings by Tyrant before. The wounds on their faces were still recovering, so they obeyed him. Without question, although Yi Zheng did not know that Lin Huang was an imperial censor, seeing that nobody objected him being their leader, Yi Zheng knew Lin Huang must either be powerful or a young man with an interesting background. Just when they agreed on the proposed arrangement, Yi Yayu brought 300 professional hunters back with her. Most of them were silver hunters. There were 30 copper hunters and 5 gold hunters. Most of them knew who Yi Zheng was. They all showed him a great deal of respect, even the other gold hunters too. Yi Yayu left right after she sent the hunters through, while Yi Zheng started to make other strategies and arrangements. All 300 hunters spread out quickly to their assigned post. The 20 copper hunters were sent to clear the canyon. The silver hunters were clearing the foothold on the Alps, while the gold hunters were responsible for cutting the giant rock at the bottom of the Alps. Yi Yayu made 4 trips from the medium foothold and brought back 1,200 professional hunters in total. Almost 1,000 of them were silver hunters, with 20 gold hunters, while the rest were either copper hunters or hunters with terrifying powers or unique abilities. Before the monster outbreak, Yi Zheng followed the plan suggested by Lin Huang and sent the 1,000 hunters out to clear the mountains and canyons. In the meantime, the giant rocks there are cut by the gold hunters, while the smaller boulders were moved by 10,000 able-bodied adult residents of the foothold to block the mouth of the canyon. Lin Huang and the rest were sent into the canyon to clear up the monsters. There were 2 or 3 of them in a team of bronze hunters, but there were 11 of them altogether. There were not many monsters in the canyon. With the involvement of the other professional hunters, the team led by Lin Huang did not even encounter a complete monster in the first hour. These professional hunters are so competitive. We have been searching for so long and have changed a couple of routes. All we could find were some monster body parts and trails of blood on the ground, a tall and strong man in the team complained. His name was Jola. He was one of the guys who picked a fight with Lin Huang a few days back. The scars that he got from Tyrant were still fresh on his face. They're efficient, and that's a good thing. It would be perfect if we did not even have to fight during the monster outbreak. That would mean the foothold is completely safe, Lin Huang replied after much thought. Lin Huang, do you really think we can save the foothold? Jola asked. If we manage to cordon off the canyon mouth, guarding it for 2 days shouldn't be a problem. The only thing is, Lin Huang trailed off with a frown on his face. What is that? Jola asked. The canyon mouth is too big. I'm worried that before they can barricade and protect it, the outbreak would happen before we're ready, Lin Huang voiced out his concern. Lin Huang, don't you jinx it. I still want to leave in one piece and become a transcendent one day. A short guy named Yu Guang said. He was also one of the guys who picked a fight with Lin Huang, and he too had scars on his face to prove it. Don't worry, as long as I am alive, I will bring you all out of here in one piece. Lin Huang gave them his word. There were people here before us moving in this direction. The monsters ahead must already be dead. Let's take another route, Jola said as he bent down and studied the tracks on the ground. He had investigative skills. Although his level was not that high, coming up with such detailed estimations was not a problem to him. Sure, which direction should we go? Lin Huang asked as he trusted Zhou Li's observations. Let's head in a 2 o'clock direction from this point, Zhou Li said to Lin Huang after some thought. Damn it, Jola, can we really trust you? We have been following your route for more than an hour, we haven't even seen a single monster's hair. Yu Guang teased. Can you really blame me? We have more hunters than monsters now, Jola shouted back. He felt helpless that his skills did not bring them any action this whole time. You are no help, Lin Huang, please take the lead, Yu Guang suggested. I'm not good at investigating. Let's follow Zhou Li's route. If any of you think that your investigative abilities are stronger than Zhou Li, please go ahead and lead the way, Lin Huang turned and said to the group. Lin Huang rejected Yu Guang's suggestion as he knew himself very well. Although he learned a lot about the basics of investigation, when it came to practical use, he was far from being able to compete with Zhou Li's capabilities. He thought there was no need for him to lead in something that he was not good at. If something went wrong, he would just embarrass himself. Hearing what Lin Huang said, nobody dared step up. They then followed Zhou Li's route in silence. After walking for almost 20 minutes, Lin Huang and the gang finally saw a horde of monsters. They then moved away and hid. It was a group of ox devils. There were more than 20 of them. The tallest one stood at a height of 5 meters and the shortest one was about 3 meters tall. Compared to a human, they were considered giants. However, they did not belong to the giant family but were part of the mutated monster family. Being different from the giants, their body sizes did not reflect their abilities. They were similar to humans as they walked on 2 feet, grabbed things with their hands, and used weapons to attack and protect themselves. What differentiated them from the humans was that their ox-like heads as well as their hooves and tail. The ox devils were much smarter than iron-level monsters. They even had their own religion and they could make their own totems to strengthen their abilities. Lin Huang and the gang saw the 5-meter-tall totem that was guarded by an ox devil. There are 26 of them and a religious totem. If I'm not mistaken, that totem gives them 10% extra strength. How do we fight that? Zhou Li asked softly. Go set some traps now. I'll destroy the totem later to attract their attention, and they will definitely come rushing at me like the bulls they are. We will wait here for them to fall into our traps, Lin Huang said. He then took out his Grey Eagle 17 and loaded them with armored bullets. Chapter 45, Monster Outbreak. After more than 10 traps were set, Lin Huang aimed his gun at the totem and opened fire. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots were fired and the totem that was as thick as a pail crumbled as splinters and dust flew around. The 5-meter-tall totem broke through the middle, and the top half of it fell hard on the ground. Sand and dust rose in a thick cloud around it. The group of ox devils was stunned at first, but soon they snapped out of it. More than 20 of them roared with rage and ran towards the direction they had heard the gunshots come from. Lin Huang holstered his gun and took out his iron sword that he had not yet had the chance to use in battles. At the same time, he summoned Bai. Lin Huang could gain life light if he got Bai to kill the monsters but he would not obtain the rewards for cross-ranked killing. On the other hand, if Lin Huang was to kill the monsters himself, he could not receive the life lights. Both had benefits of their own, so Lin Huang chose to try to get the best of both worlds. Soon, the charging ox devils fell into the traps that were set by Lin Huang and gang. More than 10 ox devils who had their life power strengthened, had their hooves trapped tight. They could not move at all and howled at the traps' teeth dug deeper into their limbs the more they struggled. The rest of the ox devils ran towards Lin Huang and gang with burning fury. It was not their first time fighting with monsters. Seeing the ox devils advancing upon them, instead of panicking, each of them picked one to fight straight on. Lin Huang picked one that was of a smaller size, not because he thought it was weak, but because he knew that his ability to jump was far less superior as compared to the rest who were iron level rank -3. It would have been hard for him to attack the crucial parts of the taller ox devils. Looking at the other ox devils, Lin Huang thought of a sentence that had been popular for a period of time. Do you believe that I can jump and break your patella with my fist? He shouted. The sentence was applicable to many monsters in the world. Lin Huang was only 15. His height was considered normal to people of the same age, which was about 1.65 meters. Don't worry about his height, he would grow taller later, but he did not even reach the waist of the ox devil that stood across from him. However, he was not afraid to face such an enemy. Instead, he was excited. He held the iron sword in his hand, the black blade was shining brightly under the sun. Lin Huang stood where he was and stared at the ox devil that broke into a run towards him. The gigantic ox devil stomped hard with its iron hooves and the ground beneath it shook violently. Its eyes were bloodshot red. It only took a second for it to come within meters of Lin Huang. It swung the huge stone hammer in its hand at him, and there was intense whistling sound from the power of the swing. In Lin Huang's eyes, the ox devil's movement seemed much slower than his. He took one sidestep away from the ox devil and the beast's attack missed him by millimeters. He then swung his iron sword, and blood splashed on the ground. The ox devil groaned while it held the left side of its waist. It stared at Lin Huang in hatred. Lin Huang's sword made a 1-meter-long cut on the ox devil's waist. It had almost sliced through its organs. The great sword scriptures are so powerful. With my strength and a normal battle sword, it injured this ox devil so badly, Lin Huang thought, impressed with himself. He thought it would have been good enough if he could just break the ox devil's defense, but he did not expect the slash would have such an impact. Since the Epiphany, Lin Huang's great sword scriptures had reached a blue epic level, and from the original 18 styles, he now had 36 styles. The 36 styles did not have a name to each. After it was integrated into his body, it felt like an instinct that he was born with. The skills were carved deep in his mind. Furthermore, his regular styles could be adjusted just by his thoughts. Lin Huang felt a unique feeling within himself. Previously, when he was in training, he could feel that after he had mastered the skills, a transformation would occur in his swordplay. Now that he was finally using his sword in battle, he was sure that he could reach a new level of experience with his swordplay. The ox devil that was injured by Lin Huang's sword slash stared at him in anger. With the look, Lin Huang felt a very real fear build up within him. While he hesitated, deciding if he should run away or to continue to attack, he noticed that the ox devil was not paying attention to him. He took the opportunity and attacked the beast. It swung its 2-meter-long stone hammer again, and it pierced through the sound barrier. If he was hit, Lin Huang would have died on the spot. Hearing the whistle from the stone hammer, Lin Huang ducked down, dashed towards the ox devil and slashed his sword down on the monster, from the top to bottom. The ox devil let out a loud groan again. Its arm was chopped clean off its shoulder, spouting blood all over the place. Lin Huang did not stop attacking the animal. He then stepped on the ox devil's knee, leapt up and swung his sword. The ox devil held its throat in one hand and did not make any noise. A thick vein of its neck started shooting blood up in the air with a hissing noise. Its bloody eyes stared deadly at Lin Huang. It seemed to not reconcile to the fact that it was at death's door. Soon enough, it fell dead on the ground. Congratulations, you have obtained an ox devil monster card piece by 1 inch, you have completed a cross-ranking kill. You have obtained a provisional transformation card. What's a provisional transformation card? Seeing the word, transformation, reminded Lin Huang of a web novel that he had read on a novel website called Kidian. It was a story about a man that transformed into a woman. He felt goosebumps rising on his neck and arms when he thought about that. He then looked at the new card that he got. There was a human and a monster on the top of the card. There was an arrow pointing from the human to the monster. Lin Huang then turned the card around to read the description. Transformation card. After using this card, the host can transform into any of the monsters that he owns, and he will possess all the skills that the monster had. The transformation will last for 24 hours. Remarks. This card is a consumable. You can only use this card once. After reading the description, Lin Huang was relieved. He was excited to see the effects of the card. He thought transforming himself into a monster would be an interesting experience. He was ready to use it when he had the time and opportunity. Suddenly, with Lin Huang deep in his zone, he felt a warm liquid splash on his face. When he got out of his zone, it was Bai who stood in front of him. His blood power wings turned into a sharp blade and pierced through an ox devil's mouth right to the back of its head. The ox devil's head was right above his own head, its brain juices and blood showered down on Lin Huang's head. Such a thing shouldn't have happened on a battlefield. That was incredibly absent-minded. If not for Bai, I would have been smashed by the ox devil into a pile of dead flesh, Lin Huang reflected. Soon, all the 26 ox devils were dead. Bai had killed most of them, and he had killed 6 of them. Just then, Lin Huang noticed that he had 17 white columns added to his life wheel. Before they started their journey again, then cleaned off all the ox devil blood they were drenched in. The battle had energized everyone, and they could not wait to kill more monsters. However, when they just started their journey, Lin Huang's emperor's heart ring vibrated. The same happened to the rest of them. Lin Huang saw a message that was sent by Yi Yeyu when he opened the communication page. It was just a simple sentence: the monster outbreak is happening, go to the canyon mouth right now. Chapter 46. The fourth line of defense. After he turned off his communication page, Lin Huang turned pale with fear. What he predicted would happen had finally happened. He then led the young men towards the canyon mouth. On the way, everyone was quiet and held their heads as they walked. They arrived at the canyon mouth about half an hour later. Lin Huang could see from afar that the 10-kilometer-long canyon mouth was blocked off by giant stones, but there was still 2 to 3 kilometers left unprotected. His heart dropped when he saw that the gap was much bigger than he expected. What he estimated was that they could block the gap until it was only a few hundred meters wide. His plan was to minimize the possibility of the monsters coming in, as well as funnel them to a single point of which they would focus their attacks to slaughter the monsters. However, they did not have enough time. Before they could finish their line of defense, the outbreak of monsters had happened. The gap that was 3 kilometers long was attacked by countless ferocious monsters. The residents who were moving the giant rocks retreated under the cover of the hunters. The war has started. Residents would be targeted by the monsters if they stayed. Aside from the hunters that were brought by Yi Yeyu, all the hunters who did not leave the foothold joined in the battle. However, the number of hunters were far too few as compared to the number of monsters. The 1,000 or so hunters would die of exhaustion if they continued. Under Yi Zheng's orders, they formed several defensive formations. The first line would consist of the 20 gold hunters. They were dressed in armor which were at least gold level and some even used relics. As long as their life power was not drained, iron level and bronze level monsters would not stand a chance against them. The 20 of them stood around 100 meters apart from each other. They were positioned at the location which was supposed to be blocked by the giant rocks and killed every monster that came at them. Many of the monsters were bewildered while some of them were alert to the danger of the experienced hunters. Sensing the powerful group of people, the monsters rushed to make it through the gaps between the hunters. The 20 gold hunters could not care less, as all they could do was to kill as many monsters as they could while leaving the rest that went through the gaps to the silver hunters who were not far behind them. There were 1,000 silver hunters stood less than 10 meters behind the gold hunters. They formed an arc, which put them at about 3 meters apart from each other. They wore armor too and killed the monsters that passed through the first line of defense mercilessly. The remaining copper hunters were ready as the last line of defense at around 100 meters behind the silver hunters. There were only 100 of them and they were 30 meters apart from each other. Fortunately, there were fewer monsters that broke through the third line of defense, so they were not under a lot of pressure as compared to the others. The few monsters that broke in to face their lines were either already injured or weak, and they made easy work of killing them. Behind the copper hunters was the fourth line of defense that was guarded by more than 20 old men. They used to be hunters, but due to injuries and other reasons which had caused their abilities to weaken, they had been living in solitude in this small foothold. Each of them held heavy firearms. Although they could not use their life power anymore, they still had their gun skills. Yi Yeyu saw Lin Huang and the gang walking towards her from the top of the giant rock in the distance. She did not say a word but pointed at the Emperor's heart ring on her finger, and Lin Huang knew what she meant. Under such condition, the noise of monsters roaring and killing filled the area, so Yi Yeyu used her Emperor's heart ring to send him text messages. Soon, Lin Huang's Emperor's heart ring vibrated. He opened the communication page and saw a message from Yi Yeyu which said, "There is no more space in the third line of defense, you guys will have to go to the last line. Those old-timers have guns in their hands but they might not be able to fight the monsters. Be alert." Copy that, Lin Huang replied to Yi Yeyu and turned around to pass the message to the rest of his troop. The group of young men was unhappy. "Clearly she despises us, she's worried that we will slow them down, so she puts us at the back," Jola grumbled. He was pissed. "That's right, when we arrived, the rest had already started fighting. It's obvious that they took their time and form us on purpose, they don't trust us at all. If I knew this all along, why would I stay? I should have left with Bai Yan and the rest," Yu Guang said in anger. "We shouldn't be saying all this right now. All of you promised Yi Zheng that you would listen to his instructions," Lin Huang shouted at all of them. "The head examiner must be putting our safety into consideration. That's why she came up with the arrangement. Or perhaps she's concerned that we are not able to take the pressure. After all, we are not professional hunters. We are not even comparable to a bronze hunter," he continued. "Think about it, if she does not trust us, would she have left the last line of defense to us? The last line might seem far away from the action, but it's the most important one of them all. If it is broken, the lives of the 200,000 residents will be at risk. If the first 3 lines of defense cannot handle the monsters, they could always leave it to the hunters behind them but not us. So our responsibility is the most crucial." Hearing what Lin Huang said, the young men thought it made sense and they were ready to fight yet again. However, Lin Huang was laughing on the inside. These dummies are so easily manipulated, he thought. He knew what Yi Yayu and Yi Zheng were thinking. They did not care if there was a fourth line of defense at all. What they really wanted was all the monsters dead by the time they reached the third line of defense. Lin Huang and the gang were just there for show. For such a major battle like this crowd of monsters, it was better to have fewer humans in the picture. Therefore, there would have to be accurate rotations for each line. If one went wrong, the entire defense system would collapse. Although, Yi Yayu obviously would not put Lin Huang and the rest of his team into the lines. If something went wrong, they would put everybody's lives at risk. Lin Huang knew very well what the problem was on his team. His team's ability was unstable. Their discipline was weak and conformity was much worse as compared to the professional hunters. Their mentality and ability to handle pressure were uncertain too. Even if Lin Huang was to lead the battle, he would not have put his team in a major role against an enemy like the monsters that were attacking. So he was at peace with the arrangement. To him, it was best that the third line of defense handle all the monster attacks so that he did not have to do anything within the next 2 days. Then when the human transcendent arrived, he would kill the transcendent monster and the incident would be over. Lin Huang was optimistic, but things did not go the way he had hoped. In less than an hour, as Lin Huang and the gang stood a few hundred meters from the north of the third defense line, an uproar broke out. A couple of monsters broke through the third defense line and stampeded towards the foothold. Chapter 47, Bloody Scarred Hyena. There was a gap broken in the third line of defense. It was out of everyone's expectation. After all, the monster outbreak had just started for an hour. Yi Yayu and Yi Zheng, who were standing on top of the giant rock, was shocked to see the monsters broke through the defense line. Just when they wanted to fight, they saw Lin Huang, who was a few hundred meters away, summoning Tyrant to chase after the monsters. The gang behind him saw and chased after the monsters too. The monsters that broke through were 5 demonic hyenas. They belonged to the disease class. Although they were also called hyenas, they were far different from the hyenas on Earth. Their fur was grayish-black and they were 3 meters long. Their limbs were long and their bodies were light. There were 2 deformed horns on their heads. There were a ferocious, white, sharp bones on their back, extended from their neck to their thigh. The rest of their bodies were filled with red pustules. Some were bulging and some were popped and rankled. Their bodies were exuding a disgusting stench. Lin Huang knew this monster very well as he had read about them before. As there were not many monsters that were categorized in the disease class, these demonic hyenas were the most common one. According to the record, they carried more than 300 viruses on their bodies and more than 10 of those viruses were life-threatening to humans. If proper treatment was not administered in time, it would cause serious infections and even death. If one was bitten or scratched by them, the consequences would be very serious. Lin Huang sat on Tyrant's shoulders and took out his Grey Eagle 17, aiming at the demonic hyenas that ran past. Bang, 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 shots were fired. The demonic hyenas were caught off guard. They were hit and howled in agony. A few of them were bewildered and became furious when they saw their injured companion. The pack then changed their course and set their sights on killing Lin Huang. They started running at him with murderous intent. The armored bullets did not hit the demonic hyena's weak spots and the damage done was minimal. However, the same couldn't be said for the pain it had caused. The gunshots did not scare them away. Instead, the shots triggered their vicious rage. Looking at the demonic hyenas running at him, Lin Huang was not surprised. He was actually getting excited. He slid off Tyrant's shoulders, recalled the beast and summoned Bai. In terms of combat strength, Tyrant and Bai were almost the same, but in terms of killing, Bai was 1 level stronger than Tyrant. He possessed level 2 blood power, which gave him a pair of sharp blades, so the area of attack he had was bigger than what Tyrant had. A few hundred meters was a short distance, and the 5 demonic hyenas were closing in on Lin Huang. He just noticed half of the pustules on one of them were torn away and had turned into stripes of scary bloody scars. Bai stood in front of Lin Huang with his red eyes. The pair of blood power wings were out and at full span, blocking the path of the 5 demonic hyenas. Lin Huang slowly holstered his Grey Eagle 17 and took out his iron sword. He locked his eyes on a mutated demonic hyena and said to Bai, "Bai, save the one on the left for me." Bai had got his orders and was ready to execute. He bent his left wing and stabbed it at the closest mutated monster that rushed at him. The demonic hyena that was filled with bloody scars stared at Lin Huang with its grayish-white eyes. It then lunged at him and opened its mouth that was filled with sticky drool in an attempt to bite Lin Huang's head. However, Lin Huang just stood there with his sword in hand, poised and ready. He then swung his sword, and black blood was splashed to the side as he nearly split the attacking beast in half. The bloody hyena let out a loud groan and fell to the floor. Its abdomen that was now exposed to Lin Huang had a 1-meter-long cut running through. Its intestines could be seen, spilling out on the ground. Such amazing skill! Yi Yeyu and Yi Zheng exclaimed in unison as they watched from afar on the giant rock they stood on. Especially Yi Yeyu. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. She thought since Lin Huang was an imperial censor, he might be able to use a gun, but she had never seen him using his sword. She was stunned when she saw Lin Huang swing his sword for the very first time. This great sword scripture skill is amazing. If I had the same strength as that monster, I might have killed it in one slash, Lin Huang thought, surprised at the extent of damage he had inflicted. As its bewilderment faded, the bloody hyena was woken up by Lin Huang's attack. Now that it noticed the human upon it was dangerous, it was going to turn around to run away in the other direction. In its panicked state, it did not notice that it was heading to the foothold where the humans were. Seeing its attempt to run, Lin Huang took a few steps towards it with his sword in hand. He ran at it with bloodlust in his eye. The bloody hyena saw him attacking, and when it tried to duck, Lin Huang launched himself at it and stabbed his sword into its neck. The iron sword pierced through the bloody hyena's neck like he was slicing tofu. The sword went all the way into its body until only the handle was showing. It was not that the sword was sharp, but because the great sword scripture was terrifyingly powerful. But it was not the end. Lin Huang held the sword firmly and pierced it further into the dying beast. The sword was completely buried in the hyena's throat. The cut was 1 meter long and almost 80 centimeters deep. A big part of its throat was cut open, and its head was crooked to a side. Black blood flowed out of its wound like a waterfall on the ground. The ferocious bloody hyena was dead. A notification came from Xiao He. Congratulations, you have obtained a bloody scarred hyena monster card piece by 1 inch, you have completed a cross-ranking kill. You have obtained a random skill card, rare X1. This time Lin Huang did not even look at the cards that he had obtained as he had just killed the bloody hyena. Just then, Jola and the rest caught up to him. Bai had killed 2 demonic hyenas on his own, while the remaining 2 were chased away by the group of young men. Soon, the remaining 2 were killed. Lin Huang brought the young men to the gap that broke earlier and ran at it, his sword held tight in his hands. A copper hunter's face was pale and he looked like he was about to give up. He was fighting so many monsters alone. Lin Huang and the rest went to help and killed the monsters. They then asked the cause of the breakthrough of the line of defense. They found out that when this copper hunter was fighting with the hyenas, one of them had mutated out of nowhere. With the massive gain of speed, the mutated bloody hyena bit the hunter's left hand while the other hyenas ran onwards. You should treat your wound right away. If you don't treat the virus immediately, there will be consequences, Lin Huang advised him after hearing what happened. But what about the battle? The copper hunter said, torn between fighting on or saving himself from an infection. If he retreated, there would be another gap in the line of defense, in his place. We will fill the gap for you, Lin Huang assured him, in all seriousness. It would be okay if the monsters were smaller. There are many of them, can you guys handle it? The hunter asked. He was worried about the group of boys before him. Sir, please do not underestimate us, especially this fella. He killed that bloody hyena on his own just now with only 2 slashes, Jola said proudly. He had stood aside earlier as he was afraid that the hunter would not let them pass. He knew that if he told the hunter what Lin Huang had done earlier, he would not think so little of them. Yi Yeyu then spoke to them, Lu Yong, please go back to the foothold to treat yourself. Please let Lin Huang and the gang handle this. Lu Yong, the copper hunter handed over his responsibilities to them with regret in his eyes. He then left with Jola. Chapter 48. New skill. Jola and the rest were excited to replace Lu Yong to be part of the third line of defense. But soon, their excitement was replaced with a sense of pressure for the task ahead. Lin Huang knew very well that it was real this time, and that he was part of this war. He felt like a puzzle piece in a game of kill or be killed. This battle was a complete jigsaw puzzle, and the whole troop made up the pieces. If any part of the puzzle was missing, the puzzle would not be complete and they would be defeated. Lin Huang did not care if the rest were flawed, as it was not a factor within his control. However, knowing that he had been placed in this position with the trust of Yi Yeyu and Yi Zhong, he had to guarantee that he did not cause any mistakes of his own. Before the next monster wave attacked, Lin Huang rallied his troops and repeated to each of them how important it was to obey his orders in battle. Jola and the rest nodded immediately. They knew how serious it was and did not hesitate for a moment. After telling them, Lin Huang looked at the rare skill card that he obtained for the cross-ranking kill earlier. It was a green card with a big question mark on the front. There was nothing else besides the question mark. There was a description on the back of the card that he studied. Random skill card, rare, you will receive one random rare skill card. Remarks. This card is a consumable card, you can only use it once. Perfect timing for me to gain another skill. What kind of skill would I get this time? Lin Huang thought. He only had 3 skills so far. One was his sword skill, Great Sword Scriptures, another was Robust, that he obtained from Tyrant, and the third was Blood Power, that he got from Bai. In reality, Robust was a passive skill, while Lin Huang could not even summon Blood Power yet. The only skill that he could use was the Great Sword Scriptures. Fortunately, the skill was useful, which allowed him to unleash an immense amount of strength if he ever needed to. Now that he had an opportunity to get an additional skill, Lin Huang was overjoyed. Although he did not know what kind of skill he would get, Lin Huang communicated with Xiao He with hesitation in his mind and said, "Xiao He, I want to use this random skill card." "Are you sure that you want to use this random skill card, rare?" Xiao He asked. "Confirmed," he replied. Many different images flashed on the front of the card, replacing the question mark. The images changed so fast that it made Lin Huang dizzy for a moment looking at them. About 10 seconds later, the images stopped flashing and the card started shining in a bright white. Soon the white light faded, and a new card appeared. "Congratulations, you have received a body movement skill, Spectral Snow Steps." Lin Huang was excited to hear that he received a body movement skill. He was planning to pick a better body movement skill to train himself if he made it out of the war alive. His mind was set on training to be even better at using his sword. He did not expect that he would randomly have picked the card. He took a good look at the new skill card immediately. The top of the card was a pair of feet stepping on snow, however, there was no trail of the feet on the snow. Lin Huang then turned the card around and read the detailed description. Skill card, skill name, Spectral Snow Steps, rarity, rare, skill category, body movement, skill level, gold rank, status, available, remarks, this is a unique body movement skill. There is no rank limitation, its effect changes with the host's ability. Card remarks, mediocre, that is a good skill. Lin Huang was over the moon after he read the description. There was no level limitation to utilize this card, he was concerned that it could only be summoned with life power. He then looked at his exclusive card, and as expected, there was an additional skill. Host, Lin Huang, gender, male, age, 15 inches, combat strength, none exceeded assessment limit, skill 1, blood power level 2, skill 2, Great Sword Scriptures, sword skill, skill 3, robust beginner, skill 4, spectral snow steps, body movement, summon authority, activated, available number of summons, 1 inch, remark, you still suck. He glared at the last remark given by Xiao He and ignored the remark once again. He was happy that he gained a body movement skill, and he then put his attention to the battle. As everyone was focused on the battle, nobody noticed what he was doing. Soon, the monsters broke through the second line of defense and ran towards the third line ferociously. It was a group of ox devils, but there were not many of them. Lin Huang and his troop did not have to put much effort into killing them all. Almost 4 hours into the morning, the third line of defense where Lin Huang and his troop were guarding had encountered 11 attacks. However, they managed to kill the monsters easily. Until the afternoon, which was 6 hours later, the third line was attacked 22 times. Lin Huang could feel that the intensity of the attacks rising. Not only Lin Huang, but Yi Yeyu and Yi Zhong noticed it as well. They started to worry as it was not a good sign. When the sky turned dark, the monster became even more furious. They did not know if it was caused by the sun setting or the transcendent monster was hypnotizing them to attack with a greater vengeance. From 6 o'clock in the evening to midnight, the pressure rose for Lin Huang and the gang within the 6 hours as they had encountered 46 attacks. They were attacked almost every 7 minutes. Although they were stressed, none of them complained as they knew that the gold and silver hunters in front of them had it even harder than they did. Yi Yeyu had been directing her attention at Lin Huang's location. She was worried that they could not take the assault. However, Lin Huang and the gang proved themselves again and again with each attack wave that came their way. They showed the other hunters that their small team was no weaker than any copper hunter when they banded together. A couple of copper hunters who had doubted their abilities in the beginning were worried that this group of young men would slow them down, but soon, they were impressed by this bunch of young men that stood with them defending the region. Under Lin Huang's leadership and instruction, the young men were very cooperative. Although they panicked occasionally, the situation was handled by Lin Huang and Bai. Lin Huang's performance had gotten the attention of many hunters in the area. Although he was not even iron level, he had shown his strength and abilities that surpassed any iron level hunter. Even some of the iron level rank 3 monsters were killed in no more than 5 slashes of his sword. Bai's performance was impressive too. Apart from some of the monsters that had extraordinarily strong defensive abilities, he basically killed the monsters in single attacks. Because of the both of them, the 12-man team managed to stand strong. Soon, it was the wee hours of the morning. Although it was so late in the night, it was not as silent as usual. The ruckus and roars of the men and monsters could be heard from all around. It could have been the noisiest day Lin Huang ever experienced ever since he knew. Noises of angry monsters and humans shouting were deafening, and gunshots could be heard from the heart of the battlefield. When it got late, the monsters got even more bloodthirsty. The third line of defense was broken a couple of times as the monsters got stronger. Fortunately, Yi Yeyu and Yi Zheng managed to arrive on time and handle the situation. However, the people were getting worried. From the outlook of the situation, it was certain that the third line of defense would collapse. It was just a matter of time. Chapter 49. A piece of bad news: most of them started to get tired of the intense attacks they were being pummeled with. At 4 o'clock, right before dawn, the duration of attack was then almost 20 hours. Lin Huang felt drained from all the fighting. If not for his passive skill, robust, that was supporting him, he would not even have the strength to lift his sword. The young men's condition was slightly better than Lin Huang, but they were not in any form to continue holding the line. Lin Huang did not know how many monsters he and Bai killed. The life wheel in his body had been filled with life light and it was almost overflowing. There were 357 columns that were filled with white light, and there were only 3 gray columns left in his life wheel. Xiao He, cut off the life light transfer between me and Bai now. Lin Huang instructed Xiao He immediately when he noticed what was happening to his life wheel. You have requested to cut off the transfer of life light with Bai. Disconnection is complete. Xiao He fulfilled Lin Huang's request immediately. The disconnection was to allow the life light to be transferred to Bai, as the life light in Lin Huang's life wheel was almost full. Once the 360 columns were full, Lin Huang could get a life light baptism if he was to kill an iron level monster, and he would be upgraded to iron level. However, the upgrade to iron level would come together with a life seed. The life seed was used to strengthen talents that one was born with or had the potential to wield, so it was crucial to choose wisely. Life seeds were categorized into 5, which were the elemental system, strengthening system, psychic system, special system and compound system. Lin Huang knew which life seed he wanted since the beginning. He wanted the sword strengthening system, which could only be obtained by killing monsters with his sword. However, no monster that fit the criteria existed in the monster horde, so Lin Huang chose not to upgrade to iron level at the moment. It was 6 in the morning. The sun rose from the horizon, shedding light on the battlefield. Lin Huang just chopped off a monster's head, panting as he did. He looked up to the direction of sunrise. The sun is finally out, he thought. The past 2 hours was hell, as every minute and every second was a torment to them. He chose not to upgrade to iron level. Although he had his passive skill, robust, to support him, his strength was not comparable to the young men of iron level rank -3. Every swing of the sword was getting harder for him. Lin Huang, are you okay? Jola and the rest noticed that Lin Huang was slowing down. Shouldn't be a problem over a short period of time, but if the situation persists, I think I won't be able to take this anymore. Lin Huang honestly voiced out his concern. He estimated that he could stand for a maximum of 2 hours. Why not you take a rest? We can handle it, Jola suggested, although he knew that without Lin Huang, the task would be much more difficult. It's no use even if I rest, the most I could take would be a couple more hours. Furthermore, it's not only me, everyone is exhausted. The line will collapse if we give in, it's just a matter of time. Lin Huang shook his head while looking at the gap at the canyon mouth. We need to solve the root of the problem, he concluded. What is the root of the problem? Jola asked immediately. The breakthrough of the defensive line is caused by the amount of monsters, which is far too many. Our people are limited, our strength is depleted too. The solution is easy to say, but very hard to do. We have to minimize the size of the entrance and funnel down the monsters. We have to make the gap at the canyon mouth smaller, Lin Huang said. However, looking at the situation now, we can't move the giant rocks to the canyon mouth. Each giant rock is the size of a small mountain, none of our storage spaces are big enough to contain it. All we can do is rely on the residents in the foothold. Even with tools, we would need a few hundred people to move the giant rocks to the canyon mouth. Now that the battle is this intense, the residents can't be moving the giant rocks as they would be targeted by the monsters once they enter the battlefield, he said. Although Lin Huang found the root of the problem, he could not think of a suitable solution. It's not necessary that we use giant rocks to block the canyon mouth, am I right? Why not we just pile up the dead bodies to block the canyon mouth? Since most of the monsters have strong solid bodies, the corpses would work great. If not, we can pile even more together to further strengthen the wall, Jola said casually. Hearing what Jola said, Lin Huang was stunned and let out a laugh. I didn't think of that. It's brilliant. Lin Huang then proposed the idea to Yi Yeyu. Yi Yeyu checked the message that was sent by Lin Huang. She was stunned at first, but soon she showed her excitement and forwarded the message to Yi Zheng. Yi Zheng was happy too. He then spread the proposal to some of the gold hunters and they started to collect dead bodies. Soon, the dead bodies were piled up into a small hill which became a line of defense by itself. Yi Zheng spilled oil on the dead bodies to avoid the monsters from climbing over them. With the piling corpses, the canyon mouth became smaller and smaller. When it was near noon, the canyon mouth was only about 300 meters wide, which was what Lin Huang had hoped for at the beginning of the attack. The people's fear was finally reduced. The monsters which attacked Lin Huang's third line decreased from every few minutes to every half an hour. Even the second line of defense was much relaxed now. Yi Zheng stood on top of the giant rock and gave Lin Huang a thumbs up. Lin Huang then pointed at Jola who was next to him and sent a message to Yi Yeyu to explain that it was Jolie's idea. The next afternoon, everyone was more relaxed. They even had time to eat and rest. Seeing that the sun setting behind the mountains, Yi Yeyu prayed that nothing would go wrong that night and that the human transcendent would arrive on time to kill the transcendent monster to end this once and for all. It was 6 in the evening, and the sky was getting dark. The monstrous roars were getting more intense. Yi Zheng stood on top of the giant rock and looked into the distance. He saw a pack of what looked like 100,000 monsters approaching the foothold. He was about to say something when his emperor's heart ring vibrated. Lin Huang and the rest's ring vibrated at the same time. Since he had a moment to respond, Lin Huang opened his emperor's heart ring. A news alert popped up on the page. Since 8 in the morning yesterday, a monster outbreak happened on the east side of Division 7. The density and coverage of the attack this time was at the small footholds No 7D120, No 7D122 and No 7D123. A wide area was destroyed by the beasts. There were no survivors. The death toll has reached 670,000 people. The same has happened to the small foothold No 7D121, but the condition there is unclear. There are transcendent humans making their way there. We will give you a full update when we receive more details. Seeing the news, most of them who were relaxed became tense. That's not good, Lin Huang frowned. The footholds nearby had been destroyed by monsters. The only one standing was Snowy Mountain Town. The transcendent monster must be targeting Snowy Mountain Town next. Since it was hurt by the human transcendent around that area, it would not stop until it has killed all the people around the foothold. Chapter 50. Monsters coming at full force. Yi Yeyu, Yi Zheng and the rest had gloomy looks on their faces. After a relaxed afternoon, they did not expect to receive bad news like that. Now that the massacre of people in the 3 footholds had happened, that meant Snowy Mountain Town would be attacked by all the monsters that attacked the 3 footholds. The amount of monsters would be 4 times more than the original number. The other hunters knew that too. The atmosphere on the battlefield turned ice cold. Lin Huang, do you have any plans? Jola said in a weak voice and took a deep breath to calm himself down while anticipating what Lin Huang would suggest. Lin Huang shook his head. There's nothing else we can do but fight. Let's just pray that the human transcendent arrives soon. Soon it was night time again. Although everyone was less enthusiastic from the bad news, the battle had to go on. None of the 1,000 hunters were slacking. They were defending their own line of defense. When it was 9 at night, Yi Zheng heard a subtle sound coming from afar. It was approaching the canyon at the speed of light. He looked far in the distance, but his vision was clear even at night. He saw a massive group of monsters coming. He could not see clearly what kind of monsters they were due to the dust that surrounded them, but he could feel the ground shake beneath his feet. Many hunters felt the tremors too. Lin Huang knew monsters that could cause this must be really big, and there were many of them. Without confirming what kind of monsters they were, Yi Zheng shouted to the people from his perch on top of the giant rock. At such a time, he should have been more enthusiastic to motivate the people, or else the defense lines would be easily broken if the low morale persisted. Everybody, the monsters from the few areas are here. I believe everyone can feel the ground trembling, and you should know very well that there will be more monsters coming our way. This is the last foothold in the area. The transcendent monster will not give up until it destroys this foothold too. The only choice we have right now is to fight. Besides that, there's no other solution. It's 9:23 p.m. right now. The Hunter Association said the transcendent human will be here within 48 hours. There are another 9 hours to that 48-hour mark. This means, we have to fight for another 9 hours and we will be saved. I believe everyone has heard about the transcendent human the association has sent. He is Yu Chanli. He was number 4 on the Division 7 Gold Hunter leaderboard. He's a strong Imperial censor as well. Now that the transcendent monster is badly injured, as soon as Yu Chanli is here, it will definitely be killed, without a doubt. With that, the monster horde will retreat immediately, he assured them. Now that the other footholds have been destroyed, that's over now. We need to put this behind us. Let's do this together. From now onwards, we only have one goal, which is to guard this place for 9 hours. We fight for this one and only goal. Because as long as we fulfill this goal, all of us here and the 200,000 residents in Snowy Mountain Town will survive. What Yi Zheng said was extremely effective. It was unclear if it was Yu Chanli's name which they had heard before, or the fact that they only had 9 hours left to fight. All of them were energized. Even Lin Huang repeated to himself, this is the last 9 hours, we must hold on. After the motivational speech, Yi Zheng turned around and looked at the monsters in the distance. They were giant armored elephants. Although they belonged to a species of mutated monsters, they were like no other, mainly because they were huge. All of them were at least 10 meters tall. They were considered giants among all monsters. Even Tyrant, who was Iron level rank 3, was considered petite when it stood among these monsters. From its trunk, the giant armored elephant had metal armor all the way to its hip. The same metal was fitted on its head too. Its entire head was covered in metal armor, and only its eyes and flapping ears were showing. The metal parts were not fixed, they were born with it. Such monster had bones made partially of metal. This gave them a terrifying defense that no other monster possessed. Yi Zheng frowned while he looked at this group of giant armored elephants. Their existence presented a very real danger to the lines of defense, as their body weight and impact could easily destroy the giant rock wall. Once the wall was destroyed, the rest of the monsters would rush in. Yeyu, you stay here, I'll handle the damn elephants. Yi Zheng told Yi Yeyu while holding a fine sword in his hand. His white robe fluttered in the wind. He then hopped towards the giant rocks below. He stepped on the monsters' backs and heads and ran towards the giant armored elephants. Looking on as her brother left, Yi Yeyu was not concerned for Yi Zheng's safety. With his ability, as long as the transcendent monster did not show, he was invincible. Although the giant armored elephants were big, most of them were only iron level or bronze level. Only some of them were silver level. They could not threaten Yi Zheng at all. Soon, Yi Zheng was among the giant armored elephants. Every swing he took with his fine sword, a gold flash could be seen. He pierced through a giant armored elephant's head. Not long later, he managed to kill a few hundred giant armored elephants. Yi Zheng returned right after he killed all the giant armored elephants. He did not delay his actions, as he knew that the giant armored elephants were just the first horde of monsters who came. There would be more coming their way. He came back to the giant rock and stood on top with his hands folded like nothing had happened. Yi Yeyu, who was standing across him, gave him a thumbs up. He looked the other way. He wanted to look cool but could not help but smile at his sister. Soon, there was a new horde of monsters along the horizon. However, Yi Yeyu and Yi Zheng remained where they stood as those monsters did not possess the ability to break through the wall. The both of them allowed them to forward so they would be behind other monsters that were closing in. Then, there were more monsters coming from far away. The monsters were filling up the grassland outside of the canyon. Just when Yi Zheng was ready to kill all the monsters beneath the giant rock, he heard a rustling sound behind him. He turned around and saw black dots on the top of the mountains behind the snowy mountain town. The black dots stood out even more against the white mountains as they dashed downwards. As she noticed where Yi Zheng was looking, Yi Yeyu looked at the mountains behind her as well. She screamed, "Aren't those sand spiders? I hate spiders!" She squealed. Yi Zheng's lips were twitching when he heard what Yi Yeyu said. "Now, pull yourself together, this is not about you hating spiders. The spiders are so far away from us. How do we attack them?" Chapter 51. The poor sand spiders. Sand spiders were a species of bugs that lived in the desert. Mature sand spiders had 6 pairs of legs, they were thick and long. 4 pairs of them were more than 3 meters long to help them move, while 2 pairs of forelegs were as sharp as blades. They were meant for hunting. They had a carapace of hollow spikes on their rear section and there was an opening in the midsection for laying eggs. During their spawning season, they would lure their prey into a cave before injecting all their eggs into the prey's body. They would then wrap the prey in a spider web. After the eggs hatch inside the prey's body, the baby spiders would consume the organs of the living prey and rupture the prey's abdomen to join their family. In reality, these spiders possessed a unique characteristic in that all of them were hermaphrodites. Oftentimes, 2 sand spiders would spar and the winner would then impregnate the loser. Occasionally, 2 or more sand spiders would get embroiled in the fight, and sometimes, the situation would develop in a much more complicated manner where all of the spiders involved in the fight might end up pregnant. The most bizarre thing about this was that the baby spiders would then be unable to identify their father. The sand spiders that filled the top of the snowy mountains were crawling towards the bottom. They were fast, and by estimation, they would reach the bottom of the snowy mountains in an hour, more than 30 kilometers from the mouth of the canyon where Lin Huang and the rest were located. With Lin Huang's ability to see, he could only spot black dots on top of the snowy mountains and he could not tell what they were. Thankfully, Yi Yeyu and Yi Zheng, who were at gold level, managed to recognize the sand spiders and estimated their numbers. There were about 100,000 of them. If the sand spiders were to break through the line of defense, it would take them less than an hour to massacre the population of 200,000. Yi Zheng panicked. They did not have enough people here and there was a horde of sand spiders coming. "Are there any heavy gunmasters here?" Yi Zheng bellowed from the top. Heavy gunmasters were a branch profession of the gunman class and were experts in powerful and destructive long-distance attacks. Lin Huang wanted to be a gunman as his second profession but not the heavy gunmaster. He was planning to take the light gunmaster or even the sniper route. Gunmasters belonged to the battlefield, which Lin Huang was not keen of. In reality, most of the hunters would not consider this profession. As expected, nobody responded to Yi Zheng. He was hoping for a miracle when he asked, but when he received silence in return, his heart sank. Apart from a medium gunmaster, there was no one else who could attack from more than 30 kilometers away. "Brother, what is there to worry about?" someone asked. Yi Yeyu glanced at Yi Zheng in disdain. While everyone was watching, she then attached an 8 meters long cannon on her left hand within seconds. Yi Zheng was taken aback and asked her carefully, "I remembered that you didn't even pass your beginner gunmaster assessment. Without the license, how did you manage to purchase this? Is there anything that you can't buy in the black market?" Yi Yeyu said, "Aren't the firearm relics that are being sold on the black market expensive? Did you borrow money just to buy this?" Yi Zheng suddenly recalled Yi Yeyu borrowing money from him earlier. He found it strange too, as Yi Yeyu should have enough pocket money for her daily expenditure, but he lent some money to her anyway. "So, you're not dumb after all," said Yi Yeyu while slotting in a few life crystals into the cannon's energy tank. Yi Zheng felt the pain when he saw her actions because the smallest life crystal contained 100 years of life light. Each of such life crystals cost at least 10 million credit points. For such firearm relics, each attack would consume 1 life crystal. "Yi Yeyu, you're not a gunmaster, why would you buy this firearm relic? Which man would marry you if you spend like that?" Yi Zheng wanted to teach her a lesson. Mind your own business, aren't you single as well? Yi Yeyu snapped. In the future, don't borrow money from me to buy such nonsense like this. Yi Zheng was mad. I won't. So petty. Yi Yeyu scoffed and aimed the cannon at the snowy mountains. Seeing that, Yi Zheng stopped talking and leapt to the giant rock that she was standing on. He stood behind her and looked at the direction where the cannon was pointed towards. He then lifted the cannon slightly. What are you doing? I will miss the shot if we fire at this angle. Yi Yeyu stared at him. I've told you that you don't have the talent to be a gunmaster, yet you never heeded my advice. Yi Zheng shook his head and explained, a gunmaster would need to take the environment into consideration as well as the estimation of the attack's effect. In such situations, if you attack the location where the sand spiders are traversing, the effect would be limited. But if you attack the top of the snowy mountains, you could cause an avalanche that could potentially bury all of the spiders. Yi Yeyu knew what he said was right, so she did not argue any longer, but she shot him a dissatisfied look. If you lean your body forward like that, although firearm relics can absorb the recoil, a cannon of such size would have much stronger recoils. Yi Zheng patted her back. He then stood behind Yi Yeyu once again to reassess the angle of the cannon and nodded, fire now. After Yi Zheng's confirmation, Yi Yeyu launched the cannon. A radiant sphere was created at the mouth of the cannon, and in a split second, it turned into a white glow and fired towards the snowy mountains. Yi Yeyu's body shook from the recoil, but she was held steady by a hand behind her. Bang! The white glow hit the top of the snowy mountain, and every part of it began to tremble. Soon, the snow at the peak collapsed. They were like ocean waves, gradually growing in size and speed. It then buried the black dots on top of the snowy mountains. Looking at the results, Yi Yeyu was over the moon. She was happy that she managed to kill more than 100,000 sand spiders in just one shot. She did not anticipate that to happen, since she assumed she would need at least 20 shots to kill all of the spiders. Nice. Yi Zheng gave her a thumb up. Yi Yeyu blushed. If not for Yi Zheng's mentoring, she would not have achieved such success. I will leave these mountains to you. If there are any monsters approaching from that direction, use the same method as you did just now. Yi Zheng instructed Yi Yeyu and leapt back to the giant rock that he was standing on before. The sand spiders were all buried beneath the snow close to Snowy Mountain Town. They were rolling towards the foot of the snowy mountains. The snow was cascading towards the Snowy Mountain Town in waves. However, nothing could be seen outside of Snowy Mountain Town, as it was covered by their line of defense. The crisis was solved just like that. Lin Huang was watching the entire thing from the beginning till the end. Watching the snow as it engulfed the sand spiders, he sighed. No matter which world it is, the power of nature is always mesmerizing. Chapter 52. The last 3 hours, in the middle of the night, there were millions of monsters outside the mouth of the canyon of Snowy Mountain Town. Many of them started to trample on the other monsters, back to surge through the defense line. Many monsters died from the weight they had to bear, while some were stomped to death as they fell from the monsters' backs. Although many died, there were still many more that marched forward, fearless. Yi Yeyu and Yi Zheng were forced to join the defense line to kill the monsters that successfully breached the giant rock. Yi Zheng's fine sword changed forms into a 3-meter-long giant sword. He leapt and started killing the monsters. With every slash, he beheaded tens of monsters. On the other side, Yi Yeyu reloaded life crystals inside her treasure tool and continued shooting at monsters beneath where she stood. Although her aim was inaccurate, since there were monsters everywhere, no matter which direction she shot at, there were bound to be monsters dying. The 20 gold hunters taking refuge beneath the giant rock were exhausted from the battle that spanned 2 days and 1 night, but they persevered. They were replenishing their life power with life crystals in between killings. However, no matter how many monsters they killed, there were others that managed to avoid their attacks and slip through into the second defense line. There were just too many monsters. They could only handle those that were within their reach, while the rest had to be handled by the silver hunters to their rear. Silver hunters who were on the second defense line consisted of the most people. There were more than 1,000 of them, yet all of them were overburdened with the bulk of the monster horde which penetrated past the first line of defense. The pressure on them was similar to the gold hunters in front, and none of them could spare a moment to rest, not even for a minute. The monsters were getting too close and there was not much space between them. 90% of the monsters that got to the second line of defense was killed by the silver hunters, as they knew that the copper hunters in the third defense line were few in number. If too many monsters broke into the third line of defense, it would be spell calamity for the copper hunters. Therefore, they tried their best not to let any monsters succeed. Lin Huang and the gang were on the third line of defense, which was the most relaxed one as the burden was eased by the gold and silver hunters in front of them. The monsters that managed to break into the third defense line were less than a tenth of the monsters that were in the mouth of the canyon. But as time went by, Lin Huang and the gang began to feel the pressure again because the monsters increased their attack frequency to an interval of 6 minutes per wave instead of the 30 in the past. Thankfully, Bai's attack rate did not lower, for he was a killing machine. He massacred as many monsters as Lin Huang did. His blood power wings morphed into a variety of forms during battle, and depending on each form, he could either chop off a head or pierce through a heart. He was highly efficient, so much so that Lin Huang was both amazed and ashamed. Of course, Lin Huang's performance was not too bad. With his iron sword, he transformed into a fine soldier. With the help of the Great Sword Scripture, almost nothing could dodge his sword. As he obtained more experience in an actual battle, he now only needed 3 slashes to kill a monster instead of the usual 5 slashes. As long as the monster was not an iron level rank 3, he could kill them in only 1 slash. He was also getting used to the spectral snowsteps movement technique, where he moved like a ghost on the battlefield. Jola and the rest assumed that Lin Huang was of royalty. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to possess such incredible abilities and terrifying combat strength. They were already iron level rank 3, but they were far behind Lin Huang when it came to killing monsters. Lin Huang did not care about the number of cross-ranking kills he had done, how many card pieces he had accumulated, or how many reward cards he had obtained. He even reduced drinking water and only took a sip when he absolutely needed to, because there was no time for other distractions. Xiao He knew that he was in his combat mode and did not send any notifications to prevent Lin Huang from becoming distracted. Time passed by on the battlefield. Each passing minute and second felt like torture. Everyone was anticipating for the sun to rise and for dawn to arrive. As long as they held on until dawn, the human transcendent Yu Chanli would be here to kill that transcendent monster and everything would be over. Lin Huang surpassed his limit again and again. Compared to the rest, he was the only ordinary person on the battlefield. The physique he was born with could not be remedied by his combat strength. Even Jola and the other young men who were iron level rank 3 were extremely exhausted. Imagine Lin Huang, who was not even iron level. Many people noticed Lin Huang's performance. Not only Jola and the gang, but even the copper hunters around him were impressed by his skills. They clearly understood that Lin Huang was pushing himself beyond his capacity. Lin Huang knew his body condition very well. He did not stop swinging his sword because if he did, his body would collapse. He might not even be able to stand later. He told himself countless times, "I can't stop. I can't stop. As long as I hold on for a couple more hours, it will be time." The monsters' attacks on the battlefield became increasingly intense. Monsters roared throughout the battle. At approximately 3 o'clock in the wee hours of the morning, a terrifying monster roar echoed from a distance. The roar originated from beyond the snowy mountains, but the shockwaves propagated through the people and dissipated in the grasslands outside the canyon. Everyone's heart pounded when they heard the roar. Even Lin Huang's heart started racing fast. He felt like they were being watched by something terrifying. It gave him goosebumps. The roar bolstered the monsters' morale, and many of them began to ram against the giant rocks, even though Lin Huang could tell that it would be painful. Many of them even started to stack onto each other to get through the defense lines. Yi Zheng and Yi Yeyu frowned upon watching the monsters' attempts to climb through the giant rocks. They did not expect this to happen during the last 3 hours. Just when Yi Zheng was thinking of what to do, he heard some noise coming from the snowy mountains. He turned around and saw something black covering the sky heading right towards his direction at an alarming pace. He took a closer look and gasped, "Oh no, the crows are back." Chapter 53. Small destruction card. The crows blanketed the western sky of the snowy mountains like dark clouds. They were heading towards the direction of the foothold at full speed. The crows were just as numerous, or probably more, than what Lin Huang saw the other day when he previously encountered them. Millions of crows in a flock together looked like a massive horde, and it seems like there would be none that would be able to defeat them besides a transcendent. Even Yi Zheng, who was number 11 on the Division 7 Gold Hunter leaderboard, avoided the crows. It was a nightmare. They could easily occupy a medium foothold if the transcendent was absent. The hunters who were ready to stand their ground felt despair the moment they noticed the horde of crows. Millions of monsters were streaming in from the grasslands and innumerable crows were darting in from the back. They did not have enough manpower to protect the foothold after all. Yi Yeyu looked like she was in doubt on the giant rocks. She regretted that she chose this foothold to be the location for the assessment. If Yi Zheng was not here, she was ready to die in battle. However, now that Yi Zheng was here, he would certainly not leave her behind. If she were to stay, she would lose her brother to the monsters. She was in dire straits. Yi Zheng knew his sister very well. She was competitive and resilient, and though she may be hot-tempered at times, she was a kind person. It was impossible for her to leave 200,000 people behind. Even if she were to pass by a foothold invaded by monsters, she would choose to fight no matter what. Yeyu, use your green wooden door to send the kids away. Although Yi Zheng knew that Yi Yeyu would not agree to leave, he instructed her anyway. I'm not leaving. Yi Yeyu stared at Yi Zheng. Even if you don't care for yourself, you have to consider this for the sake of our family. Our generation only has the both of us, we can't die here. Yi Zheng tried to talk her out of it, and those young men, especially Lin Huang, do you really want him to perish here? As long as we give him sufficient time, he could develop into a transcendent. We cannot lose him as well. After a moment of silence, she shouted at Yi Zheng, brother, I'll pass you the green wooden door. Please bring Lin Huang and the rest with you, I will remain behind. What foolishness are you spouting? You must leave. You're my sister, listen to me. Yi Zheng exclaimed loudly. We must think about the future of our generation. Since you are gifted with stronger abilities, if you live, our family's generation would grow stronger. Therefore, it would be better if I stay. Yi Zheng could not counter-argue Yi Yeyu. The situation turned awkward for them. The crows were approaching. Some of the hunters in the lines of defense had lost their will to live, they were just preparing for what might eventually happen. The third line of defense did not have enough manpower as a couple of silver hunters on the second defense line were caught off guard. Everyone felt disheartened. Soon, the remaining defenses collapsed. Lin Huang and the rest were surrounded. Without the lines of defense in front of them, the 10 young men were completely besieged by monsters. Don't panic, guys. Let's form a line. Do not let the monsters break through. Lin Huang yelled to the young men. After cooperating with Lin Huang, Jola and the rest trusted Lin Huang more than anyone else. Lin Huang had not let them down. They quickly formed a defensive line even though they knew that it was very unlikely that they could survive the moment the crows arrived. However, under Lin Huang's leadership, they persevered. Lin Huang's heart was racing from the intense attacks. His body was much frailer compared to the rest and thus, any attack from the monsters could severely injure him or even kill him. The situation was vastly different now as they previously had a line of defense to shield their vanguard, significantly limiting the number of monsters which passed through to them. Now, however, there were monsters everywhere and they were besieged on all sides. He finally experienced the saying, dancing on the head of a pin, which meant that if he loses focus or gets distracted by something else, he could die at any given moment. Warning. You are now in an extremely dangerous environment. Your death rate would be 100% within half an hour. Would you like to execute emergency measures? A warning was sent to Lin Huang's ears. It was the first time in a long while since he had heard Xiaohei's voice. Yes. What kind of solutions do you have? Lin Huang asked immediately. Browsing cards that could solve the situation. There are no cards that could help you right now. Lin Huang was troubled, but moments later, Xiaohei spoke again. Based on the current situation, the most suitable card would be the small destruction card. You have 3 monster cards, 9 function cards, 3,657 iron level monster card pieces. If you were to dissolve all the complete cards and piece them together, you would obtain 22,557 normal card pieces. To redeem your first small destruction card, you would need 1 million normal card pieces. The card pieces you have are insufficient to redeem a small destruction card. Wait. Why do I only have 9 function cards? Buys kills aside, I have done at least 500 cross-ranking kills. These 2 days, shouldn't I receive cross-ranking cards? When you're stuck on a level, the maximum cross-ranking kill reward you can obtain will be capped at 10 times. You will not get any rewards for cross-ranking kills after that. Lin Huang did not know there was such an arrangement. He thought with Bai's help, it was not difficult for him to do cross-ranking kills where he could collect a massive amount of reward cards. It seemed like Xiaohei noticed that people would take advantage of the situation and therefore limited this method to gain reward cards. So, Are there any other solutions for me? Lin Huang asked for an alternative. You were given some protection when you were setting up your Goldfinger. You can only utilize the protection once. When you activate the protection, you will receive a card to solve the crisis you are encountering at that moment. Would you like to activate your one and only protection? Yes. Lin Huang decided without thinking twice. He did not have the time to consider the repercussions as well as other alternatives, seeing as there were none. If he did not utilize the protection right now, he might never be able to use it again. Protection has been activated. Integrating with your situation, you are given a small destruction card. Congratulations, you have received a small destruction card. Detecting solution, small destruction card. Are you sure you want to use this card? How can this card solve this crisis? What are its functions? Lin Huang did not have the time to look at the card in his body. Small destruction card. It could annihilate every creature below Transcendent. The maximum coverage would be 10,000 square kilometers. I would like to use this card to destroy all creatures besides humans and by. Lin Huang instructed. Creatures have been targeted, please choose your coverage. A map appeared on Lin Huang's mind and he had to choose his targets. The map revealed that the monsters were scattered everywhere. Lin Huang tagged all the monsters on the map. I have decided. Coverage selection completed. Please confirm the small destruction card's activation. Yes, kill them all. Lin Huang nodded his head firmly. In the next second, a grain-sized lighted spot appeared on Lin Huang's forehead. The spot looked like a miniature sun at 3 o'clock. It then tore away from his forehead and floated into the sky, shining on the land. Everyone was shocked. Soon, a white glow dispersed from the light spot, creating a wave in the air. All the monsters except for Bai were carbonized due to the high temperature. They turned into dust and disappeared into the air. It was like snow meeting the scorching sun. The glow then dispersed far away. Is that magic? Yi Yeyu stood on the giant rocks and saw what Lin Huang did. She was stunned. In a heartbeat, all the monsters were no more. As soon as the glow began to fade away, everyone cheered. Chapter 54. Black Python. Lin Huang, Lin Huang, Lin Huang. As Jola and the gang chanted Lin Huang's name, the rest cheered, including the Copper Hunter and Silver Hunters. Initially, the 20 gold hunters did not cheer, but when Yi Zheng cheered along the people, so did the 20 gold hunters. Yi Yeyu stood on top of the giant rocks and rolled her eyes at her brother. Lin Huang was shy at first, but when the people did a crowd surf for him, he started to enjoy being celebrated. Hey, I think this kid is good, but he's a little too young for you. Yi Zheng winked at Yi Yeyu. He hasn't reached puberty yet, he's not my type. Yi Yeyu said with a sassy tone. Well, there is no need to rush. He will hit puberty in a few years' time. Boys love girls who are older. Yi Zheng chuckled. Go away, Yi Yeyu said angrily. All of a sudden, in the midst of all the cheering, everyone heard a strange laugh. Hee hee, the sound was near yet far and it felt like as if the laugh was echoing from different directions, all together at once. It gave everyone goosebumps. It was like a cool breeze brushing into their bones. Who is that? Yi Zheng shouted while hanging onto his thin sword. Everyone clutched their weapons too. Could it be the transcendent monster? Lin Huang frowned because there were no other possibilities he could think of. Everyone did not expect the transcendent monster, the mastermind of all monsters, to appear after all monsters have perished. The threat of one transcendent was definitely more frightening than all monsters, put together. Everything below the transcendent were ants. This saying had become the truth. With a flick of a finger, the transcendent could kill 1,000 of hunters. Master, I am taking a wild guess that you started the monster attack. Yi Zheng placed both of his hands in front of his chest and asked politely in the direction of the snowy mountains. He was trying to buy more time to figure out where this beast was. It was near 4 o'clock, right before dawn, which was 2 hours before Yu Chanli was supposed to appear. Human fella, do you think I would let you go just because you speak to me politely? A spooky voice replied. Hee hee, I didn't expect to meet a descendant of God here. A black python wrapped its body around the snowy mountains. Its purple eyes stared deadly at Lin Huang with greed. I'm going to eat you. Descendant of God, the people whispered among one another. The people finally understood how Lin Huang managed to use such magic to kill millions of monsters just now. So you're here for me? Lin Huang pointed to himself, confused. Of course, human fella. If not for you, why would I let my clone attack the human transcendent who is making his way here? Although the black python had no expression, Lin Huang could see in its eyes that it was playing with Lin Huang's mind. I know you guys are buying time for the Transcendent to save you, but what you did not know was that he is being attacked by my clone. The Transcendent hasn't got a clue that it is a clone, and it will not be here in 2 hours to rescue all of you. There were loud sighs and some screams from those who were afraid. What? Are you disappointed to hear such news? The Black Python was enjoying the mind game it was playing. Lin Huang quietly communicated with Xiao He. Xiao He, is there any way to kill this monster? With your condition, your death rate would be 100%. You are not strong enough, there's no solution to that. Suddenly, Yi Yeyu started to speak. She bowed to the snowy mountains. Master, I haven't known Lin Huang for a very long time, but during the time that I did, I found him to be admirable. I would like to make a confession to him. Since you are going to kill us all, could Master allow me a couple of minutes to fulfill my last wish? I will also need my brother as my witness. Yi Zheng did not know what she was doing. He thought to himself, did she really like Lin Huang all along? Human are such irritating creatures. Why do you confess before you die? What have you been doing on days where you are alive and well? Alright, I'll give you 3 minutes, but I warn you, human lady, don't mess with me. Or else I'll show you what death feels like. You're overthinking, Master. I do not dare mess with you. I only have a few words to say. Yi Yeyu said while she waved at Yi Zheng. She then leapt downwards and walked towards Lin Huang. Although Yi Zheng did not know what Yi Yeyu was up to, he followed her anyway. Almost everyone was confused. They could not figure out Yi Yeyu's plan. Yi Yeyu was popular in the Division 7 hunter community. After all, she was one of the gold hunters who made it among the 1,000 gold hunters, and she was a woman. Alongside her powerful brother, many hunters admired her. But now, it looks like this incredible woman was about to confess her love to a young man who was not even an iron level. It was absolutely shocking to many bachelors in the crowd. They walked to Lin Huang. Yi Yeyu held his hand and smiled sweetly. Lin Huang was just as confused, but he could sense that Yi Yeyu was not here to confess to him. Yi Yeyu put the other hand on Yi Zheng's arm and smiled. Brother, please be my witness today. Before she even finished talking, she pushed the both of them down. The green wooden door sprung open behind them and they fell into the door. Suddenly, a dark glow was shot and the green wooden door was destroyed. Lady, how dare you lie to me? The black python hissed from the snowy mountains. Chapter 55. Shui Luo appeared again. The green wooden door was smashed by a dark beam. Yi Yeyu was beginning to spit blood because she was hurt by the attack. The black python hissed loudly from the top of the snowy mountains. The voice sounded like it was a spiritual attack. Lin Huang and the rest who were 10 kilometers away felt a headache after hearing the roar. Suddenly, the dark beam was shot again. While the rest were panicking, the beam shot through Yi Yeyu's back and pierced through her belly. A hole that was the size of an adult's fist appeared on Yi Yeyu's belly. It was see-through. Yi Yeyu spat blood again and fell to the floor. Lin Huang rushed to carry her. Yi Zheng was in disbelief as he saw it all. He did not know how to react but to hold her hand. Yeyu. Looking at his dying sister, Yi Zheng's hands were shaking. I'm sorry, this is all my fault. Yi Yeyu did not have the strength to talk anymore, but she managed to say, if it was not for me, all of you wouldn't be here. Stupid girl, you're my sister. Until you are married, I will follow you wherever you may go. This is a brother's responsibility. I am sorry for not being able to protect you, Yi Zheng said through his tears. Lin Huang's eyes were watery too. I have not seen you cry since I was 5 years old. Yi Yeyu lifted a finger and wiped the tears off Yi Zheng's face. Do you still remember that time when I was bullied by a bunch of older kids? You stood up to them, and when they punched and kicked you, you neither said anything nor did you fight back. And after I asked you why didn't you cry, you said, you're a man and that even if you died, you would never cry in front of your sister. You were only 7 at the time. I'm sorry, I broke my promise. Yi Zheng tried to chuckle. Yi Yeyu then turned her head slowly to Lin Huang. I want you to know that you are the most extraordinary man I have ever met, and I don't want you to die here. If you live, you could be a man as good as my brother. Lin Huang nodded without saying a word. You want to see him grow? Said a spooky voice. The black python said cunningly, I will make sure that never happens. A bunch of black strings appeared out of thin air and tied a knot around Lin Huang's waist. Lin Huang was pulled in the direction of the black python's mouth. Oh no, I'm going to die. It's true that a traveler's chances of death were quite likely. Lin Huang's thought was cut short by a feeling of release. He was confused and realized that he was floating in front of the black python's mouth and the black strings around his waist were gone. Yi Zheng and the rest were watching as Lin Huang's body froze in the air and there was fear and panic in the black python's eyes. Die! A giant crystal fell from the sky and a giant palm smashed it onto the black python. The black python's body seemed as small as an ant under the giant palm. Before the giant crystal landed on the ground, its body was completely flat on the ground, its eyes were hopeless. The gigantic snowy mountains were shaking from the attack. It felt as if God was punishing the earth. Lin Huang stared blankly as the giant palm that looked like the hand of Buddha landed 1 meter in front of him. The snowy mountains collapsed into flatland after the attack. The black python was buried by the snowy mountains with its head smashed. That was scary, Lin Huang exclaimed, not because he witnessed how the black python was killed, but because he was standing very close to black python, but felt no impact at all. Even the snowy mountain town was not damaged and the people not harmed by the collapse of the mountain. It was obvious that the person who saved Lin Huang was far more powerful than the black python. "How are you, sir?" A stern yet warm voice came from not far away. Lin Huang looked towards the horizon. Shui Luo was walking towards him on air with her bare feet. There was an old man with a white beard behind her. Lady Shui Luo. Lin Huang was surprised, he thought he would never see her again. He looked at the old man with confusion. "May I know who this is?" "Mr. Lin, I am Bing Wang. I don't blame you for not recognizing me because I know I look different." The old man laughed. "It's Sir Bing Wang. Was it Shui Luo who had saved me?" Lin Huang tried to connect the dots. "It wasn't me." Shui Luo smiled and shook her head. "Mr. Lin, it has been more than 700 years that I last made an appearance. It was me who saved you." Bing Wang explained. "Oh, thank you so much, Sir Bing Wang, and you too, Lady Shui Luo." Lin Huang did not know that Bing Wang was so powerful that he could kill a transcendent monster with only one hand. "Let me take out its soul for you. When you became a transcendent, you can train it into your battle soul." Shui Luo then disappeared. Bing Wang and Lin Huang remained. "This snake is stupid. It saw Mr. Lin's act just now and thought it was magic. It thought you were the descendant of a god." Bing Wang shook his head and laughed. "If he did not target you, Lady Shui Luo wouldn't have allowed me to intrude." Lin Huang did not pay attention to what Bing Wang said and instead asked, "Sir Bing Wang, could you help my friend?" Bing Wang looked at Yi Yeyu and knew that she was dying. He shook his head. "The lady's life wheel has collapsed and her life light is almost gone, there's nothing I can do." Lin Huang was upset, but Bing Wang spoke again. "However, if my master is willing to try, there might be hope." "Lady Shui Luo." Lin Huang's eyes brightened up. He just recalled that Shui Luo belonged to the gods. Perhaps she could save Yi Yeyu. Hearing Lin Huang's cry, Shui Luo walked towards them with a small, black snake on her hand. The snake was semi-transparent, it looked magical. She then passed the snake to Lin Huang. "I have taken away this black python's consciousness. Now you can keep it in your life wheel and cultivate it. You can train it when you have reached the level of a transcendent, it will be your strong battle soul. Although it has mutated once, there's a small amount of dragon blood in this black python. If you cultivate it properly, there's a possibility for it to mutate a second time and its ability will then transform." Lin Huang brushed what Shui Luo said aside and as soon as she finished talking, he asked, "Lady Shui Luo, I know that you haven't been involved in what's happening in this world for more than 700 years, but I need to ask a favor of you. Do you want me to help the lady over there?" Shui Luo looked at Yi Yeyu's direction and looked at the snake on her hand. "To piece her life wheel together, we would need a transcendent soul. Are you willing to give up this monster's soul containing the blood of dragon in exchange for her life?" "Of course, that's more important." Lin Huang raised his voice. "All right then." Shui Luo passed the snake to Lin Huang. "Keep this. I thought you need this to save her." Lin Huang pushed the snake away. "I was messing around with you, I have other monster souls with me to fix her life wheel." Shui Luo smiled playfully. "Now, if you don't keep this, I will not save her." Lin Huang snatched the snake from her. Shui Luo brought the both of them and descended from the sky in front of everybody's presence. Although they had seen the giant palm earlier, they insisted to stand in front of Yi Yeyu to protect her. "Lin Huang, who are these people?" a person asked Lin Huang. "I don't have the time to explain, this lady could save Yi Yeyu, please step aside." The rest moved without asking further. Shui Luo walked to Yi Yeyu and carried her, she was breathing her last breath. Yi Zheng heard what Lin Huang said and looked at Shui Luo with hope. Put her on the ground laying upwards, the rest of you please step aside. Shui Luo wanted some personal space. After placing Yi Yeyu on the ground, Yi Zheng stepped aside quietly. Shui Luo placed her palm on Yi Yeyu's chest and there was a layer of ice flowing into Yi Yeyu's body. A moment later, Shui Luo smiled and mumbled to herself, interesting body physique, I have just the monster soul for you. A semi-transparent crimson bird appeared on Shui Luo's palm. She tapped the crimson bird and bird flew in between Yi Yeyu's eyebrows. A thin layer of ice spread across her body and soon her entire body was covered in ice. It was visibly seen that Yi Yeyu's belly was healing very quickly. Everyone started whispering among themselves. A new life wheel was being pieced together. It was different from an ordinary life wheel. Now, there was a strange red pattern in the middle of the life wheel which looked like a big, crimson bird with wide wings. Am I dead? Yi Yeyu felt she was placed in the dark. She recalled a description about death written by an author she liked. Death is the loneliness of human consciousness in the dark. It cannot be seen, nothing can be heard and nothing can be touched. There is nothing in death. That is the ultimate place where all humans belong. Now that I think about it, the description is similar to what I'm feeling right now, Yi Yeyu snorted. She was not sure how long had passed, centuries or perhaps just seconds. In the darkness, Yi Yeyu had lost her grasp of time. A light dawned upon her. It felt like a black veil was torn and a crystal-carved hand was extending to her in the midst of the darkness. What a beautiful hand. Yi Yeyu held it, it was cold. The hand pulled her out of the darkness with such force. She felt a shaken when she opened her eyes. She saw a bunch of people surrounding her. Just then, there were cheers exclaiming, she's alive. Chapter 56. Bye. Shui Luo Yi Zheng immediately went over to Yi Yeyu when he saw her awake, sitting up in her bed. Are you okay? He asked. I dreamt of a giant python that stabbed through my stomach, and I died, she said with a look of bewilderment and fear on her face. As she said the words, she looked down at her abdomen which had been wounded before. However, the injury had healed. There was nothing unusual as she touched it gently and there was no scar on the wound to show it anymore. However, the attack had clearly happened as there was a large tear on her shirt and blood stains around it, the indication that it was not just an illusion, and that she was attacked by the black python not long ago. You have her to thank. Miss Shui Luo saved your life. As soon as Yi Zheng finished his sentence, he turned to Shui Luo and immediately expressed his gratitude. Miss Shui Luo. Yi Yeyu was stunned. She could not recall her name as a member of the hunting party. Gazing at Shui Luo, she immediately noticed her right hand. That moment, she remembered the incident as she stared at Shui Luo's right hand. She then said, I remember your hand. You're the one who pulled me out of the dark. Thank you. You're welcome. Mr. Lin Huang saved my life, and he asked for my help to save you, so I did him a favor. Shui Luo smiled as she said. Shui Luo treated her in a much friendlier manner than others. Thank you, Lin Huang. Yi Yeyu looked at Lin Huang and said, I'm glad that you're fine. Lin Huang nodded his head as he said, Mister, may I speak with you privately? Shui Luo turned towards Lin Huang and said in a low voice. Excuse me for a moment, Lin Huang said Yi Yeyu and Yi Zheng. He then left together with Shui Luo. Shui Luo waved her hand. She brought Lin Huang and Bing Wang along and they stepped up on a giant rock. She walked straight to the side of the rock, sat down and patted the rock surface and said, Mister, please have a seat. He did not seem to hesitate and sat beside her. Bing Wang then stood behind the both of them. There were two moons, a red and a purple moon, lighting up the night sky. The ground looked like it was covered by spun yarns of different colors, creating a mysterious shade of light. Miss Shui Luo, are you leaving? Lin Huang asked as he saw Shui Luo was silently looking at the moonlight. Yes, it's time for me to leave, Shui Luo said and nodded her head. I have seen the moons of this world for too long, she continued. Lin Huang paused for a moment in thought and asked, when do you plan to depart? We'll see you off then. We're leaving shortly, Shui Luo's answered. Her response took Lin Huang by surprise. Lin Huang then composed himself and nodded his head. He had no idea how to keep the conversation going. After a moment of silence, Shui Luo suddenly raised her head and looked at Lin Huang, looking serious. Mister, I don't know if I should ask you about this, but... She trailed off. Just ask me whatever you would like to know. I'll try my best to answer, he said, trying to calm her nervousness. Lin Huang turned to face her and their eyes met. He then quickly shifted his gaze away from her after a brief awkward moment. Mister, do you think it's right or wrong for a Protoss and a human to fall in love with each other? She asked softly. Shui Luo was being very honest, as this question had been a problem troubling her for more than 700 years. There's no right or wrong when it comes to love. When you fall for someone and it ends up being a bad relationship, that does not mean all relationships are bad. It only indicates that you met the wrong person. If a Protoss and a human truly loved each other, I don't think it's wrong, he replied. He was actually taken aback by her forwardness but spoke his mind regardless. Lin Huang felt that this was a serious topic. To ease the tenseness, he then switched the topic and told her a story. I've read a story quite like that before. There was a man named Bei Feng. He fell in love with many women of different races who gave birth to many children of different races. Shui Luo was stunned as she heard this. Did nobody stand against his polygamous ways? Well, if you think that it's right and you're determined to do it, why do you care about what other people think? Lin Huang said and laughed at her response. Of course, Bei Feng was just a character in the story. No person like that exists in reality, he continued to reassure her. I've thought it through, Shui Luo said after falling into deep thought. Her eyes brightened. Mister, what's your plan, after this? Shui Luo suddenly asked. I'll register as a hunter and will try my best to achieve iron level. I'll be very busy with these tasks when I return. Plans for the future would be first and foremost, working towards the goal of being a transcendent, he said proudly. Lin Huang had no idea how long it would take for him to be a transcendent. However, it would be meaningless to talk about the future since he did not have a complete understanding of this world. He could only act when the time came. One could only go further if they progressed with certainty in mind. Both of them chatted for quite some time, sitting on the giant rock. However, Yi Zheng, who was watching from below, looked upset. I thought Lin Huang was an honest man, but now, I don't think so. I feel worried, asking him to take care of my sister, he confessed to Yi Yeyu. What are you talking about? She shouted and pinched his arm hard. I'm just telling the truth. Why did you pinch me? Miss Shui Luo is so beautiful and she's younger than you. She is so powerful, probably a transcendent human too. If you don't make some moves and work for him, perhaps Lin Huang will be snatched away from you, he said with a chuckle. Obviously, they did not realize Shui Luo and Bing Wang were not human. They thought they were transcendent beings. Damn, Yi Yeyu squealed. She freaked out at the thought of losing Lin Huang. On the giant rock, Lin Huang and Shui Luo were about to end their conversation. We'll leave after getting our things done, Shui Luo said and stood up. Is there anything that you still have to do? Lin Huang stood up and asked out of curiosity. I have to erase the memory of me and Xiao Bing from the human brains we've come in contact with. Also, I'll have to patch up the battleground, Shui Luo said, looking at Lin Huang. In addition to that, the people witnessed the scenes of you killing hundreds of monsters. That has to be erased from their memory as well, for your safety. Others must not know about this, she warned him. Although I don't know what you did to master the power of such curses, with this kind of strength, even a god of the human race would be keen on having such a gift, she said. At first, Lin Huang thought she was joking, but as Shui Luo said those words, she had a deadly serious look in her eyes. Yes, I know, he replied. Lin Huang never expected a hidden power to exist in the small destruction card that even a god was seeking for it. I'll begin to erase their memory and replace them up with new memories, she said. As soon as Shui Luo finished her sentence, it began to snow. At that moment, everyone in the foothold felt odd about the occurrence. Suddenly, the hunters and the residents started to faint one by one. Bing Wang left as well. After a short while, he came back, carrying a young man. I've created a new memory for them. A transcendent human arrived at the battleground and had an intense battle with the Black Python. He saved everyone and the crowd of monsters retreated after the snake was killed, Shui Luo said to Bing Wang. She then continued with instructions him, saying, Xiao Bing, you've fought with this man before. You may fake evidence of a fight at this place based on his combat style. Regarding the traces of monsters, I will erase it with the snow, she said. It was now midsummer, but there was heavy snowfall. In the entire ravine, only Lin Huang, Shui Luo, and Bing Wang stood in silence. Very quickly, Bing Wang had finished fixing up the battleground. However, the snow did not stop and the whole world turned white. Under 2 full moons, the night sky was exceptionally beautiful. Mister, we will be leaving now, Shui Luo said. She was less than 2 meters away from Lin Huang, standing on the giant rock. She tilted her head slightly and smiled at him. On such a snowy night, she stood barefoot on the giant rock like a snow fairy. She was very pretty. Lin Huang nodded. He waved his hand and said, "Bye, Shui Luo." "Bye, mister," she replied. Shui Luo waved at Lin Huang. Then, Bing Wang and Shui Luo both rose up into the air. As both of them were hundreds of meters above the ground, Shui Luo waved her hands in the air and a virtual eye gradually formed in front of them. After a short while, the virtual eye was opened. There were icy white eyes inside the virtual eye, resembling a giant spiritual eye looking down from the sky. Shui Luo and Bing Wang stepped into the virtual eye and it closed gradually around them. Both of them completely disappeared. Until the moment when the virtual eye had also disappeared, Lin Huang slowly shifted his gaze away from the sight. He sighed and thought in his heart, "Bye, Shui Luo." Chapter 57. Return, brother, you're finally home. Xin squealed. At No 7D101, as Lin Huang pushed against the door of his house, a pink figure ran into him. It was 11 o'clock at night and Lin Huang thought that Lin Xin would have fallen asleep at that hour. He never expected to see her as soon as he opened the door. She was wearing pink pajamas with pictures of cartoon puppies printed all over it. "Why haven't you slept yet? It's getting late," Lin Huang asked with a stern face, pinching her cheeks. "You told me through the communication device that you're coming back late at night. I wanted to sleep and check if you're back when I'm awake, but I was too excited to sleep," Lin Xin said as she hugged Lin Huang tightly, afraid that he would leave her again. "Did you know that you scared me to death when I heard the news of the monster horde? I used the Emperor's heart ring to call you but I couldn't reach you," she scolded, pouting as she did. The signal might have been interrupted due to the monsters. Lin Huang shook his head and smiled. He switched the topic and asked, "Oh right, I got you a gift," he said. He then took out a video stone from the storage space and passed it to Lin Xin. "What's this?" Lin Xin asked curiously. "Yi Zheng recorded it for me. There's his signature behind it," Lin Huang said as he turned over the video stone. Yi Zheng's name was written on it as well as a date. "Yi Zheng, the guy who is on the Gold Hunter board." Lin Xin's eyes brightened as she heard his name. "Yes, you're right," Lin Huang replied and nodded his head. Lin Xin immediately grabbed the video stone from Lin Huang and ran towards the stairs. "Sleep early after you've finished watching it. You have school tomorrow," Lin Huang immediately shouted after her. "Yes, I know," she answered. "This girl," he mumbled under his breath. Lin Huang shook his head and smiled. He knew the girls who were still studying in the Hunter Reserve College admired the young and good-looking guys who were listed on the boards. It was the same as girls who admired handsome actors and singers on Earth. Yi Zheng was a gold hunter in Division 7 who ranked at the 11th position on the board. He was handsome and very protective of his sister. Many girls admired him and he was even proclaimed as the nation's brother. This was why Lin Huang requested a signature in the video stone for Lin Xin. It had been 1 day since the incident of the monster attack at the snowy mountain town. Due to the fact that Yi Yeyu's green wooden door was destroyed, Lin Huang took half a day to arrive at the number 7C87 foothold by means of an eagle. As soon as he arrived, it took him quite a long time to settle his registration the Hunter Association. After he was done with work, the sky was dark. Yi Yeyu and Yi Zheng then treated the young people to dinner. Yi Yeyu's memory regarding the damaged green wooden door had been altered. According to her, it turned out that the green wooden door was destroyed by the combat power of the two transcendents. It then left her body on its own into the air. After having dinner, Lin Huang did not stay any longer at the foothold and straight away headed back home on an eagle. After Lin Xin left, Lin Huang then took a shower and went back to his room. He could not fall asleep. He just stared at the ceiling as he lay in bed. It was as if he had something to do but just could not remember what it was. "Xiao Hei, please rearrange the card pieces I have and combine those that can be integrated," he instructed the card. "You have 3,657 card pieces. They will now be rearranged and integrated," it replied. "Integration of card pieces is complete," it responded after a mere few seconds. "You obtained a monster card, Lion-Headed Troll normal, by 3 inches, you obtained a monster card, Ox Devil normal, by 3 inches, 600 card pieces deducted from your collection." The remaining card pieces are insufficient to integrate into a complete monster card, it said after completing the processes. Duplicate cards are found. Do you want to perform card engulfs to get a skill upgrade? Xiao He inquired. Engulf them, he ordered. Lin Huang decided without hesitation. Skills could not be extracted repeatedly from duplicate cards and he could only summon one monster at a time due to his summoning authority. Therefore, it was not important to keep duplicate cards. He chose to carry out the card engulf process to get a skill upgrade. Therefore, skills that he extracted would be skills that had been previously upgraded. Card engulf completed. Lion-headed troll obtained a skill upgrade. Ox devil obtained a skill upgrade, Xiao He said. Lin Huang launched both cards. Both of the cards were a white crystal color with the photo of the monster on the front. He turned the card around and checked the card's information. Monster card. Rarity. Normal. Name of monster. Lion-headed troll. Type of monster. Demon. Combat level. Iron level 3 star. Skill 1. Magic Eye Deterrence Intermediate. Skill 2. Horizontal/level 3. Summon Authority. Activated. Card remarks. Useless. Monster card. Rarity. Normal. Name of monster. Ox devil. Type of monster. Mutant. Combat level. Iron level 3 star. Skill 1. Champion Strength Intermediate. Skill 2. Brutal-level 3. Summon Authority. Activated. Card remarks. Useless. Xiao He, I would like to extract a skill. Lin Huang gave a new order after reading the stats. Skill extraction completed. You have gained 2 new skills, Magic Eye Deterrence Intermediate and Champion Strength Intermediate, Xiao He replied. You have 1 more monster card, Sand Monster, to be engulfed. Would you like to carry out a card engulf sequence? Xiao He continued. Engulf it, Lin Huang said and nodded his head. He only kept the Sand Monster in the first place as he needed him to watch the night. Since he had other monster cards now, it would be useless to keep a monster of the same type as Tyrant. Card engulf is completed. Sand Monster Tyrant obtained a skill upgrade, Xiao He said. Lin Huang looked at the message describing the Sand Monster. Immense strength had been upgraded from a beginner level to an intermediate level. After the integration of cards in the card engulfment processes, he launched his exclusive card to check on his personal status. Host. Lin Huang. Gender. Male. Age. 15 inches. Combat strength. None exceeded assessment limit. Skill 1. Blood power level 2. Skill 2. Great Sword Scriptures Sword Skill. Skill 3. Robust Intermediate. Skill 4. Spectral Snowsteps Body Movement Skill. Skill 5. Magic Eye Deterrence Intermediate. Skill 6. Immense Strength Intermediate. Summon Authority. Activated. Available number of summons. 1 inch. Remark. No matter how many skills you have, it could not change the fact that you're weak. He ignored Xiao He's last remark and looked at the 2 additional skills. Magic Eye Deterrence Intermediate. The pupil of its eye exudes a threatening vibe. It has a probability of 80% that it would deter the target when exchanging gazes with each other, causing the target to go into a trance. Such an effect would be rendered useless if it were applied to creatures that were 2 levels above or are stronger than the user. Immense Strength Beginner. Passive skill. Strength gain increased 4 times. These 2 skills were the new skills extracted from the Lion-headed Troll card and Ox Devil card. On the other hand, Lin Huang discovered that his passive skill, Robust, had been upgraded to an intermediate level. He asked, Xiao He, could getting a skill upgrade for the monster card lead to an upgrade of personal skills? Yes, once the monster card is upgraded, the host skill extracted from the monster card will be upgraded as well. If the monster card disappears, the extracted skills would disappear as well. The monster card would disappear. Lin Huang was stunned. Yes, if the monster died, the monster card would disappear and the skills extracted from the monster card will be removed, Xiao He explained. This was not what Lin Huang expected. He thought that it was just a card game. If the summoned monster died in a battle, it would be recalled back to its card and he would be unable to summon it for a short period of time. He had never thought that the monster card and the extracted skill would disappear if the monster died. He realized that he was not playing a card game and he was in the real world instead. Just like what happened on Earth, you would be forgotten as soon as you were dead. Check the remaining function cards, Lin Huang inquired of Xiao He, as he remembered the 9 cards he was rewarded for the rank crossing kill. He had been rewarded a flawless card upon the completion of his mission to become a reserve hunter. You have Advance Card X1, Double Card X3, Provisional Transformation Card X3, Mission Card X1, Treasure Card X1, Flawless Card X1. Lin Huang ignored the Mission card and launched the two unfamiliar cards. Treasure Card. After using this card, it would lead the user to the nearest location of a piece of treasure. It includes mineral ores, burial grounds, virtual caves and more. It is only valid for 1 month after activation of the card. Flawless Card. Using this card could replenish his body for once. All of the hidden problems in his body could be healed, including life columns, life wheel, and blood vessels. There is a time limit for the treasure card. I'm quite busy now, so I should just put it on hold first. The Flawless card is a very useful card. My life wheel has been repaired and there shouldn't be any problems with my body. However, there's something wrong with Bai's blood vessels. He is easily affected by the septic divisor. If Bai used it, he would not be easily affected by the septic divisor anymore, Lin Huang thought and summoned Bai. Bai sat quietly at the edge of the bed, looking at Lin Huang. Lin Huang got up and took out the Flawless card. He crushed the card and a layer of golden pieces surrounded his fingertips. He tapped his finger in between Bai's eyebrows. Bai's body was then shrouded in a golden aura as if he was being wrapped in a golden cocoon. After a while, the glow faded. Bai's wings extended automatically, turning a copper color. Lin Huang checked the messages, and it showed no changes. However, he knew that Bai's blood power could have healed. Otherwise, the color of the blood-powered wings would not have changed. We should try it with septic divisor when we are free, Lin Huang said to Bai. Lin Huang then recalled Bai and he jumped back in bed. He started to feel sleepy after a short while and could finally satisfy the tiredness and fatigue he felt. He fell asleep almost immediately. Chapter 58. Choosing the life seed. The next morning, Lin Xin got out of bed and found Lin Huang was still fast asleep. She was afraid to wake him up, so she silently crept back to her room and got ready. She did not even eat breakfast, afraid that any noise in the kitchen might wake him. She tiptoed quietly and after washing up, she left for school. It was 12 o'clock in the afternoon when Lin Huang finally woke up. He stretched his arms, feeling that the tiredness from the night before all gone. He jumped out of bed to start the day. After changing his clothes and washing up, he rushed to the kitchen on the first floor. There was sufficient food and drinks in the refrigerator for him to have a hearty meal. Obviously, Lin Xin had bought them not long ago. Lin Huang felt odd when he saw the refrigerator in this world, as it did not use electricity as a source of power but it used a frozen spinel instead. Also, it used a special type of skeleton-like material as a substitute for the insulating material. Its appearance looked like a single cabinet fridge on Earth. He took out 2 eggs from the fridge and leftovers from the day before. He then cooked some fried rice with eggs for himself. There were many types of homebred birds in this world, more than on Earth. Considering only those that were sold and available in the markets, there were more than 20 types. If wild monsters were considered, there were around 280 types of birds that were included in human recipes. After finishing the plate of fried rice, Lin Huang washed the pots and went back to his room. He started to carefully read messages that were with regards to life seeds. As a reserve hunter, Lin Huang was provided with only level -1 authority by the Hunter Association. Regarding the information of the life seed, he merely had access to the most basic version. Yi Zheng is a gold hunter, and he was granted level 4 authority. Therefore, Lin Huang asked for a copy of the information on life seeds. He recommended several life seed notes to Lin Huang as he knew that he was looking for one more suited for himself. Regarding his recommendation, Lin Huang looked at it on the spot. He was not satisfied with it, so he decided to look through the information and choose the right one. He opened the life seed book that Yi Zheng sent to him and filtered the qualities for selection again. Strengthening system, sword, iron level. In just a short while, the results, after applying the filters, were shown. There were only around 10 remaining life seeds. A sword-type life seed was quite ordinary. Lin Huang went through the information listed one by one. Name of life seed: Sword Swiftness Mastery, Talent Effects, Beginner Level, 20% increment in attack speed. There would be 20% attack speed increment for every upgrade in level. On the 3rd upgrade, there will be an 80% increment in attack speed. Method to obtain: it can be obtained by killing a rapid sword mantis. Name of life seed: Sword Power Mastery, Talent Effects, Beginner Level, 50% increment in strength. There would be 50% attack power increment for every level upgrade. On the third upgrade, there will be a 200% increment in attack power. Method to obtain. It can be obtained by killing a powerful combat puppet. Name of Life Seed. Sword Skill Mastery, Talent Effects, Beginner Level, 5% increment in sword skills. There will be a 5% increase in sword skill for every level upgrade. On the third upgrade, there will be a 20% increment in sword skills. Method to obtain. It can be obtained by killing a single-armed sword slave. Lin Huang continued reading as he walked around. Soon, he finished reading about all of the 13 types of life seeds. Aside from the sword skill mastery, he was not at all satisfied with the rest of them. However, he was actually not that pleased with the sword skill mastery too, since it did not have any significant improvement on his personal combat skills. Besides, after 3 upgrades to achieve gold rank, the sword mastery skills would have merely increased by 20%. It was still far behind the effects of specialty medicines. There does not seem to be any satisfying sword-type life seeds on iron level, Lin Huang thought to himself and frowned. He initially thought that since he had obtained a sword skill of an epic level, which was the Great Sword Scripture, if he chose another sword-type life seed, he could train his sword mastery to perfection. His enemies would barely be a threat him when they had almost similar combat capabilities. However, the fact was there was not a single iron-level life seed that fulfilled his requirements. Let's take a look at the compound life seed. If there were no suitable life seeds, then I had to choose one of the firearm life seeds. Lin Huang mumbled in a low voice and changed his filtering criteria on the life seed book. Compound life seeds, iron level. Soon, the results were shown once again. However, the results available were even fewer than the previous one. There were only 2 types of life seeds. Although, Lin Huang was not surprised. The compound life seeds and special life seeds usually had the least amount of life seeds. Since there were 2 results available, he took a closer look at the 2 types. Name of life seed. Flower Fairy, Talent Effects, Beginner Level, 10% increment in self-healing ability, healing effects increased by 10%, monster affinity increased by 10%. There would be 10% increase in the 3 abilities for every upgrade in level. On the third upgrade, there will be a 40% increase in all 3 abilities. Method to obtain. It can be obtained by killing White Fairy Vine. Lin Huang ignored the life seed as soon as he finished reading the description because the abilities were useless and a White Fairy Vine was an extraordinary plant. It was rare and no one knew if it existed in this world, which would make his task rather tedious. Lin Huang looked at the second result. Name of life seed. Sly Hands, Talent Effects, Beginner Level, 10% increment in finger agility. Attack speed of both arms increased by 10%, the flexibility of both arms increased by 10%. There would be 10% increase of the 3 abilities for every upgrade in level. On the third upgrade, there will be a 40% increment in all 3 abilities. Method to obtain. It can be obtained by killing 6-armed demon. Lin Huang was intrigued by the sly hand. Despite not directly increasing his combat prowess, this could be effective in assisting him in using swords and firearms. He was not worried, though. He jotted down notes on a few of the life seed descriptions and started to check if there were any better life seed for firearms. It took him a few minutes to skim through the firearm life seeds and soon, he had made up his mind. It's going to be the sly hand life seed. There was no other life seed of an iron level that is more appropriate than this. Now I should have a look at what the 6-armed demon is and where I can find this monster, he thought to himself. Lin Huang checked the Heart Network page to find information on the 6-armed demon. Name of monster. 6-armed demon, type of monster. Undead, combat level. Iron level rank 3 inches, common skill. Heart seizure, spirit catcher, district distribution. Wangyu Forest, demon burial ground. Remark, this is one of the most dangerous iron level monsters. Not recommended to be chosen as life seed prey. Lin Huang found the image of the monster after reading the description about it. It was a creature in a red dress, floating in the sky. She had no legs and only 6 weird-looking arms. Each of her arms was around 2 meters long with 2 joints. She had a terribly pale grimaced mask on her face that seemed to also have been doodled on intentionally. Her face was then framed with long, black hair that fell down to her waist. There was no sense of beauty to her at all, only savagery. She was a ferocious ghost with 6 long arms. Lin Huang was speechless at the sight. If this monster happened to exist on Earth, I've no idea how many people would have been frightened to death, he said aloud, the thought running a chill down his spine. Chapter 59. Everything has changed. Lin Huang started to prepare for the battle once he chose the six-armed demon as his life seed prey. He had looked up all the information he could get regarding the six-armed demon on the network, including battle videos. He watched the videos repeatedly and he felt a mixture of thrill and terror. One of the videos that Lin Huang remembered clearly was a team of 5 reserve hunters accidentally bumping into a six-armed demon in the wuxia forest. As soon as the six-armed demon discovered the team of reserve hunter, she immediately attacked. In less than a minute, all 5 of them were slaughtered. She moves like a ghost and she was incredibly fast. Each of her arms was a dreadful killing machine, the commentary played as he watched. Lin Huang immediately frowned as he saw the action. He had to admit that the six-armed demon was a powerful monster. After he finished gathering all the data about the six-armed demon, Lin Huang did some research about the 2 districts, wuxia forest and the demon burial ground. In this world, people who went into places that were named burial grounds would normally be dead, but here he was planning his hunt, alive and kicking. Similarly, the demon burial ground was a place worse than that. All these years, none of the non-transcendent humans who entered this place ever survived. He briefly looked through the information on the demon burial ground and immediately excluded it from his schedule. He did not want to go into such a creepy place as he planned to have a fighting chance at a longer life. As he closed the information page on the demon burial ground, Lin Huang then checked the information on the wuxia forest. Wuxia forest was a very spacious level 4 wilderness. It was said that the transcendent monster had appeared in this place before but it was killed. The strongest monster in the forest was a gold level monster. There was more than one gold level monster in the forest while silver level monsters were scattered everywhere in the forest. The level 4 wilderness is a bit troublesome. Lin Huang frowned again as he finished reading the information regarding the wuxia forest. To Lin Huang, the level 4 wilderness was a place with an extremely high death rate. With his abilities, it would be stressful for him even in a level 2 wilderness. Bronze level monsters were a lot stronger than iron level monsters. Although Lin Huang could easily kill iron level rank 3 monsters, it was still unknown to him if he could defeat bronze level monsters, let alone defeat silver level and gold level monsters. This wilderness is too far from me. It's within the jurisdiction of another medium-sized foothold, around 20,000 kilometers away from me. To reach that place is a problem as well. It was the first time Lin Huang realized that the world was so big and it was beyond what one could imagine. Between each of the medium-sized footholds, the distance that separated them was at least 3,000 kilometers. Some of them were even 5,000 kilometers apart. For the larger footholds, they were at least 20,000 kilometers apart given that the length of Earth's equator was only 40,000 kilometers. There were no teleportation facilities in the small-sized footholds. For the medium-sized footholds, the distance one could teleport between 2 portals was limited. Basically, one could only travel to nearby medium-sized footholds. If Lin Huang were to go to the wuxia forest, he would have to experience a portal change 6 times over. The opening of a portal cost a lot. Also, the number of times for the portal can open as well as the number of people that could be transported was restricted as well. When the foothold was crowded and no prior bookings were made, he might have to wait for more than 3 days. It was possible to travel there by riding an eagle. However, its ability to sustain prolonged flight was questionable and its physical strength was limited. He would have to transfer at each station at the medium-sized footholds and take a rest at the hotels since he would be spending a lot of time on the road. Another method was to ride on the demonic crystal spaceship. There were suites in the spaceship and its traveling speed was almost the same as the eagle. However, it was more comfortable and it stayed for only 5 minutes between each medium-sized footholds. One of the weaknesses of this spaceship was that the tickets for the spaceships were very expensive. It had limited cabin seats and only one spaceship would carry passengers each week. The ticket prices were very expensive but the supply was often falling short of demand. Inconvenience had caused Lin Huang to feel like summoning a monster that could fly. Of course, he had thought of making dimensional relics like the green wooden door, but apparently, it would be more difficult. After comparing a few methods, Lin Huang decided to take a ride on the demonic crystal spaceship. He had never seen it before and wondered how the demonic crystal spaceship looked like in this world. Lin Huang was lucky as he successfully booked a ticket via the Heart Network. The spaceship would depart from foothold No 7C87 and 3 days later, arrive at foothold number 7C82. The distance of the journey was around 20,000 kilometers, so the ticket cost him 20,000 credit points. After booking the spaceship ticket, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Huang headed to the stable residence before dinner. He visited the boss of the hotel and the guest of the hotel who taught him the sword skill he treasured. He then noticed that the boss of the hotel was not the same person and the guest was not an ordinary hunter as well. It took him 10 minutes to arrive at the stable residence. The yard was no longer the same. The small garden had become an outdoor restaurant with some tables and chairs there. There were a few young customers enjoying their drinks, sitting on the chairs in front of the small tables. A waitress came to Lin Huang and asked as he stopped in front of the door, "Mister, can I help you? Is this place owned by a new boss?" Lin Huang asked as he felt that it was impossible for Boss Yu to make so many changes to his beloved garden. "Yes, it has been 10 days now. However, these days frequent guests like you have come and they complimented our dishes and drinks, saying they're better than before. You could give it a try and I believe you'll be satisfied with it." The waitress recommended a few new menu specialties as she knew that Lin Huang was a frequent guest of the hotel under its previous management. "Thank you, I'm actually looking for Boss Yu. It's an urgent matter," Lin Huang asked as he waved his hand at the waitress. When he was about to leave, he thought of Scarface too. He then asked, "Excuse me. There was a tall man with a scar on his face who lived here last time. May I know if he is still here?" he asked the waitress again. Scarface. "No, I have never met such a person before. I'll remember if there's a person like that," the waitress said and shook her head. "All right, thank you," Lin Huang nodded, turned away and left. He never thought that Boss Yu and Scarface would leave the foothold so suddenly. Looking at the stable residence, he felt a sense of disappointment. When he got home, he read some news. Nothing special had happened. He was getting ready for dinner. Dinner had been prepared and Lin Xin was back from school. Both of them sat face to face while they ate. Lin Huang then asked Lin Xin about the stable residence. "Xin, when did the new boss take over at the stable residence?" "The second day after you left. Boss Yu and the fierce uncle left as well," Lin Xin replied. She knew it as she was at the foothold all the time. It was such a big hotel. Why did the boss sell it out in a short period of time? "It was still fine when we stayed there," Lin Huang asked, as he felt the transition was very strange. It was said that he had some family issues and needed money urgently. He sold his hotel at a very cheap price and rushed back to his hometown. The fierce uncle was hired as his bodyguard and they left together. Lin Xin told him the rumors she had heard. Oh, Lin Huang felt that it was unusual. Now as he recalled, Boss Yu and Scarface must have known each other before that time they were there. Perhaps he intentionally asked Lin Huang to pay attention to the sword skills Scarface practiced in the garden. Both of them had disappeared and it would be difficult to further investigate the issue now. "Whatever, I'm not going to think about it any further. Life has been so hectic recently," he said with a sigh. He shook his head and emptied his mind. Chapter 60. The fatty called for the next 2 days. Lin Huang prepared himself to hunt down the 6-armed demon. He even spent 100,000 credit points to expand the capacity of his storage space into 100 cubic meters. After riding on the demonic crystal spaceship, he arrived at foothold number 7C87 within a few hours. He looked for a hotel and stayed there. Foothold number 7C87 was the top-tier foothold in the No 7D101 Wulin Town region, which was the town Lin Huang was in. The locals called it Baki City as the term sounded almost like the number 87. This was not its original name, though. People had forgotten its original name as they were so used to calling it Baki City. Baki City was a regular C-grade foothold. A medium-sized foothold was a lot bigger than the average small-sized foothold. In comparison, the area of a small-sized foothold was almost the same as the area of a town on Earth. On the other hand, a medium-sized foothold would be the area of 3 cities on Earth, having a population greater than 1 million people. Baki City was livelier than Wulin Town and Snowy Mountain Town. In Wulin Town, it seemed that there were no activities held at night. It was slightly livelier at the Snowy Mountain Town as more visitors visited that place, but compared to Baki City, Snowy Mountain Town was still far from it. Lin Huang felt that he had returned to modern civilization when he arrived at Baki City. There were skyscrapers and even buildings with special architectural designs. Lin Huang's hotel was one of the skyscrapers. The hotel had a total of 39 floors and Lin Huang's room was on the 21st. He wondered how the people would get to the top floor as he entered the hotel since he had never seen a lift in this world. He realized that he had been worrying for nothing as there was a floating staircase in the hotel that somehow looked like a lift. Lin Huang had no idea about the theories and mechanism behind the operation of the floating staircase. He felt curious but he did not ask about it. After checking in, he went to his room. Lin Huang sent Lin Xin a message to tell her that he was safe. He continued watching the battle videos of the six-armed demon that Yi Zheng had sent him. When he told Yi Zheng that he had chosen the six-armed demon as his life seed prey, Yi Zheng advised him to change it but he insisted on his choice. Since the six-armed demon was a very dangerous monster, Lin Huang dared not take it too lightly. The past few days, Lin Huang had been watching the videos repeatedly as he was trying to observe and learn her attack moves, figuring out the patterns of her attack. However, he was not making any progress. In layman terms, the attacks of the six-armed demon could be described as being creepy, fast, and cruel. She did not seem to have any specific skill. Her attacks were irregular and every hit would cause instant death to her enemies. Lin Huang had a headache when he noticed this, and could not figure a way past her attacks. Under normal circumstances, he concluded that the best way to defeat it in combat was to attack from afar. Unfortunately, Lin Huang could not use his weapon as the effect of his Grey Eagle 17 on the six-armed demon was very limited. She did not seem to have any weak spots. Even bombs would hardly have any effect on her. Therefore, Lin Huang would be forced to perform a close combat maneuver. A human who killed a monster would carry out life-light baptisms, obtain life seeds and get upgrades. The entire process was restricted by two conditions. First of all, the monster must be killed by the life-light Baptist. It would not work if it was killed by the others. Secondly, the Baptist can bring along his companion. However, the combat level of the human companion must be lower than the level of the monster. Otherwise, the life light would be spread out of the monster's dead body and life seed would collapse. Lin Huang began to feel worried about the second condition. If he had to complete the hunting process all by himself and he was not allowed to summon any monsters for help, the rate of success would be close to zero. He might even be killed by the six-armed demon. However, he felt slightly relieved as he watched some of the videos in which an Imperial Censor had completed the baptism. The monsters summoned by the Imperial Censor were not human. Their combat levels would not cause the life light and life species to spread out. Therefore, Lin Huang could summon Bayer his sand monster to assist him in the battle. Since he was being restricted by the first condition, the killer must be Lin Huang himself. The summoned monsters could not kill the six-armed demon. Otherwise, Lin Huang would be unable to perform the life light baptism. I've watched these videos so many times and there weren't any flaws in her defenses. Perhaps I could only let Bai lock her up with his blood power and I'll kill her, Lin Huang thought. He could only hope such an idiotic way would allow him to kill her. He closed the page that showed the information and got ready to go out for dinner. He wanted to walk around the foothold and relax as he felt a tenseness build up inside him. Opening up the page of contact, the first person who called him was the fatty, Xianxia. Lin Huang frowned and answered the call. Lin Huang, you're still alive. The fatty's oily face appeared on the projected screen. I should say the same about you. I asked you to wait for me there but when I went back, you had disappeared, Lin Huang said. I wanted to help you. You don't appreciate me. The fatty laughed a little and said, if the witch did not tell me you were still alive, I'll not know it even until now. She told me that you've asked for my contact number from her. Why didn't you contact me? There are two reasons. The first one is because I'm busy and another reason is that I've forgotten about it. What Lin Huang said was indeed the fact. He wanted to contact the fatty after he had completed the assessment. However, he had forgotten about it when he encountered the massive monster in the crowd incident. That was bitterly disappointing. I miss you every day and even raised a memorial in your honor. I burned incense to you whenever I missed you, damn. Lin Huang interrupted the fatty before he finished his sentence. All right, let's talk about something else, fatty said as he suddenly remembered that he had something serious to tell him. I heard from the witch that you've chosen the six-armed demon as your life seed prey. Are you going to Wangyu Forest in the 2 days? Yes, I am. Why? Lin Huang asked. Are you sure that you want to hunt the six-armed demon? It is a top-tier iron-level monster. Even copper hunters would not provoke the monster, he answered. Apparently, the fatty had heard of the monster before. I knew that. I've watched her battle videos so many times. It's indeed difficult to handle, but I've got my ways, he replied. Lin Huang had fixed his battle strategy and was confident he had a chance. Oh, since you think so, that's fine. It's all right now. Fatty, you're acting strangely. What's happening? Lin Huang immediately asked. The witch asked me to advise you not to go. Since you're confident that you can do it, then it's all right, the fatty told him the truth. She has my contact number. Why didn't she call me? Lin Huang felt weird. She told me that her brother had advised you, but you didn't listen to him. She guessed that she'll not be able to influence you as well, and she asked me to convince you, the fatty said. He then asked, both of you are moving so fast in your relationship. Have you met each other's parents? Stop bullshitting me. I'm going to hang up now. Wait, don't hang up. Tell me who her brother is, the fatty asked amid laughter. Lin Huang did not want to continue with a topic like that and hung up the phone. Chapter 61. It's an open-minded world. It was 8 o'clock in the morning. Lin Huang rushed over to the Baki's City Central Plaza. He bought some snacks and drinks at a dessert shop nearby and sat in the shade under an umbrella while eating his breakfast. The pre-booked demonic crystal spaceship would appear at the Central Plaza at 9 o'clock sharp. It would stay there for 5 minutes for passengers to get on board and off the ship. He would not be able to board if he was late, and he would have to wait another week for the next spaceship. Lin Huang did not wish to have any delays. Therefore, he arrived early at the Central Plaza. It was only 8:30 a.m. after he finished his breakfast. He logged on to the network page and checked for any updates on the news. Looking at the Heart Network, there was a headline that reported a massive monster crowd that appeared in Alps town. The transcendent Yu Chanli was being bombarded with questions and interviewed with a journalist because of the incident. However, there were media representatives that shifted their focus to the weakest group, Jola and Yu Guang. They were the same as Lin Huang. They had just registered for the Reserve Hunter assessment and then joined the team to defend the town against the monster crowd. They were truly a weak team of people. During the interview, the young people looked overwhelmed. Reporters inquired about the monster crowd and the team discussed Lin Huang unconsciously. Especially Jola, he admired Lin Huang a lot and told the reporter not to forget to interview Lin Huang. Other than the name, Lin Huang, being mentioned, another issue had been revealed by Yu Guang. Bai Yan, who was the strongest man in the Reserve Hunter assessment, did not stay to fight against the monster crowd. It was being reported that he insulted them instead, saying that those who stayed to fight were a group of idiots. Soon, the media was reporting about this too. They found a video extracted from a video surveillance system in the Alps town's hotel's meeting room and uploaded the video to the network. In the video, despite Bai Yan's voice being rather soft, his voice was eventually amplified after some modifications. His expression of contempt in addition to his amplified voice had attracted a lot of attention. All of a sudden, the network was full of comments criticizing Bai Yan. He's such an irresponsible person. It's fine if he did not help, but he's being too sarcastic. He's truly an idiot. Some of them even scolded Bai Yan's family. They did research on Bai Yan's background. Even Lin Huang was astonished as he saw the information they had found. Bai Yan was of an imperial censor family and he was the eldest son of the 16th generation, possessing astonishing imperial censor talent. Bai's family was also a royal family. Their family members had terrifying capabilities in which they had a transcendent and were guarded by summoned transcendent monsters. No wonder the guy behaved so arrogantly, Lin Huang thought, and understood the reason why he looked down on the others. After browsing through the network for a while, it was almost 9 o'clock. The giant demonic crystal spaceship descended gradually, landing slowly onto the ground. Lin Huang stood up and looked at it while he was headed towards the boarding area. The big ship had luxurious designs which looked similar to a luxury cruise on Earth. However, the size of the ship was much bigger and had very colorful designs. It was a big ship with 11 floors. Many people were standing on the balcony and looking around. Also, some of them were looking down from the ship as they leaned against the deck beside of the ship. A few of them were standing on the 11th floor and looking down. There were not many people boarding at Baki City. There were only 10 of them, including Lin Huang, and there were around 8 people getting off the ship. Lin Huang adjusted the Emperor's heart ring for the projection of the ticket. It was being scanned at the boarding place and the door automatically opened. Lin Huang felt that it was similar to taking the train on Earth. After entering the ship, he looked for his room according to the room number that was shown on the ticket. The code of his ticket was 080298. That indicated that his room was on the 8th floor in room number 298. With the floating staircase, he went up to the 8th floor and found his room. He scanned his ticket before entering the room and pushed against the door. The condition of the room was better than what Lin Huang had expected. It was almost the same as in Earth's Hotel Deluxe Suite. It had a big living room, a fully equipped kitchen, sparkling toilets, and a very comfortable bedroom. No wonder the price of the ticket was so expensive. The room is very satisfying. Aside from some pocket money, all other expenses are included, Lin Huang thought. He was content with the service provided in this world. He was satisfied with most of the services provided to him so far. Besides, they hired top-quality employees who were always warm and friendly. He walked around the room and familiarized himself with his surroundings. He could see from the balcony that the spaceship had taken off. Standing on the balcony, Lin Huang felt it was very different from being on an airplane. The demonic crystal spaceship was very stable. It left the ground and gradually flew towards the sky. A large air bubble formed around the spaceship and it was shrouded in like a force field. Inside the air bubble, Lin Huang could vaguely feel slightly weighted down when the spaceship ascended. However, the feeling lasted for less than 1 minute and disappeared completely. Subsequently, the spaceship accelerated. However, Lin Huang did not feel anything odd during the whole process and there was no difference between that and standing on the ground. He would not have known the spaceship had taken off if he did not see the objects moving below him. After a short while, Lin Huang went to his bedroom. He sat on the edge of the bed, preparing to read the detailed information of Bai Yan's family. Suddenly, he received a message. He opened the message and realized it was an official advertisement given by the demonic crystal spaceship. A pretty lady in red dress popped up on the screen. In the video, she talked about the contents of the advertisement with a smile. Dear valued customers, you may click on the special service button on our spaceship's main web page if you need special services, she said sweetly. You may choose a man or woman from ages 16 to 360 years old. There are many types of age group and gender available. You may choose based on your preferences and we will satisfy your needs. If you have any special requests such as human-like monsters or non-human monsters, a pre-order is available. Please press the pre-order button and we will place the order for you. Our services will maintain our customers' privacy and confidentiality at all times and it will not be revealed to anyone or any organization. Last but not least, customers are pleased to be informed that additional charges will be incurred for special services and it's not included in the room rate, she said and smiled wide as her commentary ended. The advertisement page automatically closed as soon as the advertisement ended. I knew that this world is pretty open-minded about sex, but I didn't know that it was to this extent, Lin Huang frowned. He knew that sex services were open to the public in this world and it was legal as long as the juveniles were not involved. However, he did not expect to watch that kind of advertisement on the spaceship, even consisting of contents about the non-humans. Chapter 62, Spaceship Attack. The demonic crystal spaceship was crowded at the time. Fortunately, the room was soundproofed and Lin Huang was not disturbed. He led a life of order. He took his lunch when it was time for meals, and planned his day accordingly. After having his lunch, he walked around the deck. The first floor of the spaceship was for entertainment. There were restaurants, bars, a cinema, a casino and a swimming pool. Basic entertainment facilities were provided too. Lin Huang took a look at these facilities and left as he was not interested in any of them at the time. The 11th floor of the spaceship was reserved for VIPs. The rooms on this floor were never opened for bookings as they were used to serve the royal families. A special induction lock was installed at the entrance of the 11th floor. People like Lin Huang who had bought a normal flight ticket were not given access to the 11th floor. Therefore, Lin Huang and the rest of the passengers had no idea how the 11th floor looked like. It had been said that there were only 100 rooms on the 11th floor and the floor space of each of the rooms was many times bigger than a normal room. The remaining space was used to build high-end entertainment facilities. However, no one knew exactly what they had up there. In addition to all that, there was also an open-air balcony on the 11th floor. Similarly, it was only open to the guests who stayed there. Lin Huang could see that there were people walking around on the 11th floor balcony deck. However, it did not seem like a special event and it was less crowded than any other deck. After dinner, Lin Huang went to the bar. He was not a lively person. He seldom went to bars when he was on Earth and if he did, he would only go when he was persuaded by his friends and classmates. It was the first time for him in a bar in this world as he wanted to experience something new. The environment was good and they played relaxing music. He felt relaxed while listening to the music. However, he was utterly unfamiliar with the name of the drinks as he saw them in front of the bar counter. What the hell is an old hunter raising gun? What about the fragrant tongue of the gorgeous? There was even this very stiff. Why can't there be some normal names for the drinks? Lin Huang was speechless. He took a glance at it and all of the names consisted of words that made people have distorted thoughts. There was an old man standing behind the bar counter. He was shorter than Lin Huang and looked lascivious with his small eyes. "Young man, what would you like to order?" he asked. It was still early and there were not many customers in the bar. The old man was wiping a wine goblet while he asked, "Are there any lighter-bodied drinks?" Lin Huang hesitated and asked. He wanted to leave as he saw the names of the drinks. However, it would be rude for him to leave now since the old man had asked him for his order. Lighter-bodied drinks. The old man frowned, seemingly not satisfied with Lin Huang's question. "Yes, we have greenleaf juice here." Greenleaf juice was a very common drink that could be found in almost every bar and restaurant. It was somehow similar to the beers the people used to drink on Earth. The alcohol content of greenleaf juice was almost the same as beers, but it tasted a lot better. There was a fragrance of malt with a softly perceptible sweetness. If it were to sell on Earth, perhaps beer factories would close down soon after. "All right, then I would like to order a glass of greenleaf juice," he said. Lin Huang was afraid that if he were drunk, he would be delayed when he was disembarking the ship. Looking at the names of the drinks, he was worried that the uncle's drinks had some strong effects. Soon, the glass of greenleaf juice was served. Lin Huang took a sip and it tasted almost the same as the others. He was then assured and downed the glass of juice immediately. Perhaps it was because Lin Huang only ordered a glass of greenleaf juice, the old man did not bother to serve him after that. He was still wiping the wine cups and did not speak to Lin Huang. Oddly enough though, Lin Huang was happy with that. In the bar, there were two muscular men chatting and drinking at a seat not far away from him. Lin Huang unintentionally overheard their conversation. It was about the 11th floor of the spaceship. They were discussing a beautiful lady who stayed on the 11th floor. From their conversation, Lin Huang knew that there were 5 members of a royal family on board. The name of the beautiful lady was Leng Yuexin and she was the only child of the Leng's royal family. She was only 18 years old but ranked 13th on the Division 7 Gold Hunter board. Lin Huang was surprised too as he heard of her achievement. Yi Yeyu was 19 years old but she ranked 997th on the board. Although Yi Zheng was ranked 11th on the board, he was already 21 years old. Besides Leng Yuexin, there were 4 other royal members. They were all young men and one of them ranked 5th on the Division 7 Gold Hunter board. His name was Li Yangxing. Lin Huang had heard of his name despite him not paying much attention to the Gold Hunter board. This was mainly because he was a high-profile person. He was a legend. It was being said that he was orphaned as a child. Without any resources, he worked hard for himself until he was adopted by the Li's royal family and given the name Li Yangxing. He worked hard until he achieved what he had now. However, he was already 27 years old. According to them, Lin Yangxing was chasing Leng Yuexin while he invited the other 3 royal members to accompany him. Li Yangxing sounded like a high-handed person. Although Lin Huang did not have much knowledge of who Li Yangxing was, he somehow felt that it would not be easy for him to achieve what he had now. Of course, he had to be a hard-working person but not everything could be achieved with just hard work. It was still a mystery why the Li's royal family would put so much effort into educating an outsider since they had descendants of their own. However, Lin Huang did not bother to know more about it since it was about someone else and it had nothing to do with him. Lin Huang left when the 2 muscular men switched to discussing the special services provided. The sky was getting darker as he went back to his room. A sound of a siren was heard coming from the spaceship as he was about to practice his no-trail snow-stepping technique. In a short while, a loud and noisy sound was heard. "There's a flock of birds coming towards us. For the sake of safety, passengers please leave the deck and go back to your own rooms as soon as possible. Please make sure that the door and windows are closed and put your seatbelts on. It's normal if you feel the spaceship tremble when the birds attack. Don't worry as we'll settle this as soon as possible. I hereby apologize for the inconvenience caused," and the voice trailed off. After the announcement was made, Lin Huang quickly closed the doors. He put on his seatbelt and sat near a window. He was curious to how the spaceship would stand against the birds' attack. Soon, the birds were getting closer to the spaceship. Lin Huang could see clearly from the window that they were millions of blast sparrows. Under normal circumstances, most of the blast sparrows were bronze level to silver level. Apparently, the only blast sparrow with a gold crown on its head was a gold level sparrow. Lin Huang could not see from his angle whether the spaceship had taken any countermeasures to defend against the sparrows. However, he could clearly see that the flock of sparrows was flying towards the spaceship. Soon, the spaceship was surrounded by them. Chapter 63. Blast Sparrow. The brain-eating maniac. A blast sparrow's black wings were about 2 meters long and there was a yellow patch on its belly. Their head was black in color and only those that had upgraded to gold level would have a gold crown appear on their head. However, even being upgraded to a gold level, there would not be any changes in its shape. It would be difficult to distinguish them apart if one did not observe them carefully. After a moment, Lin Huang caught a glimpse of the gold level blast sparrow. However, the gold level sparrow hid amongst the crowd and disappeared from view very quickly. Blast sparrows did not look fierce. Despite the fact that they had very sharp claws, they looked weak. Besides, although they had sharp beaks, their beaks were short. But, it would be a big mistake if one underestimated their combat strength based on their appearance. Despite having claws that looked rather weak, the blast sparrows had claws that were as strong as steel talons. They would have no difficulty at all hunting down prey weighing more than 300 kilograms. Their short beaks had terrifying attack power and their attack speed was far beyond that of a pile driver machine. In just a few seconds, they could easily stab a hole through the skull of a monster like the sand monster and chomp down on its brain. Brains were the blast sparrow's favorite. If brains could not satisfy their hunger, only then will they tear the prey's body apart and start eating their fats and organs. In short, they loved eating foods that were sticky, soft and moist. Right this moment, it was very dangerous as the spaceship was surrounded by a flock of blast sparrows. This was because the blast sparrow had a fearsome attack speed. Looking at the spaceship being completely surrounded by the flock of sparrows, Lin Huang began to feel worried. He did not want his brain to end up in their beaks. Before purchasing the flight ticket, he had checked up on the safety of the demonic crystal spaceship and their safety index was as high as 99.8% with relatively low accident rates. However, coming up against such a flock with a hidden gold level Sparrow King, Lin Huang could not help but worry about it. They launched consecutive attacks after surrounding the spaceship. Some of them grabbed the layer of the air bubble in which the spaceship was surrounded in with their claws while the others used their beaks to attack. The spaceship began to shake when the attack was launched. Followed by the blast sparrow's attack, the layer of air bubble emitted beams of purple rays from its exterior. Many of the blast sparrows were blown away. Witnessing the scene through the window, Lin Huang was relieved. The air bubble was made of unknown materials as there was a power grid-like defensive shield in the layer of the air bubble. The blast sparrows were blown away or fell directly down to the ground as the electric current shocked them. The number of blast sparrows in the sky was greatly reduced by the countermeasures. However, they had not get rid of the crisis that then presented itself as the gold-crowned Sparrow King appeared. It pecked the air bubble repeatedly and its attack speed was unbelievable. The continuous flow of electric current that struck its body had no effect whatsoever. Its attack speed did not diminish. The protective layer was being attacked by the gold-crowned Sparrow King violently, causing the trembling of the spaceship to get even stronger. The windows in Lin Huang's room would not stop shaking. Looking through the window, he could see the gold-crowned Sparrow King's attack. He felt like the protective layer of the spaceship would be broken anytime. He could not stop thinking about the protective barrier popping and countless blast sparrows would come rushing through the windows, followed by a scene of blast sparrows feasting on their brains. "I hope the brain feast does not happen here," Lin Huang said with a shiver as he tried hard to forget about it. In the pilot's cockpit, an old man wanted to fight back as he saw the gold-crowned Sparrow King attack the defensive shield. Before the old man could react to it, a figure appeared from the top of the spaceship and flew up into the sky. The old man immediately stopped, laughed and shook his head. That young man nowadays is indeed an impetuous fellow. There's a transcendent on the spaceship. Lin Huang was stunned as he saw the sudden appearance of the figure. He fixed his gaze and realized that it was a young man carrying a pair of golden wings on his back. It's a flying gold-level weapon, he thought, awestruck by the sight. Flying weapons were extremely rare, so their prices were at least 10 times higher than weapons of the same level. The gold-level flying weapon was the most powerful weapon with the strongest maneuver capabilities, and its price was almost the same as a relic. The user of such relics must, of course, have an equally strong background. Lin Huang felt that the young man who carried the golden wings looked familiar. Soon, he recalled that he was the man that he had heard about at the bar, Li Yangxing, the one who ranked 5th on the Gold Hunter board. He had been the center of many public media headlines, and Lin Huang had seen him appearing on the news many times before. Therefore, he recognized him instantly. Although Lin Yangxing was already 27 years old, he looked like he was only 20 years old. He was tall, handsome and charming as he flew with his big golden wings. Many of the married and single women on the spaceship showed their affections by screaming love confessions towards him when they saw him fly up in the sky. Lin Huang had to admit that he appeared more attractive to women with his abilities in addition to his body and looks. "Damn, beast!" Li Yangxing shouted. His body seemed to have transformed into a beam of golden electric current and struck the gold-crowned Sparrow King. The moment when he penetrated through the air bubble, Lin Huang noticed that the token hanging around his waist brightened. Lin Huang guessed that it was a special token owned by royal families. If it was not, then it must have been given to him by the captain. Regardless of which reason it was, there must have been something special about the token, as he could pass through the air bubble at will. Li Yangxing was holding a long black sword in his hand and attacked the gold-crowned Sparrow King with a slanted slash. Despite the handle of the sword being black in color, it was apparent that it was not an iron-level sword. Instead, it was a genuine relic. Lin Huang opened his eyes wide as he saw Li Yangxing execute the attack. The slanted slash generated a beam of golden life power in the air, resembling a crescent moon slashing towards the gold-crowned Sparrow King. With a mere hit, he cut through the Sparrow King's neck. In a moment, the head of the gold-crowned Sparrow King and its neck were torn apart and a large amount of blood oozed out of the wound. As the corpse was falling towards the ground, Li Yangxing grabbed it mid-air and kept it in his storage space. He did not bother to look at the rest of the blast sparrows. The remaining blast sparrows started to flee as their leader was killed before their beady eyes, and they knew that they had provoked a dangerous foe. Li Yangxing turned away, flying back towards the top of the spaceship. Lin Huang noticed that as he passed through the air bubble, the token around his waist brightened again. This assured him of the fact that he might be right. The flight returned to normal as soon as they got rid of the blast sparrows. Soon, the all-clear was sounded by the staff of the spaceship. The crowds got out of their room once again and the liveliness of the spaceship was restored. Lin Huang did not join them. He started to ponder about Li Yangxing's attack. Despite it being just one hit, Lin Huang was sure that if the sword skill was converted into a skill card, its ranking must have been at least a rare card. He tidied up his room, and started to practice the technique he had witnessed just a while ago. Chapter 64. Arriving at the destination as soon as they had got rid of the crisis with the blast sparrows, the sky darkened and the spaceship was brightly lit. During this hour, most of the passengers were having fun on the deck or on the entertainment floor. In the bar, the people discussed the incident in which Li Yangxing had attacked the monsters just now. Those who did not know his identity knew his name very well now. It was very noisy outside on each deck, but Lin Huang had never left his room. In the living room, he was practicing the sword technique he witnessed Li Yangxing performing against the Black Sparrow earlier. In fact, it took him more than an hour to imitate Li Yangxing's skill. However, he was not rewarded with any skill pieces. It was not because of the level of Li Yangxing's technique was higher than that of Great Sword Scripture. It was due to the fact that he had only performed the technique once and Lin Huang had only watched it once as well. Unlike the Great Sword Scripture Part 1, Scarface had practiced the same technique 3 times at each practice session and Lin Huang secretly watched it for a few days. He was given a very good reference standard with old Scarface. In addition, with the help of the calming tea, he could easily master the essence of the sword technique. Besides, from his previous experience of obtaining the Great Sword Scripture pieces, he understood that being rewarded skill pieces did not depend on the similarity of movement. The most important part was he had to master the essence of the sword technique. As long as he could master the essence of the technique, he would have a higher probability of being rewarded the skill pieces. Lin Huang had brandished his sword for the 1000th time. However, still, he could not imitate the technique. He did not give up. He practiced again and again by recalling the scene when Li Yangxing slashed his sword. The sky got darker as time passed. The liveliness of the spaceship remained the same. Despite there being few people on deck, they all joined the entertainment events on the first floor. The bar was no longer as quiet as before and it played rock music into the night. It was so crowded and the people were dancing all around. After dancing for a while, some of the men had boners in their pants and immediately pulled the women with them to small rooms behind the bar. The moaning sounds of the woman and the heavy breathing sound of the man coming from the small rooms could be heard, but the sounds were covered by the music played in the bar. If Lin Huang were here, his doubts regarding the odd wine names would probably start making sense. At midnight, the spaceship was still as lively as it was. However, Lin Huang had been practicing the technique for more than 5 hours in his room. Still, nothing was rewarded. He was drenched in sweat. He stopped, exhausted. It's already 12 o'clock. I should sleep earlier tonight and wake up early tomorrow to practice, Lin Huang thought as he looked at the clock and kept his sword back in his storage space. The level of the set of sword technique was rare or even higher. If he were awarded the complete set of skill pieces, he would gain another powerful sword combat skill. Even if the rare sword skill had only one technique, which was the one that he saw, it would still be a great benefit to him. He went to the toilet and had a bath. It was 12:40 a.m. and Lin Huang was lying in bed. In just a short while, he fell asleep. At 7 o'clock the next morning, Lin Huang woke up and went to the first floor for breakfast. After having his breakfast, he went back to his room and continued practicing the technique. The demonic crystal spaceship would normally take 28 hours to travel from foothold number 7C87 to foothold number 7C82. However, considering the time taken in which the spaceship stopped between footholds, it took approximately 29 hours to arrive. Lin Huang got on board the spaceship the day before at 9 o'clock in the morning. He estimated that the spaceship would arrive around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. He had approximately 6 hours to practice the sword technique. The middle part of Lin Huang's living room had been emptied. All of the tables, chairs and other furniture were pushed against the wall or to the edge of the living room. He began to practice with his sword. He did the same movement repeatedly barefooted in the middle of the living room, not feeling tired at all. This is wrong. Let's do it again. No, it's still wrong. Try again. From around 8 o'clock in the morning until 11 o'clock, Lin Huang could not recall how many times he had practiced. However, each time when he brandished with his sword, he would imagine a scene where he would compare his technique with the one performed by Li Yangxing, figuring out what he had missed out. All of a sudden, his technique of wielding the sword shadowed Li Yangxing's movement as he had imagined. Lin Huang was shocked and soon, he heard a notification jingle coming from Xiaohe. Congratulations, you have gained a skill card, Thunder Sword, Pieces X1. Lin Huang was stunned as he saw the notification. He asked, Xiaohe, if I was to collect and combine the Thunder Sword pieces into a skill card, will I be rewarded with only one skill or a whole set of skill technique? You'll be rewarded a whole set of skill technique if you have collected a complete set of skill pieces, Xiaohe replied. Xiaohe's answer was beyond Lin Huang's expectation. Are you sure? If so, why couldn't I obtain more skill pieces after I was rewarded with the Great Sword Scripture Part 1-inch skill card? According to what you said, I should be able to obtain pieces of the Great Sword Scripture Part 2 inches with Part 1 skill that I have obtained. Lin Huang asked in doubt. This was because of the Great Sword Scripture had two different rarities for Part 1 and Part 2. You would not be able to master Part 2 technique since its rarity is relatively higher. If they had the same rarity, you would be able to master it with the Great Sword Scripture Part 1 foot. Conversely, if you were rewarded with a technique of higher rarity such as the Great Sword Scripture Part 2, similarly, you would be able to derive the Great Sword Scripture Part 1 foot. In short, one could derive a new technique with an existing technique of higher rarity or the same level of rarity. However, one would not be able to derive a new technique if its existing technique had a lower rarity, Xiaohe explained. After listening to Xiaohe's detailed explanation, Lin Huang then realized that there was a rule like that with such skills. However, Lin Huang felt happy as his doubts were cleared. This indicated that in most of the combat skills, he would only need to memorize a small part of the technique and practice it repeatedly. Eventually, he would be able to collect a complete set of skill card after he could grasp the essence of the technique, as long as the skill did not have skills of different rarities. Lin Huang practiced even harder as he knew about this. However, after an hour, he did not feel what he felt just now. He had yet to obtain the second skill piece. Lin Huang did not feel anxious about it, though. It was 12 o'clock in the afternoon now. In less than an hour, they would be getting off the spaceship. He kept his sword and placed the furniture in its initial position. He took a bath and changed his clothes. He tidied up the room, checked and made sure that he did not leave any belongings there and left the room. Going down the floating stairs, he headed towards the deck beside the ship's entrance. He could see that the spaceship was landing. In just a few minutes, the spaceship landed at foothold number 7C82. Lin Huang scanned his ticket at the exit and the door automatically opened. Lin Huang stepped out of the spaceship. Chapter 65, An Adventurer's Paradise. Foothold number 7C82 was known as the Carefree City. It was given such a name as the foothold had encountered monster hordes so many times and the residents were severely injured. In order to show that they hope for a better future, the human had named the foothold a Carefree City. One odd thing that happened was, ever since it was given such a name, fortune had particularly favored. The foothold and monster hordes have never invaded them for over hundreds of years. The city had a slow pace of life. The residents were living and working in peace. Indeed, it was a carefree place. It was 1 o'clock in the afternoon when Lin Huang arrived at Carefree City. He did not depart immediately but he headed towards the Adventurer Paradise. Adventurer Paradise was a subdivision of the Hunter Association's so-called Adventurer Association. It was specially established to recruit the adventurers going on exploration missions. However, as soon as the Hunter Association slowly transferred the explorer jobs out from the Adventurer Association, it was separated and became an independent organization, eventually changing its name to the Adventurer Paradise. The Hunter Association used to be a loosely organized organization. It was actually a training organization that cultivated talents. However, they could not control these talented people, causing the loss of top-class talent. The initial objective of establishing the Adventurer Association was to retain the talented individuals. However, the Adventurer Paradise imposed strict obligations whereby they had a totally different set of rules and regulations compared to that of the Hunter Association. The members of the Adventurer Association had to accept a mission within a specific period of time. Compared to the Hunter Association, it had better management. Despite Adventurer Paradise becoming an independent organization, both organizations in many ways were still interrelated. Lin Huang was seeking for a station at the Adventurer Paradise as he could not enter Wangyu Forest on his own. Wangyu Forest was located in the southwest of the Carefree City, approximately 3,000 kilometers away from the city. Towards this direction, not even a small-sized foothold was found. In fact, small-sized footholds had been built before but they had been repeatedly destroyed by monster hordes, causing injuries and casualties. Eventually, the authorities had decided to cease building them. Without the foothold, there would not be any stopping points for eagle rides, let alone traveling from one portal to another. It was an uninhabited area. The regions within 3,000 kilometers were wilderness that ranged from level -1 wild zones to level 3 wild zones. It would not be safe on the road even if Lin Huang rode on his iron level rank 3 sand monster. Therefore, he was looking for a silver level adventurer as a companion to enter Wangyu Forest. Soon, he found the Adventurer Paradise's station at a foothold. The entrance was crowded. As he entered the station, Lin Huang looked around. It was somehow similar to the Hunter Association station as the design of the buildings were alike. The only difference was the atmosphere. Similarly, it was a square-shaped office that had a transparent polygonal dome at a height of around 10 meters. The wall was painted with light, warm, yellow paint. It felt totally different from the grayish-white colored wall of the Hunter Association. Besides, the color of the floor was different as well. The color of the floor was also light yellow here whereas the Hunter Association's floor was a dark gray color. As Lin Huang was looking around, a young female staff came up to him and asked, "Mister, can I help you?" "I'm looking for an adventurer team to go to the Wangyu Forest," Lin Huang asked her. "I'll help you to check on it." The female staff nodded her head and smiled. She led Lin Huang to the customer service counter. In just a short while, she had gotten the results. "There is a team going to Wangyu Forest 4 days from now. You're considered lucky as the leader of the team is of a gold level." She had a mission with her and had to stay at Wangyu Forest for a week. The next team heading towards Wangyu Forest would have been 12 days from now, she said. "Of course, you may consider hiring an adventure team to escort you. After getting things done, they'll escort you back here. However, the expenses would be a lot higher, she continued. Lin Huang had inquired about this before through the network. He knew that there were two ways that he could follow the adventurer team. The first one was the adventurer team had to go on a mission and led him to his destination, while the other method was to directly hire an adventurer, the latter of which being more expensive. The credit points one needed to pay for were equal to the life crystals he consumed each day. However, the former cost only 2 credit points for a round trip. As he heard that he'd be having a gold-level adventurer as the team leader, Lin Huang made up his mind. There's no need of hiring an adventurer, I'll just wait for a few days, he told the staff member. Alright, the full cost will be 20,000 credit points. Before making any payments, here's one special requirement for those who are heading towards Wuxia Forest. As soon as the female staff finished her sentence, a web page popped up in front of her. Please read carefully before you agree to accept the terms and conditions. Lin Huang took a look at it and realized that it was a disclaimer. It was briefly about the safety of the visitors heading towards Wuxia Forest. Upon arriving at Wuxia Forest, it was no longer the team's responsibility to protect the visitor. The team was only responsible for the visitor's safety during the journey. If the visitor died in Wuxia Forest, the team would not bear any responsibility and the fees once paid would not be refunded. Lin Huang nodded his head after he read, if they had completed their task in Wuxia Forest after a week, but I'm not done, for how many days will they wait for me? At most, 3 days. 3 days later, be it you're alive or dead, they'll be coming back. According to our rules, if you did not show up at the gathering point after 3 days, you're considered dead, she said. Of course, if there are some valid reasons that cause the delay, you may apply it through our network. However, additional charges will be incurred according to the expenses of employing an adventurer. Approval for deferment is subjected to the team's willingness. The staff explained the details. If the team declines your application for deferment, you may apply to hire an adventurer team. However, the cost of the new team would be double the fee, she continued. I understand and accept the terms. Lin Huang nodded his head and scanned his Emperor's heart ring on the lower right corner of the disclaimer, which was an empty space. Soon, his personal identity information was printed on it. Please check the contract. If there's no other problem, please scan to confirm your payment by scanning the payment streaks at the end of the contract, the staff continued. A new page popped up. It was a simple employment contract. Lin Huang briefly looked through the contract and flipped to the last page of the contract. Using his Emperor's heart ring, he scanned the payment streaks. It was somehow similar to the payment barcode that existed on Earth. However, the payment streaks looked nicer in color with a picture. In just a short while, a notification message to confirm transaction was completed and received. Also, the staff showed that payment was accepted. Employer-employee relationship is established. The adventurer team will contact you soon. Please remember to record the venue and time to meet up, the female staff reminded him. Yes, I know, thank you. Lin Huang nodded his head and walked towards the exit of the station. Leaving the adventurer paradise, Lin Huang looked for a hotel. Since the adventurer team would depart 4 days later, he would have some extra time to practice his sword technique with the hope of collecting a complete set of skill pieces before his departure. Lin Huang checked the information of the hotel on the network. Suddenly, a notification message popped up. The content was short and simple, depart 3 days later. Gather at the south door of the foothold at 9 o'clock in the morning. Looking at the message, Lin Huang grinned. The message was clear and concise. He seems to be a guy who did not talk much. That's great, I can enjoy the silence on the trip, he thought. Chapter 66. Mission card has been activated. Lin Huang checked into a nice hotel in Carefree City and he had specifically asked for a suite with a bigger living room. It was for sword training. He had 4 days before he exploring the Wuxia Forest and so Lin Huang wanted to accumulate skill card pieces. It would be perfect if he got a complete skill card before he left for Wuxia Forest. However, things did not go the way he imagined them to. Lin Huang checked into the hotel around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Apart from the 20 minutes he spent having dinner, he practiced until 12 midnight. He had lost the momentum he had before. Even after 10 hours of practice, he did not obtain even one card piece. For the next 3 days, apart from eating and sleeping, Lin Huang had spent all his time on practice. He started at 8 in the morning and practiced all the way to 12 midnight. In total, He practiced more than 15 hours every day. However, what he obtained within the 3 days were not up to his expectations. He only got hold of the rhythm of the sword twice and obtained 2 skill card pieces in 3 days. On the third night, he laid on his bed, exhausted. He was upset. It's not easy to mimic the rhythm after watching the demonstration once. If Li Yangxing was to show me more of his thunder sword or even a couple more times of the same technique, I would have more reference to practice and probably not seem as pathetic as I do now with the few card pieces I have. He then went to bed, tired. The next morning, he washed up and then had a buffet breakfast on the second floor of the hotel. He then ordered a monster car and headed straight to the south door. A monster car was a transport similar to a carriage. In this world, it was only used for traveling within the city, as the distance between one foothold to another would be too time-consuming as they were really far apart. The monster used for the monster car would usually be a creature that lived in the snow. It was a tamed hoofed creature with white hair. It looked like a horse, but it was much bigger than a horse. Its body length was usually around 3 meters long and it had silver sharp teeth with a tremendously strong bite. It was an omnivore that loved meat. Lin Huang chose to ride on a monster car as it would attract too much attention if he rode on his sand monster or ox devil. Also, his monsters walked on 2 legs. They were not meant to be ridden on and it was uncomfortable to ride on them. It was cheap to ride on a monster car as it would only cost him 1 credit point for 1 kilometer. It cost Lin Huang 12 credit points to ride from the hotel to the southern door of the foothold. It was 8:50 a.m. when he arrived at the south door of the foothold. Just as he got off the monster car, he saw a familiar tall young man. Li Yangxing, why is he here? Lin Huang found it strange. He thought about it and realized that since he was a VIP, he should have used the exclusive path for VIPs. That was perhaps why he did not see Li Yangxing when they got off the spaceship. There were 3 other young men with him. Lin Huang hardly left his room when he was on the spaceship. He had only seen Li Yangxing. He figured that the other 3 men could be royalty just like Li Yangxing was. As Lin Huang was checking them out, Li Yangxing looked at him and waved out of a sudden. Lin Huang thought that was odd. He looked around himself and realized that there was nobody else there, and in response, Lin Huang pointed at himself. Li Yangxing nodded and gestured at him to go over. Don't tell me he's the one leading the team, Lin Huang mumbled while walking towards the 4 of them. Hi, my name is Li Yangxing. You must be the Lin Huang who is following our team, am I right? Li Yangxing smiled to Lin Huang while he walked closer to them. Hi there, I've seen you on the news. Lin Huang smiled and nodded. I'm the one who is joining your team to Wangyu Forest, nice to meet you. Bro Lin Huang, as we have a mission in Wangyu Forest, our schedule is pretty tight. We usually never have anyone else follow our team. We made a mistake by accidentally picking someone from the application form and now you're on our team. Li Yangxing seemed troubled. It's our mistake. We can compensate you sufficiently so that you can hire an adventurer team. We do suggest that you withdraw from our team because we really do not wish to bring an outsider with us. Though Li Yangxing sounded sincere, Lin Huang hesitated. He thought he could secretly learn Li Yangxing's sword skill during the trip. But now that Li Yangxing insisted him to withdraw from his team and was willing to compensate him, it was hard for him to reject Li Yangxing's offer. Seeing that Lin Huang was not quite happy, Li Yangxing added, actually the highest wild zone in Wangyu Forest is only a grade 3 and therefore, a silver-level adventurer would be sufficient. There would be less risk if bro Lin Huang hired a silver adventurer. If you follow us, we will have to part ways when we arrive in Wangyu Forest. If you hire a team, you could get them to bring you into the forest and they might even hunt for you. The more Li Yangxing explained his position, the more convinced Lin Huang was. He did not choose to hire a team earlier as he did not have that kind of money. To hire an adventurer team, he would need 100,000 credit points for a day. The journey into Wangyu Forest would cost him 100,000 credit points and upon return, another 100,000 more. If there was a delay in the forest, he would be broke. Just when he was going to reply Li Yangxing, a notification came up and a communication box popped up in front of him. Mission card activated due to special circumstances. A mission card then popped up. The blonde lady dressed in a black maid attire on top of the card started to speak. Congratulations, your mission card has been activated due to special circumstances. Now, let me announce your mission. Your mission is as follows. Follow Lang Yuexin into Wangyu Forest. After you have leveled up to iron level, Follow Lin Huang back into Carefree City. Mission time limit, 15 days. Mission award, 1 advance card. If you fail to complete the mission within given time, you will be punished. One of your monster cards will be randomly removed. Mission announcement has been completed. You can read the description of the card. After the mission announcement was done, the blonde lady stood still again. Lin Huang was doubtful as he did not see Lin Huang here at all. Why would his mission include following Lin Huang into Wangyu Forest if they were not there? As Lin Huang was thinking, a lady's voice spoke from behind him. You must be Lin Huang who is following the team, is that right? Lin Huang turned around. It was a poised woman standing behind him. She had black, short hair that covered half of her neck. She seemed very cold. My name is Lin Huang, I am the team leader of the mission, she said. Hi, I'm Lin Huang who is following the team. After confirming her name, Lin Huang finally understood the reason why the mission card was activated. As the mission was confirmed, Lin Huang was not thinking of withdrawing himself from the team anymore. Seeing Lin Huang talking to Lin Huang, Li Yangxing frowned. The other royalty young man spoke too. Bro Lin Huang, I thought you mentioned that something came up and that you won't be following us anymore. Lin Huang looked at the young man and pretended not to know what he was talking about. Did I say that? Oh, I don't remember. Lin Huang said shamelessly. No matter what, he would not leave the team or else he would lose a monster card if he failed the mission. It would be a great loss if he were to lose by our tyrant. Lin Huang noticed that there was something transpiring between the both of them. She interrupted the young man who was attempting to speak again and said, since he's here, let's go together. You can always handle your stuff when you're back, Lin Huang, there's nothing else I have to do apart from this mission. Lin Huang mumbled innocently. Although his voice was soft, the rest heard him loud and clear. Then it must be my mistake. The young man let out an awkward smile and did not speak again. Chapter 67. A man should have the audacity to be a third wheel. Since Lin Huang asked him to stay, Lin Huang did not excuse himself though the others wanted him to. Li Yangxing was expressionless and it was obvious that the other young men were unhappy, yet they did not say a word. It was awkward, but Lin Huang decided to join the team anyway. He was also the only outsider who followed. I guess you don't have a mount, am I right? Lin Huang asked Lin Huang. No, I can't afford that, Lin Huang was honest. The young men from royalty judged Lin Huang when they heard what he said. You'll ride with me then, I didn't bring extra mounts. Lin Huang offered, but her expression remained cold. It was obvious that she was just offering so that she could complete the mission. Bro Lin, why don't you ride with me instead? Miss Leng is a lady and it may not be convenient. Li Yangxing saw and offered Lin Huang a ride with him. Lin Huang looked at Lin Huang to wait for his decision. Lin Huang asked Xiaohei, the mission card requested me to enter Wangyu Forest with Lin Huang. Must I ride with her or can we go our separate ways? You can be separated from her as long as the both of you enter Wangyu Forest together. After hearing the response, Lin Huang said, I'm good with anything as long as I get a ride. Lin Huang noticed that it was because of Lin Huang that made Li Yangxing insist on him withdrawing from the mission. Now that he shamelessly joined the team, if he were to ride with Lin Huang, it would cause rifts between him and Li Yangxing. He did not want to complicate things as his goal was to complete his mission. In reality, he never wanted to be a third wheel. He did not expect to bump into Li Yangxing and the rest. If the mission card was not activated, he would definitely accept Li Yangxing's suggestion to hire an adventurer team to bring him into the forest. It would have been a better option as the team could get him to the area where the six-armed demon was. Seeing that Lin Huang did not have any qualms, Lin Huang nodded without saying a word. They walked outside the south door foothold and took out their monster taming token. They then released the mounts from their tokens. The monster taming token was a unique tool that would create a contract with a tamed monster and seal the monster in the token. They can release the monster temporarily whenever they needed it. The token was comparable to relics as ordinary people could not afford to use it. Those who could afford it would only use it for mounts or to create a contract with rare mutated monsters. If one were to seal an ordinary monster in it, its value would drop lower than the price of the token. Moreover, not just anybody could tame a monster, only Imperial censors could do that, but it would cost a bomb. The 5 of them owned a mount each. Lin Huang was stunned at their spending power. Lin Huang's mount was a bird with blue feathers. Lin Huang could recognize it was a gold-level blue snow eagle. It was a real raptor in the monster world. What got Lin Huang's attention was the sky dragon that Li Yangxing was riding. A sky dragon was a gold-level monster. It was a distant relative of a transcendent monster, the flying dragon. It looked approximately 80% like a flying dragon, but its size was much smaller than 10 meters. The real flying dragon was a few hundred meters long and it was born a transcendent. It was hard to capture a flying dragon for transportation even for a transcendent human. Li Yangxing's sky dragon had almost reached its matured size, its scales were bloody red. It was considered a great sky dragon. The rest were riding an ordinary gold-level bird, incomparable with a sky dragon and a blue snow eagle. They rode on their own monsters. When Lin Huang followed Li Yangxing to ride on the sky dragon, it glared and scoffed at Lin Huang. Li Yangxing ignored what it did and pretended that he did not see that. Lin Huang ignored it too and sat behind Li Yangxing. The unexpected appearance of 5 mounts at the entrance of Foothold attracted many people. While the young men were proud of themselves, Li Yangxing was cool and calmed. Lin Huang did not care about the people. She patted the back of her blue snow eagle and departed from the foothold into the sky. Seeing that Lin Huang had departed, Li Yangxing and the others followed suit. The 5 of them headed to the southwest and soon disappeared among the people who gathered around to watch. The 3,000 kilometers journey only needed 1.5 hours with the gold-level mounts. They were flying at 2,000 kilometers per hour. It was the same speed as a supersonic aircraft on Earth. It was just an ordinary monster's flying speed. They had yet to reach their maximum speed. Sitting on the sky dragon, Lin Huang could not feel the air pressure at all. It was strange for Lin Huang and he did not understand the theory. Just when he wanted to ask, he recalled Li Yangxing not being that interested to make small talk with him, so he dodged the thought. Unsure if the gold-level seats were too powerful or for some other reasons, they were not attacked by any birds during the past 1.5 hours. It was a bummer as Lin Huang was planning to watch Li Yangxing's sword technique if they were attacked. Soon 1.5 hours had passed and they landed outside of Wangyu Forest. They got down from their seats and sealed their monsters into the monster taming token. Li Yangxing and the rest planned to part ways with Lin Huang immediately except for Lin Huang. She asked Lin Huang, "What are you trying to hunt for? If we're on the same path, we can bring you along. We're familiar with where the monsters are scattered in this forest." Li Yangxing and the rest who were standing 10 meters away glared impatiently at Lin Huang. "I'm here to get to iron level. The life seed prey that I'm looking for is a 6-armed demon." Lin Huang told her his intention. 6-armed demon? Why would you choose this monster? Lin Huang found it strange. Although the 6-armed demon is considered the top monster in iron level, I would advise you to get another life seed prey, for I fear you might lose your life anytime. Although what Lin Huang said was unpleasant to his ears, Lin Huang knew that she had said that for his own good. "It's all right, if I really can't manage to kill it, I will consider other life seed prey. Let me give it a try first." Lin Huang declined her suggestion tactfully. "You guys go ahead, don't worry about me. Let us bring you there since we're on the same path. I will tell you when we have reached and then we can part ways." Lin Huang did not say much since Lin Huang was adamant with his decision, but she insisted to bring him along anyway. "Since we're on the same path, then I'll follow you again." Lin Huang did not expect Lin Shuiyan to be so helpful. I'll continue to be the third wheel then. Li Yangxing and the rest were obviously annoyed. Chapter 68. Crimson Gold Armored Dragon. Seeing that Lin Huang attempted to follow the team, Li Yangxing hinted to the young men. One of them said to Lin Huang immediately, "Miss Lin, we have already fulfilled our mission to send him here, there's no need to bring him along into the forest. Although we're heading on the same path where the 6-armed demon is, with this kid's speed, he would definitely slow us down. I don't think it's a good idea to bring him along with us." "I think so too, we can't be carrying this kid on our back," the other 2 young men added on. "Since we need 3 to 5 days to arrive there, it doesn't really make a difference even if he slows us down." Lin Huang insisted to bring Lin Huang into the forest. "Since Miss Lin wants to bring Bro Lin along, we'll do so then. It wouldn't make a difference with an extra person as we can take a slow walk and enjoy the scenery." Instead of rejecting, Li Yangxing agreed to what Lin Huang said. "Bro Lin, you can follow us, but just be careful for your own safety on the road." The young men did not say a word since Li Yangxing spoke. Lin Huang looked at him with a bewildered expression. He thought Li Yangxing would oppose the idea of him following them. He started to think that Li Yangxing was up to something. Then I'll be bothering you guys for a little longer, I apologize. Lin Huang smiled and said. He behaved himself during the journey by not being talkative. Lin Huang was nothing in Li Yangxing and the gang's eyes since he was not even an iron level. They did not realize that Lin Huang knew what they were up to. Use your Emperor's Heart Ring to mark down the route. You can follow the route when you return and wait for us here. Our mission would take 5 to 7 days, it would not take more than 10 days. I will send you a message when we are done with our mission. If you are not here when we return, we will wait for you for another 3 days. We would leave 3 days later if you did not show up. By then, you will have to hire another team to assist you. Leng Yuexin told Lin Huang before they departed. I understand. Lin Huang nodded. The rest did not say a word and headed into the forest. Lin Huang followed behind them. The 6 of them walked into the forest. Besides Lin Huang, the rest of them looked like they were on a vacation. They did not seem nervous at all. Lin Huang was slightly nervous as if it was a grade 4 wild zone. It was not an amusement park as any monsters that were over iron level were life-threatening to him. Soon, they faced monsters' attacks. The young men killed all the monsters easily and their dead bodies were scattered everywhere. Lin Huang was tempted to keep the dead monsters but was shy. The dead bodies could be sold to the Hunter Association. A complete iron level monster could be sold up to 10,000 credit points. A bronze level could be sold up to 100,000 credit points. As they ventured further into the jungle, the monsters that attacked them were upgraded from iron level to bronze level. Lin Huang noticed that they did not even look at the monster after they killed them. He picked up the bronze level monsters along the way and kept them with him. Fortunately, the sizes of monsters were not too big. Lin Huang's space storage was almost full after picking up more than 10 monsters. It seemed like 100 cubic meters was not enough and he had spent 1 million credit points to upgrade his storage space to 1,000 cubic meters. Looking at him picking up the dead bodies, the young men scoffed because the money was insignificant to them. Lin Huang, on the other hand, did not care what they thought about him since they would not be seeing each other after the mission completed. It was their business how they wanted to think of Lin Huang. The money that he could obtain by selling the dead bodies was his priority. Following these princes, Lin Huang collected more than 100 bronze-level monster bodies within 3 hours. The space storage that he had just upgraded was full again with dead bodies that were worth more than 10 million credit points. He then upgraded his space storage to 3,000 cubic meters with 2 million credit points. He was only left with 100,000 credit points now. After another 7 hours, Lin Huang collected much more dead monsters. His only regret was not being able to see Li Yangxing fight. Along the way, all the monsters were killed by the 3 young men and Li Yangxing did not have to move at all. Same with Leng Yuexin. Lin Huang did not even have any idea what kind of weapons did Leng Yuexin possessed. It was 6 in the evening and the sky was dark in the forest. Lin Huang estimated he was near his destination. If he did not follow the team, he would need at least 2 or 3 days to get into the forest carefully. A monster roar came from not too far away, distracting Lin Huang's thoughts. Many bird-like monsters flew away from the fear of the roar. Lin Huang could tell that the monster was powerful, that it could be at least silver level. However, that did not bother Leng Yuexin and the rest at all. They proceeded straight into the area without hesitating for a second. Soon, a gigantic sky dragon covered in crimson gold scales appeared before them. It was devouring a giant dead monster with its back facing them. The sky dragon was 30 meters long and more than 10 meters tall. It looked like a T-Rex that was at one time bigger. Lin Huang recognized it as a sky dragon, but he did not know its actual name. He then asked Leng Yuexin softly, "Miss Leng, what is this monster? Why does it look like a gold-armored dragon, but the size of its scales and the sharpness of its claws and teeth seem different?" "This is a crimson gold-armored dragon. It was a gold-armored Aragon that went through 1 round of mutation. Among the gold-level monsters, it is considered to be the strongest amongst creatures of its level." Leng Yuexin explained calmly, "It seems like we're lucky to be able to bump into a mutated monster in such good condition. It's a bummer that we're not with Imperial sensors, or else we could tame and deal it." A prince in a hat said, "You call this a good condition? This is a masterpiece. Don't be pretentious, Zhe Ping. I'm sure that you would run away if you were to fight this crimson gold-armored dragon on your own." One of them teased. A gold level rank 3 Crimson Gold Armored Dragon's ability is comparable with a hunter that is on the top 100 in the Gold Hunters leaderboard. Myself aside, the both of you would be dead if you fought it yourselves. Zhe Ping said angrily. Only Miss Leng and Bro Li could handle such a monster. The skinny young man said and looked at Li Yangxing. This monster would be a great help if we can tame it. Too bad we have a mission with us. Even with the presence of an imperial censor, taming would take time. Seems like the only way is to kill it, Li Yangxing said while looking at the Crimson Gold Armored Dragon. Although the Crimson Gold Armored Dragon was eating earlier, it noticed them staring but it did not care. Lin Huang was stiff when he saw it staring at them. He could feel that death was near. His breath became heavier. Chapter 69. Dragonkin. Besides Li Yangxing and Leng Yuexin, who were not affected by the Crimson Gold Armored Dragon, Lin Huang and the other 3 royalty men had their feet planted on the ground. They did not dare to move as the slight movement would trigger the Crimson Gold Armored Dragon to attack. Should I kill it or do you want to kill it? Leng Yuexin looked at Li Yangxing. Of course I'll do it, how could I let a lady do this? Li Yangxing smiled and held his right hand in the air. A black sword appeared slowly in his hand. The Crimson Gold Armored Dragon was not happy that it was disturbed from eating. Now that it was irritated by them, it became furious. It turned around and stared a deadly stare at Li Yangxing with its tail moving left to right. It seemed to be thinking. It could tell the man in front of him was the most powerful one among the rest. It could even feel the threat of death from him. As one of the top monsters in the area, it did not allow itself to run away. To it, only the weak would run away when facing a powerful enemy. After a slight hesitation, the Crimson Gold Armored Dragon attacked Li Yangxing. They were only a few hundred meters away from each other. It only took the dragon a few steps to arrive in front of them. Lin Huang wanted to dodge it but he saw Li Yangxing move. He leapt when the Crimson Gold Armored Dragon approached him with its mouth wide open. Just when he was falling into the Crimson Gold Armored Dragon's mouth, he leapt and appeared behind the Crimson Gold Armored Dragon. Before Lin Huang could figure out what happened, the Crimson Gold Armored Dragon groaned and fell on the ground. Li Yangxing landed on the ground. There was blood dripping from his black sword. He then kept his sword into the scabbard and frowned. It's not dead yet, the young man in hat asked. I underestimated it and did not give my all in that slash. However, it won't live for long. Li Yangxing said calmly. He did not seem like he was going to give it another hit. Lin Huang saw that the Crimson Gold Armored Dragon's neck was cut open, blood was bursting out from the wound. Although its will to live was strong, it would not live for long. However, as long as the Crimson Gold Armored Dragon was not dead, Lin Huang could not keep it in his storage space. He was thinking if he should follow Leng Yuexin and the gang to the foothold where the 6-armed demon was or to stay and wait for the Crimson Gold Armored Dragon to die. The latter was much riskier as he had to walk alone later on and the blood of the Crimson Gold Armored Dragon would attract other powerful monsters to him. However, the temptation to keep this monster was huge because it costs at least 1 billion credit points. Of course, Lin Huang knew that it would not be a smart move for him to stay. With his ability, it was hard for him to survive if monsters were to swamp him. Just when he was deciding, Li Yangxing spoke, let's continue our journey. Bro Lin, you will arrive at your destination in less than an hour. He smiled at Lin Huang. Lin Huang could see through the grin that he was hiding. He then realized that Li Yangxing did not kill the Crimson Gold Armored Dragon on purpose so that Lin Huang would leave the team alone. He knew very well that Lin Huang could not resist such a valuable carcass. Lin Huang felt a chill in his body. Just when he wanted to leave the Crimson Gold Armored Dragon behind and follow the team, Xiaohe spoke. A dying dragonkin mutated monster is detected. It is suitable to integrate with the dragonkin mutated monster soul you have in your body. Would you like to integrate the monster soul for a new dragonkin monster card? Lin Huang's eyes lit up when he heard what Xiaohe said. He then turned around and said loudly to Li Yangxing and the rest, you guys go ahead. I need to pee, I'll catch up later. Leng Yuexin frowned and did not say a word. Li Yangxing smirked. He said to Lin Huang, alright then, we will make a move first. After they left, Lin Huang asked Xiaohe immediately, Xiaohe, how do I integrate them? You need to place your hand on the dying dragonkin monster to integrate the dragonkin monster's soul. During the integration, you can choose to consume your card pieces. The higher the level of card pieces and the more the amount, the rarer the quality of the integrated card. However, no matter how many card pieces are there, the rarity of the integrated card would not be lower than the rarity of the monster soul and the Dragonkin monster. Lin Huang was over the moon when he heard what Xiao He said. It meant he would definitely obtain a rare monster card of a Dragonkin monster, and its rarity might be even higher. He then walked to the back of the crimson gold armored dragon. It was losing its breath and would die any minute. Lin Huang placed his hand on its back and instructed Xiao He to begin the integration. Consume all remaining card pieces for monster soul integration. This integration will consume the black python in your body and 3057 card pieces. Confirm integration. Confirmed. Delay no more and do it immediately. Lin Huang could not wait any longer. Just when he was done talking, a black glow shot out from the middle of his palm and went into the crimson gold armored dragon's body. He knew that was the black python's soul. Soon, the crimson gold armored dragon's body became a dot of white light and slowly faded into a card on Lin Huang's palm. The card was still covered in white glow on his palm and he could not see the color or the image on the card. It was only when the crimson gold armored dragon's body completely turned into a white dot that the card became material on his palm. After the white glow faded, the card appeared. Lin Huang was overjoyed when he saw the color of the card, Blue Epic. It's a real Blue Epic card. It was the first time for Lin Huang to get a Blue Epic monster card. It was much happier than getting a SSR card in the game, Master XX. After celebrating for a while, Lin Huang noticed that there was a black dragon with wings on the surface of the card, but its size seemed small. He then turned the card around to read the detailed description. Monster card. Rarity. Epic. Monster name. Undying baby dragon. Type of monster. Dragonkin. Beginner. Combat level. Iron level 3 star. Skill 1. Black Dragon Flame. Beginner. Skill 2. Dragon Power. Beginner. Skill 3. Enhanced Regeneration. Beginner. Skill 4. Elemental Immunity. Beginner. Skill 5. Absolute Defense. Beginner. Summoning Limit. Activated. Remarks. The monster will evolve into an adult undying black dragon when it is upgraded to Transcendent. Card Remarks. Trainable. Looking at those cool skill names, Lin Huang could not help but swear, FCK, this is too good to be true. Noticing that the beginner behind the type of monster, Lin Huang asked Xiao He, what does Dragonkin beginner mean? This is categorized by the Dragonkin's level. The lowest one would be Sky Dragons. A Dragonkin that was higher level than a Sky Dragon would be the actual Dragonkin. Dragonkin are powerful creatures. The blood of a Dragonkin is graded in the following levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and pureblood. The rarity of the card could be epic, legendary, mythical, or godlike. There's a godlike card rarity level. Lin Huang's eyes widened when he heard Xiao He's explanation. It was his first time hearing about a godlike rarity level. However, he knew that getting a Dragonkin on his side was good enough. Without dwelling in too much, he turned the card around to read more about the skills. Black Dragon Flame Beginner, a unique skill exclusively for Dragonkin creature. The Black Dragon Flame contains a corrosive substance that can burn almost anything. Dragon Power Beginner, a unique skill exclusively for Dragonkin creatures. It could deter most of the monsters that are within one level above the host, ineffective for monsters that have high intelligence. Enhanced Regeneration Beginner, passive skill. The host would have strong regenerative abilities which include limb regeneration. Limitation. The head and heart cannot be regenerated. Element Immunity Beginner, passive skill, effective for elemental attacks, 80% immunity. Absolute Defense Beginner, passive skill, effective for physical attacks, 50% immunity. Almost every skill was attractive to Lin Huang. He gave his instruction right after reading, Xiao He, extract skill card. Skill card extraction activated. Selecting a skill for host, random selection completely. Congratulations, you have received Absolute Defense Beginner. After receiving the new skill, Lin Huang looked at his exclusive card immediately. Host. Lin Huang, gender, male, age, 15 inches, combat strength, none, exceeded assessment limit, skill 1, blood power level 2, skill 2, great sword scripture, sword skill, skill 3, robust intermediate, skill 4, spectral snow steps body movement, skill 5, magic eye deterrence intermediate, skill 6, immense strength intermediate, skill 7, absolute defense beginner, summon authority, activated, available number of summons, 1 inch, remark, you have quite a lot of skills. What more can I say? He ignored Xiao He's tease in the remark, he was happy. Although the skill that he really wanted was enhanced regeneration, absolute defense was suitable for short-distance attacks as well. Considering that Li Yangxing and the rest was not far away, Lin Huang stopped fantasizing and summoned the undying baby dragon. He did not want them to find out about the dragonkin monster. He kept the card and calmed himself. He sprinted towards the direction where Li Yangxing and the rest were headed toward. Chapter 70. Arriving at the destination within a few minutes, Lin Huang caught up with Li Yangxing and the rest. Seeing that Lin Huang was back, Li Yangxing saw a shadow at the corner of his eye. Lin Yuexin sensed something odd too, but none of them said a thing. The young man in a hat then said while laughing, "I thought you sacrificed your life for the dead body of the monster. The crimson gold armored dragon wasn't dead yet and its blood would attract other monsters. It's not worth it if I traded my life for money. I just needed to pee really badly." Lin Huang responded innocently. Hearing his explanation, they did not say anything since Lin Huang was approaching his destination and they would soon part ways. Not long later, Lin Huang asked Leng Yuexin, "Miss Leng, is the crimson gold armored dragon part of the dragonkin?" Lin Huang knew the answer to his question, but he asked anyway so that he could know more about the dragonkin from the royalty. He figured there must be more information on the heart network available for the royalty. The young men scoffed when they heard Lin Huang's question, but Leng Yuexin thought that such a question was not silly at all. She shook her head and explained, "No, the gold-armored dragons belong to a subspecies that are below the sky dragons since the very beginning. Even if it mutated into a crimson gold-armored dragon, the dragon blood in its body would never reach the concentration of a sky dragon's blood. If the concentration of the dragon blood in its body is near the concentration of a sky dragon's blood since birth, when it evolves to a transcendent, a certain transformation would happen to its blood and it would upgrade to a sky dragon. If the dragon blood concentration is insufficient, even if it evolved into a transcendent, it would just be a mutated transcendent monster, nothing like a sky dragon. The dragonkin are monsters that have at least 30% dragon blood concentration. These monsters were born with supernatural powers from the dragon family such as dragon flame, dragon power and more. We won't be able to see the power of a real dragonkin. Monsters that have 10% to 30% of dragon blood concentration could only be a sky dragon species, no matter how powerful they are, as they don't possess the power of a true dragonkin. Most of the sky dragons are powerful as they are born with combat strength that surpassed a transcendent. They are a dream flying creature of many hunters. For those with a dragon blood concentration less than 10%, they are nothing like a sky dragon. They are just slightly more powerful than ordinary monsters that are on the same level as them, and this gold-armored dragon belongs to this category. The crimson gold-armored dragon that we saw earlier was mutated from a gold-armored dragon. Its dragon blood concentration must have been upgraded, that was why it was more powerful. Since it did not die from the single hit by Broly earlier, the dragon blood concentration of the crimson gold-armored dragon should be more than 8%. With such a concentration, it could experience a second mutation if trained properly and increase its dragon blood to 10% and above to a sky dragon. Leng Yuexin was worried that Lin Huang would not understand, so she explained all the details. She was born in royalty with a silver spoon. Though she met many extraordinary young people in the past few years, she did not communicate much with civilians, including Lin Huang. Lin Huang was a few years younger than her and he was out in the wild on his own without any companion to hunt life seed monsters with him. He was even collecting all the bronze-level monster bodies that were worthless to her just to get credit points. She pitied him. Lin Huang did not know what Leng Yuexin thought of him. He saw her as genuine. Although she seemed cold up front, she was a kind person within. After hearing Leng Yuexin's explanation, he further asked, "Has there ever been any real dragonkin in Division 7 before?" He asked the question as he wanted to know if the dragonkin was the ultimate combat strength in this world. There's no such record in the history of Division 7, but there was one dragonkin that appeared in Division 3600 years ago. It was huge and many transcendents were killed, but the heart network had made this case inaccessible. I'm not sure what exactly happened. I've asked the older generation in my family, but they did not want to tell me. Leng Yuexin shook her head. I know something about this case. Li Yangxing interrupted. I heard the death of many transcendent alarmed a demigod and the dragonkin was killed. All the information about the case was sealed by the Union government because it involved a demigod. Lin Huang knew how rare the undying baby dragon that he had was. He got the answers to his questions and he kept quiet thereafter, as there was really nothing much to speak about with these royal brats. Within an hour, they arrived at Lin Huang's destination. Alright, bro Lin Huang, just walk in the direction heading towards the west and you will arrive at the area with the 6-armed demons. Li Yangxing said while the rest took rest under a tree. Don't force yourself if you cannot do it. Yes, a life seed monster is important but also remembers that you're just upgrading to iron level. In fact, you can choose other more powerful life seeds when you have upgraded. You still have other choices if you're not able to kill the 6-armed demon, Lin Huang advised him again. Yes, I know, I'll get another one if I cannot handle the monster. Although I have no idea what your mission is, all the best to all of you. Lin Huang nodded and smiled at Lin Huang. We hope so too. Lin Huang returned the smile. It was the first time Lin Huang saw her smiling. Li Yangxing and the rest did not say anything, they then left with Lin Huang. Lin Huang then summoned Bai and left for the west. Bai walked in front of Lin Huang. In this level 4 wild zone, although most of the monsters at the border were iron level and bronze level, there could be silver level and gold level monsters too. Just like the crimson gold armored dragon which was hunting for food at the border of the area, it was unfortunate that it bumped into Li Yangxing. Even with Bai, Lin Huang was not completely safe at the border. Now that Bai was just iron level rank 3, they could handle those that were on bronze level rank -1 but not those that were bronze level rank 2 and rank -3. Lin Huang tried not to use his Grey Eagle 17 here as this world was different from Earth. The sound of a gunshot would not chase monsters away but it would attract them instead. The monsters knew that there was a human behind every gunshot. To most of the monsters, human flesh was much more delicious than the flesh of other monsters. It was a rare delicacy. Lin Huang and Bai took their time and walked slowly. Although the 2-kilometer journey to the 6-armed demons was not long, they spent an hour before arriving at the much-awaited destination. Chapter 71. 6-armed demon in a purple dress. The 6-armed demon belonged to the undying species. Legend says that the undying were a new species that was born from drinking the water at the fountain of youth. They were called the undying not because they could not be killed but they had a long life. In this world, most of the human below transcendent had 360 columns on their life wheel and each column of life light represented 1 year of life. Even if all of the gray columns were activated at once, the most one could live was less than 720 years. Even gold-level creatures were not exceptions to this unless they upgraded to a transcendent. Besides humans, most of the monsters below transcendent could not live more than 1,000 years. On the other hand, it was a different story for the undying. If they were not killed, they could easily live up to thousands of years, sometimes 10,000 years. They lived longer than most monsters did. The Union Government Species Research Institute had captured more than 100 different types of undying creatures for research purposes. They found out that as long as the undying was not triggered by the outside world, it could wander in a room which was less than 10 square meters for a few hundred years. It did not need food or a drop of water to live. It seemed like their purpose of life was to wander aimlessly until their long lives finally came to an end. 6-armed demons were like the other undying. They wandered around the small area in Wangyu Forest all year round. They were like souls that could not rest in peace on the lands. The area where 6-armed demons usually gathered had lands that were barren and black. There were no flowers or any plants, only dried rotten wood, but the trees were actually dead. That area was obviously distinguishable from the rest of the forest. The area was the undying's hub because their presence there slowly absorbs the lives of things around them. If they remained in the same area for a longer time, plants would stop growing and trees would eventually die. It was 7:30 at night and the sky was dark. Lin Huang hid behind the tree outside the border. Half of his head was showing, he was peeking at the barren land. Within sight, he saw 3 6-armed demons in red dressed wandering. They seemed to be guarding their territory. Lin Huang chose to wait patiently as it was not a smart move to trigger 3 of these monsters at the same time. The 6-armed demon's combat strength was the same as Bai's strength. If 3 of them were to attack him at once, he would die there if he failed to away in time. The 3 6-armed demons' dresses were less than 20 centimeters above the ground. They wandered eerily on the burnt land, slow like a person taking a stroll in the park. Lin Huang was a little scared as it was the first time for him to see a monster like this. It looked so much like the ghost that he saw in the movies when he was young. After waiting for 10 minutes, finally, 2 of the 6-armed demons disappeared. It was coming towards his direction. Xiao He, connect my life wheel with Bai's. Lin Huang said to Xiao He immediately. Only 3 columns in his life wheel were gray columns. He had to get by to kill a monster so that the life light in his life wheel would be completely full. Life wheel has been connected. After hearing Xiao Hei's voice, Lin Huang said softly to Bai, I will go out later and once the 6-armed demon has noticed me, you will kill it that instance. Remember, you have to break the mask on her face. Lin Huang jumped towards the right side of the tree and waved at the 6-armed demon, come get me, beauty. Come catch me, he. The 6-armed demon immediately began running towards Lin Huang. What the? Why is it moving so fast? The 6 crystal jade arms came towards Lin Huang like sharp knives. If he was hit, his body would be sliced into pieces. Bai, quick! Lin Huang managed to dodge the collision. At the same time, a golden glow shone in the dark. A crimson gold sharp thorn stabbed between the 6-armed demon's mouth and nose on its mask, it pierced through the back of its head. The other side of the thorn was connected to Bai's back. Ever since Bai used the flawless card the last time, his blood power turned from red to gold and it was a few times sharper than it used to be. The 6-armed demon stood still but there was no blood at all. The mask on its face broke, its body in the red dress and 6 arms started to disintegrate. Soon, it was left with its black hair on the ground. Seeing that the 6-armed demon had died, Lin Huang got up from the ground and patted the soil away from his body. There was something going on with his life wheel. The last 3 gray columns in his life wheel were filled with white life light. The 360 columns in Lin Huang's life wheel were completely filled with white life lights. My life lights are finally full. As soon as I kill one more 6-armed demon myself, I would complete a life light baptism and obtain a life seed to be upgraded to iron level. Lin Huang was getting excited. Let's go, we will search along the border to look for lonely 6-armed demons. Lin Huang said to Bai and left the place. As Lin Huang and Bai walked along the barren area, they did not see any other monsters at all. They walked for 5 to 6 kilometers and finally, they saw a couple 6-armed demons gathering around. There were more than 5 of them in a group. There was no way for Lin Huang to attack. A couple of hours later after they were halfway through the burnt area, Lin Huang finally saw 2 6-armed demons under a dead tree. However, one of them had a different colored dress. Instead of bright red color, it was a pale purple dress. Could this be a mutated monster? Lin Huang looked at the 6-armed demon in a purple dress for quite some time, hesitant to attack it just yet. The 6-armed demon in purple dress was staring into space under the tree while the one in the red dress was wandering less than 10 meters behind it. It seemed to be protecting the one in a purple dress. Lin Huang finally came up a risky decision after observing the 6-armed demon's habits and characteristics. I don't care, let's kill the one protecting and then the one that's staring into space. They did not have a vocal cord and therefore, they cannot alert their companions when they were in danger. Also, whenever they noticed there was an enemy around, they would move alone and not in a herd. What Lin Huang wanted was to use the gap of time before the mutated 6-armed demon could react to kill the one that was protecting the other one. By that, he could avoid fighting the both of them at the same time. Lin Huang whispered to Bai, I'll distract the one guarding and you must be quick to break its mask. Then use your blood power to lock down the one in the purple dress but leave that for me to kill. Lin Huang then went into the forest and waved to the 6-armed demon that was guarding. It saw Lin Huang immediately and plunged towards him. At the same time, the one in purple dress turned 180 degrees. It had a strange white mask and a pair of bloody eyes that opened suddenly, staring deadly at Lin Huang. Lin Huang had goosebumps that very moment. Chapter 72, transforming into a vampire, oh no. Being stared at, Lin Huang felt in his bones that something was going to happen. The 6-armed demon was mutated and much more dangerous than a vampire. Its ability in that purple dress was definitely no weaker than Bai. What scared Lin Huang was that the other 6-armed demon would plunge towards him. By then, it was definitely impossible to escape. These demons moved at the speed of light and if they stood still, they would die. Bai, kill the one in the front first. Lin Huang yelled at Bai. He thrust his iron sword forward, his body like an arrow shooting towards the 6-armed demon. Lin Huang knew that every second mattered in this battle. He and Bai must kill the 6-armed demon in front before the demon in the purple dress attacked them. The 6-armed demon shot its 6 arms like 6 guns towards Lin Huang. Its arms seemed smooth but they were actually as tough as metal. It was nothing less than an iron-level armor, powerful. Its nails were like sharp knives, they glowed underneath the moonlight. Its 6 arms could transform into various killing weapons anytime it wanted. The 6 arms shot at him like lightning. Lin Huang did not retreat but moved even closer. He knew very well that if he did not handle this demon's 6 arms, Bai will not be able to kill it with one shot. Lin Huang glanced at that demon in the purple dress which stood behind him. Lin Huang was slightly relieved as it hadn't moved, yet. Lin Huang quickly started a short-distance combat with the 6-armed demon. The iron sword in his hand slashed at it again and again. He was weaker than the iron-level rank 3 6-armed demon. Lin Huang would be asking for death if they made a frontal collision, and playing defensively was the only strategy that might work. However, the 6 arms deviated from its original attack plan and began attacking like a tarsal bone maggot. Lin Huang's pupil shrunk, his no-trail snow-stepping power had reached its ultimate level. He swung his sword again to defend himself from attacks. Bai! Lin Huang cried to Bai. Bai sprang from the forest. It ran fast and a pair of crimson gold wings on top of his back emerged, turning into a spear. It shot the mask of the 6-armed demon. Just then, a ghost-like purple shadow appeared beside Lin Huang. A white glow was moving towards Lin Huang's heart silently. FCK. Lin Huang was sweating. He did not expect the 6-armed demon in the purple dress to sneakily dodge his attack. Lin Huang could not avoid it. Warning. You are being attacked. Within 0.3 seconds, your death rate would be 100%. An emergency plan is automatically activated. Looking for available cards to solve the crisis. Looking for emergency plan. You can use your provisional transformation card to transform yourself into a vampire to block the current attack. Would you like to utilize your provisional transformation card? Suddenly, Xiao Hei's notifications popped out in his mind. When he heard the last sentence, he yelled, yes. Just when he said that, Lin Huang felt like the world was slowing down and his body was transforming at a rapid pace. He could not see what happened to his appearance, but he could feel that his body was different. A warm force was rising in his heart. There was a strange feeling on his back. He felt something springing out from his back. All at once, the world appeared red in his eyes. In the bloody world, he saw what exactly happened in the battle that he was in. Bai's blood power wings were turned into a spear and almost priced through the 6-armed demon's mask while the demon in purple dress was about to attack him from a meter away. The other side of Bai's blood power wings turned into another spear and attempted to attack the demon in the purple dress, but it was blocked by its 5 arms. An arm of the 6-armed demon in purple dress transformed into a long needle that looked like a poisonous scorpion, and it was less than 3 centimeters from Lin Huang's chest. Block this. Lin Huang had that thought immediately. His heart was racing. He felt his back turn warm. Within seconds, a pair of red gold wings shielded his chest and collided with the sharp arm. Bai, on the other hand, used his wings as a spear and pierced through the 6-armed demon's mask. After killing the first demon, Bai continued to slash the mask of the 6-armed demon in the purple dress. Lin Huang did not care if the transformation to kill the 6-armed demon in purple dress may have prevented him from upgrading to iron level. His blood power wings combined with Bai's attack turned them into 2 crimson gold swords. The swords pierced through the 6-armed demon in the purple dress. It did not panic at all. Its 3 arms on the left held Bai's left blood power wing while the remaining 3 arms were defending against the attacks. Lin Huang retreated when the attack did not work because short-distance combat was not his strongest trait. However, the 6-armed demon in the purple dress seemed to know Lin Huang's intention. Its ghostly body followed him. Its 6 arms were turned into sharp knives and attacked Lin Huang like thunderstorms, again and again. Thankfully, Lin Huang's crimson gold blood power wings managed to block all the attacks. Noticing that its attacks were redundant, the 6-armed demon in the purple dress was forced to retreat. Bai did not look anywhere else but stared deadly at the 6-armed demon in the purple dress. It stared back, but upon realizing that it might lose the battle, it vanished. What? You're running away? You have wasted my transformation card and now you're running away. I will not let that happen. Lin Huang shouted and chased after the 6-armed demon in the purple dress. Bai followed behind him. Chapter 73. Leveling up to iron level after he was transformed into a vampire. Lin Huang's body was a complete copy of Bai's characteristics. His movements were as fast as Bai. They were chasing after the 6-armed demon in the purple dress, but it was still faster than they were. Initially, when the 6-armed demon in the purple dress gave up on attacking Lin Huang, it was already out of the attack zone of his blood power. Now that the both of them were chasing it, the distance was getting farther. Lin Huang could not get over the fact that the demon was getting away. He was almost killed by the six-armed demon in the purple dress, and he was forced to use his provisional transformation card. If he did not kill this six-armed demon in the purple dress, he would never forgive himself. Furious, he was utilizing his spectral snow steps without even realizing. His speed was a few times faster, and soon, he was near the six-armed demon in the purple dress. Wait, can I still use my own skills while in transformation mode? Lin Huang thought he could not use his own skills after he was transformed. His eyes brightened up. That means I can also use my great sword scripture. He caught up to the six-armed demon in the purple dress soon and turned his right blood power wing into a sword and swung at it. It was the 19th style in the great sword scripture. The red gold sword was like an arrow plunging towards the back of the demon's head under the moonlight. The demon had senses in its back and tried to dodge Lin Huang's attack. Just when it attempted to escape, it realized that one of its arms on its left was tied by a crimson gold object. Lin Huang had secretly turned his left blood power wing into a long rattan to tie one of its arms up while he attacked earlier. The demon turned his head 180 degrees and stared a deadly stare at Lin Huang with its bloody eyes under the pale mask. It then plunged towards Lin Huang. Just when Lin Huang was plunging forward, it lunged at him as well. Their distance was so close. Its six arms were turned into six different weapons and attacked Lin Huang like a thunderstorm. If Lin Huang was in his regular combat mode, he would definitely die under these attacks. However, now that he was transformed into a vampire that was the same with Bai, a mutated vampire, his combat level was also on iron level rank 3, which was the same with this six-armed demon in the purple dress. He was not afraid at all. His blood power wings were turned into a pair of sharp knives and collided with the demon's arms. Seeing that Bai was getting closer to Lin Huang, the six-armed demon in the purple dress seemed to give its all so that it could kill Lin Huang before Bai arrived. It then used its ultimate skill, the thousand-handed Soul Reaper, at Lin Huang. Its six arms were so fast that they seemed to turn into more than 10,000 arms attacking him. Lin Huang stopped attacking and started defending immediately and blocked all the six-armed demon in the purple dress's attacks. Within seconds, they collided more than 100 times. Bai finally arrived. His blood power wings were extended when he was 10 meters away and attacked towards the six-armed demon in the purple dress. It knew that it could not fight the both of them. It attempted to escape again. Just when the six-armed demon in the purple dress turned around, a crimson gold blade shone. It pierced through the back of its head and broke its mask. The six-armed demon in the purple dress was motionless, its mask was breaking down and its body was fading away fast. Withdrawing his crimson gold blade, Lin Huang smirked. Try to escape from me. I've been defensive not because I couldn't kill you, but I was familiarizing the use of these blood power wings so that I could use my great sword scripture accurately. Just when Lin Huang was done talking, a white glow flowed out of the six-armed demon in the purple dress, head that was covered by its mask. Lin Huang was completely covered in the glow. You are experiencing a life-light baptism, abort from transformation by force. Xiao Hei's voice was heard, and before Lin Huang could respond, he was withdrawn from his vampire transformation and turned into a human again. His body was showered in the white glow. There were changes to his life wheel. His life wheel that was made of gray stone was changing to a black metal one. Lin Huang knew that his life wheel was transforming into an iron level life wheel. After it was turned into a black metal material, it shrunk into 1/3 of its original size and 3 circles of white columns were created. Each circle was the same with the life light columns, having 360 columns in each circle. However, it was not life light columns, but life power columns. If the inner circle was filled with life power, that would mean iron level rank -1, the second circle would be iron level rank 2 and the third circle would be iron level rank -3. When all 1080 life power columns were filled, another round of life light baptism would take place and he would be leveled up to bronze level. Lin Huang had researched about this countless times on the Heart Network. When the transformation of life wheel was done, the life light baptism would end as well. Just when the life light baptism was almost over, a black-gray colored bead that was the size of a thumb came out of the six-armed demon's body and went into Lin Huang's body. It absorbed into his new iron level life wheel. Lin Huang looked into his life wheel. Among the life wheel that was covered in a white glow and more than 10 cards, there was an additional black-gray colored bead in it. Life seed has been detected. Do you want to turn it into a card? Xiao Hei said. I can turn the life seed into a card. Lin Huang asked. You can directly turn it into a card without needing to add any materials. If I turn it into a card and you escape from my body, does that mean that my life seed gifts would be gone? Lin Huang was obviously concerned. No, life seeds are not really cards, but they're an object instead. If I were to escape from your body, the life seed would turn back into its regular form. Lin Huang was relieved after Xiao Hei's explanation. All right, turn it into a card. Soon, Xiao Hei spoke again. It has been done. A new card is added, life seed card. Lin Huang immediately looked at the life seed card that he had just obtained. There was a fluffy gray-black ball on top of the card. He then turned the card around to read the detailed description. Life seed card, life seed name, sly hands, rarity, rare, type, synthetic, talent effect 1. Finger agility plus 20% beginner, talent effect 2. Attack speed of both arms plus 20% beginner, talent effect 3. Flexibility of both arms plus 20% beginner, level up effect. With every upgrade, the 3 gifted effects would gain an additional 20% each. Card remarks. Passable. Lin Huang was shocked to see the gift card. He remembered clearly that the Sly Hands life seed would give an addition 10% only for beginner stage, and each upgrade would also be an additional 10%. But now he was given a 20%. He thought about it and figured probably the 6-armed demon in the purple dress that he killed had a higher rarity. Therefore, the 20% talent effect was nothing out of the ordinary. However, he was still surprised at what he got. Beginner would get an additional 20%, and if I am upgraded to gold level, I would gain an additional 80%, which means my speed would be twice as fast. This talent effect isn't bad at all. Lin Huang had finally achieved his mission to be leveled up to iron level. It was a bonus that he obtained a better life seed. He let out a gentle sigh. I am finally an iron level. Thinking of his characteristic changes, he tapped open his exclusive card to take a good look. Host. Lin Huang, gender, male, age, 15 inches, combat strength, iron level rank 1 inch, life seed, sly hands rare combat skill 1, great sword scripture sword skill combat skill 2, spectral snow steps body movement monster skill 1, blood power level 2 monster skill 2, robust intermediate monster skill 3, powerful strength intermediate monster skill 4, magic eye deterrence intermediate monster skill 5, absolute defense beginner summon authority, activated, available number of summons, 2 inches, remark, wow, you have finally been leveled up to iron level. Finally, my combat strength is no longer, none, like it used to be. Lin Huang took a closer look. There's life seed added, combat skills and monster skills were separated. Now I can summon 2 monsters at once. He had got used to ignoring Xiao Hei's mean remarks. In conclusion, the journey into Wangyu Forest exceeded his expectation. Not only he was leveled up to iron level, the gift of the addition of his life seed was a pleasant surprise. Besides, he had also obtained an epic Dragonkin summon card. Now I'm wondering when Miss Lang and the rest will complete their mission. I shall try my best to fill up the life power in my iron level life wheel in the next few days. Chapter 74. Glorious Return. Lin Huang left the 6-armed demon's territory immediately after he leveled up to iron level. Although he obtained a card piece for killing the 6-armed demon in purple dress earlier, he could not bear the sight of that monster. If he were to summon the monster on the street, people would be terrified. After a fairly decent distance from the 6-armed demon's territory, Lin Huang found an empty space in the forest and summoned the undying baby dragon. It was a 3-meter-long baby dragon and was pitch black. Its wings were about 5 meters wide when they were fully spread, and there were horns on its head that were about 10 centimeters long. Its face was flat and round, looking nothing like the ferocious monster it was from the dragon family, more like an ugly monster that was quite adorable. It rubbed its head against Lin Huang when it saw him, almost causing Lin Huang to fall from its playful act. I did not expect you to have such great strength. Lin Huang smiled, shaking his head. He patted the baby dragon's head. Since you're black, I'll name you Charcoal. With one more upgrade, Charcoal's rarity would be upgraded from epic to legendary. The concentration of dragon blood in its body would also be upgraded from beginner to intermediate. He then said, Xiao Hei, I would like to use an advance card on Charcoal. You do not have enough advance cards. How is that possible? I remember that I have one advance card. Lin Huang knew he had kept an advance card and had been waiting for the perfect time to utilize it. To upgrade normal cards to rare cards, One advance card would suffice, but from a rare card to an epic card, you require 2 advance cards. From an epic card to a legendary card, you would need 3 advance cards, and from a legendary card to a mythical card, you would need 5 advanced cards. Lastly, to upgrade mythical cards to godlike cards, you would need 10 advance cards. Xiao He finally explained the rules of upgrading. Lin Huang was bummed. He only had 1 advance card at the moment, and that card not enough, not even for Bayan the Sand Monster. He would be rewarded 1 advance card if he completed the mission, and from then, he would still only have 2 advance cards. Even if you have accumulated enough advance cards, I don't suggest you upgrade your undying baby dragon. Xiao He seemed to know what Lin Huang was thinking about. Why? Lin Huang asked, confused. You do not meet the required qualification. The monster cards that you're able to master at the moment are limited to cards that are epic and below. Monster cards that are epic and above are temporarily sealed and can only be unsealed when you are a transcendent. Hearing Xiao He's explanation, Lin Huang had to give up on his wishes of upgrading charcoal. In reality, Lin Huang knew very well that even if charcoal was not upgraded, its ability combined with Bai was sufficient for him to handle the risks at the borders of Wangyu Forest. If charcoal was not restricted by Lin Huang's combat level, such dragonkin types were usually stronger than a common transcendent at birth. Bai, on the other hand, was a mutated vampire at bronze level rank 3 since the very beginning. Since Lin Huang was leveled up to iron level, Bai and charcoal's combat strength was automatically upgraded to bronze level rank -1. Lin Huang was fearless for what danger may lurk the border of Wangyu Forest because he felt safe with Bai and charcoal. He trusted their strengths. In the 2 days since he leveled up to iron level, Lin Huang has killed plenty of iron level monsters with Bai and charcoal's help. When the first 360 columns in the first layer of his life power circle for his life wheel was almost full, he got Xiao He to disconnect his life wheel. He did that because he was concerned that Li Yangxing and the rest would figure out what he was able to do. After all, he was in Wangyu Forest to level to iron level. If they found out that he managed to level up from an ordinary person to iron level rank 3, Li Yangxing and the rest would know that he had the ability to accumulate life power quickly. Under normal circumstances, earning life power required the practice of life skill. By absorbing life crystals using life skill or the life light in life crystals and to convert them into life power. There were different grades of life skill depending on the conversion rate of life power. A life power conversion rate between 30% to 40% would be considered as a beginner life skill. A life power conversion rate between 40% to 50% would be considered as an intermediate life skill. A life power conversion rate between 50% to 60% would be considered as an expert life skill. A life power conversion rate between 60% to 70% would be considered as the ultimate life skill. A life power conversion rate that surpassed 70% would be considered as holy life skill. Lin Huang had never heard about any that surpassed 80%. An iron level's life power was 10 times concentrated than life power. 100 years worth of life crystal could only fill 10 columns of life power even though the conversion rate was 100%. Aside from the ultimate and holy life skill, most of the life skills had a conversion rate of 30% to 60%. That said, a life crystal that was worth 100 years could only fill 3 to 6 columns of life power. However, even with sufficient life crystals, the level up from iron level rank -1 to iron level rank 2 could not be done within a couple of days, as it would take a large amount of time for life skill to convert life light into life power. With sufficient life crystals, it would usually take around 2 hours to convert 1 life power. Time spent on eating and sleeping aside, it would be good if a person could convert 7 or 8 life power a day. 360 columns of life power would take at least more than a month for the conversion to complete itself. Of course, some people with unique body physiques would have a faster conversion rate, which would result in a shorter conversion time. As for Lin Huang, the cycle was shorter. Whenever Bai and charcoal killed monsters, they would absorb life light, which would be converted into life power immediately and sent to Lin Huang's life wheel. As long as Bai and charcoal killed sufficient monsters, Lin Huang could easily level up to iron level rank 3 without needing to do anything. Considering that he would need to be with Li Yangxing and the rest during the return trip, Lin Huang had to maintain his level at iron level rank -1 so that they wouldn't find out. After disconnecting his life wheel, Lin Huang brought charcoal and Bai to the borders of the forest to fight bronze level monsters. Since Lin Huang was leveled up to iron level, he could use his life power and had more combat skills now. Aside from the blood power wings, he had a couple of weapon rings on his fingers. A black armor, a sword, and a Black Eagle 33 gun. The Black Eagle 33 gun was especially useful. It can morph between a rifle and a pistol. It was no less powerful than a bronze equipment. It could easily kill a bronze-level monster when it was in the form of a rifle. He used to be very careful wherever he was because of abrupt monster attacks, but now, he feared nothing in the forests. He had only one goal at the border of Wangyu Forest: accumulate as many card pieces as he could. Chapter 75. Lin Huang is missing. At the border of Wangyu Forest, a 3-meter-long dragon attacked a group of bronze-level Viridian wolves. A smirking young man who looked to be 15 or 16 rode on the back of the dragon. He looked at the pack of Viridian wolves that was running for their lives, seemingly unable to defend themselves in any way. Running on the ground was a young man with a pair of crimson wings in the shape of blades chasing after the wolves as well. The dragon in the air was the undying baby dragon, charcoal that Lin Huang had just obtained not too long ago. It was Lin Huang who was riding on the back of the dragon, and the young man on the ground was his partner, Bai. They were chasing after this group of Viridian wolves as Lin Huang wanted a cool ride. Their bodies were muscular and they had fantastic muscles. Such monsters were in high demand. Within 20 minutes, more than 30 Viridian wolves were killed by Bai and charcoal. Lin Huang combined the 30 card pieces into a complete monster card and took a look at it. Monster card: rarity, normal, monster name, Viridian wolf, type of monster, mutated monster, combat level, bronze level 1 star, skill 1, robust intermediate, skill 2, blood hunt beginner, summoning limit, activated, card remarks, useless, blood hunt. This seems like a tracking skill. Lin Huang's eyes lit up. He then read the skill description. Blood hunt beginner: after the skill is activated, the monster will obtain an enhanced ability to smell, allowing it to differentiate different odors within a 10-kilometer range. The monster will be extra sensitive to blood. In the presence of blood, the range of its ability would be enhanced and cover a distance of up to 30 kilometers. Xianxia, extract card skill. Lin Huang was excited about the extraction. A single monster could only go through one extraction. If he extracted robust, his existing skill would be upgraded, and if he extracted blood hunt, he would obtain a tracking skill. He wanted either one of those skills. Skill extraction activated. Randomly selecting one skill. Random selection completed. Congratulations, you have obtained blood hunt beginner. Cool, I finally got a tracking skill. Lin Huang knew that after hunting monsters in the wild for such a long time that it would help him in battle. It would also help him in surviving in the wild in the future. Lin Huang kept the card and brought charcoal and Bai to his next destination. Time passed and Lin Huang had been in Wangyu Forest for 7 days but had yet to receive a message from Lin Huang. If he did not know her himself, he would think that Li Yangxing and the rest ditched him here on purpose. Fortunately, Lin Huang was different from who he was a few days ago. With Bai and charcoal, he was unstoppable. Within the few days since he leveled up to iron level, he got busy killing various monsters at the border of Wangyu Forest. Within 5 days, he had already managed to collect more than 3,000 bronze-level card pieces and combined 3 monster cards. He even obtained a complete rare monster card from killing a monster. During this time, he used 3 double cards during crucial times and obtained double rewards from 10 cross-ranking kills, giving him 20 function cards. The only bummer was that the rare monster card only dropped after he finished all his double cards. It was the 7th day Lin Huang had stayed in the forest. Seeing that the sun was setting, he set up a tent in an empty plot. After that, he started a fire nearby and took out the meat slices that he prepared a few days back for a barbecue. He sat next to the fire with his legs crossed and he watched as the meat slices cooked on the grill as he relaxed with a drink in his hand. He had just bought the grill a few days back. Ever since he saw Fatty's complete set of kitchen tools, Lin Huang began thinking about taking good care of himself, even in the wild. It was ridiculous if he had to survive on snacks every single day, so he got himself simple kitchen equipment and the grill was one of them. The sky was getting dark as the meat slices on the grill turned a golden brown, smelling incredible. While he flipped the meat slices over on the other side on the grill, Lin Huang said to Xiaohei, please do an inventory of all the cards I have now. You have function card X25, concrete cards, advance card X3, provisional transformation card X5, mission card X3, Treasure Card X3, Life Power Storage Card X2, Prop Card X3, Limitless Card X1, Flawless Card X2, Healing Card X3. Monster Card X9 Charcoal Epic by Rare Tyrant Rare Alexandrian Eagle Rare Ox Demon, Lion-Headed Troll, Viridian Wolf, Demonic One-Eyed Ape, Spectre. Card Pieces, Iron Level Pieces x 1027, Bronze Level Pieces by 3051 inches, take a look at my exclusive card. Lin Huang instructed. His exclusive card popped up immediately. Host: Lin Huang, Gender: Male, Age: 15 inches, Combat Strength, Iron Level Rank 1 inch, Life Seed, Sly Hands Rare Combat Skill 1, Great Sword Scripture Sword Skill Combat Skill 2, Spectral Snowsteps Body Movement Monster Skill 1, Blood Power Level 2 Monster Skill 2, Robust Intermediate Monster Skill 3, Immense Strength Intermediate Monster Skill 4, Magic Eye Deterrence Intermediate Monster Skill 5, Absolute Defense Beginner Monster Skill 6, Blood Hunt Beginner Monster Skill 7, Boundless Vision Beginner Monster Skill 8, Third Eye Beginner Monster Skill 9, Supreme Breath Beginner Summon Authority, activated, available number of summons, 2 inches, remark, still wandering in Iron Level. The additional 4 skills were extracted within these few days. Blood Hunt was obtained from the Viridian Wolves, Boundless Vision was obtained from the Alexandrian Eagle, Third Eye from the Demonic One-Eyed Ape and Supreme Breath from Spectre. Lin Huang was familiar with the new skills but he did not use them often. He kept his exclusive card and was ready to gobble up the meat slices. Just when he was enjoying the food, a warning came from Xiaohe. Warning. There's a situation, the content of your mission card has been changed. New mission. Enter deep into Wangyu Forest to look for Leng Yuexin who's currently missing. Return her back to Carefree City. Mission time limit, 20 days. Mission completion reward. Prop card Relic Level X1, advance card by 1 inch, punishment if mission is incomplete, 2 monster cards will be randomly removed. Chapter 76. Running away after a tease, oh my god, that's insane. Do you want me to die that badly? Lin Huang shouted. He did not expect to get such a difficult mission. It was basically suicide after having enjoyed himself for the past few days. Xiaohe, don't you feel uneasy? What does your conscience say? He asked Goldfinger. No, I don't have a conscience, it replied, unfazed by his panic. Lin Huang did not know what to say. He then said loudly, I decline this mission. You cannot decline, you can only surrender. Giving up on a mission would mean the mission failed and you will be punished, Xiaohe said. Are you sure you want to give up the mission? I'm not giving up, he muttered angrily under his breath. Lin Huang held back from swearing out loud. Even if he did not have charcoal, his epic Dragonkin card, he would not want to go into the Wangyu Forest. However, if he was to give up the mission, the price he had to pay would be too high as there was a 20% chance he would lose charcoal. As long as he had cards like Bai and Tyrant he would be alright as they were rare cards that could be easily cultivated and only needed 1 advance card to upgrade them. As for charcoal, not only was it an epic card, it was a Dragonkin. With his terrible luck in gambling, if he was to lose this card, he had no idea if he'd ever get such a card again. Xiaohe, can I return the pending mission cards that I have? If returning them is not allowed, it should be okay for me to trade them with other cards, right? Lin Huang was now afraid of mission cards. No returns are allowed for all cards produced. Xiaohe replied, how about I throw them away? Maybe, you can crush them into card pieces for me. Lin Huang asked, all cards are bonded to you. Once these cards are a certain distance away from you, they'll be teleported back to you. Mission card are to functional cards and cannot be crushed. I can't even get rid of it. This is ridiculous. Lin Huang was speechless. He had to accept the reality. He then looked at the mission card and was shocked to find out that he was only left with 2 mission cards. Based on Xiaohe's calculations earlier, there should be 3 of them. Now one was activated and another had yet to be activated. What happened to my mission card? I seem to remember having 1 that was activated and 2 that are inactive. Lin Huang mumbled, whenever there are changes to the mission, it will consume 1 unactivated mission card. After the changes happen, you'll receive double rewards if you complete the mission and the penalty would be doubled if you fail. Xiaohe explained immediately, luckily I still have 1 mission card. After this mission has needed, I'll activate the remaining mission card once I am back in the foothold. Lin Huang made his decision. He then took out the active mission card and read the description. There was a flirtatious blonde lady in a black maid attire on the golden mission card. Congratulations, there are changes to your mission card due to unforeseen circumstances. Now, let me announce your new mission. Details of the new mission as follows: venture deep into the Wangyu Forest. Look for the missing Lin Huang and bring her back to Carefree City. Mission time limit: 20 days. Mission completion reward: Prop card Relic X1, Advance card X1. If you fail to complete the mission within the given time frame, you'll be penalized. 2 existing monster cards will be taken away at random. Mission announcement complete. Mission details such as the mission map can be found behind the card. After completing the announcement, the blonde lady became motionless once more. There's a mission map. Lin Huang was just thinking how he would find Lin Huang in the vast Wangyu Forest until he heard the part of the mission announcement from the blonde lady. He turned the card around and tapped on it and a 3-dimensional map appeared before him. There were 2 coordinates on the map. He was the white spot and the yellow spot had a description: Lin Huang's last seen location before she went missing. There were several coordinates with question marks that had the following description: areas Lin Huang has been before. Can you show me the location of Li Yangxing and the rest? Lin Huang asked. Invalid. Not mission target. Coordinate request denied. Lin Huang frowned. How about showing the time Lin Huang last appeared on the marked locations chronologically? The question marks then turned into the numbers: 1 foot, 2 feet, 3, and 4. Looking at the last coordinates she was last seen at, Lin Huang confirmed that Lin Huang and the rest were looking for something. Mark the distance between us and map a path to the coordinates. Soon, a red arrow appeared on the map. Oh my god, it's 300 kilometers away. Lin Huang frowned again. He looked at the 3-dimensional map that appeared from the mission card for a while before noticing the roasted meat slices on his plate that was getting cold. He then kept the mission card and heated the sliced meat once again. He proceeded with his dinner. While he thought about the mission he just received, he ate his dinner slowly. When he was done with dinner, it was already 8 o'clock at night and was completely dark outside. After cleaning up, Lin Huang summoned the Viridian Wolf Inspector to stand watch for the night while he went into his tent. Lying in the tent, he did not sleep but instead studied the map on the Heart Network, comparing it with the one he saw on the mission card. At the same time, he browsed news articles that were related to Wangyu Forest to see if there was anything more he could learn about it. He then sent Yi Yayu a message at 11 o'clock at night: "Are you asleep?" "What's up?" Yi Yayu replied almost immediately. "Nothing much, I just have something to ask you," Lin Huang replied her message. "Haha. You must have failed to level up to iron level, am I right? I told you not to go after the 6-armed demon for you life seed, but you wouldn't listen." Yi Yayu sent back a wall of text with a mocking emoji at the end. "You're wrong, I have successfully leveled up. I need to ask you something else," Lin Huang replied. After he obtained the life seed, Sly Hands, he realized that his typing speed had improved. "Yeah right, go on, continue with your made-up story." Yi Yayu left an uninterested emoji after her reply. "I want to know if anything happened in Wangyu Forest recently." Lin Huang finally got the chance to ask his question, sidestepping her ego-provoking replies. "I can't find anything on the Heart Network and Hunter Network. You're a gold hunter, you must have more access in terms of information, so I thought I'd ask you," he continued. "Let me take a look," she replied. After Yi Yayu sent that message, she requested for a video call shortly after. Lin Huang hesitated and accepted the video call. In the video, Yi Yayu was seen sitting on a luxurious couch with a red drink in her hand. Seeing the environment Lin Huang was in, she was stunned. "Are you in the wild?" she asked. "I'm still in Wangyu Forest," Lin Huang nodded and smiled. "You're in a tent inside the Level 4 Wangyu Forest. Are you crazy?" Yi Yayu did not expect Lin Huang to have the audacity to do something so foolish. "I'm only at the border, I'll be fine," Lin Huang said with a smile. "I think you should get out of the Wangyu Forest as soon as possible. It's not safe now. I've checked about the thing you asked me earlier, but I didn't get much information. I didn't think I had much access anyway, so I got my brother to check it out as well." There was an unconfirmed report. Yi Yayu trailed off, and her tone of voice became serious. "What is that?" Lin Huang frowned. He could sense that the news must be bad. The Monitoring Bureau recently discovered that there was an unusual shockwave coming from the center of Wangyu Forest. It could be a monster that is in the midst of leveling up into a transcendent. From the intensity of the wave, the monster is at least a mutated monster or could even a monster that had gone through a double mutation. No matter how accurate the information is, you best leave Wangyu Forest now. Don't stay there even if you fail to level up to iron level. Yi Yeyu told Lin Huang the news that Yi Zheng had discovered. Okay, I understand, Lin Huang nodded. Thank you, beautiful. I need to wake up early tomorrow, I'm hanging up now. He waved to Yi Yeyu who was in the video and hung up the phone straight away. How dare he hang up my call? Yi Yeyu screamed when she realized Lin Huang hung up her phone as the screen turned black. Lin Huang did not think much about the matter. The reason he did not look for Yi Zheng was that he always thought Yi Zheng would ignore calls 90% of the time if the caller ID showed a male caller or rather. That's what Lin Huang would do. That was why he decided to call Yi Yeyu instead. Yi Yeyu was pissed because she did not expect Lin Huang to hang up right after he got what he wanted. After the call, Lin Huang looked into the incidents that involved unusual shockwaves on the hard network but he found nothing. Since it was quite late, he decided to sleep. Chapter 77, Tracking Footsteps. It was a peaceful morning in the Wangyu Forest. The sun was shining through to the leaves on the ground and the drops of morning dew could be seen on the leaves, colorful from the refraction of light. Whiffs of a fresh green fragrance were sent by the wind into Lin Huang's tent. He was awake early that day and he had a good night's sleep all through the night. Although he had Lang Yuexin's news on his mind, he did not worry about it as that would have been unnecessary. He had breakfast and departed after dismantling his tent and packed it away. He chose Bai and the Viridian Wolf as his companions this time. If he summoned charcoal, monsters that were below silver level would run away from him but gold level monsters might consider it a challenge. Moreover, there was a possibility that there was a transcendent monster in the forest. Lin Huang was mistaken as God's descendant the last time and that had attracted a transcendent monster. If charcoal, his dragonkin monster was discovered by the Transcendent, he could not imagine what kind of trouble that would bring him. Moreover, flying above the Wangyu Forest would make him an easy target for an attack by powerful monsters as there would be no trees around. Although it would have been a different story with the Viridian Wolf. Its keen nose gave it a useful advantage against any lurking dangers as it could detect enemies from a distance. With its speed, the 300 kilometers to the coordinates where Lang Yuexin was last seen would only take the beast a mere 2 hours run. Lin Huang and Bai rode on the back of Viridian Wolf. They made stops in between to rest up so in case a monster attacked them midway, they'd all still have the energy to fight even after the long journey. Whenever the Viridian Wolf caught the scent of a nearby strong monster, it would deviate to another route and continue. When it was close to noon, they finally arrived at the first coordinate where Lang Yuexin was last seen. Lin Huang then activated Blood Hunt and caught the scent of Lang Yuexin and Li Yangxing. He followed the odor and arrived in front of a giant rock. It was a black rock that was 10 meters high, and a small part of it was buried in the ground while the top was showing. The smell was strongest near the giant rock, so Lin Huang was sure that they made a stop at the giant rock or at least touched it as they traveled. He walked around the rock but he could not find anything. However, it was absurd for such a huge rock to be lying there in the middle of Wangyu Forest. If it was a meteorite, there should have been craters around it, but the terrain was flat and undisturbed. With a few doubts in mind, Lin Huang browsed through the hard network for anything that mentioned a giant rock in the forest. Surprisingly, there was quite a lot of information about it and it was once a hot topic in Division 7. How the topic of this black giant rock became popular was peculiar as it all started when many claimed that no one could move the rock. People saw the thread on the network and tried to move the rock, but even a gold hunter who was among the top 10 on the leaderboard tried his best to no avail. The rock remained firmly planted in its position. That was why it became one of the hot topics for quite some time in Division 7 as many were guessing the origins of the rock itself. Many of them thought it was a meteorite while others thought it was moved there by a transcendent out of boredom. There were even some that said it was a seal for the back luck of the city buried beneath it. After browsing through the many speculated theories of the topic, he realized that it was totally unrelated to the transcendent monster. He turned off the network and looked around the place again. He could not find anything and left. 10 minutes later, Lin Huang and Bai found the second spot where Lang Yuexin was last seen. He activated Blood Hunt again and found the exact location where Lang Yuexin and the rest had been. It was scorched ground, dead earth with cracks that looked like spiderwebs that spread as far as 10 kilometers. The burnt soil bulged around the cracks, seemingly cracking from the inside out. Lin Huang found a crack that was as wide as a palm and tossed a stone in to find out how deep it was. He did not hear any sound to confirm if the stone had touched the ground, so he was not able to tell how deep it was. He browsed the hard network again, but there was nothing about it. It seems like these cracks just appeared recently. Lin Huang took a couple of photos of the cracks, looked around the area and left. Within half an hour, he found the third and fourth coordinates where Leng Yuexin and the rest were last seen, and both had the similar strange cracks like the second location. Aside from that, he did not discover anything else. He took some photos once again and left. This time, he headed to the last location Leng Yuexin was seen at before she went missing. Within 20 minutes, the Viridian Wolf brought Lin Huang and Bai to the final destination. They got off the Viridian Wolf's back and Lin Huang activated Blood Hunt again. Following the scent he was familiar with, he found the exact coordinates where Leng Yuexin had last been. The mission card showed that the coordinates were 300 kilometers to the north, and Lin Huang found the location easily. It was a giant waterfall with a giant pool beneath the waterfall. Leng Yuexin and Li Yangxing's scent completely disappeared around the waterfall. There must be something here. Perhaps there's a cave behind this waterfall. Lin Huang thought and frowned as he looked around the waterfall, but there did not seem to be anything unusual. He then recalled the Viridian Wolf and summoned the specter. As it was a spirit, it was similar like the crows he saw previously, lacking a physical form, so it was able to pass through objects. Specter, see what's behind the waterfall, Lin Huang instructed the specter. The black phantom floated on top of the lake and disappeared into the waterfall. Soon, it came out from the waterfall. Is there a cave or cavern that connects to another location? Lin Huang asked. The specter shook its head. No cave. Lin Huang was skeptical. It doesn't look like there's anything else nearby. Lin Huang then looked at the quiet pool and thought, could it be under this pool? Specter, go underwater to see if there's an underground cave beneath the pool. Lin Huang gave his instruction immediately. The specter dived into the water without making a single ripple on the surface. Lin Huang sat by the pool and anxiously waited for the results. If there was no clue under the pool, he would have no idea how he would find Leng Yuexin at all. It took more than half an hour this time. If it was not for Xiao He who would notify him if the specter was dead, he would have thought that it had been killed by an underwater beast. 40 minutes in, the specter finally emerged from the pool. Is there an underwater cave? Lin Huang asked immediately. The specter nodded. That's it. Lin Huang concluded that Leng Yuexin and the rest had dove down under the pool and prepared himself for the descent. Chapter 78. Encountering a transcendent monster again. Looking at the quiet pool before him, Lin Huang frowned. Since the specter needed more than 40 minutes to get to the bottom of the pool, that meant the pool was deep. Although he got a diving suit from Shui Jia during the reserve hunter assessment, he was not sure if he could dive that deep even with the suit. Furthermore, there was no way for him to breathe underwater. With his iron level rank -1 body, the air pressure at such great depths could be an issue for him. After much thought, Lin Huang came up with a plan. He would use a provisional transformation card to transform himself into the specter. As long as he was in spirit form, he could pass through things and even dive deep into the water without a worry. I still have 5 provisional transformation cards. Each card will allow me the ability to transform for an entire day. Even if this takes more than a day, the most I'd use up would only be 2 cards, he thought. After figuring out how many provisional transformation cards he needed, he took out one of them. Transform into the specter. Lin Huang confirmed the monster that he was transforming into and crushed the card. After the card was crushed, it turned into a white glow that enveloped his body. Soon there were changes to his body. Within seconds, he became grayish-black, translucent cloud. He looked exactly the same as the specter. He recalled Bai and instructed the specter, lead the way, I'll follow you into the water. The specter floated slowly to the middle of the pool and dove in the water. Lin Huang hesitated for a moment, but then followed suit. Although he knew that the form he was currently transformed into would not be affected by water, it was still uncomfortable for him. After successfully diving into the water, Lin Huang did not feel any pressure at all. He could only sense that the temperature around him was dropping. As he followed the specter into the pool, there were no obstacles before them. It felt the same as when he was floating into the air. He also realized that in this form, breathing was unnecessary and he had no heartbeat. As he dove deeper, he began getting the hang of his new body. More than 10 minutes later, Lin Huang arrived at the bottom of the pool with the guidance of the specter. He noticed that the size of the pool was much bigger than the one he saw from above. The specter then pointed in a direction and led the way for Lin Huang. Following the specter, Lin Huang saw a slope towards an underground cave after about 6 minutes. Undercurrents were flowing into the cave. Let's take a look, Lin Huang instructed the specter. It dived into the cave and Lin Huang followed. The underground cave was long and narrow. Lin Huang followed the specter for almost half an hour before they arrived at the other side of the cave. Coming out on the other side, he realized that they were at an underground river. He got out at the water and into an underground world. There was dry land next to the river with countless stalactites above, hanging almost 10 meters from the ground. There were so many caves around the place and Lin Huang had no idea which way he should go. Lin Huang got out of the water. He then recalled the specter and summoned Bai. Bai could attack at the longest distance and he was the second strongest among Lin Huang's monsters right after charcoal. Moreover, his size was perfect for the mission. Although he knew that the river water had washed away most of the scent for Leng Yuexin and the rest, Lin Huang decided to activate anyway. He wanted to see if he could find even the slightest clue with it, which was better than nothing. Lin Huang did not catch their scent after was activated, but he caught a whiff on the intense iron-like scent of blood in the air. Aside from blood, he caught the scent of an unfamiliar odor that was similar to a plant but was very unpleasant. Although his expression could not be seen as he was transformed into the specter, Lin Huang was frowning. The pungent smell made him uncomfortable. He hesitated for a while and decided to look for the source of the bloody smell to get to the bottom of the mystery. That was the one and only clue that might lead him to Leng Yuexin. Here, Lin Huang pointed towards the direction of the smell. Bai nodded and led the way while Lin Huang followed behind him. In the complicated underground cave, Lin Huang and Bai made many turns as they followed the scent. Almost an hour later, they finally arrived near their destination. Slow down, be careful, Lin Huang said to Bai. Bai then slowed down after he heard Lin Huang's instructions. 10 minutes later, he saw a light after a turning. He peered around at the light source. It was a massive cave that was nearly 100 meters high. In the middle of the cave, there was a light blue semi-transparent monster that floated in the air. The light was coming from the monster's body. This monster looked like a deep-sea jellyfish from Earth. To be exact, it was more like a deformed deep-sea jellyfish. Not only was it many times bigger, there were countless eyeballs of different color on its body. Some were closed while some were opened. Those that were closed were filled with spots of various colors. Its tentacles were swaying in the air like the flowing dress of a lady during the summer festival. Lin Huang recognized it as the transcendent monster immediately as the aura coming off the monster was even stronger than the black python that he encountered earlier. The unpleasant scent that he caught from Blood Hunt was coming from this monster together with the smell of blood. Lin Huang then activated Boundless Vision and looked around the transcendent monster. Aside from blood on the ground, he did not see Leng Yuexin and the rest. Could they have been eaten by the monster? Just when Lin Huang was thinking, the transcendent monster seemed to sense a disturbance. Its light blue tentacles darted towards the cave entrance where Lin Huang was located at the speed of light. Lin Huang recalled Bai immediately and flattened himself against the wall. The light blue tentacles seemed to detect Lin Huang even though he went through the cave walls. It looked around the cave and retracted its tentacles. Since it did not find anything at all, the transcendent monster thought it was being too sensitive to its surroundings. Lin Huang was drenched in cold sweat. If he was a second too late, he would have been crushed to death by the monster. The attack of transcendent monsters worked on spirit-type monsters. He did not dare look in the monster's direction anymore. Leng Yuexin and the rest should still be alive. If they were dead, Xiao He would definitely notify me that I failed the mission. The blood on the ground could possibly be theirs as they might have been hurt as they entered the underwater cavern. There were only two possibilities: they might be hidden by the monster somewhere else or they may have already escaped, he thought. But if they've managed to escape, the description on the mission card would not ask me to look for Leng Yuexin and bring her back to Carefree City. The description was clear: Leng Yuexin was in some kind of trouble, so the first possibility was more likely. However, there's another possibility where they may have managed to escape the battle but were badly injured so they were unable to leave Wangyu Forest. Lin Huang analyzed the situation and came up with the two most likely scenarios. Chapter 79. Li Yangxing's True Colors. In the massive underground cave, a light blue deep-sea transcendent monster floated in the air. Its body occupied a third the space within the cave and its long tentacles swayed midair, looking relaxed, waving gently to no apparent breeze. The blue light emitted from its body lit up the entire cave. Behind the wall, at a corner of the cave, Lin Huang was hiding in his spectral form, planning his next move. Now, the only clue I have is the blood on the ground. Although I can't confirm if it belongs to Leng Yuexin and the rest, there are no other options left, Lin Huang thought to himself before investigating the only clue he had. He passed through several layers of granite through the wall to a corridor. He then activated Blood Hunt to look for any traces of the scent of blood that remained in the air. Before this investigation, he was worried that he would not get any results at all, as hunters would usually take care of their wounds whenever they were injured to prevent monsters from tracking them down. Many monsters were sensitive to the smell of blood. If Leng Yuexin and the rest had already taken care of their wounds, then the scent should have been weak. However, Lin Huang was lucky as he managed to catch a whiff of the remaining scent of blood in the air. The scent was far from where the transcendent monster was at. Lin Huang was relieved when he found out and headed towards the direction immediately. Along the way, he noticed that there were bloodstains on the ground. It seemed like the person was clumsy when they ran, not having enough time to cover up their trails. Following the scent, Lin Huang walked along the corridors for more than an hour. He then found a dead body. The dead body was leaning on the wall of the corridor, completely burned to a crisp. Lin Huang recognized that the corpse as the young man in the hat that was with Leng Yuexin. From his dead body, it seemed like he was burned with a hot flame, but Lin Huang could not detect any burnt odor. The smell coming from the corpse was the pungent, unpleasant smell of poison. There was a wound on his waist which seemed like he was slashed with something sharp. There's a high possibility that the wound was caused by the transcendent monster's tentacles, which released poison powerful enough to burn him to a crisp. If Leng Yuexin and the rest were injured, they may be poisoned in a similar way, he thought. Seeing the dead body, Lin Huang knew that if Leng Yuexin was poisoned, she would not have long to live. He had to find her as soon as possible or his mission would fail once she was dead. Time passed quickly. Half an hour later, Lin Huang finally found Leng Yuexin lying by the underground river. He panicked when he saw her, but since there was no notification from Xiaohe, he was relieved as that meant Leng Yuexin was still alive. Lin Huang then walked to the riverside and saw Leng Yuexin's face. Her face and most of the skin on her hands were black. Only half of her fingers remained unharmed. She was unconscious when Lin Huang approached her. If she remained in this condition, she would die very soon. She made it to the underground river. As long as she followed the river against the flow, she would have been able to make it to the entrance. It shouldn't have been a problem for her to swim her way out of this place, Lin Huang concluded. However, Lin Huang did not see Li Yangxing and the rest. He guessed that they were either eaten by the monster or they had escaped. Xiaohe, can my healing card act as the antidote to this poison? Lin Huang looked at the cards that he had and hoped the healing card might help. The healing card can cure all diseases, including poison victims, Xiaohe replied. That's great, use one healing card on her, he instructed. Although it was a waste that Lin Huang had to use his card on her, he had to. If he did not do that, he would lose 2 monster cards. Are you sure you want to use your healing card on somebody else? Confirmed. Lin Huang nodded. Please identify the user. Leng Yuexin. Lin Huang pointed at Leng Yuexin. One healing card has been used, healing in progress. As Xiaohe's notification popped up, a white glow shot out of Lin Huang into Leng Yuexin's body. Soon, there was a dim white glow enveloping her body. Lin Huang stood aside and mumbled to himself, it wasn't easy to find you here and now I've to use my healing card on you. You don't need to repay me, but I would appreciate it if you bring me back to Carefree City and help me complete my mission. Seeing the black fade from Leng Yuexin's face, Lin Huang did not want to stay at his present location. He hid behind the wall not far away while he waited for Leng Yuexin to wake up from her knocked-out state. Soon, the poison in Leng Yuexin's body was completely cleared and she woke up, dazed from the sights around her. Leng Yuexin opened her eyes and sat up in confusion. She looked at her arms that were not black anymore and looked at her reflection in the water. Her face was normal again. What happened? I thought I was poisoned. Leng Yuexin frowned. She seemed to be contemplating on ways the poison in her body could have faded on its own. Lin Huang, who was hiding, was worried. Fortunately, Leng Yuexin did not dwell upon it. She quickly stood up and patted the soil from her body away and ran against the river's flow. Lin Huang held his breath while he followed behind her, passing through wall after wall. When they were near the entrance, Leng Yuexin suddenly stopped. Lin Huang saw there was a person lying on the ground not far away, and from the attire, it seemed like Li Yangxing. "Brother Li," Lang Yuexin shouted and ran towards him. Lin Huang frowned as he did not like Li Yangxing. He left the monster's carcass for him earlier and attempted to kill him. To him, this guy was someone that was always up to no good. However, since Li Yangxing managed to make it here, he was not as heavily poisoned as Lang Yuexin was. As expected, Li Yangxing was still conscious. Seeing Lang Yuexin coming towards him, he shouted to her immediately, "Save me." Although his voice was weak, he still managed to stay awake. "Brother Li, I will carry you out of this place." Lang Yuexin attempted to carry him. "I don't have much time, I need the antidote." Noticing that the poison in Lang Yuexin's body had faded, Li Yangxing thought she had the antidote, so he asked her for it. "I don't have the antidote, I have no idea how I was cured," Lang Yuexin told him. She did not know how to explain. "Then, help me replace my blood, in my current condition, I'd never make it to the ground above," Li Yangxing begged. Blood replacement? Lang Yuexin hesitated. She did not want Li Yangxing to die here, so she agreed to do it. Lin Huang, who was watching from a distance, was frowning. He knew what a blood replacement was. It meant Li Yangxing would release the poisonous blood in his body and needed somebody else to replace a part of the lost blood. This would usually happen between family and close friends, but not others. For Li Yangxing to ask for such favor, he was totally crossing the line. Li Yangxing knew Lang Yuexin very well and knew well that she would not say no. That was why he dared to request such a favor. "Please help me," Li Yangxing said to Lang Yuexin. "Okay." Lang Yuexin nodded. A dagger appeared on her palm and she cut open the artery along his wrist. The black, poisonous blood flowed out fast along with an unpleasant stench. Lang Yuexin then cut open the artery in her wrist and fresh blood spouted out of the wound. She then performed a hand seal, and a moment later, her blood was like a thick thread connected to the wound on Li Yangxing's wrist. Lang Yuexin's blood was being transferred into him and his black blood stopped flowing. Why would Li Yangxing request something like this? This is just a temporary solution. The poison in his body would only be diluted but not completely cleared. Even if he manages to get out of this cave, he would only live for another couple of hours. There's no way that he would be able to get to Carefree City in time, unless Lin Huang knew the reason for the blood replacement. Unless he cleared out all the poisonous blood in his body, but that would mean he would need all the blood of another person in exchange. He sensed that something was wrong. As time passed, Lang Yuexin started to look pale. She had replaced a third of her blood to Li Yangxing. "Brother Li, I need to stop now." "Okay, that's enough," Li Yangxing nodded. Just as Lang Yuexin was going to perform the hand seal to disconnect the blood transfer, Li Yangxing glared straight at her and pierced through her chest with a short knife he had in his wounded right hand that came out of nowhere. Lin Huang, who was watching from the back, did not even have the time to react as it happened so fast. It was worse for Lang Yuexin. She looked at Li Yangxing in shock. "Brother Li, silly girl, if you don't transfer all your blood to me, how would I clear the poison in my body? If I only get to dilute a third of the poison, I would never make it to Carefree City. So, you'll need to sacrifice yourself," Li Yangxing smiled, devilishly. Chapter 80. Killing Li Yangxing. Everything happened so fast. Although Lin Huang figured Li Yangxing was up to no good, he did not expect him to take Lang Yuexin's life right away. "You bastard!" Lang Yuexin's chest was pierced straight through by Li Yangxing's knife. She said that as she spat blood, not expecting Li Yangxing to be such a horrible person. Lin Huang panicked as he watched the scene transpire from a distance. If Lang Yuexin died, that would mean his mission had failed. Not only would he not obtain the 2 mission reward cards, but he would also lose 2 of his monster cards. He would be at a great loss if Lang Yuexin died. "By charcoal, let's kill him!" Lin Huang shouted and summoned both his monsters. Although Li Yangxing was poisoned and his body was weak, he was a gold hunter and almost a transcendent after all. Lin Huang knew he was not to be underestimated, so he summoned his strongest monsters. Lin Huang then returned to his own body from his spectral form and took out his Black Eagle 33. He morphed his gun to a sniper and aimed at Li Yangxing's left eye. Fortunately, the underground river was spacious and allowed charcoal's full form to show. It flapped its wing and flew to the top of the cave and spat black fire at Li Yangxing. The black dragon flame did not cover much ground. It was more like a focused jet of water directed towards Li Yangxing. At the same time, Bai attacked from 10 meters away. His crimson gold blood power wings turned into a pair of sharp blades that plunged towards Li Yangxing. Lin Huang, who was standing 10 meters away, channeled all his iron life power. A life power bullet was formed in his gun chamber and he then pulled the trigger. The iron life power bullet shot forward. It was a laser beam that shot at Li Yangxing's left eye, creating sparks in the air. Facing various attacks that were coming for him, Li Yangxing was stunned. He did not expect Lin Huang to appear out of nowhere with his 2 bronze-level monsters. Even if that had happened on a normal day, he knew he was in trouble, as Lin Huang was also an imperial censor. Lin Huang and his 2 bronze-level monsters were nothing to him at full health and power. However, he was poisoned and had exhausted all the life power in his body to kill Leng Yuexin. As a gold hunter, his physique was strong, but without life power, he could not use any of his defensive skills at all. No matter how powerful he was, he could not defend against attacks from the 2 bronze-level monsters. Furthermore, he was also targeted and shot at with a Black Eagle 33 that was almost a bronze-level weapon. Many gold hunters from the Hunter Association were killed by higher-level monster hordes each year. Usually, there would only be iron-level and bronze-levels monsters, as there were hardly any silver-level monsters. Those gold hunters who died were usually killed because they exhausted their life power, preventing them from being able to defend themselves against monster attacks with their physical body. The triple attacks from Lin Huang were almost upon him and he was helpless. To save himself, he had to let go of Leng Yuexin. Although his life power was exhausted, his body was still agile. He took a step back and he was already a few meters away, enough for him to get out of the attack area of Charcoal's dragon flame. Bai's blades were coming at him like tarsal bone maggots, but Li Yangxing did a backflip and avoided that fatal attack. Just then, the life power bullet grew close. He slammed his palm against the ground to somersault up in the air and avoided the bullet. The blood replacement was interrupted. After he avoided the attacks from Lin Huang and his monsters, he stood firmly on the ground and stared a deathly stare, shouting, "Hey! Do you want to die? It's you who's asking for it." Lin Huang shouted back, "Bai, don't let him escape." Bai knew what Lin Huang wanted. His blood power blades transformed into long whips and he attempted to strangle Li Yangxing. Even though his life power was exhausted, with his strong body, he was surprisingly agile. Lin Huang could not do anything to him. Lin Huang knew very well that the most effective way to tackle people like him was to tie them up so that he would not be able to escape from his attacks. Seeing the long whips coming for him, Li Yangxing was shocked. If he was to be tied up by the vampire, it would take mere seconds for Lin Huang and his monsters to kill him. The reason he did not run away in the first place was because he was unwilling to give up the blood replacement from Leng Yuexin. However, now that he saw the vampire activating his combat mode, he needed to escape. On the other hand, Leng Yuexin had passed out due to major blood loss and there was nothing more he could get from her. Lin Huang frowned and morphed his Black Eagle 33 to a black pistol while he walked towards Leng Yuexin. Seeing Lin Huang getting close to Leng Yuexin and himself, Li Yangxing, who was attempting to run, grinned. If Lin Huang was close to him, he could strike a fatal attack. If an imperial censor was dead, his monsters would automatically lose control and possibly fight each other. During the chaos, he could run away together with Leng Yuexin and finish the process elsewhere. So he gave up on his plan to run and waited patiently for Lin Huang to approach him. With his gun, Lin Huang moved closer to Leng Yuexin and Li Yangxing. Just when he arrived next to Leng Yuexin and attempted to carry her, Li Yangxing made his move and attacked. He took a few steps towards Lin Huang, his body became strange, like a slithering. A deep crevasse was created between Charcoal and Bai. Soon, he stood in front of Lin Huang. He did not hesitate for a moment as he transformed his hand into a blade and aimed it at the back of Lin Huang's neck. Even without life power, his gold-level ability would make that attack a fatal strike. Just when the blade reached Lin Huang's neck, a pair of crimson gold wings grew out of Lin Huang's back. Li Yangxing froze with shock, and one of Lin Huang's wings transformed into a blade and pierced through Li Yangxing's chest. When Lin Huang looked up, Li Yangxing saw a vampire with red eyes and silver hair stare up at him. "Do you really think I am here to save her? Seems like you're not as smart as you thought," Lin Huang said, his bloodshot eyes wide open. "I knew you would attempt to run, so I used myself as a bait for you to come closer," he continued. "You are a vampire," Li Yangxing said as he spat blood. He did not expect things to be like this. He totally underestimated this little guy. Sorry, you're wrong. I'm human, Lin Huang said with a sinister smile. Now, you can rest in peace. The other wing on Lin Huang's back transformed into a lively crimson gold giant python. It strangled Li Yangxing's body and made its way all the way up to his head. When it reached his eyes, the snake's head transformed into a sharp prick and pierced through his left eyeball through to the back of his head. Instantly, Li Yangxing was dead. Ding! You have performed a cross-ranking kill by killing a gold-level human. You've obtained the rare skill cards Thunder Sword and Cloud Steps, Xiaohe informed him. I can get skills from killing people. Lin Huang was stunned when he heard the notification. The 2 cards were turned into light spheres that moved from Li Yangxing's dead body and dissolved into Lin Huang's chest. Lin Huang searched Li Yangxing's corpse but he could not find anything. He guessed that all his equipment would probably be stored in his ring, but since he was dead, his ring was sealed. Lin Huang then chopped off his finger to retrieve his ring and kept it in his storage space. The reason he wanted the ring was to prevent anyone from activating the ring to find any evidence should his dead body ever be found. After using Charcoal's dragon flame to incinerate Li Yangxing's dead body, Lin Huang dumped his body in the underground river and went to check up on Leng Yuexin. Chapter 81. Leaving Wangyu Forest, Leng Yuexin lay pale on the ground, a black knife pierced through her body. Fresh blood soaked her shirt, and the artery on her right wrist had not stopped its bleeding. She was drenched in a pool of her own blood. Xiaohe, should I remove the knife first or do I use the healing card directly? Lin Huang asked. He was worried that removing the knife would cause even more bleeding. In Leng Yuexin's current state, if that happened, she would die within seconds. She could not take the torture any longer. You can use the healing card directly. During the process of healing, the object that caused the injury would be removed from her body automatically, Xiaohe explained. Hearing what Xiaohe said, Lin Huang was slightly relieved. Then use a healing card on her. A white glow came out of Lin Huang's body into Leng Yuexin's body. Soon, her wound stopped bleeding. The black knife that was stabbed into her chest was removed slowly by an invisible force. Girl, I have spent 2 transformation cards and 2 healing cards on you. Please don't create more trouble for me, Lin Huang muttered aloud and transformed to his original form from his vampire mode and looked on at Leng Yuexin healing anxiously. If he did not manage to kill Li Yangxing with the 2 cards that he pulled out at the last minute, the mission would have been a waste of his resources. Lin Huang did not know that something bigger was waiting for him. When he summoned Charcoal, the eyes on top of the jellyfish-like transcendent monster in the cave were opening one by one. Near the entrance of the underground river, Leng Yuexin was healing fast with the help of the healing card. The life-threatening wound was healing in front of Lin Huang's eyes, her pale face became rosy as well. The effects of the healing card is so amazing, Lin Huang exclaimed as he saw the changes on Leng Yuexin's body. Unfortunately, he had 3 healing cards but now, 2 of them were used on her. This time, he did not stay hidden anymore since Leng Yuexin had seen him fighting and summoning Bai and Charcoal earlier. However, she did not see him transforming into Bai as she passed out. He did not bother to think of an explanation he would tell her. All he wanted was for her to wake up as soon as possible and leave this place. Soon, as her wounds were almost healed, Leng Yuexin woke up. She opened her eyes and saw Lin Huang, Charcoal and Bai who were not far away. You saved me, Leng Yuexin said quietly, almost in a whisper as she looked at her chest and noticed that her wound had disappeared. Same on her wrist, just that the blood stains reassured her that she was not dreaming. Yes, Lin Huang said. He was not going to deny it. Was it you who removed the poison from my body too? Leng Yuexin asked as she noticed that her condition was similar to the previous time she woke up from being poisoned, as she noticed back then that the poison had completely cleared from her body too. Even the wound that was left by the transcendent monster disappeared as well. Yes, if you have any more questions, we can talk about it on our way out of here, Lin Huang said as he knew the underground cave was not safe after the battle and he wanted to leave as soon as possible. Wait, let me change my clothes, she said. Seeing herself in a mess, Leng Yuexin blushed. You can change when you're outside, it's not safe here. Just when Lin Huang said that, the ground started to shake. They were shocked, they both instantly knew that it was the transcendent monster. It must be coming for Charcoal, who was a dragonkin with dragon blood flowing through its veins. Let's go, Bai will get you out of here, Lin Huang shouted. Then what about you? Leng Yuexin asked, surprised to hear his instructions. I'm just an avatar, my real body is up there, Lin Huang lied to her. He knew the made-up the excuse would speed things up and Lin Yuexin would not worry about him. He then called Bai, who came forth with his blood power wings transformed into a pair of fins. Bai then carried Lin Yuexin, dived into the water and swam swiftly towards the entrance of the cave. The light blue tentacles were coming for him in charcoal. He recalled charcoal immediately and transformed himself into Spectre. He then leapt and hid behind the wall. The light blue tentacles seemed to sense Lin Huang had gone through the wall and they swept all over the location where Lin Huang and charcoal were. Lin Huang did not turn to look behind him as he ran for his life from wall to wall. He heard loud thuds that sounded like an earthquake followed by the roar of the monster. Deep in the cave, the light blue jellyfish monster turned a bloody red and shined a bright red glow all around the cave. Its countless tentacles were going towards the direction where Lin Huang and charcoal had disappeared. As a transcendent monster, it knew very well about the importance of bloodlines. If it was to swallow a pure dragonkin, it would not become a dragonkin itself, but it would at least transform into something similar to the level of a sky dragon. By then, its ability would increase immensely. Losing the scent of the dragonkin made it furious, but soon it became calm as it caught a whiff of a human with hints of dragon blood. After locking its target on the human, countless deadly light blue tentacles headed out for Lin Huang. Sensing the vibrations behind him getting more and more intense, Lin Huang started to run upwards. In less than 3 minutes, he was on the ground. Noticing that the transcendent monster was not giving up, Lin Huang used his provisional transformation card and turned himself into an Alexandrian eagle. He flapped his wings and his gigantic body went all the way to the clouds within seconds. However, he did not leave the place immediately. He observed the area from the sky. He saw clearly that the red tentacles had pierced through the ground and caused cracks to appear all over the place. However, it was only a few centimeters out of the ground. Suddenly, the ground started to burn. The transcendent monster let out a devastating groan and retracted all its tentacles. Seeing the strange phenomenon, Lin Huang guessed the monster must be sealed underground by some strange force which caused its body to burn once it left the ground. Now he knew where the cracks on the ground came from. Knowing that the monster was no longer a threat, he waited patiently for Lin Yuexin. The pool and waterfall that connected to the underground cave's entrance was close by. They had to come out of that entrance as there was only one way. Flapping his wings, Lin Huang landed on a giant rock next to the pool. He turned back into a human and waited patiently. Soon, Bai brought Lin Yuexin, who was wrapped in a diving suit, out of the water. After removing the diving equipment, Lin Yuexin and Bai swam towards Lin Huang. "I think I heard the monster again," Lin Yuexin shouted at Lin Huang once she got ashore. "Yes, we need to leave here quickly," Lin Huang nodded and summoned Viridian Wolf immediately. "Wait, I'll only take a minute to change. Don't worry about the monster, it's sealed underground by the black rock, there's no way it can escape," Lin Yuexin said. She was soaking wet. It was summer, and she was uncovered. Her clothes were so wet that they were stuck on her body, shaped to each and every curve of her body. Lin Huang looked the other way. Lin Yuexin leapt towards the waterfall and changed behind a giant rock. Lin Huang recalled Bai and waited patiently. Soon, Lin Yuexin was done changing. She wore a pair of jeans with a white shirt. It was casual and pleasing. She was pretty and had nice features. She used to give off the vibe that she was rich and obnoxious. Now as she was dressed in casual attire, she looked really down to earth. "Thank you for saving me twice, I owe my life to you and I will never forget that," Lin Yuexin said as she leapt from the waterfall and landed not far from Lin Huang. "If you could send me back to Carefree City, that would make us even then," Lin Huang replied. He just wanted to complete his mission. "Even if you didn't mention it, I will send you back in one piece. Since I have already accepted the mission, I will have to complete it. It has nothing to do with repaying you," Lin Yuexin answered his request and shook her head. "However, before that, please give me 2 to 3 days, I need to kill that bastard Li Yangxing with my own hands." Li Yangxing is dead," Lin Huang said while rubbing his nose and averting his eyes. "He's dead." Lin Yuexin looked at him confused as she did not think Lin Huang could have managed to kill Li Yangxing. Although he killed him in a bad way, she thought Lin Huang was just chasing Li Yangxing away instead of killing him. "That's right, I killed him," Lin Huang said and then took out Li Yangxing's ring. Lin Yuexin recognized Li Yangxing's ring immediately. "He's really dead. He was poisoned and almost exhausted all his life power when he attacked you. I killed him together with my monsters, burnt his body and tossed it into the underground river, Lin Huang lied. Of course, he could not tell her about killing Li Yangxing by transforming himself into a vampire. Although he was strong, he was strangled by a vampire, and there was no way he could run, he continued. All right then, there will be trouble if you keep his ring. Give it to me, I will tell his family that he attempted to kill me, so I defended myself and ended him. About this ring too, I will get someone to activate it. I will send all the stuff in his storage space to you, just give me your address, Lin Yuexin said to Lin Huang. That's what I thought too when I retrieved his ring. I was worried if his family found out about me from this ring, it would mean a great load of trouble for me, Lin Huang said and nodded. He then tossed the ring to Lin Yuexin. Lin Yuexin caught the ring and kept it in her storage space. Since Li Yangxing is dead, do you have anything else you have to do? Lin Huang asked. No, Li Yangxing is dead, 2 of the guys were eaten by the monster and another one was poisoned. There's no reason for me to stay. Let me send you back to the city, Lin Yuexin said and shook her head, recounting all the events of the day. She then took out her monster taming token and summoned her gold-level frostwolf. She rode on it while Lin Huang rode on his viridian wolf and headed on their way. Chapter 82. Uncle's Relationship Advice. Carefree City was a peaceful little city. The streets were crowded with people at the many restaurants that lit up at night. As time passed, it became a major attraction of this foothold which beckoned many tourists. It was late in the evening when Lin Huang and Lin Yuexin arrived in Carefree City. All the restaurants were open for business, many tables and chairs were arranged in the alfresco area. Looking at the crowds in the restaurants on both sides and the smell of food in the air, Lin Huang started to get hungry. He just realized that he only had breakfast that day before his mission. Lin Yuexin was a little panicked in the crowd as she hardly went to places that were crowded. I bet you're hungry. It's my treat, Lin Huang offered. He was hungry himself, but he did not want Lin Yuexin to feel left out, so he suggested a meal together. Lin Yuexin hesitated as she had never eaten at places like this before. What would you like to eat? Lin Huang asked. Anything is fine with me. Lin Yuexin did not want to reject Lin Huang as he saved her life. Even if the food was terrible, she would force herself to eat. I'll order then. Can you take spicy food? Lin Huang asked. I'm okay with that. Lin Yuexin nodded. Lin Huang was not familiar with the food in this world as there were so much more varieties here than on Earth. He would usually eat something that he was familiar with, but there were many dishes he had never tried in this place. However, Lin Huang was experienced when it came to finding good food. He used to travel a lot, and aside from browsing food recommendations on the internet, he would come up with useful food guides that were about the crowd a place had, the number of people eating at a restaurant, which location had better tasting food, and so on, trying to make the experience of finding the best meal much simpler for his readers. Although most of the dishes were unfamiliar to him, it was not difficult to tell which restaurants had good business based on his guide. Let's go to that one. Lin Huang strolled around and found a restaurant with quite a long queue. He then pulled Lin Yuexin into the queue. Lin Yuexin's appearance attracted many wondering eyes. Although she did not dress up, her beauty could not be hidden. 10 minutes later, it was finally Lin Huang and Lin Yuexin's turn to enter the restaurant. The restaurant owner was a middle-aged man. He stood behind the counter and looked at the both of them. He smiled at Lin Huang and commented, "Little man, your girlfriend is so pretty." Lin Yuexin blushed as Lin Huang waved his hand. "Uncle, that's a misunderstanding, we're just friends." Lin Huang explained. The restaurant owner smiled and did not dwell on the topic. "What would the both of you like to order?" he asked. "Please recommend your specials, good sir," Lin Huang asked politely. He knew that the owner would always recommend their specialties to convert people into regular customers at their establishments. "Our food portions are pretty big, 2 dishes and a soup would be sufficient for the both of you. If you order more, the extra food might go to waste," the restaurant owner said with a hearty laugh. "We have 2 specialties here. One of them would be the roasted iceberg pig tenderloin, while the second would be the grilled steak, which is made from the ox devil's ribs. For the soup dish, let's get you guys the twin vine flour soup. It's light and healthy," he said. "Sure, we'll get everything you recommended," Lin Huang nodded with satisfaction. "Can the both of you take spicy food?" the restaurant owner asked. "Just slightly," Lin Huang replied. "Sure, take a seat. Your food will be sent to you soon," the owner said. Seeing there was an empty table at the al fresco area, Lin Huang led Lin Yuexin to take a seat. When he was in the university, Lin Huang would usually go to the beach with his roommates for a barbecue and a few beers during the summer. Later on, although he needed to eat out with his customers a lot, he hardly ate street food anymore. Al fresco street food places like this made him reminisce about his simple life back on Earth. Lin Yuexin sat across from Lin Huang. Seeing him staring into space, it was quite awkward for her. She broke the ice by asking, "Do you usually come to places like this?" "No, this is my first time." Lin Huang was stunned. He shook his head and said, "There used to be street food like this in my hometown, but it has been a long time since I've eaten there." "Oh." Lin Yuexin nodded and did not know how to continue the topic. "Have you not been to places like this?" Lin Huang asked as he noticed that Lin Yuexin seemed uneasy. "No." Lin Yuexin shook her head and said, "My family wouldn't allow me to eat at places like this." Just then, Lin Huang recalled that she was royalty. Although he did not know much about the royalty here, he concluded that they should be similar to the knights in the olden days, that lived by certain principles such as having good manners and strict rules both at home and in public. It was normal that they were not allowed to eat by the streets. Since that topic involved Lin Yuexin's family, Lin Huang did not want to pry any further, so he changed the subject and asked, "What's that monster that lived underground?" He asked. "That was a floating orchid, an undead species from the abyss. A transcendent from our family sealed it in Wangyu Forest more than 100 years ago so that generations to come could kill it to level up into a transcendent. My purpose here this time was to kill it so that I could level up. I didn't know that it had mutated twice since then. Although its combat strength remained the same, its ability was more than 10 times stronger than it was 100 years ago. If you were not there, I would have surely died." Lin Yuexin told Lin Huang the story of the monster that lived underground in the Wangyu Forest. "Did you hire Li Yangxing as your assistant?" Lin Huang asked. "No, I was alone when I departed, but I bumped into them. Our families had a good relationship and he knew that I was there to kill the monster, so he decided to help. I knew that he was up to something, but I did not want to reject him, so we decided to go on the mission together. No matter how strong a companion is, we always have to be cautious. Thankfully you were there so that he could not carry out his evil plan. I am so grateful we met you." Lin Yuexin finally told him about the real reason why they were together. After listening to Lin Yuexin's explanation, Lin Huang thought how Li Yangxing bumped into her was quite strange. Just as they were talking, the waiter came with their food, so their conversation was interrupted. Lin Huang had tried many delicious delicacies, but the specialties the restaurant owner had recommended was incredible. The spices and seasoning alone were better than the food he would die for on Earth. The restaurant owner was brilliant in the kitchen. Not only did Lin Huang feel that way, Lin Yuexin did not stop eating too. She did not like street food, but the food they were having was irresistible. The both of them cleared all the food. Lin Yuexin wiped her mouth and said, "I've never tried street food. I didn't know it was so good. Thank you. If we've another chance, I'll bring you to other places too," Lin Huang said with a smile. "I'll have to leave in a while. My family sent someone to pick me up." "You will leave soon too, right?" Lin Yuexin asked. "I'll leave tomorrow morning. If I stay here any longer, my sister will be worried," Lin Huang told her and smiled awkwardly in embarrassment. "Oh." Lin Yuexin kept quiet for a while and asked, "I have been wanting to ask you this, but I don't know if I should." "Please do. Don't worry, I'll answer your questions the way I know how to," Lin Huang said as he nodded. He had made up answers to all the possible questions she could ask in his mind. "I want to know why you saved me," Lin Yuexin asked. Out of all the questions he had prepared himself for, this was the one question that Lin Huang had not expected. She actually had many questions for him. Among them were the reasons why went underground. What kind of healing magic did he possess to have saved her twice? She could tell clearly that the guy in the cave was not his avatar. How did he manage to get out of the cave? However, she chose to ask why he had saved her instead. "Maybe, I like you," Lin Huang answered, just making up the first thing that came to mind. He could not tell her that he was on a mission and that saving her was mandatory. "That's it?" Lin Yuexin asked. She did not seem to accept his answer. "That's it. I like you, so I saved you," Lin Huang nodded and answered in all seriousness. "All right, I shall accept your answer." Lin Yuexin knew that Lin Huang was not telling the truth, but she did not want to dwell on it. She then looked at the time on her ring and stood up. "It's almost time, I need to go now," she said. All right, we shall meet for food if there's another chance in the future. Lin Huang stood up as well. I will send you the stuff that I've promised. Goodbye, Leng Yuexin said politely. She then turned around and left. Seeing her walking away, Lin Huang then waved at the restaurant owner. Boss. Bill, please. The restaurant owner walked to him with a smile. What's wrong, didn't it go as you expected? I don't mean to nag, but men should always cling to girls they like. You'll understand this when you're my age. Girls that pretty are hard to come by even if you've lived an entire lifetime. How could you give up just like that? Go chase after her, maybe there's still a chance to turn things around. You should treat her better, go somewhere nicer, he advised Lin Huang with a sincere look in his eyes. Uncle, we are really just friends, Lin Huang replied. He paid immediately and left soon after. The owner was confused because the young man looked like he was running for his life. Sigh, such a nice lady, why did they break up just like that? Young people nowadays, how strange, the middle-aged man sighed as he watched Lin Huang leave. Chapter 83. Can't afford a thing. After dinner, Lin Huang checked into a hotel in Carefree City. He got into the room and sat on the living room couch. He then got Xiaohei to arrange his cards. You have received a total of 9 new cards. New Monster Card X5 Charcoal Epic Alexandrian Eagle Rare Viridian Wolf Demonic One-Eyed Ape Spectre. New Skill Cards. Thunder Sword Rare Cloud Steps Rare New Function Cards. Advance Card by 1 inch. New Item Card Relic X1. Lin Huang was satisfied when he heard the list. The 2 cards he obtained for completing the mission were an advance card and a relic item card. He had received both of them when he stepped into Carefree City. However, there was another notification that came from Xiaohei later on. You have used a total of 6 cards, cards that you have used, Provisional Transformation Cards X5, Healing Cards X2, Double Reward Cards X3, Mission Cards by 2 inches, I have used all my Provisional Transformation Cards. Lin Huang asked, stunned at the announcement. He mumbled and calculated, I used one when I killed the 6-armed demon in the purple dress, one for going underground, another to kill Li Yangxing, one more to get out of the cave, and I used the last one to transform into the Alexandrian Eagle to fly into the air. I really did use all of them. He exclaimed. 2 healing cards were used on Leng Yuexin, 3 double reward cards got me 20 cross-ranking reward cards, Lin Huang thought. He then frowned and asked, Xiaohei, please calculate all the remaining cards that I have. You have a total of 17 non-monster cards, Advance Card X4, Mission Card X1, Treasure Card X3, Life Power Storage Card X2, Item Card X4, Limitless Card X1, Flawless Card X2, Healing Card X1. 4 advance cards would mean I can upgrade both by and Tyrant. At the very beginning when he got his first 2 monsters, he always wondered which he should advance first. Now, he no longer had to think and upgraded the both of them. Xiaohei, if I were to upgrade both by and Sand Monster to epic levels, that wouldn't affect me, right? Lin Huang asked Xiaohei before he upgraded both of them. No, but upgrading twice would mean 1 life transformation. They will evolve into another species, and during the evolution, they will need a large amount of life power. I don't suggest you do it in the foothold or the areas near the foothold. An unusual wave of life force could attract the attention of a transcendent as well as the monitoring bureau of the Union government. Furthermore, I don't suggest you do it in the wild zone as there are transcendent monsters there too, just to be safe, Xiaohei explained. Alright then, Lin Huang had to put his plan on hold. He was lucky that he got out of Wangyu Forest alive, but he was not going to back there just to upgrade his monsters. I'll have to wait for the next time I go to a wild zone then, since I can do it anytime, he thought. He then continued, from the 4 item cards, 3 of them should be able to get me some item. And the random relic item card that I retrieved from the mission, let's activate all of them. 4 item cards with a question mark on top appeared in Lin Huang's hand. 3 of them were pure white while another was silver in color. Activate item card by 4 inches, congratulations, you have received Bronze Level Armor X1, Bronze Level Battle Sword X1, Bronze Level Water Bottle X1. Congratulations, you have received a Scouting Relic, Waxed Dragoneye Pirated. Scouting Relic, Lin Huang was speechless. Although such a relic was very useful, it required a lot of money. A single use would use up life crystal, which was worth 100 years. The one he wanted the most was actually a sword relic. Not only he did not need his life power to use it, the sharpness of sword relic would never decrease. He then tapped on the treasure tool card to read the detailed description. Item card, relic level, 4-star relic, relic name, waxed dragonite pirated relic type, scouting relic, description of relic. This pirated holy relic can identify and detect everything that is going on within a coverage area of 1,000 kilometers. Usage limit, maximum 3 times per day. Looks like an astonishing relic with such strict limitations. I can only use it 3 times per day. Lin Huang raised his eyebrow. All the other equipment were transformed into rings after they were activated, but this relic remained a card. To activate relics, he would have to be at least gold level so that he can have sufficient life power. Lin Huang was very far from that, so he had to keep it in its card form. After keeping his new equipment, he looked at the 2 skill cards that he obtained from killing Xianxia. Skill card name, Thunder Sword, rarity, rare, type of skill, sword, skill level, gold level, status, available, description, this skill required speed and force to be effective. Remarks, this skill requires life power. Card remarks, passable, skill card name, cloud steps, rarity, rare, type of skill, body movement, skill level, gold level, status, available, description, this skill is suitable for short distance teleportation. Remarks, this skill is a unique movement skill, not limited to level, the effect changes with the user's ability. Card remarks, passable, no bad, Lin Huang thought. He was satisfied with the 2 skills that he obtained. He practiced his Thunder Sword for many days before and only got a few card pieces. He did not expect to get the card from killing Xianxia. As for Cloud Steps, he witnessed it in one of Xianxia's battles. It was a pretty amazing teleportation skill. Activate both skill cards, he said. Activation has been completed. Both skill cards on Lin Huang's hand disappeared. He then looked at his exclusive card and saw 2 skills added to his list of skills. He then looked at the cards that Xiaohe listed on the notification board. What is this life power storage card and limitless card? Lin Huang asked. He had obtained the 2 cards when he performed a cross-ranking kill on the transcendent monster in Wangyu Forest. It was one of the 20 reward cards that he obtained but did not have the time to look at them. He viewed the life power storage card and was stunned after reading its description. Life power storage card. After it is activated, it can clone the user's life wheel and store the same amount of life power as the user's original life wheel. Remarks, this card can only increase the storage of life power but not clone the other functions that a life wheel comes with. Even with that disappointing remark, Lin Huang thought this card was the best thing ever. Once it was activated, he would have an extra life wheel. Moreover, he had 2 life power storage cards. Each iron level rank 3 life wheel has 1080 columns of life power. If I activate both cards, I would have 3 life wheels of life power stored in my body, which is equivalent to 3,240 columns of life power. Lin Huang was over the moon when he read the card's function and instructed Xiaohe immediately. Xiaohe, activate both of the life power storage cards. Life power storage card X2, activated. Both of the life power storage cards started to glow and the glow enveloped his body. He inspected his body afterward and there really were 2 additional life wheels that looked exactly the same. However, all the other columns were blank. Unlike his original life wheel, the life power only filled the first circle. He then looked at the limitless card. So what's this limitless card? Limitless card. After using it, you can permanently upgrade one thing of your choice for an unlimited amount of time. Remarks, it will disappear after 1 use. An unlimited upgrade. The first thing Lin Huang thought of when he saw the card's function was Xiaohe. Xiaohe, is this card effective on you? Yes, Xiaohe replied firmly. That's great, then I'll use the card on you, which also means I get to upgrade my usage of you without limitations. Lin Huang said and smiled at the thought. Are you sure about the target user? Confirmed. Limitless card has been usage. You have received an upgrade, activated new function, card pieces mall. Random card reward. Card selection has been increased from 12 pieces to 18 pieces. Card pieces mall. Lin Huang's eyes brightened up. He was just thinking of trading off his card pieces for something useful. You only have iron level and bronze level card pieces, you can't browse pages that are of a higher card level. Sure, let me take a look at iron level and bronze level card pieces. Lin Huang nodded. Many cards were presented to him. After he glanced through them, he felt cheated by Xiaohe. I have to use 2 card pieces to trade 1 card piece of the same level. One normal iron level monster would only need 30 card pieces to combine, but here, I would have to use 60 card pieces. As your card pieces are not the monsters you want, there's a price to pay if you want certain monsters, Xiaohe explained. He then looked at the rare monster cards. Every single one of them would need at least 10,000 card pieces, and there were many that required millions of card pieces. Seems like I'm still a poor boy that can't afford anything here, Lin Huang shook his head. Normal monster cards would not help him much, but the rare monster cards required ridiculous amounts of card pieces, which were way more the card pieces he owned. Chapter 84. Over 100 million in savings. Carefree City was fresh with an earthy smell after the drizzle. It was almost 8 in the morning and the sun was breaking in the dawn. The city was waking up from its nightly slumber. However, Lin Huang was bummed as he did not manage to book the demonic crystal spaceship tickets the night before and would have to wait for the next scheduled flight, which would the following Monday. He called Lin Xinan. Unsurprisingly, she picked up even before her phone started to ring. A video was projected before him. Brother, was it successful? Lin Xin looked at Lin Huang in excitement. Yes, I'm now an iron level hunter. Lin Huang nodded in matched enthusiasm. Ever since you left, I've browsed through some information about the 6-armed demon on the network. It seemed powerful, but brother, you're even more powerful than the demon. She shouted. Lin Xin always thought her brother was invincible, and moments like those proved her right, for her own sake. Of course, Lin Huang smiled. Brother, when are you coming back? Lin Xin asked. There's supposed to be a spaceship that departs to Baki City today, but I just got my settled down after sorting out my stuff from yesterday and didn't manage to get the ticket. I'll have to come back next week, Lin Huang explained. However, I have some things to settle when I'm back in Baki City, so that'll take 1 or 2 days. I'll get that done in Carefree City since I'm already here, he continued. Oh, Lin Xin said, sounding upset. Carefree City is a food heaven. I'll bring you good food when I'm back. What would you like to eat? Lin Huang smiled and asked. I want everything, Lin Xin said playfully. All right, I'll get 1 each for you. Lin Huang nodded. No, I want 2 of each dish. Lin Xin said. Can you finish so much food, you little glutton? Lin Huang raised his eyebrows. Of course, we'll share it. I want you to eat with me. Lin Xin's tone remained playful. All right then, I'll get 2 of each. Lin Huang shook his head. Brother, can you stay longer this time when you're back? Lin Xin asked after a moment of hesitation. That shouldn't be a problem. Why? Lin Huang replied, curious at her request. It's summer break next week. I will be so bored without you at home, Lin Xin explained, rolling her eyes and pouting at the thought. There were 4 seasons in Division 7 as well. Everyone, no matter a child in school or an adult at work, would have 4 long holidays every year. Spring break was a long holiday during the rainy season, which was usually 15 to 20 days. However, it would not be raining in all the areas, and the holiday did not apply to certain areas as well. Summer break was similar to the experience back on Earth. It was the warmest season of the year. The break would usually be 1.5 months, and if it was too warm, the break could go on for 2 months. Autumn break would be the anniversary of the establishment of the Union government. The break lasted for 10 days. Lastly, the winter break, which was similar to the one on Earth. This coldest holiday would last for 1 to 2 months. Some areas that were colder would get a holiday that was longer than 2 months. Lin Huang was shocked when he learned about the 4 long holidays in this world. The first thing that came to his mind was, we get 5 months of holidays in this world. These people are so pampered. He later found out that to ordinary people, it was not really a holiday for those who were working during the summer and winter. It was more like a work-from-home situation. Ah, I almost forgot about the summer break, Lin Huang scratched his head. It would be boring to stay at home for 1 to 2 months. Why not you pick a destination and we'll travel there? A vacation? Yes please, Lin Xin screamed. She had never left Wulin town since she was little. She was so excited when Lin Huang suggested the vacation. You pick the destination within the next few days. After I get back, I'll rest for 2 or 3 days before we depart, Lin Huang told her. He was relieved when he managed to coax her out of her solemn mood. Okay, Lin Xin nodded her head hard. After he hung up the phone, he had breakfast downstairs. He then went to the reception and booked his room for another 1 week and left to the Hunter Association. There was a division of the Hunter Association in the middle of each foothold. Lin Huang planned to trade the dead monster carcasses to get credit points when he got back to Baki City, but now that he could not leave just yet, he figured he would do it that here instead since it was the same. In reality, the price of dead monster carcasses was fixed, so it would not matter which city he went to. The Hunter Association divisions were built in the central area of each city. It was not far from the hotel that Lin Huang stayed in. It only took him a 10-minute walk to get there. It was 8:30 in the morning when he got there and it was already crowded. Lin Huang followed the crowd to the main hall and made his way to the reception desk on the left of the entrance. There were many people at the counter, and after waiting for quite a while, he was finally at the counter. "Hi, I would like to know where to trade in monster carcasses," he asked. "It's at the monster carcass warehouse behind the hall. I'll get someone to bring you there." The receptionist in a red dress called a number and immediately hung up after a short exchange of words. "Someone will come get you, please give them a moment," she told him. 1 or 2 minutes later, a strong, young man approached Lin Huang when he saw him standing next to the receptionist. "Are you the guest who would like to trade in monster carcasses?" "Yes, that's me," Lin Huang nodded. "How many are there?" "I think there are 300 to 400 of them, I didn't count." Lin Huang really had no idea of the exact amount as he collected so many himself while he was following Li Yangxing. Bai and Charcoal killed quite a lot of monsters as well. The storage in his ring was full to the extent they were not able to bring back the carcasses of the monsters they killed later on. "All right, please follow me," the young man said. He brought Lin Huang to the back of the hall. It was a large backyard. The young man led Lin Huang across the backyard to the far end. There was a massive house that looked like a warehouse. The young man stopped at the entrance of the warehouse, turned around and said to Lin Huang, "You can put all the monster carcasses here, I'll get my master to count them." The young man then walked into the warehouse. Lin Huang took out all the monster carcasses from his storage ring, and soon the carcasses were piled into a small hill at the entrance of the warehouse. A moment later, a short and stout old man walked out slowly. The young man walked behind him without saying a word. The old man looked at Lin Huang, nodded, and walked around the pile of monster carcasses. He then said to Lin Huang, "There are a total of 421 of them, 187 are bronze level rank 3 and 234 are bronze level rank 2. Is that correct? I didn't count them myself, so I have no idea how many are there." Lin Huang replied, stunned at what had just happened. He thought it was strange that the old man just walked around the monster carcasses and he managed to get such an accurate figure. However, what he was certain of was there were only monsters of bronze level rank 2 and bronze level rank 3 as he cleared out all the bronze level rank 1 in his storage to store more valuable monster carcasses. "Hercules, help him count them," the old man ordered and waved to the young man casually. He then walked back into the warehouse. "It's impossible that my master would have miscalculated. I'll count them for you again then," the strong, young man said, then lifted a monster's thigh and tossed it aside. Lin Huang was shocked. The young man had just lifted a Trehorn rhino. Although it was not a gigantic monster, it weighed at least 5 tons, but the young man managed to lift it with just one hand. What shocked Lin Huang even more was, there were no signs of life power on the young man's body. Was he born strong or is there some other reason? Lin Huang looked at him skeptically while he counted the carcasses. The figure was exactly what the old man said. "Are you done counting?" The old man came back and smiled at Lin Huang while he stood at the warehouse entrance. The price of a bronze level rank 2 monster carcass is usually within 300,000 to 500,000 credit points, while bronze level rank 3 would be within 500,000 to 800,000 credit points. The accurate price for all these carcasses would be 215.15 million credit points. "I'll round it up to 215.2 million credit points for you," he said. "Sure, thank you old man," Lin Huang replied. He thought it would have been great if he could get at least 100 million credit points out of the carcasses, but it was so much more than he expected. "Hercules, please do the transfer for him." The old man then passed a note that was the size of his palm with 215,200,000 written on it. Lin Huang was surprised, but he took the note. "Let's go. We need to go to the finance department near the hall," Hercules said, and he ushered Lin Huang out of the warehouse and into the hall. While they were walking, Lin Huang could not help but ask, "What does the Hunter Association do with so many monster carcasses?" "Most of them will become food in the market while rare ones will be sent for research," Hercules explained. The Hunter Association collaborates with the House of Food and many other organizations, so there are many orders for the carcasses, he continued. Ah, so they collaborate with the House of Food. Lin Huang finally understood why the Hunter Association needed massive supplies of monster carcasses. The House of Food was an organization that many food hunters joined. The organization only recruited food hunters, so they need to collaborate with other organizations for other resources. For the safety of food ingredients, they did not purchase ingredients from the market. The selection of food ingredients was done by the Hunter Association and Adventurer Paradise, which saved the House of Food a lot of time. Hercules brought Lin Huang to the finance office. Lin Huang then passed the note to the middle-aged woman behind the counter. The woman looked at the note and looked at Hercules and Lin Huang. 215.2 million, is that right? She confirmed. That's correct. Lin Huang nodded. A white interface then popped up before him. Please scan at the bottom right corner. The transfer will be done within 3 minutes, the woman said. Lin Huang scanned the barcode at the bottom right corner with his Emperor's heart ring immediately. Just as he retracted his hand, he received a transfer notification. It was a message from the credit bureau. Dear Mr. Lin Huang, you have received a transfer of 215.2 million credit points. Looking at the number, Lin Huang was over the moon. Who cares what kind of currency this is? I finally have more than 100 million in my savings.